Jared's speech.
Yeah, I think we can't hear him from where Kranzi is, so you're good. I'm just watching somebody else's stream. My co-host for Answer the Call.
We actually go to a tram in front of it.
So it should be sent. It takes up to like a minute and a half, I've seen sometimes, to get to YouTube.
I'm live.
Oh,
I'm live right now.
You're live. All right, well, let me lower Kranzi then. There's the super loud. Sorry, guys.
Welcome, everybody, to CitizenCon 2024 with myself and SaltEMike. Salty is streaming over on Twitch, me over on YouTube. We did this last year. It was a pretty major event last year.
Yeah.
So many big announcements. They're very exciting. Chris cried. SaltEMike cried. New expensive spaceships were announced. We were promised pyro within a year.
I mean, I played it yesterday. Does that count?
It's true. Yeah, no, I think we kind of got it.
Yeah.
This year we're kicking things off very early in the morning. It is 1:31 a.m. for me.
4:30 a.m. here.
4:30 for Mike. I guess you people in the UK can have your hour as well.
Yeah.
It was LA last time, so we got to switch it up. But if Mike and I fall asleep at some point, just so you know, it's because we got up in the middle of the night to do the stream. But I got the adrenaline flowing through my veins, Mike. How about you, man?
I actually had a hard time falling asleep last night because I don't know I think they did this on purpose because the whole let's put Evo open to everybody or like allowed to like basically remove the NDA, and they said just for this one. Just this one time, the day before CitizenCon, pretty funny.
You got suckered. They're like, here's this incredibly valuable gameplay and footage.
Yep.
Right before CitizenCon when you're trying to go to bed. I did have a hard time falling asleep last night because it felt like the night before Christmas when you're a kid, where you're like, I know I'm about to get a whole bunch of presents, and then you're like, all I have to do is go to sleep.
Yep.
So I was trying to sleep early, like 7 o'clock. My body was just not ready.
Yeah, I struggled to fall asleep. I was like, I'll just make a YouTube video. Screw it. And I just showed some of my what I did at the event or at the in Evo for a few minutes, but it's really, really exciting because this is always fun. That's how I look at it. I think we had a really good time last year. I think we were very surprised at what they showed last year, what they talked about last year. It was a very exciting show last year, and the year was a little bit less exciting, probably, than a lot of people wanted. And I think going into this, I'm not going to speak for you, but I am definitely coming into this way with an like maybe a closed heart, but an open mind, if that makes sense. You know, like I'm not going to let them in. I'm not going to let them in and hurt me this time, but I'm still open to hearing everything.
Of you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I kind of agree with that in that last year I was like 90% optimism last year. I was like, this is the year. This is everything's gonna go well. The presentation was amazing in terms of the tech that they showed was like so meaningful. Server meshing is now, I would say, expected as opposed to questioned whether or not it's going to happen. Last year, we were sort of like, is this tech ever really going to happen? Then they demoed it. This year, I think it's safe to say that we're all kind of just expecting it to work. It's just a matter of when. So the big exciting stuff for me this year is going to be Squadron 42, I think, which is this is our first polished Star Citizen product is Squadron 42. It still feels like the persistent universe is quite a ways off from being a smooth experience for most people. So Squadron becomes more exciting, basically, at that point for me. I don't know. Squadron's become significantly more exciting in terms of announcements. And I think we're all expecting a Squadron 42 release date to be announced today, right? Is that the general consensus?
Yeah, for sure. I think absolutely. And I just think it's like you're saying, this is what's ahead of us. This is the closest thing. Star Citizen is still probably very far away. And this is the next best thing. And I think just as a Star Citizen fan and somebody who backed really long time ago and always wanted Star Citizen, it's almost like just getting it out of the way too, and then finding out what that means. I don't know. I'm getting a little. People are saying that your cam is not good on your side, but I don't know how to change that. So I'm a little good, like just on your YouTube stream. So I guess ask your chat if they're seeing everything okay, or double check over there. It might just be one person.
I haven't seen anything in my chat. Everybody over here.
I got a note.
Good. Welcome everyone. Let me know if anything seems out of sync. Mike and I are streaming. Yeah, my chat says everything's fine.
Yep. Same with mine. So all right, cool.
Okay,
I got one guy got me. One guy got me. I'm sorry.
It's always one person that's like, "Is the audio working?" And you're like, "Oh God, did I unplug all my cables? What's happening?" And you're like, "Oh, maybe it's on your side." Sir.
Yeah, just refresh, and it'll probably be okay. Okay, so I actually thought that we were delayed a little bit, but I guess not. So, just in general, the schedule. This is all BST time, and I believe this is in an hour and a half. We're going to get to the first official panel. Venue did not open at 9 a.m. Jared came out. We're watching another live stream right now on twitch.tv/Kranzi, and he is my co-host for Answer the Call, and would normally sit in the seat that Level's in right now, but he's at the event, and he kindly let us watch the stream. And so Jared came out, and I don't know what he said, but I'm assuming he's like, just be patient, guys. It'll be okay. So we have our first delay of CitizenCon already. So it's just they're not letting people in. But this is something I've seen every event that I've gone to.
Since you have it up, why don't we talk about the schedule again? I'm sure you've already discussed it on your stream, but
a little bit.
New people are here. The first panel is Brave New Worlds.
Yes.
So I am excited about this because I'm a tech nerd, and Star Engine is pretty darn impressive. So this is basically the next what's coming with Star Engine when it comes to world creation and achieving fidelity and scale and all that stuff. I'm a sucker for it. Like, if they show some global illumination coming next patch, I'll be very, very excited for that. Star Citizen's visuals for a long time have been on par, if not better, than most game engines out there, at least when it comes to scale, right? Maybe not up close, but when you see an entire planet behind what you're rendering, you're like, okay, that's pretty darn impressive that they can do that, plus a procedurally generated planet. So seeing what updates they have in plan does excite me. It's we're at a point though where it is interesting because Unreal Engine 5 is doing some very impressive stuff, and I think they're pushing the buck a bit further, and so I think Star Engine needs to do a little bit of catch up in some of the fidelity department, and I think some of their global illumination tech can get them there, and eventually they'll have DLSS 3 and frame gen and all that stuff to try and hopefully push that performance to where it needs to be for a lot of players.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to focus more on the scale of things as far as their tech, like scaling out to new star systems will be the focus? Or, I mean, because they're saying fidelity and scale, and and they say breathe new life. So I feel like they kind of hinted at a jungle biome when they talked about the space cow thing. So I'm thinking maybe we see a jungle.
I was thinking more fauna type related things, but they have been pushing fauna kind of harder in ISCs and stuff. So maybe it's not as exciting, if they show us another space cow. Maybe it's the space whales. What are those things called? The storm walls?
Storm walls, yeah.
Maybe we'll see a Stormwall interaction, but maybe they got to hit us with something brand new, right? Can you recycle? You can't recycle the Stormwall reveal and get the same effect. So they got to open the show on something big. I think it's going to be pretty unexpected. Jungle would be very cool. That would be a strong play if they have that in their back pocket, but we'll have to see. Yeah, I think we're going to see something life or vibrant related to to switch it up. No more rocky, dusty moons, you know.
Yes. Yeah, like that would have to be the difference, right? Like if you were going to
hmm
like make a statement, that would be the statement is, yeah, we can do I guess more foliage, right? Because we basically have 2 trees in Star Citizen at the moment. You got the pine trees in Microtech, and you got the like savanna trees, and that's about it. So it should be, and I guess some like dead trees on moons and stuff, but it'll be
Yeah,
interesting if they do that.
an alien jungle would be quite exciting because Microtech feels kind of like Earth when you're looking at it. You're like, oh, there's a pine forest or
Yeah.
something. But an alien jungle with creeping, weird vines and yeah, you know, you make Pandora, that gets very exciting all of a
Yeah.
sudden.
I'm
All right,
excited
so the
about the
next
next
one is a
panel.
social.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're excited about this one? Why don't you tell me why you're excited?
Well, I'll tell you a little bit more. I'm going to actually switch did I lose it? No, I didn't. So this is actually a press release on a gaming website where they go
Mhm.
through a little bit more in detail, where CIG gave them more detail on the panels. So
Yeah.
after Brave New Worlds, they're talking about the Genesis suite of technology, so that they're going to breathe life into immersive worlds. They said something like that. Following, a social universe will feature a look at some of the tools that will allow players to connect and communicate with friends and their orgs seamlessly across the verse. So everybody was hoping it was that. This
Yeah, that's
confirms that
huge.
it's that. Yeah. So
It's
that's big.
and you've been playing EVE Online recently, so you know the
Yes.
importance of organization. Like EVE has
Yes.
got every possible tool you could imagine for hierarchical structuring of responsibilities within an org. If Star Citizen can even get close to matching that, that would be huge.
Yep.
But at this point, we have nothing. So something is better than nothing. But I hope the announcement it goes beyond just the basics, right?
Before we move on, I want to go back just a step and try to do this for each panel. What
Yeah.
is your, like, I have to see this? And I think we kind of touched on it with Brave New Worlds, but like, I need to see this. And what would be like, I don't want to say like what would be like disappointing if this is what they did it, but like, what is your must see for the social universe?
Must see for the social universe.
Yeah, like for each panel.
We have to
I think they're going
see.
in. Yeah,
We
going
have to
in.
see org construction. We have to see the ability to use it in game. We need to see all the tools needed for grouping together, identifying player location, easily getting to people, easily inviting. All of that stuff needs to be there for it to be a win.
Yeah.
If that's what the point of the panel is.
Yeah, for
Which
sure.
I think it will be. Yeah.
I'm
Oh, and
gonna
I thought I would mention Genesis within the Brave New Worlds. Genesis was it could be a Star Trek reference
sounds like it.
where yeah, Star Trek 2 Wrath of Khan, the Genesis weapon transforms the planet into basically a biological life sustaining environment. So you might be onto something with the whole jungle idea there, Mike. It
Okay,
sounds
okay. Nice.
yeah.
That's I did not see any of that Star Trek stuff, so I didn't catch that. But Genesis and then Brave New Worlds makes a lot of sense. For my must have, it's an extreme reach. But when you brought up Eve, this was the first thing that came to mind. It's not the org tools. Like, I think it's not the obvious things with what they say in the sentence, but it's what works well with Eve is that there's an API. And if they I don't expect them to show us an API that's functioning, but I expect them, or I hope that they mention wanting to do one, or it's part of the plan or something like that. Because having an API that in Eve to allow people to know how much ore you mined in their system and then tax you and all that stuff,
right.
is so important. So, yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah, I since they don't have 90% of the actual gameplay surrounding all those cool features that you'd want. I can't say I would expect to see it announced right away. It seems like they'll roll that out when they have gameplay to sustain it, but it would be cool if they showed us that earlier rather than later.
Yeah. I just want it like mentioned, similar to the way that they were like mentioning tons of reputation and blah 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 in the last one, and didn't really do it. But yeah, then we have the cosplay contest, which is probably where we'll eat lunch.
I know you're the most excited for that one, Mike. You've been talking my ear off about the cosplay thing. Going, oh my god!
Don't tell lies. Don't tell lies. And then Dress to Kill is I think probably my next more exciting one.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you tell me again why that one's more exciting for you?
Because this year we got the combat visor, and every monthly report for the entire year they have hinted at specialized armor, but have shown nothing. And then Zach, who's also in my Twitch chat right now, who does the AI like animals, and he was very disappointed you said cows weren't as exciting, by the way.
Oh, animal clothing. Is that what you're hinting at?
No.
Yes.
I'm hinting at like maybe salvage special armor, medical special armor, those kind of things. And they didn't just say that it would be visual armor. It would be the visor that you see extra
profession
stuff.
Specific clothing and gear. That would be very exciting. Yeah, I read that panel and thought, okay, so they're going to show off cloth tech or something and put me to sleep.
No.
Okay, that sounds more exciting.
Yeah.
I can get on board for profession specific stuff, because ultimately I think we both, and we're probably speaking for the larger community here and saying that we want gameplay related features, right?
Yes.
So
yes,
if the armor ties into gameplay and says, if you wear this armor while you salvage, you now get cool new readouts and features and functionality, that's cool. I could get on board for that.
We're getting a look at the inside of the venue right now on Croncy's stream, so I'm switching up scenes for just a second. He's just walking in. I think he saw the Hornet and everything already. This is
there's a big old Hornet model.
Oh my God, there's cargo crates. There's the Hornet.
Yeah, there's the Hornet.
That is so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous though when you think about it, but that's so cool.
Hey, they built a giant Titan for Titanfall at E3 one year, and its head looked around and everything. It was pretty cool. So this is amazing. Those colors, that's like the color I want my Hornet to be.
It's like the original Squadron paint job, right? From like the first.
Is that the Mark II, or is that a Mark I?
That's a Mark II. I think it's got the nose that's like a little bit more round. I'm pretty sure it's Mark II. We'd have to check the stats on the weapon sizes to confirm, but
Mike, what if Chris Roberts comes out of the cockpit? What if that's his intro, where it opens and he's like,
that would be so over the top and insane.
Yeah.
That would be.
He's in there
silly.
for like 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. I did hear the internet's a little bad in there, so it might get a little pixelated and rough. Because I don't think he doesn't have a Wi-Fi connection from anybody in there. It's straight up 5G, but
no local Wi-Fi. That's gonna be rough.
Yeah, for the people trying to stream inside, it's gonna be tough. But yeah, he's showing some cool stuff. Wow. But yeah, so that would be funny if Chris came out of it. It does kind of look like it might open, so yeah, that would be hilarious. But do you remember the movie, his Wing Commander movie? I assume you watched it. I cried.
You cried during Wing Commander.
Yeah,
I think that
I was
makes
a little
you the only
kid.
person to cry.
No, I cried because it was so bad. It ruined it. It ruined my favorite game for me because it was like the worst movie ever. The ships didn't look like the ships in the game, and I was so upset.
I see. Yeah. Well, Chris has his cameo in that movie where he's in the cockpit of a ship. So I wouldn't put it past him, because I mean that seems like his dream as well, is just to be the pilot of a ship in a sci-fi universe. And so if he popped out of that would be funny. But
nice. Yeah, dude, I was so sad. But all right, we can continue on with the panels because we're just kind of looking at bars at 10p.
Yeah. So then we have Beyond Pyro, which
Yeah. Is this what you're
thankfully
hyped
it's
about?
not Pyro. What's up?
Is this one that you're hyped about?
Yeah, of course, because they've hyped Pyro for the past 4 or 5 years, something like that. Like a
Yeah.
really just insane amount of time that they've been focusing on one new star system. We all know that we all know that there's more systems coming after Pyro. We have a pretty good idea about what those systems are. We've in fact seen locations that are supposed to be in this. They got moved to some of these upcoming systems.
Talking
And
about
so,
Nyx, I'm assuming.
yeah,
Yep.
Nyx and what was the little moon base that we had momentarily that got transported away?
That was Nyx.
You know what I'm talking.
That's Nyx. Or it was called Levski. Like the system's name is Nyx. Levski is on the moonish thing, Delamar. That Levski is the city name.
So for people who haven't been in Star Citizen since the beginning, one of our very first big locations was a very tiny asteroid moon called Levski, and it had a super cool base on it and a statue about the history and the lore. And it was really neat and a really impressive looking piece. It was not performant at all. And they removed it from the persistent universe. And the explanation was that it was going to be in the Nyx system. And that's when it was going to show up. So we all know that the Nyx system is coming in the near future. So if that panel is talking about Nyx and some of the other upcoming systems, that's very exciting. Because to be real, once you get jump points open, which you've been testing yesterday, quite literally jumping from one system to another, that just opens up the whole universe to throw new systems in. So I think the wait to get Nyx from Pyro is going to be much shorter.
Yeah. I there's been lots of speculation. I think the best thing to assume what would come next is to just look at the star map and see what connects to what. So, you know, we know that like Magnus connects to Stanton, so that might be one. And then you can see what other star systems connect in Pyro. And so people are kind of calling out what could be. Yeah, a thing. Apparently, we're missing so much stuff on Kranzi's channel. What are you even doing? I'm being yelled at. Apparently, we're missing lights on the Hornet, guys. Star Citizen people are easily amused. Yeah. It's lights on a Hornet.
Get used to this view, because that's where we're going to be staring at for the next. How long is this stream? It's going to be a long time.
Yeah. Oh my god.
We're going to see this Hornet so much during the presentation. Like we're seeing it now on Kranzi's stream. They're going to show it probably for like 30 minutes when the actual event kicks off. Jared's going to be standing in front of it. It's just going to be their cutaway shot for like everything.
Exactly. I'm loving the cargo containers though. That's probably my favorite thing out of it. But yeah, so keep me posted. I'll be going back and forth. But somebody in my chat told me that the Hornet turned on. I thought it was going to fly away. I didn't want to miss it. So
yeah. With all the money they got over there, you
never know.
They built a real functioning Hornet.
Yeah. So
I like that you like the cargo containers the most. So that means you bought the pirate cargo container.
I did
bundle,
not.
Then I assume.
I did not.
No, you didn't get that.
I didn't buy a single. I do not put new money into Star Citizen anymore.
It's been a little while. Occasionally, I'll swap a ship around for if it's like a $10 upgrade to change out my whatever for the new thing. Then I'll do that. Especially when the gifted ship is like the one that I already have or something like that. I'm like, okay, that's fine. But otherwise, it's been a while since I made a significant purchase in Star Citizen.
Yeah, I put my time in, and then I'll swap around to ships that I think I'll like or whatever, and then eventually, whenever we hit whatever launch will be, I'll have what I'll have, and then we'll just roll with that. But just coming back to Beyond Pyro, I would say this is the panel that out of day one that I'm the most skeptical of, or will be the most skeptical of, because I've been around a little while, as you know, and I've seen the fake ArcCorp demo that, was completely scrapped in 2017. Yeah. I've seen Hurston many years before Hurston existed. I've seen them jump to Pyro 14 times at this point before I got to, right? And it's I think what I expect to see from this panel is very much we jumped to this star system and we're showing you a very far away look at like Terra. Like you can like this is their cell Star Citizen.
So they're going big. They're not just going to show us. You think they might go shoot for the stars and show us the craziest concept systems?
Yes,
kind of like the sandworm type thing, which we never got.
Yep.
And instead of Nyx, which is kind of a nothing burger of a system in terms of the excitement factor.
Yeah, because you've seen it already. To be honest, Nyx is the one I'm most excited for because we've been there and we get to see like it's like a 1-to-1, like you mentioned earlier, not performant at all, and like horrible optimization, everything, and also old. And to see if they refreshed it and how, and so that might be interesting.
I'm sure that whole thing's been scrapped and rebuilt, man. Because they said the pipeline for stuff, and that's usually how it goes in game dev. Is your first iteration of something is largely a concept, and it gives you the feeling and ideas, and then you look at it and you go, okay, well, this looks really cool. It's not performant. How do we redesign everything so that it works well? And then you literally have to build everything back up from the ground up. So I wouldn't be surprised if everything you saw from the first Levski is more or less completely redone. That's cool. I do remember. So speaking of the bigger systems, the crazier systems, like say Sol, right? If they showed the Earth system, that would be insane, right? Like that would be pretty darn cool to see future Earth and colonized Mars and all that stuff, giving us those expanse vibes and whatnot. People will get excited. They've got some pretty wild systems out there, like a black hole system. They have a system that has it's like a cybernetic planet. It's like a fake planet or something like that, where it's a planet with levels to it. It's like a completely built planet. They have a system that has a massive space station city that's constructed of derelict ships that basically all came together and connected. That would be amazing. Yeah, right? They have this huge lore database that they could pull from. So if they want to wow us, they absolutely can. And I'll be right there with you in terms of a bit of skepticism as to when we're getting that, because
this is their showy moment.
We all remember the worm win, win worm. We're not getting that anytime soon. So
you never know. We'll see. They might. They could show that here because
maybe the next jump gate will be to the worm planet, right? Maybe the worm planet got moved to Pyro. Maybe that's a big reveal, right?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No.
The good doctor map in Star Marine is on what, Lear 2 or Lear 3? Lear 3.
Yeah.
And Lear is the system that the worm was in that demo. And they just updated it so you can actually see the planet a lot. It's like a proper planet now. So maybe Lear is one of those, and that's more fully along. But let's jump ahead because their live stream is actually about to start in a few minutes. So I don't know if we'll be missing anything or not. But
okay,
the next panel I think is pretty obvious. It's going to be Squadron 42, right?
I mean, that's the prediction. The redacted panel. Very exciting. I'm my most excited thing so far. Just because it still feels like even what we're testing, which is very exciting, jumping between systems right now and watching your stream yesterday and watching highlights of it, it's still buggy. People aren't going to jump into it and be like, wow, what an amazing polished experience.
Yeah.
What does look like it should be polished will be Squadron 42 when that releases. And We were chatting a little bit about this yesterday. Do you have
Yeah.
predictions for if the release date is announced, when that's going to be?
I think it'll be a vague release date. So a quarter or a holiday 2025. I don't think they're going to do it if their plan wasn't to deliver it within 12 months or so, kind of thing.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty realistic expectation. I'm hopeful that it would be before that, because I want it sooner rather than later. I think they can release it whenever they want, where most studios have to kind of look at this yearly schedule and try and slot their game in between major titles. I think they're somewhat immune to that. Like, I don't think it would affect their sales too drastically. But realistically, there's probably somebody in marketing going, yeah, we got to have the holiday release window, blah, blah, blah. So that feels like it could be a thing. But man, there's games that come out in March that do insanely well. If you just pick a good window when not a lot is going on, and yeah, exactly. If Squadron drops during some month where no major AAA titles are coming out, then all the news coverage will be about it. So I hope that's what we get. That's my sort of hopeful outlook on it, but my realistic outlook is probably a holiday release. This holiday, right? Yeah, holiday 2024. That would be crazy. That would be pretty crazy. I've heard, the leaks indicate that they're not ready for that as far as, but those are leaks. Who knows if the leaks are accurate. Okay, 28 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Chat saying Squadron 42 shadow drop today, right? I don't think we're going to see that. Everybody at CitizenCon would leave. They'd be like, "All right, guys, we'll see you later. We're going to go play your finished game."
Yeah. Sorry, my mic was
That would
muted
also be
on my end, everybody. I got it. I fixed it. My
Okay.
wife came in. So if they're spamming,
Nice.
Mike's muted. I fixed it. Sorry, guys.
Your producer came in. She was
Yeah.
like, "Hey,
It was
dummy."
No, it was look at this picture of the dog. That's what it was.
Oh.
She's being cute.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant she came in to tell you your mic was muted.
Nope. It was
Gotcha.
literally this. Here. Picture of the dog sleeping in the kitchen. That's what it was.
Funny.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. So we have this. We can move on to day 2. I think that's probably our best bet right now, and we'll bounce in. People keep me kind of apprised to what Kranzi's doing. I'm probably gonna have to like F5 every once in a while to get
and
there.
And we will be here for day 2 as well.
Yes.
Just FYI, stream and chat. If you guys aren't completely burned out of Star Citizen, by tomorrow, we'll be here covering the remainder of the panel, because I imagine they're gonna throw some little Easter eggs and things in here to excite us.
Oh yeah, of course. And that was from their Twitter. I actually brought that up because I thought they had changed the times on us. Mm-hmm. But it's not playing nice with me right now.
What you're looking for?
Just the actual panel. I'm trying to literally click on it on their website, but it's being so goofy.
Oh, okay. Well, the show's going to open with crafting your home.
Yeah, and I'll grab it.
Which says explore the fundamentals of crafting and base building, including how they combine to enable new opportunities for players and ultimately create the future of life among the stars.
Yeah. Last
year they gave us
a panel. Yeah. Period.
Okay. Period? Like period. Both days?
Both days.
Wow.
This one. This is the one.
So to make Star Citizen's universe truly feel like a player-inhabited reactive world, we need base building, and I think that's what this panel is kind of alluding to. It could be customizing the interior of your hab, but I think it's going to be base building and showing us beyond what they showed us at Last Star Citizen, which was the bare minimum tease of like, here's a concept of what we think it could look like. Allegedly, they've been working on it, and we'll probably get some insight into what that progress looks like. They did actually show us, one of the ISCs showed us a bit planet-side hab that looked further along than last year's CitizenCon. And it kind of reminded me of Starfield a little bit in terms of just like, here it is, here's a bunch of stuff in your hab, and then it was sort of like a question mark as to what the hab does other than store your stuff. But that's baby steps, right? It's like you got to have your bed and your gear to start, and then we'll talk about your farm and your mining operation and your shipping destination. Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
Space farming? What do you want to do?
Just like all of it. It's the, I want, like, we had a one slide of a blueprint last year. I want a lot more than that this year.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. I want the details. I want to see it, maybe an engine of some kind. That's what I want. Really bad. But yeah, so that's my like must have. Blueprints. Base building, like the tease that they showed us on their Twitter account or something like a while back, much less interested in that. It was like a place to store your armor, which is cool.
Yeah.
But I need the thing that breathes life into the game, the thing that you fight over, the things that you fight over, the reasons that, like, we have a big problem in the Star Citizen community where if PKing or player killing happens, there's often the person who's being killed, might be a miner, might be a salvager, whatever, right? They often get upset by being killed because, and the usual response is, you're killing me because there's no reason for you to be killing me, kind of thing.
Right. Because there isn't really an economy, but
yeah,
they don't understand that it's like, hey, this is what people are dreaming about being in the persistent universe, is a pirate and a bad guy, It's like they're just role playing it out, even if there isn't really much of a point yet.
That needs to go away. And I think this is that step towards it. I was so hyped last year to see that one PowerPoint, and I have read it and looked at it so many times, and then starting to play Eve it's like that. They have a blueprint system. It's very similar.
I am excited about watching the crafting panel. I'm less hyped about it because it feels so far away, and it feels like one of the more complex things to get working. And considering how hard it was to even get persistent hangars up and running, and how janky it still is, that seems significantly simpler than building an entire base. So I'm just sort of looking at base building as something that's not really going to be highly functional for another several years at least. So while I'm excited to see what they're working on, I'm not like, oh my God, we're going to get this soon and it's going to change everything. I think we're a ways out. And on that, we can kind of segue into Captains of Industry, which is the next panel. And this one sounds like they're going to be talking about potentially the ship that I bought forever ago, maybe, is the massive ships that you used to build bases. The Pioneer, I believe it was called.
Yes.
Is this huge, flat, kind of looks like a cracker or something, like a graham cracker. It's just flat and long, but it's designed to build bases, right?
Yeah. Revisit
I'm very curious to see if that design has changed completely, because it was concepted way before they even had a concept for bases, right? They're like, here's the ship that builds bases. And then somebody had to go, well, what's a base look like? Maybe we should redesign the ship that builds bases. I don't know. So I'm very excited to see what that ship turns into, if that's what's shown off here. Otherwise, maybe we'll see some of the bigger stuff like the Orion, which is the capital class mining vessel. Are you excited about seeing bigger mining ships?
No, I don't want to see any development on anything related to the stuff that I play ship-wise. I want the development to go towards the gameplay so it informs the ships
Yes.
being built later. I think like seeing
Yeah.
how bad some cargo holds are on cargo ships in the game is
Wait, you don't like the caterpillar? You don't like loading and unloading the caterpillar, Mike?
nope. How about the
Everybody's
brand new
favorite ship?
Zeus? The brand new Zeus
Yeah.
is like, I don't know. It's just I have this. I'm very. It may sound nitpicky to some, but it's a huge gripe that I have. Is if you look at the real world, you have like a standard cargo container that fits on a truck and it goes on a boat, right? And they're all the same size. Might be different colors.
And the cranes are all designed to pick it up
Yep.
and move it from the truck to the boat to the train to wherever.
Exactly. So in Star Citizen,
Yeah.
you can do like we have 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 24, and 32. You can have 8, 16, 24, and 32 because they're all the same height. They're just different lengths, right? And then you could put them together and make a 32. But when you go into the 1s and 2s, it gets very weird because now you're stacking on top of a box that you can't see the back of, or you're stacking on the side of them. It just gets very weird and odd. Again, I wish they would go a little bit away from the realism and just be like, yeah, you have a 32 SCU container, but it's only filled 8 SCU of it, right? And then you have like a UI panel that you can look at. Yeah. So.
Yep. Which is what they do all the time with real shipping containers. They're not all completely packed to the brim. Sometimes they're part full, which makes sense. Yeah. I'm in agreement with you there. The updates to all the tractor beam stuff, the way you have to rotate crap around, the weird tractor beams on the back of ships where you have to like grab the thing, scroll it towards you, turn your turret around, scroll it away, play like all of that is, in my opinion, terribly implemented. So I think you're right. If they start showing off bigger ships, I'm in a year where I'm a little bit more jaded on ship stuff because they've delivered so little gameplay wise with the ships. It's like if they show us the what's the big triangle ship that's coming out soon, allegedly?
The big one or
the torpedo? Yeah, the big
the
one.
Polaris. Polaris.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Like they're probably going to show something there, or we might get a little Polaris hint at some point during the show. Mm-hmm. And as much as I'm excited for giant, cool looking ships, I know what it's going to come with, which is not much to do other than walk around with it and high five your buddies,
Yeah.
Because you're going to get out there and be like, what should we shoot? That little fighter over there, like a hammerhead? There's just not too much to do with it at that point. So
yeah, like there's a new event that's coming in 324 too. If you did the Overdrive event that led into Xenothreat, it's called Save Stanton.
Yeah.
I think this is the idea of this whole event is it ends on, well, I don't know if it ends. We don't know the actual end of it, but I saw a mission with 3 Idrises. So that's the vibe is like take your Polaris out and kill the Idris, I bet is what they're going for with that one. And
even that itself doesn't feel quite as exciting because Xenothreat is a couple Xenothreat is multiple Idrises, and it's got the javelin in there. So,
Exactly.
The big ship fights are not particularly well tuned, and almost every single one I've been in has kind of felt laggy or weird, and it's usually too hard to like understand what's happening in a big ship fight. So you'll be shooting a big ship and then randomly it'll start shooting you, and either you'll just instantly explode or it'll never hit you. And they haven't really dialed that in yet, because I don't think they're trying to dial in big ship combat yet. It's got
to figure out
plan for how it's supposed to work. That's true. They're still dialing in small ship combat, and we've sort of heard their idea on what big ship combat should be like, but what we experience in game right now is it's really just small ship combat with some big slow ships thrown in that can't really perform the way that I think they're supposed to yet.
Exactly. Yeah. The next panel. What do you think? This is my skeptical panel of the day. This is mine. I will be wearing my skeptic's glasses on this one. We don't even have 4.0. We're talking about 1.0. It's just like, all right, this is weird.
So the panel is described as like, if you want answers, okay, so PvP, PvE, non-combat. What type of game is Star Citizen? If you want answers, join us as we outline a high-level overview of Star Citizen 1.0 and what our intentions are for the Epic Shared Universe.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the question that everybody's been asking since the start, because since the very first Kickstarter of Chris sitting there in the Hornet and showing us his idea for what Star Citizen was, which was a space adventure game where you could not land on planets and it had a much smaller scale and scope. We had a better idea of what that game was going to be. Since then, it has expanded into a sim everything universe, and everybody thinks it's going to be their game. And it's not going to be some people's game. And we're starting to figure out that, especially pacing wise, I think this year for a lot of people, myself included, the pacing of the game has changed and we're getting front loaded with a lot more tasks and busy work. And I'm going, wait a minute, is this the game that I want to play? Is this the game that I was hoping it would be? So it's an important panel. But like you said, it could be very much overloaded with marketing hype, marketing lingo about like, it's going to be everybody's game. Do you want to be a fisherman? You can be a fisherman. Do you want to be a bounty hunter? You can be a bounty hunter. But it might be light on the nuance and the important issues of how much busy work is Star Citizen going to be versus how much gameplay. How much time do I have to spend getting ready to run a mission versus actually running the mission? Is the mission going to be me spending 15 minutes in quantum travel and 5 minutes in combat, or the other way around? Like, those are the things that are important to me, and I don't think they're going to address them as much. I think they're going to try and address some of the like bigger, flashier type topics during it.
I talked to you guys, or I talked to you about this in private, but this is public information that a couple of the devs that hang around my channels and my Discord and stuff are really, really excited. And the thing that one of them in particular is pointing at is like, we had Todd Pappy come on stage at the end and show us base building. Todd's left, and the guy who filled his role is named Richard Tyrer. He was in Twitch chat during our CitizenCon coverage last year saying, where he had taken up this role at that point and saying like, I'm the director of this, and it's like I on the fly had to confirm who he was to make sure too with other devs that I know. It was pretty funny during the event, but he, saying I'm not about pay to win and blah 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 blah, and he was kind of giving us his what his Star Citizen would be a little bit. It was really nice, and I appreciated that he did that. I think we're going to kind of get this from him, and one of the devs that hangs around my stuff a lot has been saying like, this is the year of him. This is the year where he's in, has full control and is doing his thing, and this is his thing apparently. So I don't. His thing is to not have the marketing stuff. But in the entire year, all I've seen is marketing stuff. So it's kind of like, I don't know what to do. And then again, like I've said, I followed this game for a really long time. They talk about their intentions. Intentions is a word in this sentence that is going to be carrying all the weight of this panel, right? It's just their intentions of what they want to do, which gives them the door to change their mind and change their intentions of what they want to do. And as many of us know, every January, it's like their planning month where they decide what they're going to do for the next year. So whatever they say in October is not going to mean anything when they go back to the office after the holidays and come back to January and say, all right, this is what we're doing. These are our priorities. That's when all the priorities change. That's when things usually get dialed in. So it's a weird timing for this, and just odd.
Yeah. Well, and I think we also have to remember, as much as I believe in the intentions of some of these people who work at CIG, they're also working at a company with 1,000-ish employees. And there's a difference between having great intentions and then executing those in a giant company that's got all these prerogatives and planning and things that have already been set in motion long before you got there. It can
Yep.
be really hard to change the course of a big ship like this. And so um, I'm going to be viewing that panel with a huge amount of skepticism, as it's the one area where I feel Star Citizen has not proven itself. And that's gameplay, and that's
Yeah.
execution of gameplay, where their tech is all very impressive. They get me excited for things like cargo missions, and then they deliver cargo missions and I go, oh man, this is what I was so excited about, and I'm not really liking the gameplay for it. That, like, it's kind of letting me down on a lot of the things that I wanted it to be.
Yeah.
So this year's taught me to be a bit more skeptical on the gameplay side of things, because what's being delivered is something that isn't my vision of what I thought it was going to be. And it's a tricky thing with this game, because we all have you have your vision of what you want to do in the verse.
Yes.
I have my vision of what I want to do in the verse. Everybody out there watching the stream right now has their vision of their ideal day in Star Citizen. And the simple truth is that we may not get that, because that might not be what they're thinking about designing. Their vision of the cargo and mining and farming and whatever could be different from our vision, and that could be different enough where you get into it and you go, oh, this isn't quite what I wanted to do.
Yep.
So this panel is important, but it's going to be taken with a massive grain of salt for me.
Yeah. Let me just touch on this for everyone watching the show. Level had a fun experience this week with tech. I had a fun experience this week with tech. Level's on totally different internet than he would normally be. His voice will occasionally go out of sync for like 2 seconds and then come back every time. That's what we've been dealing with. So when we've seen people say that the things are going out of sync, that's what's happening. It just desyncs for like a second and comes back. We see it. Unless it's really bad, no need to address it, guys. All right. And if anybody does say anything, just let them know that it'll be fine. And then, really at me or something like that. If it's not, I can try and refresh something or figure something out. Okay. Yeah. But generally for
Mike
the show,
and I have been trying to one up each other with our tech issues this week. Mike's computer pretty much exploded. You rebuilt your system from the ground up.
Yep.
My neighbor cut out 40 feet of fiber optic cable from the entire neighborhood and cut everybody's internet down. So I was completely out of internet. I was like, oh my God, am I even going to be able to watch CitizenCon, let alone stream it? So we're all back up and running, but this week has been hectic for both of us.
Yeah, it's been a week. So we know there's about an 8-minute countdown. Cool thing this year, they're streaming it on YouTube and it's in 4K. So we're going to get a nice live stream footage this year for the show, which is going to be cool. But yeah, so the other thing is we all appreciate your support. We said this last year. We'll probably say this a couple times this year. We're not going to be, thanking subs in the middle of the show or anything like that. The show is the focus. The scenes that we'll be on are going to be, just us screened out. We're not going to cover too much. We'll try to remain as respectful as possible to the people talking on the shows and all that stuff. So just, want to give you a nice place to hang out and watch the show. And then in between panels, a good place to discuss things. So show first, not us first kind of thing. But everybody, we all appreciate your support. I've seen lots of things coming in terms of that way. And I'm sure you have too, Level. So just letting you guys know that we appreciate you. And we'll say that now, and we'll probably say that at the end, but we won't be talking about it too much during the show, right? So just want to make sure we say thank you now for that. But we got about 5 minutes. So I expect a little bit of a pre-show, and I'm sure the lights will go off on the Hornet and stuff. But there's been leaks and stuff. I'm sure. Do you know what ship the ship that they're kind of teasing here is? It looks Misk, so I don't know. It is. It's definitely Misk. Yeah.
Do you think they're gonna that doesn't look like anything that I've seen before.
No, this is definitely new.
Okay, because I wanted to say, what's the big star traveling ship that can refine its own fuel?
The Galaxy or whatever?
Not the Galaxy. Misk has that other bigger one that
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking.
Yeah.
I
The
thought for a second it
Odyssey.
might be that, but the Odyssey. This
Yeah.
doesn't quite look like that ship.
No, and
So,
this is a Bengal carrier, this one. But the
oh, okay.
engines
Okay.
on this look MISC, so I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know what we're getting here now.
I mean, I love their art. Star Citizen, the crew over there, like they're masters at designing really, really cool ships. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna enjoy seeing any ship reveal, but I'm
Yeah.
not buying it,
Yeah.
because it's we know that there's the gameplay associated with the ship that's probably not going to exist, or at the tier 0 implementation is going to be pretty lackluster when you first get that ship.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like taking the Vulture out for the first time, and you're like, okay, when it first got delivered and we saw the first tier 0 of salvage, it was like, I can imagine this being way cooler once salvage gets way cooler,
And we were expecting salvage to get way cooler with the structural salvage, and it did not get way cooler with the structural salvage, which was like, oh darn. So
yeah.
like that's the one thing I do not want to see. And I know it's like the whole Captains of Industry panel. It's like, please don't design new ships before you've designed the systems. Please don't do it. Design the systems first, please.
It's Star Citizen is such a weird game in that sense, where I think because of their funding model, they've been forced in a way to do things in the exact opposite order that you should do for efficiency and for game design, because you want to, as a game, doing any sort of game design, you want to prove your gameplay concepts.
Yep.
And then build the world and assets around those gameplay concepts. Star Citizen is building the world and assets and then injecting the gameplay and going, yeah, some of these assets just don't really work that well with the gameplay. Yep. We're going to have to do some major redesign here. The Caterpillar being a fantastic example of that. This is going to be a cargo ship. How does cargo loading and unloading work? We haven't designed that yet. And now that we've designed it, the Caterpillar does not fit the bill at all.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
For sure.
And fun for backers too, who are excited about flying their Caterpillar one day and being the best hauler in the galaxy.
Oh, yeah. That's why I want that API. Oh, my God. I could talk about Eve forever, but I think one of the coolest things that an API did for Eve is you just put in what you want to contract. You just put it in, and then instantly a website that somebody else designed gives you all the information you need to, this is how much I'm going to pay. This is when it's going to get there. This is how much collateral it's going to be and all that stuff. It's just instant. And the players solve the problem for the devs if you make an API. That's why I want that. I'm so tired of waiting. There's so many excited people in this community, so many smart people, so many software devs and people that enjoy that. That's what Star Citizen draws in. If you just make an API, we'll do it for you, And
I think you're absolutely onto something, because this community is so diehard for it's one of the most intense, excited communities I've seen for any game ever. So if you can give this community a tool to actually integrate stuff to the game world, like that API, you've supercharged them basically. Because like right now, I've got a website. A guy built a website that tracks the features that were promised at last CitizenCon, and it has like a chart and all this stuff, keeping track of like, this is what they said we were going to get in 12 months. This is what we have now. I mean, that could be in game. That could literally be a little panel or a bookmark that you have on your UI in game if they give us API tools at some point, which would be quite funny.
Exactly. I mean, that would be my
hottest take. Locations, right? Like here's the best locations to get the ores that you're after, right?
Yep.
Because CIG doesn't want to have to build all of those guides, especially when they change with patches and stuff like that. It's a huge amount of overhead to stay on top of that. Let the players do it and let those guides become available via API in game.
Absolutely.
Eve is like the master of data in engine, right? Yep. I think that one of their Eve has their yearly fan event, and on one of those, which I don't think was too long ago, maybe a couple of years ago, they announced the integration of Excel spreadsheets
Oh, yeah,
to
I
the
used it.
actual
It's
game
incredible.
engine.
It's so
Yeah.
powerful.
And people were like, yeah, Excel.
It's
Like it was a
awesome.
huge moment for them.
It's
Yeah.
awesome.
And
I've never been excited about Excel, but it's cool.
yeah, which is quite funny.
All
But
right.
yeah, Star Citizen is going to need Excel. Oh man, are we here? Are we in the final countdown?
45 seconds. What's your hottest take that you're going to see, that we're going to see today? What's the craziest thing you think we'll see today?
The craziest thing?
Yes.
Jungle Planet, I think. That might
Terra,
be the craziest thing.
which might be a Jungle Planet.
Terra.
Yeah, I'm going Terra. That's
okay,
my
that
crazy
would
one.
be crazier. Yeah,
Yep.
that would be crazier.
Yep. So that or I don't know, Mark Hamill on stage or
Sandworm
something.
2.0, I think.
Yeah, maybe
craziest,
something.
Yeah.
Maybe something like that.
Jungle worm, maybe jungle worm. What lives in the jungle? Maybe a giant spider, some sort of creature, right?
I want to make
some
sure I have
mega
everybody
creature.
muted. Sorry, guys. I just want to make sure I have everyone muted because when I turned this up, I didn't want 30 volumes to be playing at once. Oh my God, the counter started over.
Wait, what? It just went 3, 2, 1. 30 minutes.
No way. Well, I'm not surprised, to say the least. There's no way. And then
typical CIG experience. This is like waiting for any feature in the game.
The producer of the PU is in my chat and goes classic.
Nice.
He said classic.
Nice.
Oh God.
This is you know what this is, Mike? This is we're reliving the Pyro countdown, like just on repeat. It's like, and Pyro in 3, 2, what next year? Next year,
only
guys.
4 more tries of this. Only 4 more tries. Yeah. Yeah, back to the menu, relog, recopy our account. We'll maybe be able to log in. I had to recopy my account in the Evo patch multiple times last night. I mean,
nice.
Maybe I talk about that for a few minutes and my experience there, since now we don't know when this is going to open.
Could open in 28 minutes and 45 seconds.
Or like 30 seconds. Who knows? Or we could check out some other live streams. Up to you. What do you want to chat about? What are you in the mood for, since we're stalling at this point?
Man. I kind of want to talk about Squadron 42. I mean, really, it's been hard. It's been hard for me to take my brain away from it, because that's what I'm getting in my mind. That's what we're getting soonest in a polished state. And so, do you think we're going to see like a Mark Hamill cameo at this event?
Yes.
Yeah.
He tweeted.
That would be pretty cool.
He tweeted about it.
He tweeted about being here, or he just said, I'm excited about the thing?
Just, I'm excited about the thing. I mean, him and Chris are buddies, so it could just be like, yo, shoot out a little tweet for me, buddy, or like he's actually going to be there. This is like I think this is from Moist Noodle, by the way, guys. And this is where all the, I think like if you bought a booth where you'd be, maybe. I'm not sure.
Wow, you can buy booths at this CitizenCon?
Yeah, orgs.
Oh, you mean like
booths.
A vendor booth?
Yeah, like a vendor, not a vendor booth, but like orgs and stuff. I think you can be a vendor.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so I'm not really sure, but I think that's what all this is. But so they're just walking around and people are getting uncomfortable being on camera, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah, so I don't know. I thought we were going to see more Squadron stuff, and that's why I put this up. So let's talk Squadron, because the Retribution is probably going to be in Squadron. But
yeah, I mean, that
I think
Squadron
we see Mark
is
Hamill,
okay. That would be very exciting. So we're probably gonna get the release date, and I don't want them to spoil too much about the game, but I would like to see another trailer, even if it's not a super long, super in-depth trailer, but just like something that just shows something new and a little more gameplay, maybe. That would be really exciting. The Squadron to me is so important because I think they've done an incredible job with creating the lore for the universe. It's not necessarily displayed in game right now, but if you've been following the project all this time, you'll know that they just have this incredibly deep lore, and they've really stuck to it and have built it out, and it's deeper than most game projects now, that the other sci-fi projects, other fantasy projects, whatever. They've built out this massive lore, and Squadron 42 is going to be the first polished video game version of that lore, and I'm so into it, and I want to see the battle of, what is it, Vega or something like that.
Yeah.
Looks amazing, right? I want to see all these actors playing admirals in the fleet, and Henry Cavill as your wingman and Mark Hamill as your wingman as you go into these massive battles. Like, it looks like an incredible sci-fi movie journey, and I want more of it, and I want it as soon as possible. So that's just where my brain has been this whole time. While these panels look fun and exciting,
It's all about the end of
I'm
today.
almost on cooldown from last year, right? Because we got all hyped up last year, and we did get a huge percentage of what they talked about on the panels last year, but it didn't come with gameplay. So we're all sort of sitting here like, that's neat.
Like it
Cool.
was all the subtle things from last year that excited me, like the armor progression, which sounds like very much the exact panel that we're getting this year again. So it's a little weird on that front. But then the constant in every single panel mentioning reputation. So it was like, oh, what I do is going to matter. And then the crafting and the base building and like the little things that make the game more interesting, or a mention of, we are going to put something in the game that is only a reward for only in the game and not for sale, which was like a big deal for them to say, which is so insane to think about. Oh, we're going to make a video game. Like, that's basically what they typed there. And we were like, oh, yay, they're going to make a video game, right? But it's that none of that happened this year. So this is what I would, a question I would pose to you is, what could they do today to make you feel like you felt last year?
Announce the release date for Squadron 42. Show me something super exciting about it. If the release date is sooner than holiday next year, my excitement will be through the roof. If it's holiday next year, I'll be excited, but sort of, we got to wait a year, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, how
Something
excited can you get about something that's a year away? It's a little trickier. So that'll be my major excitement. Any sort of really cool clip showing off the Vandal or the Vandal ships would really be just like great, because they've been teasing Vandal ships forever, and we've only gotten little hints of it. They've been really good about keeping a lot of that stuff under the wraps in terms of what they're going to be to fight against, and what their bigger ships are going to be like to fight against, and show me like a cool fleet battle or something. I don't know. Or saying that once Squadron launches in March, then we're going to have Vandal fleet invasions in the PU, and those will be big missions. Like, that's something that I've been wanting forever, is like, I want to fight aliens in the PU, right? Like, humans are cool, pirates are cool, the Syndicate's cool, whatever, but give me some crazy alien fleet that behaves in a completely different way and like absolutely destroys us if we're not on our toes. Like, that could be super exciting.
So like, we at the end of the Squadron demo, what did we see last year? We saw the Vandal and FPS with their spear gun, right? Like, I kind of want to see more of that.
That would be cool. Chad is saying Squadron 42 demo, CitizenCon drop. That would be neat. If they said it's coming next year, but if they announced a demo now or within a week, that would be, I would be like so hyped. I'd probably play through that demo, even if it's one level, like 50 times, Yeah,
exactly. I'm more focused on the Star Citizen stuff, because no matter what, I think we'll get a date, but I'm kind of in agreement with you. We're going to see it a little further out, and it will probably be the most meaningful thing that we see today. But
Yeah.
in terms of what we might get to experience sooner,
Yeah.
I think it'll be the squadron stuff. So, yeah.
You mean Star Persistent
Yeah,
Universe?
like PU Star Citizen stuff. So it's still very much a Star Citizen focused show. It seems like I don't know how
That's
long
fair.
the will the whole panel will be or whatever it will be for Squadron, but
well, it is funny because this is the
Yeah.
first CitizenCon in quite a while where pyro is not a major feature on the panel list
Yeah.
for the most part, or at
Yep.
least probably won't be talked about in the same way. And that's because we're all assuming that we're getting pyro fully for the most part, or not fully, but getting access to it in the next couple months. You know, you tested jumping over to it in Evocati yet last night, and it technically worked despite some bugs.
Yeah.
I'm looking at your back end right now, Mike,
Yeah, sorry.
and
people are saying they're hearing sounds, so I think I removed them, but I'm not sure.
Okay, where are we getting some echoes or something?
Apparently it started. I'm not seeing it on YouTube, though. This is what I'm seeing on YouTube, guys. Oh, here we go.
Hey, it's me.
You're
Hello.
very big, and I don't know why. So we're going to be on this screen for a second. Oh, my goodness.
No, it looks okay now, Mike.
I'm Jared
Looks
Huckabee.
okay.
If you're in Hall A, let me hear a scream.
Oh, wow. The quality is really good. I'm going to fix you
If you're in Hall B, let me hear a scream.
Okay.
for the main thing.
I'm going to take this off. Here, George. Come on, dude. That's George.
Get me out
Say
of
hi,
there,
George.
Mike.
No,
All
they
right, you didn't
can't see
George.
that. This
Welcome
is just
to CitizenCon
the back end.
2954. I'm Jared Huckabee. We
You're
are
good.
live from Manchester Central here in beautiful, sunny Manchester,
You're seeing
United
studio
Kingdom.
mode.
This is the
Gotcha.
11th CitizenCon? 10th
There we go.
CitizenCon? I should have counted beforehand. Basically, we're back. It's our first since we returned last year in Los Angeles. We've got a tremendous show for you. I'm
This is
sorry
the
about
$120 jacket,
the countdown
by the way,
thing
that
there.
he's wearing.
This is the biggest CitizenCon we've ever done, and as one
That
might
merch,
expect,
baby.
it took us a
Yep.
little longer to get things going than we expected. But we're ready to start. We're approximately 20 to 25 minutes from the show start, so we are
Okay.
not going to make our 11 o'clock on the dot start time, but you can guess about 20, 25 minutes. So we do got some stuff here. So what is CitizenCon? Anybody? You can't see them. There's a bunch of people down here below me. What's CitizenCon? Nothing. Ships? It's more than ships. Grand vehicles too? Okay, we're not talking to that guy anymore. CitizenCon is our annual showcase of all the work our developers are doing for both Star
Ooh, what's the
Citizen and
Barbary?
Squadron 42. It's also a chance
The
for
what?
Star Citizens to come from around the globe and gather much as they're doing here. Let's take a look across the field here. I'm going to get out of frame here. Let's take a look at the field. Look at that. This is our hangar bay of the UEES Barbary. Now,
it's
every
the-
CitizenCon, we theme our hall, our expo hall,
The
to
ship.
one thing or another. In 2019, it was themed for Grimhex. And last year, it was themed for Pyro. This year, the UEE's in town celebrating Citizen Day, and we'll learn more about Citizen Day later in the thing. So what's on the agenda
Okay.
for this year? Well, CitizenCon, like it was last year, is now a two-day event. So we have a whole host of presentations today, and then a whole host of presentations tomorrow. We're going to run them
so
down
professional.
now and let you know a little bit about what you can expect. So in about 15, 20, 25 minutes, I can't be specific with you at this point. Chris Roberts is going to take the stage and kick off CitizenCon proper. We're just the pre-show here where we like to have fun. After Chris Roberts takes the stage, we are starting with Brave New Worlds. Now that is our core technology and Star Engine Group's presentation. You might remember that they kicked off last year's presentation with that amazing Star Engine trailer that was like 25 minutes long or something.
Yeah.
We don't have a 25-minute long trailer today.
Oh,
but
okay.
we do have a chock full 90-minute approximately presentation of their new Genesis system, which is a subsystem within Star Engine that will let us build planets at the size, scale, and scope that we've always dreamed of. So you can check that out at the start of the day. After that, we've got a social universe. Now this is the sleeper presentation of the entire thing. Now, we were a little cagey in the description on the website about what this is. You know, it's everybody getting together and playing with your friends and stuff like this. But I'll just say it's the sequel to a presentation we did approximately 10 years ago at CitizenCon. And if you want to look back at what we did back then, you can probably guess what it's about. Folks that are in large groups of people will want to pay attention to this one.
Yeah, do you know what he's talking
After
about?
that, we're going to take a lunch break because this is a very long day, and you know we all need to take a break here. That's your chance to get your snacks, get your food, say goodbye to your loved ones, because the second half of the day you are not going to want to be anywhere else but in your seat. Because when we come back, we've got that cosplay contest sponsored by Tobii Eye Tracker, and then Dressed to Kill. Now, Dressed to Kill is also a sequel to a presentation we did in 2019 about armor specializations and basically bringing high function to high fashion in the universe. And then, as we said in our summary on the website, the return of an old friend from CitizenCon past. Yes, Virginia, it's true. What you've guessed on Reddit, it's here. And then finally, Beyond Pyro.
Do we know what that is?
Where are you watching from, Mike? I think I'm a little ahead of you.
YouTube. CitizenCon. Well, guess what?
Okay,
there's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. We're all beyond 4.0 this year.
Okay, but we're not.
All right, I'm going to need you to do better with your cues there. Yeah, we're going to look beyond Pyro to what comes next. And then we're going to take a short 15-minute break after that, let everybody recharge, and then there's something on the schedule that is currently redacted. I'm not allowed to tell you what that is, but I'm going to tell you guys watching at home the same thing I told everybody out front when they were waiting to get in. Do not let any force on this earth stop you from being in your seat when whatever that is happens at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And then on day 2, we come back tomorrow with a look at crafting your home. That's a look at base building, which we first introduced at last year's CitizenCon, and the new crafting system. The crafting system that aims to dynamically change the face of all life in Star Citizen. There's a reason it's kicking off day 2. You're not going to want to miss that. Then Captains of Ministry. That's replacing our general Ship Talk 2054. Is that what year it is? 940? Yeah. George is saying yes. Replaces our generic Ship Talk segment with a presentation dedicated to the ships and vehicles that will make crafting and base building possible.
Where Mike opens his
with
wallet.
The return, with a revisit of an old friend that hasn't made its appearance in the persistent universe yet. But it's getting a big blow up before it does.
You're right.
So
you're right.
Pioneer,
100%. Now that he said that, Pioneer.
Well, if I can be honest, we got a tight zoom. Yeah. Let me talk to you here. The Star's my destination. Star Citizen Alpha 1.0. If you're an old school sci-fi head like me, you'll recognize that title. This is perhaps, and you know me, I'm not the one to hype. I'm not generally prone to hyperbole. I'm always like cautious. I'm like, well, you know, it might be this, might be that. I'm going to tell you right now, the most important presentation we've ever done at CitizenCon. Mark it, be there for it tomorrow.
Okay.
Now, that's enough for me. We're going to throw it down to Dan
day 2 over there.
On the floor of the hangar. We're actually going to explore a little of what's here in the UEES Barbary. Dan, are you there?
Cautiously optimistic.
Thank you, Jared.
Dan's
Welcome
back
back
from
to
last year.
CitizenCon 2954.
The
My
guy
name
who
is
rode
Dan
the
Havrick.
bike.
I'm the community producer here at Cloud Imperium Games, welcoming you all back to Manchester.
Ride the Hornet.
The previous CitizenCon 2949. Although, unlike then, things look a little bit different than they did before.
Way more open.
That's right.
Last year was super closed.
Gone is the grit and grime of
Did that guy
Grimhex,
behind him
and
look
now
like
we
an
have the
NPC
spick and
with his
span floors,
briefcase
the
walking by?
UEES Bengal class ship. That's right. We are aboard the UEES
Nobody's
Barbary,
T-posing this
just
year.
locked in orbit
We're standing
above
on chairs.
Manchester. That's right. This entire CitizenCon is themed and brought to you by the UEE Navy. Why, you may ask? Well, you'll just have to keep watching.
I wonder if it could be Squadron 42
now,
related.
If you're looking at the screen going,
I wonder.
Who's that handsome man I'm looking at? You probably have a different tab open. So I'll give you guys a quick second to get to Twitch or YouTube and get to the right tab. Make sure you're watching the stream and make sure you're watching our content. I know, it's a disappointment to me too, but I'm told that eventually you get over my face and voice and everything about me. But in case you don't, this year I'm joined by Manchester's very own Sam Haley as my co-host here on the show floor at CitizenCon. Sam Haley is one of our QA supervisors here at the Manchester studio. She also has some impressive street cred. She was the pilot of the Carrick in the 2949 CitizenCon demo.
Oh, I know who this is.
I literally found this out yesterday. She's also the voice of the ASOP terminal. So we'll make sure that you guys get to meet Sam later today, as we're going through. Now, I know Jared just went over this a moment ago, but if you're like me and you can't listen to a man in his, I don't know, mid-80s ramble on about how the sky used to be blue and dial-up used to be a thing, let me explain what we're doing here.
Now the sky's
I'm here
green.
on the show floor at CitizenCon here to show you guys the awesome stuff we have for those of you who are at home and aren't able to attend. So we want to make sure that you guys feel as though you're not missing out. So come follow me and we're going to check out some cool stuff here on the show floor right now. To my immediate left, we have the Voyager Bar. If you guys are here at CitizenCon and are looking for some refreshments,
show the prices of the drinks. That's what I want to see.
We have some impressive refreshments.
I could only imagine.
$50 martini.
Drink manufacturers. We have some awesome flags.
This guy looked at the menu and walked away instantly.
We also have some amazing 3D torpedo burrito dancing Garmin Humble stuff in the background. If you guys are looking for a drink here at CitizenCon, look no further than the Voyager Bar. I'm sure we're going to see some of our developers here around 4 p.m. Probably closer to 3 p.m. They're going to be here any second. It's been a long couple of weeks, so we'll give them some privacy, and we're going to move right on.
I got a note from two devs
also,
that are there.
Left, we have our
that this whole thing is revitalized us instantly, and they're feeling all excited.
Never experienced before while you're here at CitizenCon. Then the Monster Tech Sim Pit is a great place to be. Using our VKB sponsored joysticks, these are awesome places to check out Arena Commander and Star Citizen in real D4D. Now over here, come follow me. We're just going, excuse me guys. Come follow me.
See the Argo crate.
Now over here we have our community booth
Something we were
section.
supposed to get this year.
We're going to be visiting the community booth section a bunch
was
during
like the
CitizenCon,
themed
so I'm not going to get
crates
into too
that we never
much
got.
detail now. But as you can see, all of our community booths are themed after in-game cargo container manufacturers. We have Anvil. We have Argo. We got RSI. We got
I'm
Cobalt,
confused.
We got Mist.
This makes
all
no
of these
sense.
containers are filled with orgs
Star
and
Wars.
booths that signed up to be part of our community booths. There's some awesome stuff. Like
Wrong
I said,
convention.
We're going to be going there a little later today, so I'm not going to get into
They heard
too
costume
much detail
contest.
right
They're
now.
like, let's do it,
There's
guys.
some awesome stuff there, filled with groups that make Diverse a more immersive, impressive, inclusive place to be. Excited to check them out later. Come follow me.
Yeah, chat's like, this is the way.
As you can see right here, we have our general lounge here at CitizenCon. If you guys are looking for a place to escape the humdrum and bits and bustle of the auditorium, the general lounge is a good place to hang your cap, sit down, and relax. It's also a good place for you guys to make new friends. You guys are here for a shared love of Star Citizen. So if you guys want to make new friends, feel free to grab a seat. Ask people what their favorite ships are, their favorite ship manufacturer, their favorite game feature that may or may not have an issue council report. And you guys will make friends for life here at CitizenCon, here at the General Lounge. And I know there's something that we haven't talked about.
Dude, he's killing it this year.
It's a pretty big thing. It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
I know we've just been glossing over it. I think we finally should talk about it. I'm talking about, of course, the Addison Lounge. That's right, the Addison Lounge. If you are looking to sit down in comfort and style, the Addison Lounge is the place to go.
This is for the rich people, I think.
Empire of Earth timeline. We have our UEE branding all over the place. It's a good place for
$300 cover just to
sit down, relax,
get in there
and enjoy the show.
Where all those Origin pilots hang out.
Yeah.
I think that's it. I mean, Sam, I don't know where my co-host Sam is. Sam, I don't think...
Oh, there she is. Okay.
Hi, Sam. I don't think there's anything else that I'm missing on the show floor, right? I don't think there's any major stuff I glossed over, nothing big or exciting that I didn't talk about, right?
Dan, I know the most big thing in the room is your ego, but other than that, there is one thing you haven't mentioned yet.
Yeah, let's talk about the Hornet in the room, shall we? We have an amazing set piece here at CitizenCon this year. It is massive. It is the biggest thing that I think we've ever had on the show floor here at CitizenCon. It is absolutely impressive. It has some really great audio displays as well, if you guys were here earlier. I think, Sam, while I go powder my nose and make sure that I'm picture perfect, why don't you head on over there and give the people more information about the biggest and best set piece we have here at CitizenCon. Let's check out
There's your cargo
what we're
crates,
talking about, shall we?
Mike, up close
Happily,
for you.
thanks, Dan. Let's go check this thing out.
Oh my god, they literally have the guns perfect as well. That's wild.
Pretty cool.
Oh,
So,
and by the way,
as you guys can see,
wait till she
we
says what she's
have
gonna say.
Near life-size replica.
We missed this in our
of
press release
the
that we read
Hornet
earlier.
F7A
It's hilarious.
Mark II. This thing
It
was
is the Mark
made
II.
for us by Mango Stone, and they spent 14 weeks putting this together.
How much money?
From 6 weeks of
Yeah.
concept, 8
There goes
weeks of build time.
Squadron 42 sequel right there.
Yep.
This thing was their
Goes
biggest
an engine
ever
dev.
build, but they have built stuff for us before. In the Manchester
We're
studio.
only getting 99 systems now, Mike.
Yep.
That cost us one of our
Yep.
systems.
One gone.
Now, as you guys know, this is a medium fighter. So it packs a punch, but it is pretty quick. If you guys have flown the F-7Cs before, it's very similar. However, this thing, if you guys haven't seen the guns and the Gatlings on this thing, it's pretty powerful.
What are they doing with this thing after this show? Is it going into their...
Oh, that's what's the
HP?
funny part. I'll tell you.
Well,
I'll tell
yes,
you. It's very funny.
This is my now second favorite anvil ship. Dare I say?
I'm just seeing if she's going to say it or not.
Okay.
And, you know, I haven't got to drop my cred yet, have I? Let's just... Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Oh, it's her.
Yeah? Did I sound like me? Yeah?
She's
Good.
the
Did she do
ASOC
the voice
terminal.
for the...
Yeah,
Nice.
it has been
Yeah.
delivered right here to Manchester, 200 miles away from Brighton, by our amazing guys
That's
at
crazy.
Mango
I never knew
Stone.
that.
This thing was built with a huge steel spine structure, and there is a platform in the middle, steel platform, that they use to build the top details.
Well, it's neat. It's cool. It's a fun prop.
Yep. Yep. All right. Is she going to say it?
Yep. If you guys don't get the chance to see this in
She's gonna say
person,
it?
just look at everybody's social media for the
Oh, nope,
next
nope.
5 years. I'm pretty sure this is going to be people's profile pictures, cover photos, whatever it might be. So
They're
yeah,
very-
if you're at the
they're very
event
proud of their
and
model.
you don't get a picture
Yeah.
with this thing, I think you're missing out.
It is cool. It is cool.
So yes. Are we ready to head
Okay,
over?
she did say it.
Brill.
It is
I
going
think
to
we're
be
nearly ready
a
for the
statue
first
in the city of
presentation. But
Manchester
before that,
after
I'm going to
this.
hand you over to Jared.
What?
Jared,
Yes.
over to you.
What happens if the
Hi,
game
Sam.
doesn't come
Thanks,
out?
Sam. Look, there's Sam.
Oh my god.
There's
there's
a
me.
statue in
there's Sam.
Manchester.
There's me. Now, what Sam was far too humble to tell you is that she, as in her role in QA, has more
That's
flight
wild.
hours on the Hornet than almost any person
Yep.
at CIG, which is why we gave her the wonderful introduction to the Hornet. So, and you might remember Sam from CitizenCon 2019. She flew the Carrack through the very
like
first
in
jump
Japan,
point
they have a
to the very
Gundam
first
statue.
visit at
This will be
Pyro. So let's
Manchester's
give Sam a round of
statue.
applause, please.
But Gundam's an actual franchise.
She was too humble to
Yeah.
give her credentials.
One of the biggest
So
IPs.
now we're going to
Exactly.
go into Hall A. Hall A is where the magic happens. It's where everybody needs to find their seat and get ready for the start of the show. So, hey, if you're here in Hall B, let's all move over into Hall A. Because the sooner we all get in there, the sooner we can start the show.
Oh,
and the less
okay.
I have to vamp like this. Everybody in Hall A. All right. So, look, I'll show you how. Follow me.
I'll show you how to walk.
Do-do-do. Hey, what you got? Want to take a picture? Take a picture.
All right.
Oh, the other way. There you go.
goes.
Hi. Oh, you have a timer on it. I don't got that kind of time, man. Okay. You want to? Here, I'll take the picture. No, I'm a professional. Hold on.
Okay.
No, let go. Let go.
Okay,
Let go.
yeah.
Oh, you got a battery.
Yeah,
Let go.
I have to.
Here, I'll do it. Oh, now you push the button.
Is this real?
There you go. I'm a
Is this
professional.
what's
Ready?
happening right now?
Stand over there.
Yeah. Hey, I gonna be.
Nice. Nice.
Okay, now we're good. All right. Now we're gonna do two pictures. Ready? We're gonna go down low, like we're in a rap album.
But we can see our bellies then.
Well, okay, I'll do this. Good call. And then up high, like we're teenage girls. And then one that's really awkward. Ready?
Okay.
Yeah, just... How's that look?
Well,
How's that look?
I think this is the best part of CitizenCon that I've seen. I'm cringing so hard.
No problem, guys. All right, let's get in the
he's
hallway.
hyping us. He's hyping us for the
Everybody
show,
in the
man.
I lost all
I
the
mean,
hype. I lost it all.
Everybody moving hallway. Slice of pizza. What is that? Just cheese? Yeah. All right, thanks. Everybody in the hallway.
all right, that's pretty good. Hot pizza, nice.
All right. Hallway, give it up for pizza.
I keep thinking he's saying Hull A, the ship.
One of my favorite things about Star Citizen, we've got Big Benny's Noodles.
That is a cool
we've
hall.
Got Torpedo
Yeah,
Burrito.
it's huge.
We've got Pips. And we've
Wow.
got pizza.
Look how many people are there.
Just pizza. Wow.
So where they store an
There's a lot of you in
Actual
here.
passenger
planes.
plane?
Yeah.
This is the largest audience we've ever had.
I think
for
this is where they
CitizenCon.
were.
4,200 people,
2014,
plus a bunch of
2015?
employees, plus a bunch of crew members. Over 5,000 people in this room.
5,000 people.
That's pretty crazy.
But are you streaming?
No, I'm just video.
All right. Well, hi, Mom. Oh, you're streaming. What are you doing?
I'm just recording, mate.
Are you just recording?
A literal alarm to wake up just went off. Sorry.
All right, there we go.
When I normally wake up in the morning.
What are you doing? You doing the same thing?
Yep.
All right, here. Let me see. Thanks. All right. So, CitizenCon, who are
You have an
who are
alarm for the weekend, Mike?
Martin?
I don't have weekends.
Where are you from, Martin?
My only day off is Monday.
I love the Netherlands. I don't remember most of it, though. Do you?
Yes.
All right. Must be different for visitors. Different priorities. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that on stream. Whose phone was this? There you go.
Being a casino
There you go.
employee, you just...
All right.
I don't know.
Let's
My
go.
life is
How
just
much time do we
different.
got? Hold on,
Weird.
I gotta put my headset on.
Yeah,
How
I
much
hear
time
you.
do I need to do this for?
Well, you're a streamer now.
Where's Chris Roberts?
Yeah.
You don't have time on.
I know.
Chris Roberts is here.
You're always working. You know how it is.
Does he have his mic
Oh,
on?
Chris is here. Chris is
Is
here.
he?
Okay. All right, sure. I mean, if that's what he wants.
Here we go. We can hear him.
You
We're
ready?
supposed to, I think.
Are we just stalling right now? I think this is a huge stall.
I think I legitimately pulled a hammy. Oh, that thing is rock hard right now. Oh, you can check out my shoes. Yeah.
He's stalling, 100%.
Donatello.
Yeah.
Michelangelo.
Why are we looking at his Ninja Turtle
Leonardo,
shoes right
Yeah.
now? What's going on?
Raphael.
Yep, we're stalling.
Yeah. All right. So that's all I got, everybody. We're going to take a few short minutes. We're going to start the show. Chris Roberts, he's going to kick this thing off proper.
Oh,
so
here we
stay
go.
tuned. We'll be right back.
Stay
Few
tuned.
short minutes.
We'll be right
You're
back.
going to love the show, everybody.
Few short
Thanks.
minutes, he said.
Okay.
Okay. So, a bit of a
Yeah, we're gonna some
light
crowd
intro
work.
there.
Some crowd work. It looks
Getting us
like.
prepped. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
lower
yeah.
the
He's
volume
getting
a little
everybody
bit.
ready.
Yeah, they're gonna put the 30-minute timer up again. I saw somebody just say. Oh man, we got a lot of this last year, if I remember. A lot of crowd
Yeah,
work.
I think so. A lot of walking around, looking at booths and stuff like
Yeah.
that. This year's more entertaining, I think. Last year they were kind of they're like, look at this orgs booth. Let's interview this guy, and it was
Yeah.
like super boring.
That's Elliot and Phil. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I saw Elliot there.
Yeah, and the guy next to him is Phil. He's the producer of the PU, so he's like the whole producer for everything that they're doing. That's funny. They sent me a few pictures earlier, and they were the ones that said that they're feeling really excited and hyped. So I'll keep the volume kind of low here, and just in case we hear something coming up.
Yeah,
But
there was a guy asleep in the crowd. Did you see that?
no, really, he just wanted his eyes
He's
closed.
probably just faking it, you
Yeah.
know. But it is funny.
Do you think we're gonna get CR coming up and saying anything outrageous?
You mean other than release dates? What do you
Well,
mean?
Yeah. Like, do you think we're gonna get the? I mean, like, if anybody had seen the art from this year, it's pretty much the same as last year, but there's something in parentheses. Are we gonna get an or so moment? A 12 months or so.
That's hard to know. I think we'll get a. Chris can't not give us a date. It's his
Here
thing.
we go. Something's happening.
This looks like a Intel ad or something. Oh no, it's a spaceship.
This is the Bengal. So that's what we were saying.
Whoa. Chris gets his own animated intro. That's pretty cool. Captain of the Bengal himself.
Yeah.
Hello, CitizenCon 2954. There's a lot more of you here than there were when we were here last year, 5 years ago. There was 1,200 people. There's almost 5,000 people in the building today, which is amazing. I'm so grateful. I know a whole bunch of you around that have come from around the world.
Then you're going to cry. I'm going to cry.
The lovely, sunny Manchester. But
give me volume notes, guys.
Here, there's going to be a lot of very cool stuff, although in this up-and-coming presentation, you may see a few things inspired by the Manchester weather. Anyway.
Okay. Good.
So, like the first title of our first presentation, Brave New Worlds, we're on the cusp of a new era for Star Citizen because server meshing is finally a reality. People are making their first jumps to Pyro in Evocati testing right now, which is pretty awesome. We're going to have it out at the end of this year. So I think it was going to be a great new phase for Star Citizen. And over these next 2 days, we'll talk about the new tech and tools in Star Engine that will help us craft those worlds that you're going to be flying around to. And you'll hear about our plans beyond 4.0 and how we get towards Star Citizen 1.0, which is out of alpha and for everybody to play.
Okay.
And a little later this evening, I've got a special surprise for you, so you definitely want to stick around for the 5:30 show.
Whatever that means.
Anyway, the team has worked really hard on the lead up to CitizenCon and this year to work on, first of all, what you've been playing in live, what you're going to be playing, what you're going to see here. So I'd like to thank them all for working extra hard and putting all their love and care, just like you guys love and care what we're building,
crunch hours,
into what we're doing. So thank them and you guys. And without me waffling on, I'd like to bring CIG's CTO, Benoit Bézageur. Did I say it right, Benoit?
No.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm always bad with French surnames. To this stage,
I've been working with the guy for like 10 years.
I know. So let's have a great show.
All right, that's it. Did he say Pyro this year, though? I think he did.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
That's what he was alluding to.
Yeah, we'll see.
Also, it's like, we have server meshing. Do we, though? I don't have server meshing.
Hello! Bonjour, CitizenCon!
For this one.
Wait. Guten Tag, CitizenCon! Hola, CitizenCon! Ni hao, CitizenCon!
Of course.
And hello, Manchester. I'm not going to need this anymore. Cool. I am Benoit Beauséjour, or as some of you know me, I am Balt on Spectrum. Today, we will talk about Brave New Worlds. This is Pyro 2, Monox. It's a barren planet, not really habitable. Now, since the advance of our planet tech, we've always allowed players to circumnavigate planets and move from orbit to ground seamlessly, explore complex areas in intricate detail. Now, with server meshing, we're going to need a lot more locations for missions and destinations for more life.
Okay.
But there's a major question that has always followed this project since the beginning of Alpha 3.0. How are we going to make a large number of planets and systems? How are we going to meet the fidelity benchmark we've established? In this technology update, we bring life to lifelessness, even to Monox. We take the physical representation of the terrain, the geology, the atmosphere, the climate, and the environment to create accurate biomes that spring naturally from the collision of all these environments. Coherent, denser biomes that follow the laws of nature that we encode into data. Data that we then leverage to place flora and fauna, yes, but also settlements, buildings, alien and human life in a planetary context. This creates worlds that are scientifically plausible, richer in gameplay opportunities. We want you to find adventure just by going around the planets without a quantum point. We want you to find actions along your path. For this, we are changing how we made the game. We are scaling how we make the game in all areas. This is not just a Planet Tech update. This is a collection of systems that we call Genesis.
I mean, okay.
Okay.
I hope it's not
Now,
a No Man's Sky.
to
We're just
explain all this
PCGing planets
nice
now.
work and this
Yeah.
nice technology, let us kick us off. And I welcome our very own Ali Brown and Will Hine for phase 1 of Genesis.
PCG, I mean procedural content generation.
Phase 1.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah. It's the water guy and the global elimination guy from last year.
Why is he walking so far?
Yes, hello, CitizenCon.
Yeah. So let's start with some introductions. This guy over here is Will Hine, aka Water Guy or River Guy.
And this lovely gentleman is Ali Brown, pusher of pixels extraordinaire.
And we're here to tell you about phase 1 of Genesis, which we're entitling The Laws of Nature. And this revolves around the fundamental approach we use to build our planet and is the literal foundation for everything else we're going to talk about in this talk today. Now, it centers on data-driven, physically based rules that we aim to realistically emulate nature and its incredible diversity. Before we dive in a bit deeper, let's just recap on some of the things we already have on our planets.
Yeah.
So here you can see our lovely atmosphere.
What we've
and
already
our cloud
seen so
rendering,
far.
which can provide some spectacular views. We have our on-the-fly terrain generation, which is no loading screens in our game, which we're very proud of. And then we have our scattering system that can populate these planets with many different diverse biomes.
With many rocks.
And we've been setting quality benchmarks for each of these biomes as we come across them, one by one.
But what we have isn't perfect. This scene on Microtech, it looks great, but it's not getting the same density that you'd expect from a real pine forest. That's one of the things we want to solve. The other, if I take you to the other side of Microtech, you'd be excused if you thought we'd just turned around and looked at a different part of the forest. Why is that? Well, this is because currently our artists create slices of biomes in great number, and then they distribute them across the planet using humidity and temperature properties. Each slice looks great in isolation, as you've seen, as you've explored. But this is not the solution to give us varied
front-loading
and
us
natural
with
biomes
the
across
science,
the entire
man.
planet.
Yeah.
Additionally, just using
I think
humidity
this will
and
start
temperature
off a little
limits us to
slow
only
today.
2 degrees of variation. And that's not enough for the sorts of planets and worlds that we want to create and for you to explore.
So how are we going to scale up our planet generation? Well, as I said before, we're going to start with physically based rules that drive everything. We want nothing to feel random on these planets. We want no limitations on the number of biomes. We want infinite biomes that are continuously changing across the planets. And we want extreme density, and we want to maintain or exceed all of the quality levels we've set with our existing biomes.
They deliver
and
again.
most
This will be
importantly, we
insane.
want it to be scalable so that we can really scale up to the level of content that the designers are expecting. And
They're
from
gonna
your
make
perspective,
Minecraft
we want you
on
to
the
be able to
planets.
truly explore and find unique
Deserts,
playing
oceans.
opportunities everywhere on our planets. So to start this, we're going to need more data. So if we see here some of our existing data sets on our planets, we have temperature, which we define locally and globally, and humidity, and that's it for now. With Genesis, we add many other data sets, such as the geology type, the soil type,
Soil.
and then we also go for things like the soil depth and the quality and the nutrients.
this is a
and many
total
other properties all
refractor to
drive this
how they're
complex data
building
set that we
planets.
use to build rule sets on that each individual asset can describe how it should work with them.
Yeah. This is how you
We're
You
going to
build
put something together and show you some
crafting
demos
bases
today.
as well,
using
I
some of
think.
the assets that you've already
Based
known
off of
and
these
loved
rules.
That's a
in the
good point.
PE.
Yeah.
Although you might see some new stuff
Picking
later,
where
we'll
you
save
want to
that.
place your base, right?
What you're going to
In a
see is a
certain
vertical
biome.
slice of development. It's very early stages, very work in progress. You might see some bugs, but that means it's only going to get better, so be excited. The number one challenge with planets in our game is scale. In no other context do you need a planet to look great from first-person perspective when you're stood among the trees. You need it to look great when you're in a spaceship at a quantum marker miles away, and everywhere in between. There are no loading screens, you see everything. We cannot afford for it to look bad in any of those scenarios. So, let's start from a ground perspective.
But they can afford for the
one.
game to play so bad. So frustrating to hear that sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, this looks denser, right?
Yes.
Much denser than what we have now.
Sometimes you have
floating
this.
rocks. Come on, man.
Really?
Yeah.
Somebody in my chat said fake video. Now do you think it's fake?
Yeah, the rocks were floating. It's authentic, guys.
Yeah, it's real.
Those are harvestable flowers down there. You can make necklaces with them.
It's okay. The floating rocks are space rocks, so they're future rocks. So it's
Yeah,
fine.
this is Pandora.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the trees with less leaves on them.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's already in game, but it looks neat. Is that it?
So, how do we make that?
On it, that was kind of underwhelming. I thought, honestly, that didn't look very
Let's
different.
talk about first what's underneath it all. The ground. So, in our previous terrain shader, we just switched between different ground textures depending on climate and didn't really consider the unique properties of each type. Now, the terrain shader is based around 4 layers. We always first consider bedrock at the bottom of it all. Then
We're starting to show off hot with dirt.
Of different types.
Yeah.
We then add debris where appropriate, whether it be pine needles, dead leaves, etc. And then when it gets cold, we add snow. Each of these layers has unique shading properties and unique transitions between them. Because we do this all in one shader, we're able to achieve that as well as being performant. We can also use things like water saturation to darken and tint the soil and other properties to make it look more realistic. But that's not what filled most of the screen in that demo. That's the vegetation. Like what Ali said, we want to emulate the laws of nature. So in Genesis, we have rule sets for every asset that tells it how to respond to our rich data, whether it be soil type, water availability, temperature, geology, or whatever. We assess the viability and the vitality of each asset and compare them to decide what is likely to spawn in a natural environment. This automatically creates the cohesive environments that you saw in that clip. Not handcrafted anymore. No one has told those ferns and those pines to be like that. They each want to be like that. And that's what we're doing. Multiple assets coming together to create a unique microbiome. What about trees then? Same thing. They have a larger requirement for space. They have a larger requirement for nutrients. That's how you see the distribution, and it's how it all works. Let's meet the flora that came together to beat that forest, to make that forest.
Turning them up, I'm getting
and
notes.
have a look
It's
at
a
some of
little
their
low.
properties. Now, just to note, they are all going to look quite similar because we've already seen
I think he's actually low.
Yeah, he is.
So,
I'll be on
building
top
blocks,
of it.
like grass and common grass, medium amounts of sunlight. We had ferns, see, it's a much lower requirement for sunlight. We had salix bushes forming
This
our
looks
undergrowth.
like
And we
Sim
had
Forest.
pines, of course, and multiple variations of pines. Diversity is driven by competition. Everything has ideal conditions, which affects its competitiveness. We also have additional control over this.
Chat
in
saying,
the form
"Fern,
of
wow,
dominance,
wow,
which
wow, wow,
allows
wow."
us to make one asset more competitive and more dominant than another, which is just what we see in nature.
I don't know
Everything
about
is
you.
constantly
I
fighting
wanna
for
chop
resources
the
and,
tree.
of course, light. Because we spawn
Yeah, I love
hierarchy,
cutting
it's
down
easy
trees
to
in
propagate
like
shade data down
what's that Amazon
over the
game, New
distribution
World?
assets
Oh
so
my
that we
God,
can
yeah.
control ones that prefer or
I like
reject
just
shade.
cutting trees down in that
Often,
game. It's
like
fun.
these ferns, they can spawn in light, but they are outcompeted in those scenarios most of the time. So you will see a rogue fern or a place where there's no seed for a
Deforestation,
specific
yes.
asset. You might start to
That's
get
what
this
I want to
coming
do.
in. Let's take
That
a
would
look
be
from
cool
a
if you
larger
could
perspective.
claim land in a forest and then chop all the trees down and sell the wood.
All right, it's looking more dense now, but on the surface level, it feels the same to me, personally.
It's impressive. I can tell the visual difference. It doesn't help as much that they're showing it off in the
Yeah.
microtech environment. Like,
Yeah.
show me a different environment.
Yeah. And they might. We're early.
Yeah,
This
they're
is
probably
new, I would
starting this
say.
off.
The way the grass is going over the mountain a little
Yep.
bit. Like
We
that
still
kind
got
of.
that popping, though.
Yep. I don't think they'll ever be able to get rid of that.
I think they can. They just got to figure it out.
Yeah. One tree just chilling there.
Okay, here we go. Here's the... No? Okay.
Nope, it ends. Yeah.
That looked kind of like the same video from before.
Yeah.
So to take you through some of the things we saw in that clip, let's talk about rocks first. So anyone that's done a lot of ground driving and ground vehicles might have seen that our rocks sometimes feel a little bit randomly scattered and can be quite an obstacle sometimes.
Yes.
So in this clip, you saw that the rocks are no longer randomly scattered, and they're now placed based on physically based rule sets. And this
They were floating in the first video,
is
though.
achieved via erosion simulations, which we run offline to build localized data maps. And they describe the size of the aggregate and rocks and the density and where they should naturally form. And that means we get things like these natural clusters of boulders at the forest edge underneath the cliffside. And on that note, you might have noticed that the cliffs have been dramatically improved in how they shade. We also get to see things like the natural clumping of vegetation caused by seed dispersal. This is controlled per species, so we can get better emulation of their unique growth patterns and create a much more realistic environment. And we also calculate the slope aspect, which is the exposure to vegetation to solar radiation and other environmental factors. And this allows us
you can see how much denser it is in the middle and it fades out.
Which we can see on different sides of this valley.
It's cool.
And over larger scale, we calculate the age and vitality of each tree individually to drive exactly how high they should be, but also the color of their leaves.
Okay, so now we're talking seasons, maybe?
The color of the leaves. We're going to introduce the concept of seasons to the game.
Yeah.
And this will mean our planets will evolve through the year, and we'll be able to shed leaves from trees
this is
and
cool.
have the grass
That's
wither
cool.
in winter.
Still seeing that pop in, but it's really cool.
Yeah. Like real
see,
seasons, like in real world time?
Data, it's all
That'd be
coming
wild.
together to create what we call truly emergent biomes. Let's have one more look at how this varies over a much larger scale.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my God. Imagine seasons from looking from space.
Yeah,
that
really
might be
cool.
neat. Yeah. Somebody in my chat said Battle Pass seasons. I'm sure that'll happen. Dude, still rocks everywhere though.
Yeah. Yeah, the rocks do look a little silly, kind of, but you don't know what the history of this planet is. There was the great rock wars of 25, 54, you know?
True. I mean, the more they do this, the further out it just feels like more real. But
yep, they're getting there. It's incremental, and it's hard to appreciate
the mountains.
Those increments once you've achieved a certain fidelity, and Star Citizen has already taken it so far. But if you're used to the game, I'm used to not seeing trees render that far away. They look much better here. Yeah.
Just like in real life. Oh, thank you. Just like in real life, our areas should vary, even by traveling a few kilometers. If you get in a helicopter and fly over the Alps, it all looks a bit snowy, but when you look closer, it's constantly changing. And we're now able to accurately represent that with our changing data. Another very important
someone in my
factor to
chat says,
mention
what gameplay
is the
does this
distant look.
add,
In this
though?
screenshot,
You know?
you don't see a
It's like,
single tree, and yet the
First
terrain
panel,
is still
first section.
green.
There were 8 developers that are going to talk during this, so
Made lookup tables
give it
that
some
told
time.
The planet what color to be at what position. But that wasn't going to work with all our new data and our far more complex spawning. Now we have a systemic solution. The planet shader is able to intelligently evaluate what's going to spawn there using the same rule sets that cause the assets to spawn there when you get there. That means we can sample the sort of color that is going to project onto the orbital view and use it. We get a far better accuracy from the result. Together, by creating rules and
it does look
data
better.
That works, we create a continuously varying planet that sets the scene for the incredible exploration gameplay I know you guys are going to have.
I think the mountains is the thing that sticks out to me the most.
On performance?
That they just look more realistic.
So yeah, with all this new data sets and these physically based spawning rules, you're probably wondering, how is this going to handle in your CPU? We don't want to melt anyone's CPU, so we've redesigned all of this tech to work much more efficiently than before, and now it can run on many cores. This allows it to be run perfectly well on both the CPU and the GPU. So we've redesigned our framework so that we can run it at both and swap between them freely. Now, the benefit of this is we can do things like, first off, move the terrain system to the GPU, and we've now done that to get some incredible performance improvements.
That's very smart of them.
But we then also cache the results in something we call a virtual terrain texture. I'll give you a quick demo of this now. This is now vastly faster than the previous system, but it also allows us to generate the terrain in much higher resolution, which means all the popping you can see on the mountains as we're approaching, all of that should be completely eliminated on the right-hand side of the screen.
So they're solving mountain popping.
The trees.
Hopefully vegetation popping comes next.
Yeah. Floating rocks
I mean,
after
the
that.
GPU is so much more powerful than your CPU nowadays. So the more they can put on that, the better.
By making our terrain system more efficient, we've been able to introduce some improvements, including high-resolution ground textures, proper blending between surface types, and, of course, better tiling. If you're familiar with any of our planets, we've taken off all the assets
this
so you
looks
can see
like
the
what we
issue.
currently have. Okay.
Yeah.
And now how it looks, you don't see those lines going at all.
I mean, it's hard to clap for better tiling. That's kind of basic.
Yeah.
It's really not that hard to solve, even on just any engine.
One more.
It's just layered material systems, and you just scale them to the proper
With the terrain data
scale.
cached on the GPU, like Ali said, we can perform the scattering there too, which is significantly faster. All those algorithms
I'm just shrugging this panel
to
for
generate
now.
those first bits can run there without being more expensive on your CPU.
This is the ground
It also
panel,
means
Mike.
The results
Dirt and
are
ground.
directly there on the GPU. We can render straight from them.
And I
That
haven't
allows
seen
us to have
one mole.
dramatically more density in our new system.
Someone in my
We can
chat said,
render
"Why are
objects
they
directly
clapping?"
without having to go via the CPU
Everyone's
frame.
clapping.
We also cull at different levels of granularity, with bigger groups in the distance and individual assets up close. Just as a demonstration,
Look
this
at
is
that
the sort of
popping.
density you can expect on microtech
Oh, it's current.
today.
It's current. Okay.
Yeah, current.
And in a second, we'll flip over to what you can expect from the new upcoming tech.
Yeah, they needed to be doing this side by side from the start.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That looks
That's a little
good.
different.
Looks good.
Yeah.
In a second, we're going to turn on the culling groups debug so you can see. These are the groups that we create of those trees and of the terrain. And as we get closer, we shrink them so we're more intelligently rendering what we need
Very smart.
without having to assess each tree individually. All the way down to the ground.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, like where do I land my big ship though?
You got to chop down some tree. Oh, that'd be cool. Maybe that'll be the new profession.
To recap some of the things you've seen here in phase one, we had data-driven rules based on physically based data, generating emergent biomes that continuously vary across our planets to get infinite possibilities. And we've achieved this with much greater density than before and much faster rendering. And we also achieved seamless transitions from ground to space with zero popping. So now that we've got all this tech, it's time to talk about how art might make use of this.
Yeah,
so for that, I'll hand you to the next phase,
popping.
which was Sebastian Schroeder.
Thank you, guys.
Phases, like they come in different time periods, but it doesn't really feel like that. It's like different disciplines.
Wow. Thank God it's only 20 of you, otherwise I'd be nervous. Right, thanks for having me. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team, and we're very excited to finally show you some of the things we've been working on. As you've just seen from Will and Ali, the system keeps growing in both complexity and capability, so our libraries have to grow alongside it. Wait, should I click? No. No, I should click.
Okay. All right.
Come on, Mr. Guy.
He's
click.
He's clicking, but it's not working.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
So our goal with the content is to provide. Our goal is to provide the content that the system needs to populate every corner of every planet with realistic environments. And this content is what this phase of Genesis is all about: emergent biomes.
I can't tell if he's trying to
So our
hype
first
us or if
example
it's
of today,
broken.
it's almost a shame Will left.
I think it's
because
broken.
about moisture. But let's look at very high moisture and medium to high
And a
temperature.
little nerves.
We've moved from dirt to moisture,
swamp.
baby. Let's go.
Swamp.
Ooh. Those trees look amazing. Oh, hey. Yeah, that looks cool.
That looks really good, actually. This is where I live in real life.
This is Florida.
Yeah, it literally looks like this. Those are mangrove roots, or like how they breathe.
This is actually Planet Floridia.
Yeah. This is North Florida, though. We don't have that moss on our trees here.
Now give me a creature that lives in there. That'd be cool.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be. It was a ship. I mean, there's the Marok, the birds, but in the water would be sick.
I want to
There's
see
the
a
creature.
ship.
What is that?
Oh,
that was a person.
Spaceship.
Yeah.
Star Wars reference.
Yep.
Dagobah.
Yep. Mullet Luke.
Yeah, Mullet Luke.
Okay.
Are they're gonna show us Yoda in the swamp?
I'll clap for this one. It looks good.
It looked cool. Yeah, it looks good.
Thanks. That did look really good.
Should have started with this.
For swarms, we obviously made vegetation that feels at home in or near water. But before we dive in, allow me to give you a quick primer on our approach to authoring plants. Most species can survive in a fairly wide range of climate conditions, but will only thrive if the conditions are ideal. To support this concept, we author our vegetation assets to describe the full growth cycle of a species. If the conditions aren't ideal, they may not grow to full maturity or look their best, but the species can still exist. So let's have a closer look. For the water's edge, we made plants like this Alternatera and the iris. We also need the aquatic ones to float on the water surface, like the water lily or the pickerel weed. This willow and the one after, a Chinese tallow tree, while comfortable near water, we can also use to replace some of the more aged assets used to seeing elsewhere in the game. The last one, it's taking a bit longer now, but the last one, I'm gonna wait. The last one, you may not see used much in other biomes, but it's a very iconic one for the swamp, the bald cypress.
Okay. I mean, this is just Game Dev 101 that we're watching here. It's not.
But when we don't interact with these
we need
assets,
for
they
making
just
swamp
don't hit
experience a
as
proper
hard,
one
right?
is water interaction.
Like if you interacted
Over
with
the
this
last year or
asset
two,
and it
a lot of
turned
work
into
has
a
gone into improving the way our water reacts
Yeah,
and renders.
I need to see all those branches
How
break
we can
up.
make a biome that highlights those advances.
Yeah.
Let's have a brief look at what it's like being inside the
Here's
swamp.
your interaction, Mike. Water interaction.
As you walk through or swim through the water, you may come across
He said,
obstacles
or swim.
like rocks or debris floating on the surface. They will react to the player character and can be pushed
Okay.
out of the way.
You're getting some branch interaction there, Mike.
All right, all right.
We were also pleasantly surprised when we first saw how the water simulation systemically affects assets floating on the water surface, making for some really immersive moments.
Okay. Looking better. Show me forest interaction. I want to see those trees get knocked down, man.
Yeah.
When a bomb goes off.
Now,
Clear
before
the
I get to our
forest.
second use case of the day, a quick disclaimer. Obviously, all the things you're seeing here today we're still actively working on, but this one in particular, it's a bit early in the process. So let's have a look at extreme object density next. With the data
That was an
saying
Avenger,
with
by the
high
way, not a
rainfall
new
and
ship.
sunlight year-round,
People were asking.
it's a perfect condition for our next biome to appear.
Next biome.
Ooh,
There's our jungle. Same birds.
Feel like we're watching Planet Earth.
Yeah. And the Marok bird flies past the ship gracefully.
That looks great.
Yeah, that's wild.
It needs more animals though. It looks
Yeah.
pretty barren without the animals.
Yeah. You hear them, but I mean that is dense.
Yeah.
I wonder
that
what
looks
our
really
frame rate
good.
will be.
2 FPS.
Yeah.
Dude, a firefight in that jungle would be insane.
Yep. Like camo matters here, right?
It's a Minoc. Oh, no, is that overgrown? Is that a wreck?
No, I don't think so. I think it's kind of showing that you can't see the ship even if you wanted to.
Yeah.
From far. I think that's
Dang,
what they're
that
trying to
looks
show there.
really cool.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for something that looks more alien, though, you know?
Considering everything you've just seen is still very much work in progress, the gameplay capture team really did a great job showing our work in the best possible light. With jungles, we wanted to explore the concept of vertical stratification, as they are the prime example for that. What it means is that you have horizontal layers of microbiomes defined by the species that thrives with the amount of sunlight and rain that still reaches there. The floor, herb, and brush layer we could almost do before, obviously missing the density. But now we also have the option to add variation to the tree layer by dynamically spawning epiphytes like lianas, orchids, or bromeliads attached to trunks and canopies.
Even the stuff that's attached to the tree is generated. Okay.
It's pretty neat. Plants that can spawn on trees and not just the ground floor.
With this and improved density is what will finally allow us to make convincing jungles. And the best part is, we don't even need a lot of different species to create what we refer to as a canvas of a biome. The idea being that we can vary what kind of forest you're in by adding or replacing the plants that visually stand out the most. Now, to get us started on our certification, we made epiphytes like the Epiprenum and the bromeliad, including a potted version for your hab. Then
what
obviously
is
you need jungles
EP5?
for lianas for a jungle.
I don't know. It's one of the
And we also made the grias, which add character to the herb and tree layer.
plants that attach to others, I think.
For tall trees, we decided on a fairly generic rubber tree, as its different growth stages serve as a nice foundation for all height levels. And that's pretty much what we need to make a pretty good
They're still
base
basing
for
this
jungle.
off of real-world plants, though. I want to see that alien jungle, man. I want to see Pandora with the
Now, for a third and last use
iridescent
case,
jungle.
let's pretend the
I
data
don't know if we
indicates
will.
regular
Their lore
rainfall
is-
and moderate temperatures. This climate would support a lot of
But then you
different
see
forests,
microtech.
but we also wanted to use
So-
this opportunity to explore extreme scale.
They have sci-fi plants.
And they're just really cool.
Is this a sunrise in a new biome?
That
Redwoods.
looks really good.
Here you go. This is you.
Giant trees.
This
Giant
is you.
trees, man.
This is your biome.
Yep. This is where I hike.
You could judge this perfectly.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. I know what you're doing here.
They clipped through the tree, by the way.
Did he?
Yeah.
That looks really good.
Yeah.
That's like Northern California redwood forest, which is where they filmed the scene for Star Wars, I think.
Oh, makes sense. I see more.
That was Morph out there?
Yeah, right in the front row.
Now, for this one, we first looked at the different redwood biomes on Earth and tried to analyze what the most defining species of them are. With this understanding, we then decided on the following plants to allow for a fairly universal redwood forest that will easily support variation across continents and planets. A fairly common family of species for the ground levels of all redwoods are ferns, in our case the salt fern. We also made a huckleberry variant to provide some visual density for the shrub layer. To add some Jurassic vibes, we made tree ferns, as they can be found in New Zealand's redwood forests. The most important one, though, obviously sequoias. And they ended up being one of our most complex sets yet. As it turns out, they can grow to be fairly ridiculous in size.
Yes.
It keeps going.
There's a ship.
That's cool. They're making Star Wars as a biome.
Now, one thing our game's foliage is
Let's have Endor.
sorely missing is the ability to properly react to what's happening around it. The goal here is to unify all forces from all sorry for the horrible rhyme, all sources from all all forces from all sources, wind, characters and creatures, ships, explosions, and whatever else, and have the vegetation behave accordingly.
I don't want to
as part of our tech improvements, we will be implementing a GPU-based simulation fit for our game scale. For now, we've set up the ferns with our existing CPU-based one.
By the way, this
to better
is at a
visualize
CitizenCon like 5 years ago.
Amongst those giants.
They demoed this as well.
With the biomes on our planets now being defined,
plants moving out of your way.
When individual object wants to appear, you can expect a lot more happy accidents by having species invade different biomes.
It looks great.
In my hand.
It's not
making for some unique locations.
No.
Hopefully.
In the gaming world.
Surely.
I mean, it looks really nice, and it's impressive that they can do it on a procedurally generated planet. Yep. You compare it to any other modern game, most of them have that kind of tech.
Before I get to disappear off stage, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody involved, especially my team in Frankfurt for doing such amazing work and being all around great people. And also to all of you guys. I really hope you have a fantastic CitizenCon. This concludes this phase of Genesis, so please welcome Ian to the stage so I can tell you all about the next one.
Ian's a regular in my chat nearly every day and was super excited for this.
This first panel?
No, like this is him. So he's, I don't know if what he's showing I'd be excited for,
Hello,
but.
CitizenCon! All right. Those new planets and biomes were pretty, right? But it's time from phase-free civilization to give you some stuff to do.
Thank you.
Yep, this is what he said I'd be excited for, so I don't know.
Let's talk about location density. We've emulated nature as well as we can to make sure our planets are physically based and realistic, and our biomes are emergent. But it's time to start populating the verse, because where there's people, there are their lives and the structures they build. So it makes sense that whenever you go and explore these planets, that you find their lives. And what's even more important is that when we make these structures, that they use and they follow the same rules as our biomes, such as the jungles and the swamps.
Okay.
But before we continue, let's first take stock as to where we are now. At the moment in the verse, we have these custom, beautifully made locations, such as Ghost Hollow, we've got our distribution centers, or even just some outposts. And these have all been handcrafted by our designers and artists to hit that benchmark. And they've been working directly on the planet. However, going forward, this doesn't really scale with how we want to go forward with the game. Server meshing is about to arrive, and we're going to have a way higher player count. So those 73 bunkers across Stanton just won't cut it.
Yeah.
But in general, it's also pretty barren. There's not much for you to explore and find stuff out there. So there's no exploration gameplay. You haven't really put your character to use for the way that you should.
Something tells me jump down.
So this means we need to go bigger, which means we need to change our workflow. And with any workflow, it means we need to first establish a new benchmark. So, with our new benchmark, we are ensuring quality and improve on our previous work and make it even better. And any location that you'll find needs to have its own unique personality and no repetition. We don't want you to find the same location twice. This also means that this is your exploration and your findings. So when you go out there and explore with your Carrack or with your Corsair, is that whatever you find, you can share with your orgs or with your friends.
Okay.
As for density,
the next
if you fly down to the planet, we want you to find something, let's say, every 100 clicks. But also improve the mission experience. So when you stay more on the planet, you're more immersed, and you go from location to location.
So there's things to do when you're just flying around a planet.
Yep.
So
randomly
going forward,
come across something.
We are modularizing all our existing locations and assets. And we're basically making a library of buildings and layouts that we'll be using to
3-4 minutes
no longer work directly on the planet.
of flying.
The neat thing,
it's nothing.
All these modules and assets can be iterated upon and tested right in the editor for all the designers and artists to ensure fun gameplay and interactive sandbox activity, and also make sure all the mission stuff is there. Basically, we're building a toolkit. So let's look at some of the things that we need to keep in mind as we are making that toolkit. First and foremost, we've got our art style and branding. We've got things like Frontier for our settlements. We've got high-tech for the emergency shelters, but also utilitarian, like our bunkers and distribution centers. The richer the data, the richer these locations will be. Secondly, they all have a function. We've got mining for our mining outposts, farming for the farmsteads, or just places where people live. The function of the place will define the way the place looks as well, and its form. And last but not least, the people as well, the faction and their loadouts. We've got lawful people, like the new Citizens for Prosperity in Pyro.
That second image on the right.
Xenofred. And
We've
sometimes
never
not
seen.
even no one.
And the
place
bottom.
needs to look a bit, derelict.
Yeah,
In
the
different
armor.
places, you'll
Looks
find
cool.
different people. So, now that we've made our toolkit and we've defined all this new stuff, let's start building thousands of locations. Yes, I said thousands. So, to avoid the same issue of working on directly in the planet, I'd like to introduce to you StarCartect.
Oh my God, I can't with this.
Star Engine.
What StarCartect allows us to do is directly on a planetary scale scatter all these new libraries and modules and assets and no longer work directly on the planet. And it uses the same logical rule set as our
Literally
emergent biomes. And it also
new
gives
Twitch
us
name.
full control over the data that we set on these locations. So expect locations in places where they make sense. Let's kind of look at all this new Genesis data and all these new libraries and chuck it into StarCartect and see what it gives us. As you can see, we're now able to make full-size locations, and they will look completely different based on where you'd find them.
That's neat.
The layouts are controlled by the rules, and it will reflect its place in the verse. We've got farms, mining outposts, but even our older locations, such as the bunkers that you find on Stanton.
The bunkers will be random?
I randomly placed, it looks like. The exteriors will be random. I don't know about the interiors. Because those are old. I think they're just showing the distance between stuff for now. You know, somebody said, what about roads? That's a good
Let's look
question.
at an example and kind of use the tool to really, make a
Mining
location.
outpost.
We can define the rules, as I've mentioned a couple times by now. So for our mining outpost, it wants to be near a resource. We can specify what this resource needs to be. But we can also give it suggestions where sometimes you'd find it here and sometimes you wouldn't. If the location has refineries, it might want to be near water to refine the resources. Then secondly, we can define what buildings should be there. So obviously we need mining buildings, houses for people to live as well, and even power buildings that we can leverage with the resource network. StarCartect will intelligently figure out where to place these and what needs to be at the location. Next up, farms. Its rules, well, temperature. Not every plant can live in every temperature, but the same with soil type. Only certain plants can be in certain grounds. And then we can query the seed map to determine what plants you would find there. What are the harvestables? As for the targets, again, farm buildings, obviously, power buildings, houses, but even animals, such as our beloved quasi-grazers.
Okay.
And last but not least, derelict ships. We've got these all over the place currently. Rules, well, they'd be close to anti-air because they would be shot down. But even in harsh flight conditions, such as mountains or low visibility, you probably most commonly find them.
Or they get shot in space
Targets,
and crash anywhere on the
crash
planet.
ship parts, of course. Sometimes you'd find the full remains of a javelin, and the other time you might just find the nose of a starfare laying around. So, let's talk about coherency. Sure, we can scatter all these locations everywhere on the planet, and you'll find them in places they make sense, but we can do better. You don't just want to find an outpost completely on its own, right? We want to make sure it really feels like people have built their lives here. So, let's talk about some missing bits.
It was going to be more gameplay related.
We want to tell tighter stories, such as the people's lives, but also logical exploration. If I find one thing, I expect to find something similar or something else nearby. We also need more data control. What defines one mining outpost being different from the other ones, aside from the harvestables? And also give the narrative developments. Make sure people build near rivers, on mountains. They build near town halls. They build near distribution centers. So to hit that bit of our benchmark, we make sure that locations are near each other and group them together.
Interesting.
The effect it gives is a fully developed landscape with vistas
That
and
looks
points
like
of interest
Starfield.
all over. And we
Yeah.
group them together in what we like to call a cluster, like this one, that has 13 locations.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Let's talk about clusters. Clustering means generating locations near other locations. So, for example, if you find a distribution center, just like in the verse currently, I would find forward operating bases next to them. But if you go even further out, you'd find mining outposts to funnel those resources to the FOBs. Go out even further, you'd find caves around them, because that's where they might find some of the gems. And then we can even specify the data on a cluster level. All of the factions that live at this whole cluster, any mining outpost, that would be the same people, but also what commodities they sell, to find on what resource you'd find. So let's look at an example of the clusters. We have our mining cluster. Again, we can define what rules we should have. Rules, well, near a resource, just like our mining outpost, but also it needs to be on a lawful planet. We can target on a planetary scale where they would need to be.
What is a resource
They need protection.
in this definition?
As for the targets, well, caves, mining outposts, but even trade posts. Let's go to the other side of the spectrum. Right? Before I do so, I forgot. Data. We can, on the cluster level, specify, again, what mineral commodities, but also what harvestable types you'd find are in that region. Now let's look at the other side of the spectrum, an unlawful cluster.
Okay.
What rules? Well, they need to be far away from any other cluster, because they want to be isolated and do their evil deeds on their own. And also on an unlawful planet, such as somewhere in the Pyros system. For the targets, outlaw outposts, crash ships, because they would shoot them down, and also ruins from just places they just completely overrun. The data on this one, you'd find specific loadouts, and they'll be using weapons that you wouldn't find any in other legal system. And these weapons will be sold at the shops in these regions.
Yeah.
So,
a little bit.
Now that we have a cluster, let's go even bigger.
Okay.
Just like our locations, we can put clusters near other clusters, and we group them together, ranging between 10 to 15 locations each. And we group this into what we call a sector. Like this one, that has about 120 locations.
Wow, that's a lot.
However, on a planetary scale, we can define how many sectors we should have, with each their own data and persona. And every single one of these locations is now ready for the mission system to hook up and give you gameplay. And for you to find a bunch of places on your own.
We did the work so the designers can do something,
and
but the designers never do it in this game.
Yeah.
So it's like...
It's very impressive tech.
There's about 3,042 locations.
And who cares about 3,042? I'm not going to go to 3,042 randomly generated outposts.
This means that
we need a good
we're just
mission
able to,
system
on a
make
planetary
that
scale,
fun.
just define how many locations we need, what you find there, and it just give that full identity.
Or the alley-oop.
Yeah.
But the
they
designers
just made
got
No
it
Man's Sky.
Thank you for listening. And I won't just see you in the verse, but I'll see you in a denser verse.
Yeah. All right. This is the alley-oop.
I mean, it's cool tech. It's kind of a weird way to open CitizenCon with.
This was only the first phase of civilization. Let me introduce you to the stage, the person who will introduce life at these locations, Francesco Raccucci.
The AI guy. Okay.
So, hi everybody. Benvenuti a CitizenCon. So, where are we today? So, my name is Francesco Raccucci, and I'm the director in CIG. Welcome to the next step of phase 3. We will look into how life adapts to the laws of nature and how all the NPCs can interact pretty much with these incredibly vast and dense worlds that we just saw. So up to this point, we have seen how we are building the worlds. We start from the physical data set, and this is to make sure that what you see is not just beautiful and realistic, but also physically accurate. So the distribution of the elements that we have seen and the location and the POIs are influenced by geology, mission, narrative, and the lore. Those locations cannot be lifeless. We want the planets to basically leverage the space that emerge with life. So from an AI perspective, I will categorize the elements of those worlds into 4 macro groups. Emergent environment, that is everything we have just seen being built out of the physical data set. Users-made locations. So this includes everything that our designers or you players will create in the world. So something that is
implying they'd be the same
and not predefined in the environment. Interior of those locations. Now, this is very connected to the previous point. The difference is that they represent usually a confined space where there is much more tight interaction. And for NPCs, it's a lot about interaction with objects that we are usually used to in our everyday lives. And then the day and night cycle. So in essence, the passage of time. That so far didn't have really a lot of impact on the gameplay. So to allow life to respect this world and conform to the rules that this environment defines, well, we want to improve our tools and workflow, and we want to distance ourselves as much as possible from a designer-driven approach. This is because, first, it's labor-intensive. It can be prone to bugs, but also because the scale of the worlds that we've just seen are very hard to be designer-driven and markup. So we want to improve this workflow, and we will see how manual markup is also not usually the best option, because with these worlds that are heavily impacted by users and changes and customization, it's very hard to know in advance where interesting things are. So today I want to show you a couple of examples of what the IT team has been focusing on to make these systems supported and scale correctly to support these vastly dense dynamic worlds. So we'll look at perception in light and dark environments and dynamic cover generation.
Okay.
So attacking an outpost now must have a level of depth that goes beyond what we had. So layouts of the environment can change, vehicles may or may not be present, and PC can be anywhere. And if it's a bright day, well, we will be more visible, but our enemies will also be more visible. And if you choose to attack at nighttime, well, we'll attack in shadows. During darkness, it's going to be a bit harder to see our enemies, but we will also be harder to be spotted. And it would give us more opportunities to be stealthy and sneaky.
Nice looking outpost.
How do we do
Is that the Redwood Forest?
So as you see, there is also a lot of
maybe.
different light conditions in this outpost.
Here, Copian. Yep, there it is. I mean, again, it's all cool, but why are the AI going to perform well?
Yeah,
it's still
so
so many
Is it going to be fun finding an outpost after you found 100 ones that are just
on the planetary
like
surface, as we've seen in the outpost, natural and artificial lights are the two elements that will impact vision. And knowing that, you can use this to leverage your gameplay style to exploit basically all the environment. So what is perception? On the NPC level is the combination of data that we collect out of the senses. And vision is one of the senses and just tries to, in a way, simulates the human side ability. So designers can already tweak the perception in different ways. And one way is defining how quickly NPCs can understand what they're seeing. And the light condition have a direct impact on how quickly an NPC will fully understand, for example, if there is an hostile in front of them. And obviously, there is condition of light that designers can control, and some others, like the day-night cycle, that they can't. So in this video, we'll see two main elements. The graph on the top left and the two colorful cones. The graph on the left basically represents the current light level the NPC is in, and the current multiplier this light level generates to speed up or slow down the NPC perception and understanding. The two cones instead represent the primary and secondary FOV.
The collar is following him.
The red color means that if you stand in that location, it will result in NPC reacting the slowest to you, and the green color instead represents the quickest response. So during the night, NPC will have a hard time to understand and foresee and see things. But if they have flashlights on their helmets, they can turn it on, and this will impact their primary FOV, making still the peripheral vision a bit more uncertain. And as you see here, first of all, the NPC is patrolling with his domesticated friendly Copion. This is because he wants to exploit the vision, the night vision capabilities of the animal, and it's kind of our tier 0 pets.
Okay.
So we will now look at the cover system. That is the next dynamic things that I want to show you. So when we introduced planetary navigation mesh the first time, our goal was really to create a systems that would support and process the environment in a very dynamic way. Our planets are just way too big to statically export them and process them, first of all. And then their regions only exist when somebody's there and the NPCs are there. So essentially, environment has its purpose only when life exists. Also, let's keep in mind that even if we could export dynamically and statically those planets, so processing dynamically all a static version of the planet, this would be, first of all, wasteful and on the memory side and time-consuming. And also because we have a lot of runtime modification of the terrain, this would require us to still reparse it at runtime, and pretty much that will be almost all the time. So to generate the cover data, we want to leverage the navigation mesh system. And what we do is, as you see here, the blue polygons are basically where NPCs can walk, and the green ones are what we call cover surfaces, that are our simple representation of the environment, what NPC uses to understand if they can hide behind something.
I feel like we
and
see
if
this
they can
panel
shoot
every year.
from some positions.
Yeah.
So up
I gotta
to
say,
now,
this is
we have
pretty
an
boring
approach
so
where
far.
a designer would be a designer-driven approach. Designer can define in the locations where cover was interesting.
And so is
They
the
could mark it up,
designer
either
could, the
location
designer
itself
could,
or
but
prefabs.
where are they?
And then with a special entity
What are they
that would
doing?
just
Well,
sample dynamically
My
the
chat is
environment, but would
saying
still
what I'm
be
thinking, which is
designer-driven.
none of this matters until AI performs
This is
well.
obviously a good approach it's also a standard approach in gaming industry. But what about all those organic and inorganic elements that get scattered with a new system?
And the
Like
AI
if
did not
designers want
perform
to
well
iterate
in
on
Evo
these
last
ones,
night.
for example, and they want to change the physical data sets, those scattering tool will just change completely the layout. And what we want is that designers can do this change without being afraid of doing it, because the gameplay was, predefined and controlled, and now they can just make something beautiful but also fun. Besides that, yes, we did have a prefab approach where you can build stuff out of small building blocks. This is obviously a good approach because it's, in a way, you can build stuff out of smaller versions.
It's the thing where
but this
CIG
creates
thinks
a lot
that people
of unnecessary data.
care about
Imagine
game
a
devs
crate,
that are
and we
watching
can say
this.
that the crate can generate cover.
You know what I
Now
mean?
we
Like
stack
some people
100
do,
crates,
but most
and what
people
happens? That we have
are
a
like,
lot
all right,
of
so
data
like, where's
to
the
generate
game,
cover
though?
that we have to process.
Well, the
throw
thing
away.
is I'm
This would just
very
waste
interested in
CPU
game
cycles for
dev
nothing.
stuff because it's
This
stuff
is why,
that I do,
until now, you
and
also couldn't
I even
find an
find
NPC
this
in a
boring.
forest like this
this
and
is
see them
nav
hiding
mesh
behind a
101.
tree or a rock. So enabling the dynamic generation of covers
And
on the
it's-
planet
It's
allows us
only
to
a big
exploit
deal
all the
because they're
elements
doing
of
it
the
on their
environment.
planets at a huge scale.
Whenever navigation mesh generates,
Basically.
NPC can now
This
have a
is
chance
the
to fight with you hiding behind
500th
available
game
elements.
to have
Boulders,
nav
rock,
meshes that can be
walls, and all
auto-generated
are all
by
useful elements right now.
the environment
However, we
stuff.
don't have to limit ourselves to static geometries, but also vehicles can be used for cover. And as you can see, this is dynamically generating while the vehicle moves.
I guess it's kind
So
of neat.
be careful where you park your Ursa, because now it can become a source of danger for you as well. Last but not least, these systems can be just used on all the different type of navigation mesh we have, so not on the planet, but also, for example, the interiors and everything you guys construct. Because obviously, you guys will build your own locations, but you don't really mark up stuff, or you don't want to decide that, because that's going to come automatically out of the system.
Yeah, we just always see the
So I
AI
want
is
to
going
show
to do
you-
this panel, and it's just like, yeah, let's clap. Okay. I don't know.
Yep.
I don't want to be
So
negative
what I want to
Nancy,
show
but
you
this
now
one's
is just
tough
like a
so
little bit
far.
of insight of what goes behind the scene when we generate cover
Yeah.
and navigation mesh. These are some of the steps that our system does. So we always start from the environment voxelization. What that means is we process the geometry, the physical representation of the geometries, that is a little bit simpler than usually the render mesh, and we construct it in a voxelized approach. This is also using different types of agent definition. Why so? Because obviously where a human can move is not the same as where a vehicle can move. So we can define different type of precisions and then speeding up the process where we have to and be more precise.
Floating rock
If they
looks
can
like-
get AI
And we can also create
vehicles
overrides
traversing
based
a
on different things. For
procedurally
example, if you
generated
crouch,
planet,
you can enter
that'll
into
be more
smaller locations
impressive.
than where you
Yeah.
stand. This process is basically common between navigation mesh and cover.
I can't with this
After
comment.
that is generated,
The NPCs
then we
in the
can evaluate
audience
the
seem to
voxel
be
in
working
different
well.
ways. For example, defining where we can walk. So can we make the step with our foot over a specific voxel? Or is there something in front of that hole
My
in the
chat's
nav
like,
mesh
need more
so that we
coffee.
can
I'm
actually
like,
cover
yeah, I
behind?
might make a
And
second
then we can
cup of
basically
coffee to
decide
get
where
to this
generate
panel.
cover surfaces. And after the cover surfaces are generated, we can process where the cover locations are. Cover locations are a good spot for NPC to be behind the cover. So what we see here is that with the introduction of Maelstrom last year, obviously we knew this would revolutionize how you guys are playing. And we did have to find a solution to handle all the destruction.
Cover's gonna change when stuff is
So we destroyed
destroyed.
so much stuff in this world that we had to find a
Cool,
solution.
it's impressive. It's
So this is why we
expected.
approach the coverage generation navigation mesh as it is, because there is just no way
I don't
for us
need
to
that
predict
coffee
anything
anymore.
that you're doing, and we want just Maelstrom to be another trigger for word evaluation. So as you see, this is all dynamically generating. And destroying anything just makes the war be reevaluated. So, as you see here, we can have also lots of rules. So you can see that a bit here. But when things break, first they invalidate, and then when they rest, for example, we can decide when is a good moment to regenerate, so that we also don't waste too much CPU cycles. The color that you see is mostly
kind of weird that
cover
didn't work,
quality.
as
So
he
you
was
see
saying
the
it
light
should have
green
worked.
is high cover, the dark green is low cover, and
The
then we have
green
the red that
was
we
still
introduced some time
showing
ago
where the
that
ball
is
was
basically
gone,
not
that he
really
just
good
destroyed.
cover.
Because it
But if there
wasn't
is nothing
completely
better,
gone, I
well,
think?
it's better to be behind something than being, in
Maybe.
open space. So let's just recap.
But
What
the
we
kill-
want to
the
do
kill
is
sound was
finding
going
a
off when he was
plan
hitting
and having
the-
a good plan to
breaking the
approach life
fence.
in this vast universe. What we want is the life to be able to systemically evaluate all the dynamic environments that is generated. We want to improve our workflow, not only to support designers and being faster, but also
Yep.
support all your
The
guys'
impressive
creations.
element of this is
So we
the
want the life to
scale at
adapt,
which it works
and
at.
this is all for making the game
If
fun
this was
for
a
you,
level
so that
in
everything comes
an
together.
Unreal Engine game, it would be kind of basic.
So thank you all.
But
This
on a
was
planet-side
phase 3.
scale, it's impressive,
now,
and they're building the
let's
tools
welcome
to do this.
Bantari, that will
For the
introduce you
future,
guys
I
to
hope.
phase 4 of Genesis.
Phase 4
Phase
Genesis.
4.
Should be other planets.
Thank you.
Hopefully.
Hello,
That panel
CitizenCon.
was tough to watch. That was a
tough.
boring.
It's just we all know the AI are so
Yeah.
so
Sorry, someone's
problematic.
changed my lines. Welcome to Phase 4, Light and Sound. Now, we've seen already automated systems for automatically
sound.
placing different biomes, different vegetation, settlements, and
Is this the
people.
volumetric
So now
cloud
we're
guy?
going to take the same approach to automatically handling light itself.
He did global elimination last year. He was on stage for it. Or
First of
fire.
all, why is this important? Well, it's not always obvious, especially when
There
they
you
do
go.
their jobs as well as they
Global
do.
Illume.
But there's an incredible amount of attention from the lighting artist that goes into all of the locations that we have in the game. Besides just marking up the reflection probe areas, they also manage the visuals really carefully, adding fill lights, approximating bounce lights off ground and up into ceilings and dark corners where there aren't any direct lights pointing, really. And the problem is, not only does this take a lot of time and really constrain the style that they're
We
using,
had this panel last year,
simply not
so far,
possible.
so.
If you've got a planet full of forests and, what was it, 3,000 and something placed locations, you're going to be exploring places that no artist has ever visited. No, they've not looked at, and they're certainly not going to be able to have tweaked it for you. So we need something that works completely hands-off. And natural outdoor scenes are especially problematic for us. Indoors, you can put a lot of little lights around pointing from different directions, and you can probably justify it. Outdoors, you've got the sun, and you've got the sky. And if you're behind a tree, you've got the sky. And so you need that skylight to vary. Now,
Nerves coming in.
so this is the forest as
Here we
you'd
go.
see it without the GI system. As you can see, all the shadows are receiving lighting from the same environment probe, so it's basically just a flat color across. We replace that with around 40,000 mini ray trace probes. Each of them has their own view of the sky, and so that gives you way more contrast and variation as you move in and out of the canopy.
Okay. Looks nicer.
Now, there are a couple of other pieces of the puzzle that we've been working on over the last year. Now, the first is, well, all the stuff that you can't stick 40,000 mini probes onto. Anything that doesn't have an opaque surface, we can't really know where it is on the screen and track it from frame to frame. But if we don't do anything, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. We've got fog, we've got particles, we've got other little things, I don't know what they are. And so we need something to do with those. So to address this, we've added a kind of stable grid of medium-y kind of probes that are generated around the player as you move around. So that gives us approximately matching lighting that we can apply to all of those things. Now, this is a little bit difficult to illustrate in normal scenes, so for once, I've been making my own levels. As you can see, Pico's in trouble again, but because the lighting team hasn't helped, you can't see anything in most of the scene. If you add the transparency GI system, suddenly the whole scene comes alive, and this is something that we could never have done until we added this tech.
Their fog shader does look really good. It's hard to get fog to blend lights nicely or realistically.
Now, the other piece of the puzzle is glossy reflections.
So that looks pretty good there.
Now, we've got a fair few shiny objects in the game, you may have noticed. And we've got the same problem that
the T1000
if we
Pico.
fix the lighting on one thing and then the reflections don't match, it's going to look terrible. Also, ray tracing reflections is really cool, and we wanted to do it. And the challenge here, though, is that the ray traced reflections you're going to do, they're not just mirrors. Like, we've got a whole range of objects in the game, from like a scuffed hull panel all the way up to chrome polished pipes. And we want the same system to apply globally across that. So I'm going to do an uncomfortably short breakdown on what this tech looks like and how that comes together. So here's what we need to beat. Now, obviously, it reads as shiny, but there's this kind of fakeness to it. It kind of looks a bit like it's flying. So let's see what the ray tracing looks like. Yeah, it's really noisy and horrible. We need to clean it up. So what we do is we let pixels share their data in space, and then also in time to clear up the final image. And then we let the game's normal anti-aliasing just kind of clean up the last stuff and carry us over the finish line. And that's how you make a chrome penguin.
Yeah, it's basically you can't simulate the amount of rays you have in real life.
Now I'm going to derail for a moment away from the topic of Genesis, because this isn't actually just about automating the lighting for new environments. This is also about pushing quality in areas that have already had all of that work done by the lighting team. We're freeing the artists up to light more naturally, allowing the time of day shifts to be embraced rather than fighting against them. And as I'm about to show, players and NPCs are going to reap the same benefits as well. So here we start adding natural areas of light and shade and warm and cool colors. These open areas benefit in the same way as the forest scene did.
It looks way
adding
better.
areas of
It
shade
really
and
is
areas of open
massive
lighting.
improvement.
Like I mentioned, the time of day shifting leads to different ambience as the sun moves.
That's nice. Star Citizen's lighting has felt pretty dated since.
And this is a shot that I just liked.
Unreal and other engines have really been pushing their global illumination stuff.
Yeah.
So this is bringing it up to.
Finally, let's see how the new GI system can brighten up your character's day.
She's so sad. Now she's happy. Kind of.
And also their day as well. Whoever they are. Well, I promised you light and sound, but I don't actually know anything about sound. So here's the man who does, Graham Phillipson.
We're almost done. This is the 8th dev, I think.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, CitizenCon. I've been at CIGE nearly 10 years, and this is the first time I've done this. Very exciting for me. So,
He's been on ISC, though.
Do you want to make some noise?
Do you get it?
So,
He's the sound guy.
Sound isn't as fast as light, so it takes me a bit to catch up.
Got it.
Jared wrote that joke for me, so you can blame him. Says it right here, blame him. So now we have a huge amount of visual and interactable content. Locations, biomes, populations, planets, and systems. And now they're all beautifully lit too, thanks Ben. But how do we paint this world with sounds? It's a challenge. It's a challenge of scale. We need to support multiple star systems, and it's a challenge of quality. We want the highest quality possible. We also don't want implementation to hinder creativity, and we want a seamless experience. So
you think by chance they showed that slide?
But with Star Audio, we can rapidly implement audio for entity classes, brushes, or audio sweeteners, all of which can be reused and reflected immediately across the game, including all of those emergent locations we talked about earlier. So again, this is Genesis data driving what happens in-game.
Blow my nose, be right back.
And we can do all this without breaking flow. So here's a fairly dry video. It gets more exciting later, I promise. Showing you our rapid workflow.
At least he warned us it was going to be dry.
So over on the left, had to think about that, we have the Wise editor. That's where all our sounds live. In the middle, we have Star Audio editor. And on your right, we have an entity that needs some insect sounds on it. So we can very quickly drag from Wise to Star Audio. We can mark up very quickly a bit of logic. And we can re-trigger this entity's spawn sound so that it immediately makes a sound. I assure you there is a group of insects. Thank you. You're too kind. If you like that one, you'll like the ones that come later. But there's a little something missing.
My mic.
So to add some realism,
you didn't miss anything,
sounds
Mike,
respond to how they move, how you move in the world, and how they move relative to you. So we need to change the frequency as their velocity relative to the listener changes. This is known as the Doppler effect. In simple terms, the pitch dropping as something whizzes by. Or, in even simpler terms, now, sound designers traditionally needed to implement their own Doppler sounds. But given how fast we can travel through these rich, dense locations, and the sheer number of them, we can't afford to be doing that any longer.
Systemic Doppler
so we
effect is
created
actually
a systemic
pretty impressive.
Doppler solution.
Like, that's
and I'm
cool
going to
that
show
they
you
came
that
up with
now, the only way I know how, by putting a big Benny noodle machine on top of a mountain. So you can hear the pitch and tempo changing as we move relative to the Benny noodle machine, and this is all fully systemic, no special treatment for this sound.
Yep, that's cool.
Okay.
And I expect the noodle bar to be very busy after that commercial. So, how does it work? Well, the listener is surrounded by variable time delay buffering, not the horrible kind of buffering you get on the internet. This is a really nice kind that helps the
Star
game
Citizen's
sound good.
the first game to do this, but
Each
most
buffer
games
represents
fake
a section
Doppler
of the sphere
effect.
around the audio
so
listener.
they'll have a normal sound, and then
the audio is mixed into these
moving
buffers
away sound,
at a
and the
position
game code
that
will say, "Oh,
is
it moving away? Play the
to
moving away
object
sound."
position in the world.
This is doing it.
Changes in the position are applied to the delay
more
buffer by
dynamically. That's
interpolating the audio data. But that's not all we're doing here. Now, I know there was a bar Citizen yesterday, so some of you may not be thinking as fast as you might normally. But you may have realized that by buffering the data in this way, we're not just creating a speed of sound. We are not just creating a Doppler effect. We are indeed, and I just spoiled my own line, creating a speed of sound effect. So,
okay, so they're modulating the original
systemic
sound,
speed of sound
not
to the game.
playing a
I now
different
have
sound.
a couple of minutes of video, and we go through rapid fire, looking at some fantastic examples of what this brings to the game, starting with a spaceship pass by that is supported
New world
tonally
quality,
by the
please.
systemic speed of sound.
Hearing somebody mine in the distance.
Someone in my chat says, my bed is sounding better every minute.
I mean, great. But this is the gameplay.
Okay, sounds
this
cool.
Is Star
What about
Citizen
weapon
right
fire?
Now. You know what I mean?
So let's bring
this
in
what people
a
do.
sniper and, unfortunately for the sensitive of heart, a Pico. We're going to hear this first from the perspective of both with no speed of sound effect.
New helmet.
Okay, so that's, if you were at the Pico perspective there, that's how you'd hear it in game right now. Let's hear it with speed of sound enabled, and this time we're just going to listen from Pico's perspective. So Pico's down before he even hears the shot.
All right.
But don't worry, he's not dead. Okay,
I love
let's finish
that
him
about
off.
DayZ. You hear the crack, and then you hear the sound.
Now he's dead. And as the voice of Pip's Power Up, I need to get some proper placement in. So there's one more example for you. Now finally, oh, not finally, we have ship weapons, so listen to the fire rate as the ship approaches the camera here, giving you a bit of a sense of threat. It's not too easy to tell what's going on there, but you get an increase in fire rate. Finally, the really cool stuff, explosions. So we can put a cinematic element, a shockwave element, and a delayed speed of sound effects.
Wow, that sounds great.
And that's way too cool to do just once, so we're going to do it twice more from further distance. So again, cinematic effect first when you see it.
Star Citizen immersion.
Shockwave. And the explosion itself.
It's cool.
Yeah.
This is all completely driven by parameters in the game, so we can do this for real.
Parameter driven is impressive.
Whenever you drop
Again,
a
most games pre-render all the sound effects and then play the different ones. Having one sound effect that's modulated is impressive.
Man, I'm just getting tired of like all this cool stuff that they do. Always being on the like immersion
That's
side.
pretty cool.
Still.
Yep. We need the gameplay.
So the speed of sound simulation gives you a better sense of distance. It improves the sense of speed, and it supports those amazing cinematic moments.
All this makes the gameplay cooler.
So, in summary, we're trying to make the game more immersive and respond to all this Genesis data and make it feel more real. And that's not all we can do. We can make sounds respond differently to changes in atmospheric pressure and resultant changes in temperature. So, for example, the sound will travel faster in extremely hot, high-pressure environments.
Interesting that they do
We
that.
really look forward to getting this in game for you and getting you enjoying it at home. Now, that's all from phase 4 of the Genesis cycle. Light and sound. So I'm going to hand you back to the amazing Ben and Ali to bring us home with the final phase.
All right.
To bring us home.
Final phase.
Please be
We're almost done with the panel, Mike.
Please be over.
So, as Graham says, this is going to be the final phase of Genesis, and it's called Nature's Wrath.
Weather.
No, this is
And this is where we're going to bring the very planet itself to life. So, first off, let's start talking clouds.
Storms.
So clouds have got an atmosphere, have got to be one of my
Yeah.
favorite visual features of our game, and they're truly awesome, but they're also completely static. Nothing has changed with them. So what we want to bring with Genesis is the evolution of clouds over time. But this isn't just some simple scrolling animation. We use the same physical data sets that drove the biomes we talked about earlier and StarArchitect, and these are also now driving a physical simulation of the clouds so they can form and dissipate in realistic conditions.
Maybe you'll get another
so
hurricane,
this means things
Mike.
like the oceans, the prevailing
Is this El
winds,
Nino
mountain
or La
ranges, and the
Nina
temperature
right
will
now?
all
What are we
impact the
dealing with
clouds.
here?
But to complement these more dynamic clouds, we've also improved our lighting model. So it now correctly accounts for how light scatters multiple times inside a cloud. And this is important, creates much deeper lighting, and it can contrast against the sun's rays, resulting in much more vivid cloudscapes like we see on the left here.
Tornadoes,
Something we're all too
hurricanes,
familiar with
and
in
star
Manchester.
blizzards.
Now, it would be awesome
Good one,
to bring
Chad.
this
Good
into
one.
context and show it on an actual location. Let's take a look at a quick scene to round this up.
Looks like
Let's see.
Yosemite, practically.
It's a nice day on the surface, but something's different. The clouds are moving, but they're not just moving, they're forming naturally in changing shape. They dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data, stratus and cumulus alike.
Cool.
Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into
getting
play.
darker.
We
Can
are
I
seeing
see it raining in the
enhanced occlusion
distance?
beneath the
Ooh.
cover, emphasizing the sun
Okay, this
beams,
looks cool.
how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers.
That'll add a
Now,
lot of
as
variety.
this is closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area. Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer. We didn't manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front.
Nice. We've been waiting for this for so long.
Now we're trying to see the wind picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the overall environment are responding to the weather. The system is changing the world around us. We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets.
Flying through this.
Making it getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger.
They always wanted weather to prevent you from
in
flying.
the game.
Oh, nice. First person. Finally.
Oh, wow.
That looks awesome. That looks really cool.
Yeah.
Star Citizens just took a major leap forward visually.
Oh, even the sound.
Yeah. Sounds incredible. Searchlights look great. You gotta get that Alt-X visor wipe going.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, lightning, super cool. Yeah, assaulting a base like this, I mean, yeah, that's some nice ambiance.
Wait for a lightning strike to shoot.
I'm getting out of this suit now. Powering up, flying out. We'll need to switch to IFR. See you on the other side.
Cool. I like how the ship's kind of bobbing a bit. Are they going to add that to the game? Because currently ships kind of move in a very chonky way. Whoa, lightning just hit the tower. That was cool.
Okay. Starcloth in action, you see that?
Starcloth. Whoa, the wind just blew the barrel. Come on. Are they going to have that?
They're implying it.
No way are they going to be able to handle that on a mass scale.
Oh, the sound. The sound on your ship. The rain on your ship.
Yeah. That sounds incredible. Oh, can you hear it slightly through the ship?
You can hear the rain piddling on like a tin roof kind of sound.
That's cool. Yeah, if that wind on the barrels thing is legit, that's going to be incredible. Oh, yeah. Look how good that looks, dude.
Yeah.
Taking off the ship and having the downwash knock things over would be super cool.
I think it might.
Dude, that lightning is legit. Ah, so good. Look at that rain. Dude, that looks cool.
They took this panel and made it a lot more interesting just now.
Yeah. Oh, come on, dude. The wash. Sound. Yeah, the sound and the wing wash through the atmosphere.
Yeah.
It's getting very sparky out here. Recommend deviation.
Whoa.
Okay.
What kind of is this future lightning? Because modern aircraft can take a lightning hit, no problem.
Yeah. Space lightning.
Space lightning.
Yeah.
Star lightning is they would say.
I've made it through the clouds.
Okay. They should have led with that last clip there. Wake me up a little bit.
Yeah.
That looked great
awake.
though.
I'm awake.
Wow. Man, that's what we call the Falco maneuver to get out of there. Ali, please break this down for us. What did we just see?
You already broke it down.
That was a combination of lots of tech we just saw that all combined together to make a really great cohesive experience. So we started with the cloud simulation, which wasn't really a cloud simulation. It's a weather simulation. The rain will appear not at random, but it's based on physically plausible conditions. So you have real weather fronts evolving across your planet all the time. We have a host of visual effects, like the rain, and then you have the atmospheric scattering that you get under the columns of rain. We had the puddles and the splashes and all of this type of visual effects. We saw the wind developing over time, and that introduced turbulence to the flight model, making flight very challenging. And then, of course, we saw the lightning, which plays havoc with your instrumentation, but direct strikes will damage your ship, and of course, some storms will be dangerous enough to be fatal, as Ben's unlucky Aurora just found out.
I do like that idea.
Me too, but
These storms will
determines
sometimes
whether
be
or not you get
short-lived
hit?
and localized, but others will be larger and
Random,
potentially permanent on
right?
some planets.
Well,
This is going to restrict
it's probably
access
a
via
deterrent,
flight.
right?
I mean,
Like,
players will be forced
hey,
to resort
if
to
you're
ground
gonna go
vehicles
in
or
here,
even
you need a
foot.
stronger
And this is
vehicle.
all going to be
Yeah, or
dynamic,
something.
meaning that you might find yourself trapped in some really unexpected situations.
trapped
So we really
from
can't wait
taking
to
off.
use all these mechanics to open up many new gameplay opportunities for All in the Verse soon.
Incentivize you to land in a hangar versus on the surface of the planet, right?
Yeah. I
So
just read
why
somebody
you'd
write-
want to build a base with a hangar.
A
I
wise
just read
yogi
somebody
once
write,
said,
weather
"It's
forecaster,
your job
$39.
as a pilot to compensate and stay on course."
Don't
All
give
right,
them
It's going to be
ideas.
your
what have we learned
profession
today,
in
guys?
the game.
We've shown you an approach of encoding the rules of nature into planetary data. We've seen biomes emerge from geology, temperature, humidity, climate, weather, the physical terrain.
Yeah.
We create denser, more diverse living planets.
This is the classic,
without
though.
artists hand placing
tech-
or manually creating
And then
biomes, instead leveraging
The
asset mapping.
designer's got to layer on
We've
top
shown
of
you
it.
a new way to make the game that can scale, to create thousands of Korean places for civilizations on planets that can
Tech
be used
strong.
for missions or immersion
Design,
gameplay. Without
not as much.
art and design, hand placing locations, leveraging world design rules instead. We've seen how populations of AI and NPCs inhabiting locations dynamically adapt their understanding of the environment without custom markup by developers, allowing the creation of more playable spaces rapidly. We've shown you how light and sound also benefit from Genesis data to influence planetary environments, and we've shown how these systems come together when weather comes into an area, changing your gameplay experience significantly. Our goal with Genesis and all of its systems is to create more worlds, better worlds, faster, by applying our tech wizardry and craftsmanship to build systems that respond to data. That's our Star Engine presentation for today, guys, for this year. Have a great CitizenCon.
I mean, they need this tech to be fast and efficient, so it makes sense that they're making it all as procedural as possible, because no way are they getting to 100 systems
Hello,
without it.
viewers. I'm Kirsten. I'm a producer here at Cloud Imperium, and I work with
Jared
the
in the
UI
back.
Tech and Planet Tech teams. Off the back of that amazing presentation is the lovely Will Hain on Planet Tech. How are you feeling, Will?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, thank you. It's been a good day so far.
Beautiful. That was a smashing presentation. How is it to do it
I'm going to
here
take
in
this
Manchester
opportunity to
versus
pee. I'll be right
LA
back.
last
If
year?
you want to use
All right.
It's
when
very
I get
different.
back.
LA is, of course, amazing. It was incredible to visit, but I think there's something really special about doing it here, just down the road from the studio. It's amazing to see the people you get coffee with, the people you work with, and you chat about problems and do design with. They're here too this time, whereas last time, it was amazing and it was lovely meeting all the LA folks, but it's just not the same as the people that you work with each day. I love it being here. It's great.
Oh, it must be amazing to celebrate all the work you've done with the community and the studio here in Manchester.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no one person carries any of this. It's all teamwork, and having everyone here to kind of share in that and see everyone and meet the community is just incredible.
Just watching Jared make him a drink of water, as far as I can tell.
With all that hard work that you just got to show off to everyone here today, what are the main three takeaways from today's presentation?
So it's like Benoit just said, the whole Genesis set of technologies is all about creating more worlds faster and better. We've got a benchmark. Things look great. Pyro looks incredible. But we want to be able to deliver that more. We want to be able to exceed that benchmark and do it across everything we make going forward. And the whole Genesis panel, I won't pretend that I know everything about everyone's section because they're all experts. But all of it is coming together to create a much better game and much better content for it.
Amazing. Okay. So what was your personal favorite moment from that presentation?
Well, that's not fair. I love all those people. The dynamic weather demo, I'd not seen that cut. It's incredible. I love it. I have to shout out Seb's work. He makes the techie stuff that me and the Planet Tech team make. He makes it beautiful. And his team, of course, over in Frankfurt, they're all incredible. I love them all. But I can't pick a single favorite. I could shout out everyone because it all looks amazing. I don't want anyone to feel like I didn't.
Very humble. So, tell us a bit more about what players can expect off the bat with Genesis. What are the biggest changes coming for them?
Well, you're going to see the planets become more and more physically based. As this technology matures and is finished out and is rolled out to the stuff that we're delivering to live, you're going to start to see all of these things come together. You're going to see that cohesion that we demoed today. And I'm hoping that we're going to show you some more of the steps along the way as well in the future, where we won't just be showing you pines anymore. We're going to be showing all that incredible stuff that Seb's been busy authoring. Together, it's just going to look amazing. I'm so excited to get this into people's hands.
Because these guys are just kind of yammering.
The personal highlight for me was seeing the water interaction with the biomes. Is that something you're excited for players to interact with?
The same
Absolutely.
question.
The swamp demo with the water interaction. I kind of knew it was coming.
They're
and
just
I'd seen,
recapping and be like,
clip in the
"That's so
background,
cool."
but
They're,
seeing
like,
it there and it just
reacting to
working
it or
is
pretending to
great.
react to
It's,
it.
I love
It's
it, and I
pretty
can't wait
painful.
for those. Once those biomes are out and you can go and explore, so
All
much
right,
more reason to be
should
in
we
the
give our
water,
opinions
and
on
see
it
all.
rather than
I'm
listening to
very
them?
excited.
I believe so. Yes, I think that's
Immersion's
where we should go.
obviously very important
So
to our
we'll keep it on.
But I would just want to
We'll keep it on this scene, let's say, so we can. We'll keep them a bit low, and we'll share our opinions. And I was falling asleep.
It was a tough intro, especially seeing the constant panning of the planets getting the plants getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's like, okay, we get it. You made a bunch of trees and foliage.
It just went on a little longer than it needed to.
Yeah.
We're not. I don't want to deny the importance of everything, especially the panel where the locations were being built in, because we're not going to play in those forests as much as we are in the location. Like, I get it, but yeah, it almost. I just get bored when they focus on the game dev stuff more, I think.
Yeah. The nav mesh
who's
stuff.
This for?
What's up?
Who's CitizenCon for? Who's this? Like, who's your audience, right? Like, that's what I'm confused
Well,
by.
and they'd already covered nav mesh. They've already previewed global illumination. It's very impressive, but it's kind of rehashing a lot of stuff that anyone who's a big fan, and you would have to be a big fan to be watching CitizenCon for the most part, has already seen quite a bit. So it's a lot of rehashing. The last demo was very impressive. They should have tried to get to that quicker, basically.
Yeah. Oh, they're showing this. I heard about this. This was an NDA thing in the back from Monster Tech.
Monster Tech.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a chair that has like haptic feedback on it. So they're doing a commercial at the moment. So yeah, I don't know. I really want to get to the next panel. Yeah, I really want to get to the next panel.
Do you have that chair right now, Mike? Oh, is that what you said?
I'm sitting in that chair.
Hey.
Yeah, the chair's nice, but I don't want to do an ad for it at the moment. I want to talk about the video game.
Yeah, let's talk about the video game.
Yeah.
What you're seeing back here is just Monster Tech. They make sim pits. They probably make decent ones, and they make chairs and all that. But this isn't really brand new tech.
No,
it's just Star Citizen branded now, basically.
Correct. But yeah, I think they're just showing off people like playing the game and having fun and all that stuff. So this is like the in-between panel stuff. I got a note in chat that it's going to be about 20 minutes until the next panel. So we got some time to cover for sure. But yeah, that was a weird panel to open with.
I agree. It wasn't leading with your best foot forward, I feel, or it's kind of like it was like opening with the hair panel from last year. It's like maybe not what is the biggest excitement thing. I think what I was a little disappointed by with that one is the tech was all great. I think they're designing it exactly how they should be designing it to be able to develop planets at scale and speed up production. Like they know they have to do that down the road. And those tools should allow them to continue production at a fast rate. Hopefully, even with a smaller team, if they need to scale down in the future, they can still continue to produce planets quicker. But we didn't really get to see anything that felt more alien. and that was disappointing. It all looked like evolutions of microtech, essentially.
Yes, and I think that might be telling to if they do show us other planets, which ones we can expect, or systems. Oh my god, this camera. Oh my god. Let's go
the
here.
guy was like, "Oh crap, are we live?"
Before people get sick. All right. Yeah. I'm because the whole like lore of a lot of the terraforming is they use like the cow and the plants and stuff like that to populate these planets from familiar things that we had on Earth or in other star systems that made sense for us, I think. So my guess now, I feel like, is going to be no alien, like no Xi'an system, no Vandal stuff, no, like just straight up a couple star systems near where we are right now, which I think isn't unexpected, right? I think it's pretty obvious, but yeah, the more that we see their, what would it be, like their asset pool, it's going to be very human. But we have Pyro that does feel alien. How do you feel about what you've seen from Pyro a little bit? It's like
alien light, basically.
Yeah, like you want
where it's like, here's some shrubs
stuff
that and some kind of yellowish desert type stuff. Nothing looks too crazy in that. We don't have any glowing giant crab monsters walking around and chomping people, you know. I will say so the last video there was very impressive with everything working together.
Yes.
The atmospherics were incredible. If that can become the new norm, and we don't know how far away we are from global illumination and weather and all that coming into the engine, I mean, that'll sell all these locations. And one of the panels there that I think was hard for me to get excited about was them talking about the worlds being populated by all of these like mining outposts and farm outposts and whatever, because they're like, you'll never find the same thing twice, but you're still using the same asset pool. So
you will. It'll
what's
feel
going to
the
be
same.
the draw to take us there, right? Like, compare it to something like World of Warcraft, where every location is handcrafted and bespoke and feels exciting to see it for the first time. This, I can't imagine finding a new outpost and being like, oh my god, what's going to be here? Like, they're going to need to come up with something that makes me excited about that outpost, as opposed to, all right, hang on, let me clear the 5 rooms. What's the loot? Yeah, I didn't get anything good. All right, let's go find the next one, guys. And I feel like we are in danger of the gameplay turning into a little bit of No Man's Sky type to procedurally generated, if that's the approach. But that'll ultimately come down to the mission designs and the people designing the gameplay, onto how interesting is that going to be, or how repetitive is it going to be.
Yeah, like I'm a pretty simple guy when it comes to, like, I play MMOs, right? Like MMOs, you just like do the same thing over and over again and hope to get the drop you want and stuff like that. Like I tend to be drawn to that kind of gameplay, but I don't know if everyone is, and actually I do. Not everyone is, right? And
but most MMOs have bespoke locations, and are not procedurally generated environments, for
and
the
that's
most
our
part.
cities, right?
Yeah,
that's our cities, but the cities are the things that lack the most gameplay. And this was like, all right, we're gonna start on the outside, and then maybe one day come into the cities and do it at a great grander scale. Like, you know what I was expecting to see that we did not see was building interiors out of this thing, right? That was something that was hinted a year or two ago. And, you know, you're building interiors at your cities, but we did this at these small scale outpost things like that. But you can have an outpost at every 100 kilometers, but I'm just curious what, like this was the engine panel. These were the tech guys. So they're not really going to tell us what we're going to do gameplay wise. They're not going to really sell us on that. But what other panel do we see that is going to lead to that? You know, day 2, the first panel, maybe. Like, what do we do at a mining outpost? Because
yeah, well, maybe we'll get some with the next
maybe.
panel with the social space.
Exactly.
And my chest bringing up a good point is like they're showing us like for a long time we've been saying how are they possibly going to build this game at the scale that they've promised us, and that's sort of the tech that they're showing us, which is this is how we're going to do it. We've created all these tools now that you can do it quickly with data. Essentially, you can put in some numbers and get yourself a planet for the most part, and then go in and tweak it to however you want. But I don't want to knock on the tools, because the tools they've created are super important and visually very impressive considering the scale that it can be done at. So it's great tech. It's important tech. As a Star Citizen veteran, it makes it hard to get excited about some of it, because you know that tech and the visual stuff, which Star Citizen has always been good at, is the visuals, is going to be held back by that gameplay. So we're seeing, I think you and I are seeing everything through the, what is that actually going to look like in game? What is that going to experience going to be?
What do I do there? Like that's always the first question I ask. I saw a lot of people in my chat saying it. I'm sure you saw it as well. It's like, all right, cool. But what do I do there? Right? Is the thing that I come from that. And it's a really weird setup for the start of the show. It left me wanting more. So if the rest of the show feeds me, then it'll be a different story. So it just it was odd. I mean, the end was fantastic, right? It's just, that was cool.
Yeah,
that was really cool.
Really cool, nice ending. And it does make me want to go to that location, and it does make me want to fly through a storm and see lightning strike and hit a ship. And we're imagining what the gameplay could be like, right? Where it's like, if you land your ship in an exposed area, could it get struck by lightning and damaged? Okay, so now there's a gameplay reason to land inside of a hangar potentially, to store your stuff in a hangar, to build a better base. Cool, we can imagine that, but we know we're pretty far away from that being a gameplay element.
Yeah, I mean, and 2016 CitizenCon, storm coming in, HUD element comes up on your ship and says, there's a powerful storm, you need to land. And then they take their Connie down and they go via vehicle, right? Like, people were always like, why use vehicles? Why use vehicles? Why use vehicles? And they were always saying, well, storms are going to come in. Well, here's our storms. And we watched the storm destroy an Aurora, which looked pretty fake, by the way. So like, well, that was very staged as well. And we'll see. But they're going to Jared apparently, so we might.
Jared, let's throw it over to
we
you.
might have
Thank
something.
You guys so much for having us here at CitizenCon.
Okay, let's see what Jared's going to say.
Hey guys! Oh!
Next panel might be up.
Did he actually pull his leg running earlier in the show?
Yep.
I really messed up my hammy.
Get some producers in chat. Thank you guys. Appreciate you.
All right, so we just finished our Star Engine presentation, Brave New World. I want to do one more round of applause for all the CTG guys who got up here and showed you their work. Just when you think our planets couldn't get better, they come up to us about 3 months ago and they're like, hey, we've got this. Do you want to show this at CitizenCon? I'm like, yes. Yes, we do. We want to show this at CitizenCon. But you don't think it'll be like an ISC kind of thing? I'm like, no. That's CitizenCon worthy. All right, so our next presentation are
so we can blame
several
Jared.
dear friends of mine.
We know who to blame.
And Sean Tracy. You know I love you, baby. I love you. It's a presentation that I have wanted to do here at CitizenCon for years, and in 2024, well, the stars seemed to align, and I'm so excited that you're going to see this. This was what I called in our pre-show our sleeper presentation of the year. I hope you give them all the attention and all the admiration they deserve. Please welcome Benoit Boissageur and A Social Universe.
Yeah, probably not the best choice of language for that description.
Will I
They're
actually
really using
fall
that
asleep on
carrick in the background there. Is that the carrick? Something.
Oh,
or not the carrick, the Bengal.
Bengal carrier, yeah.
Hello.
Hello,
Can you hear
again.
me? 1, 2. All right, cool. Okay, so in the Star Engine presentation, that was Benoit. In this one, I am Balt, my player persona.
Okay.
I will now channel my inner Jared in this one, and I will be your host for this panel. Woo!
This is your panel, Mike.
It's time to discuss a social universe. But before we start, I have a couple warnings. First one, let's take a look at this one. I took this in our last technical preview demonstration.
Yeah, this was crazy.
And God, I was so happy to see all these people on the train. It just made me like very, very emotional. And so I want to take a moment to thank every one of you that have participated with Tech Preview Server Meshing Test A, B, C, D, and E so far. You guys have been thousands to come and help us test this technology. And the team and I are really humbled, and we feel energized by your energy. So on our behalf, thank you very much.
They've recreated the New York subway system.
It honestly felt that way. It was pretty wild.
Now,
I'm not even kidding.
The above picture is really nice,
crazy.
other than this guy, but it does present a problem. A fundamental part of playing a massively multiplayer online game is how you connect with other players, to join in on adventures, or to receive support when you want to get out of a tricky situation, or you want to participate in endeavors that are bigger than yourself.
Star Transit.
Or simply you want to run a business and make a profit. Well, as our game server shards grow, you will encounter more players. And for that, we need to scale Star Citizen's social tools to MMO size.
Okay.
Our ambition has always been to build a grand social system, including not only the game, but the world outside, like on Spectrum. Unfortunately, the focus has been elsewhere for a long time. We have neglected this side of the game in favor of others. For example, the Comlink app is by far the oldest application in Mobiglass. It's now time to correct this and make progress on this plan.
Right.
Our goal, as a reminder, in Star Citizen is to cater to all types of players. Star Citizen in that respect is not a black or white. It's not an either-or kind of game. We are not an achievers versus casuals game. We are not a socializers versus solo players game. We are not a role players versus mechanics focused game. Or dare I say, we are not a PvE versus PvP game. We are all of those things.
Okay.
We strive
1.0
to
demo
build
just
a
happened.
social environment in the game that is easy to engage with, consistent and dependable, and trustworthy, where you can judge danger, safety, or shadiness.
But you're like none of those
and we want
things
this
at
to
the
be
same time.
deeply
It's weird.
rooted in gameplay mechanics, like
You are,
reputation
but you
and
aren't.
progression. So today we're going to take a look at the updated Star Citizen social tools and how they tie into the game. But first, look at this guy. A warning. What we're going to show you is very early work. And we will not be making a revolution or breaking boundaries. We just want to bring our game up to MMO standards.
Okay.
Or
cool.
like Jared likes to say, bringing our 30th century game into the 21st century. And so in order to do this, we've enlisted some help. First of all, throughout this presentation, all the screenshots are made from you, the community, directly pulled from our community hub. You're going to see some player names on screen. Most of them are all of our most die-hard Evocati members. And for this, we should really take a moment and thank our Evocati members for their renewed support.
Thank you, Mike.
They're always there
I'm
for
not
us.
the dedicated
They get
guy.
the worst and worst of the builds, and they do good power through. This is an actual shot from the last Evocati. Forget the prisoner mentioned here from the work mines. And so, I'm not going to lie. This presentation is going to be a lot of Mobiglass. It's not super flashy. But focus on what the tools will allow you to do and their impact. But for this, I need some help myself. So I'm going to make a party. And I'm going to get some developers to help. So let me first invite our senior systems designer, Gabriel Hector.
Oh, they're going to demo this live, I think? Or, oh no, this is like a
Hello,
PowerPoint still.
CitizenCon. Hope you're doing all right. And Ben, you forgot to cover the Swedish before in your earlier introduction, so tjena.
Ah, nice. All right, we need some more. Let's invite Assistant Design Director, JJ, to the stage.
My spot's quite far away.
Yeah, no, you walk it up. Walk up. Okay, so social universe begins with your friends. That's your closest group. It's the first go-to when you want to play. Our current friend system is dated, and it includes things that are, well, not really friends. So my first question goes off to JJ to kick us off. What are we doing to improve friends and friends management?
So we're taking our oldest app in the MobiGlass, the Comlink app, and we're upgrading it to a brand new social app.
Okay.
And this is now going to be your one-stop shop for all of your friends and group gameplay.
He's got a lot of money.
Now, this is the new and improved friends list. So you'll notice, sadly, one of our oldest friends that we all have is missing, though, and that's ATC. Sadly, our friendship has ended with ATC.
What? I'll have no friends at all then.
Thank God, get rid of that horrible system.
I recognize some of these names.
So this is now just a dedicated space for your real friends. So you're now going to be able to see what those real friends are doing with richer presence information. So giving you better awareness of where your friends are, what they're doing, or if they're not on, when they were last seen. And then you'll also be able to reflect your own status. So you can let friends know if you're away, don't want to be disturbed, or if you just want to hide offline for a while. Another key upgrade is synchronizing with Spectrum as well. So you'll be able to see friends that are in Spectrum itself, Arena Commander, or just chilling on the launcher. And that also means that you can accept and receive invites to and from Spectrum even while you're offline.
My viewers in there.
Throughout this presentation, any functionality that is shared between the game
and I play with Inkwell every patch.
We're aiming to synchronize across all. And speaking of synchronizing, when we have multiple characters, your friends will be shared across all of them too.
Nice.
When we have multiple
So
characters.
some people are real socialites. I know, I've
Whoa,
seen them.
I didn't even know that.
They have a lot of
Okay,
friends.
cool.
I'm talking multiple pages and pages of friends. What are we doing
my
to
alt.
help management of
We
huge
don't know
friends
what
list?
Nice
gives you
humble
a character,
brag,
though.
Ben. In fact, we are giving you the ability to add notes to your friends list so you can remember, hey, this is that cosplayer that I met at CitizenCon 2954. Or maybe it's JJ's super weird username. This is JJ. Also, you can add people to a favorites list, meaning that the people that you interact with most in the game are always going to be shown
search
at the
bar
top of your friends
is
list
missing.
for your convenience.
Unless it's the top
Additionally,
left.
we're moving the
Yeah.
voice chat into the social app.
Okay.
Well, why? Who are you going to call? That's the question. You're going to call your friends. You're going to call your party. So this is where it should live.
Seem to have got a lot of UEC there as well, Ben.
I swear to God, I didn't dupe any cargo. This is just my personal allowance.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, so that's all cool for your close buddies, but the one thing that always happens when you meet people is that some of them aren't nice. Abusers, pad rammers, active griefers, you know? Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help the situation?
So in addition to the friends list, we're also now going to have a block list. And we like to think of block people as reverse friends. They're just people that you really don't want to talk to anymore.
Okay.
You've needed this for a long time.
What we're trying to do is we're doing something called black holing
quality
them from
of life
communications. So you
upgrade.
can't see them talk, and they can't see you talk anymore. And not only for communications, whenever you see some of these other systems we're about to talk about where you can group up, we're going to make it harder for you to see each other as well. Now, we
Somebody
also
said
have
I thought
a
they were going to put
much
SaltEMike
requested
on there
hostiles list
and
for
block
people who have
me.
made a real enemy of you as well.
That would be
The
fun.
would
JOS
actually have been
list
funny,
is
yeah.
finally making its way in.
Oh, yeah. You'll also be able to add notes here as well, just so
Someone
you can
says
remember that
Skype
person I blocked 2
in-game.
years
All
ago.
right.
You remember why, because you're going to forget. And then for those situations where someone really wants to go the extra mile to be a super mega ass, you can report them to us.
Good. A
and we'll
report
deal with them
system
for
is
you.
very important too.
Yes.
All right, so now I have my friends list up to date. I can find my friends easily based on rich presence in real time, and I'm ready to go on an adventure. But for that, I need a party.
The party is at the core of the social experience. When you're heading into a mission, meeting with other players, or
the good
whether
part.
they're friend or not. Our party system is very bare bones at the moment.
Yep.
It does have some cool features, but what are we planning to improve parties?
Oh, there's
Yeah,
literally
so
an
as you
org
said,
tab at the
It does
bottom.
have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum syncing. It's all good stuff, but let's take a closer look at the new features of the party list. So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties.
There's the search bar, by the way.
But we want to do this well.
Okay,
We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and people have been partying up in hundreds.
100+ people in one ship? Come on.
And that's all right. We just want to make sure that we're adding better support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with the friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well. But for the party, you're going to want more real-time gameplay-related info, like if someone's downed or dead or maybe offline.
Oh,
for
the
some
icon.
reason.
Yeah.
A big thing, though,
Next
is
to the name.
the ship
Their
and
status.
That's
seat
cool.
breakdown.
That's cool.
So you will see. Yeah, maybe that's worth applause.
It shows you what seat they're in.
So,
like, oh, Mike's
You will
piloting
see
his
all the
ship, and
vehicles
he's
that your
got
party members are in,
these three
as
guys
well
in
as the
his ship.
seat
That's so
that
cool.
they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before.
I feel like
It
I'm being
makes it like
spied
a
on.
mini fleet manager.
I feel like I'm being spied on a little bit. Hey,
Okay.
go watch what I'm doing.
Yeah. Mike's in the toilet in his ship.
Yeah.
So there's going to be more improvements as well. So you're going to be able to control permission for invites. So only your leaders and assistant leaders can actually invite people. So it's
Nice.
no longer an absolute free-for-all. And we're adding an absolute MMO staple as well, which is the ready check. So as we
Cool.
add more and more challenging group gameplay, you're going to be able to coordinate a lot better. And while we're talking about group
What does
play,
the ready check mean? For what,
and maybe it's unwanted
Like,
group play in this case.
I'm ready to
We're
go.
improving the quality of life for our streamers as well.
Okay. You
So
just
we'll
check
no
it
longer have a
then.
sharp
Yeah.
player list. We're going to be
When
obscuring
managing
things
100
like your
people.
on-screen name and location and
Yeah,
so on,
fair
which is
enough.
just so you're a bit harder to find while you are streaming. And that's the full friends and party tab.
Pretty cool.
It's a party for the eyes.
It's a party for you guys.
All right.
Okay.
Bringing us
It looks
up to
good.
standard.
So the new
like they
Friends
said.
and Party
We're not
place is
supposed
really
to be
the
blown
one-stop
away
shop
here.
to manage all your real-time interactions with other players or access your
Apparently
comms
they
channel.
mentioned streamer mode.
That's cool, but as we navigate the verse, it's always very difficult to find people. We have a single channel. People are blasting, looking for groups. It's a bit awkward. You never know what you're going to find. With bigger shards, I know I'm the bigger shards guy now, but we're going to have a lot more players in there.
Cool. So
there must be
looking
a
for
better
group
way.
system.
Yeah.
Well, Ben, we have given this some thought. So, the second tab in the social app, introducing the Party Finder.
Wow.
Dude,
So,
people-
the Party
This
Finder,
is good.
And
it's a
Eve
dynamic
uses this in
system
such a
that's going
funny
to make
way.
it easy for you to find interesting and
Just to
engaging
try and
gameplay.
kill people and stuff.
It's basically
Oh, yeah,
player-powered matchmaking. So, if you are looking for more players, just go in here, advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here.
Yes.
Plays combat 5
Mining
times.
party, let's go, and then
you could
get
even
killed.
set
all
things
your
like a
org.
specific
Yeah.
contract that you want
Yeah,
to
the
play.
guy's like, cool,
or
you guys
roles
want
that
to
you're
ambush a
looking to
mining
fill.
party?
Maybe you need gunners,
This'll be
engineers,
pretty exploitable.
pilots.
Oh, yeah.
Meat shields.
But
Maybe that.
that's
You could also
I
limit
don't
the
know, I
number
just
of
feel like-
members. You might want to do some, again, specific content.
you
So
know the
want to
risks
do
when joining an open
put
party.
a set
You know?
number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like very much. Maybe you just don't want to split the contract rewards, right? So once you have that information, then it's time to list your party.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group, which is kind of like a reverse invite. You're applying to the party, you're joining yourself, you're getting involved.
You're the reverse guy today.
I'm stuck in one gear. So you can then request, the people that are requesting, you can then look at their information and you decide on whether or not you want to accept or reject them, just so you can tailor your group to the kind of gameplay that you're trying to do. Then, on the other side, finding a party should be easy too. So all of those super cool things that Gabriel just mentioned, so like setting your group name, roles needed, party size, and so on, you're going to be able to use those
So
as
far,
filters to find the right
12-player
group.
max party, I'm saying. Wonder how big
And
they
this
can
is
be.
all purely because we want you to find the kind of group gameplay that you want to
currently,
engage in. And it's for all types of players.
It's unlimited.
FPS combat,
I think.
racing, beacons, roleplay, eating burgers at Whammers.
It's
finding
limited
cool
to the number of
vistas.
players on a
It should
server.
always be easy to find action, things to do, and people to play with.
So I can create a party from a couple friends. I can party launch into the game on the same shard. Then I can share my party with the party finder. And other people will want to join up. Now we're talking. But I'm curious, as we're going to get bigger shards, let's say that already, how will we improve communication? It's very much of a mess right now. Our chat's very bare bones. And voice comms, we never really know if they work.
Well, let's chat about chats.
Glad he called about that. The voice
So,
comms is a mess.
We're adding options for you to customize the chat window.
Nice.
Giving you the power to make the chat your own. We're also adding chat tabs.
We're bringing back tabs.
We're bringing them back from other games. And this means that you can set up customizable views filtered for any area of the game that you are interested
every
in.
MMO.
And Ben, you had a UI team make a little mock-up of some of the other functionality we're adding, right?
I sure did. I also got them to add the combat log in.
That's sweet.
What's the combat
How
log?
kind of you. So, first off,
Who died?
as we can see here, we're making slash commands actually
That-
useful.
with
so
an API.
no longer just chicken dancing and flexing. It's going to be able to help you send messages
Eve runs
to
on that.
party, to proximity chats,
Killboard.
with say and /yell commands, as well as sending DMs to other players. What the hell, Ben? You said you were going to take that
Hey, you
out.
wanted a real example.
Sure. So, another thing we're adding is that we're giving you the power to
Nobody
share
wants to do
information more
Zeno
easily
Thread.
Link.
via links.
Yes.
So, first off,
I was
here we
begging
have
for this.
contract links, taking you to the contract manager
They just
for
did Eve.
that specific contract.
Yeah.
Cheesecake!
Well, what's funny is this wasn't this in
cheesecake
WoW for
is maybe better
like
than Zeno
ever?
Threads.
You could link items and
Also,
stuff like that.
Yes, but it is so
we are
powerful.
adding star map links.
It's
Yeah,
so simple,
it's
but it
neat.
is
For
so
sure.
useful. It's insane how useful it is.
This means that
You
you
wave
can
your mouse
click
over it.
the link
Tooltip
and it will
for
take
that
you to the
thing.
exact location of the star
Ooh,
map.
dude, location.
Making it
Yes.
easy
You see
for
that?
you
Yes.
to group up.
I'm actually clapping.
Quality of life. Thank you.
Another
That's the
thing we're
best
adding
thing they've
is
shown so
item
far.
links.
Best thing
And,
today.
Well, you'll
And it's
see
in the
why
chat.
you want to link items in our Crafting Your Home presentation tomorrow.
Okay, you hear that?
Lastly,
You'll see why
No.
you want to
Adding
link items in the
player
crafting
links
or home
to
presentation.
make it easy for you to connect your friends with one another. Right?
Yep. I gotta message someone.
So while we're talking about comms, Sean just messaged us about VoIP. Do you want to invite him to the party?
I sure can, Gabe. We do need an expert to discuss VoIP and FOIP anyway. So you guys give us some air. Remember hot mics.
I just
and
said
let's
thank
invite
you.
Sean, Master of Faces Tracy, to join
They're
the party.
they're still pushing FOIP. All right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I just messaged the dev who made those links happen and said thank you.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
He said
How
he
you
would
doing?
like something,
good.
and I knew it was him.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all here. So, I've come up to talk a little bit about FOIP and VoIP. So, it's a bit of the communication channels beyond just text chat, right? All right, so FOIP and VoIP are our systems in-game. VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol, and FOIP, which I termed way back in 2019, Face over Internet Protocol. So VoIP gives us spatialized audio where you can hear and be heard within the universe. Whether you've got a helmet on, you've got a different filter. If you're far away, you can hear that they're far away. But we added Face to that way back in 2019. So it's cool because you can place video calls, you can speak and see each other speak in the game, and you can take fun selfies like this.
Okay.
So again, I mentioned, it's back in 2019, so it's been in for a little while, but it hasn't really been updated so much since then. So the cool part about it, and I really got to mention, it's not a replacement for motion capture equipment. It's not a depth camera. It uses pretty much anybody's 2D-based web camera to track your face. So it can do great things, but it's got its limitations as well. What's kind of cool about it is that FOIP and VoIP are actually coupled. They're encoded and decoded together on the network super efficiently so that it's always in sync, and anybody that's worked on facial animation with audio data knows that sync is super important. So it's been used in expected ways and unexpected ways by the community. Let's have a look.
This is Wallace Klim.
Klim? What is it?
Seems someone's on our case. One of our Ninetales facilities was sacked last night. Total loss. The bunker was destroyed.
Fuck.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
The lip quiver.
This isn't what they said it would be.
The subject has crossed the perimeter.
Most people don't associate ladies like us with salvage, do they, Shell? That's right, Mel. In fact, we're the best in the whole system at salvage, aren't we, Mel? That's right, Shell. And you look like you're getting out a bit.
I'll do it. You need a break.
What? No, you're up there in what? Your underwear, just drinking hooch or something and just singing away?
Wait, we have hooch? Hi, I'm Natronics, and you're watching Redline, your source for adventurous stories throughout the verse.
The name's Brad. Agent Davina Brad.
Excuse me, Captain?
I knew they were going to show her.
We topped off yet, Aaron Baxter?
Just about, sir.
Good. I don't want to spend another second on it.
Something we have in common, sir.
Hey. Yeah. It was that day when I met Mr. President that my life changed for the better.
Eat that apple.
Apples. You were never supposed to know any of this, Detective. You were supposed to die at Safe Haven.
Rachel.
Rachel's dead.
I just...
Hey, man.
Oh,
I'm back
man,
again.
the dead
Do you have any hats?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I read the cap. What are you looking at, sir? Go away.
All right. So it's super scuffed, though.
So that was all content made by the community, and I love it. I love it. I think it's awesome, bugs and all. But there's probably some improvements that we can make for that.
Yeah.
So one of the big ones that we've made is head rotation tracking. It's actually something we were already doing to do head tracking in first person, but we never could move the head around on the actual character itself, which we've been able to do. Some cool stuff like range of Jared?
Yeah, Sean?
Can we just, let's just do a fake video call. Can we do a fake video call?
Oh, you know we can do a fake video call, Sean.
All right, cool. So let's call one of my guys, Oliver Cook. He's been working on some new tracking updates.
Hey, Sean, and a big hello to everybody at CitizenCon. How's it going?
Oh, wow.
Hey, Ollie. It's great to see you. Everyone's having a great time. I see you're using
Yeah, that
VoIP.
looks
Where
way
are you?
better.
That's correct. I'm sat here in the comfort of my own home, talking to you via the power of VoIP and my webcam. We've been working on VoIP
And his
recently.
webcam
we're
is
starting
not
to see
good.
some improvements to the quality of the tracking.
Like it's a low, like it's a
That
basic
sounds
webcam,
awesome.
it looks like.
Can you tell everyone what you've done to improve it?
Well,
we
that
started off
blinking
by
is
looking at what
legit.
we originally had, and we realized that some mouth poses were
Did
really
they do
difficult to
blinking
pull.
before?
So we
What
focused on
kind of
improving
janky?
the range of motion of the
Yeah, I
mouth,
think so.
which now
Yeah,
looks
yeah.
like this.
Yeah, the mouth was the one that your lips would always
Hopefully,
shake.
you can see there's more of a one-to-one relationship with what's going on in my webcam. And this has helped some of those problematic poses we were seeing before, one of which being a closed-lipped smile, which was quite difficult to achieve previously.
He's being unnaturally emotive when he talks.
We've also started to add in secondary
Mhm.
motions
Maybe.
that happen naturally when pulling combination face shapes, like squinting
Yeah,
in the eyes
subtlety's
when
really
smiling
hard,
or
right?
frowning.
Yeah.
And when we combine these secondary motions with the wrinkle maps, it really goes to show just how much work has gone into these heads. Let's see how many wrinkle maps we can trigger, huh?
That's pretty good.
The blinking is
And finally,
insane, yeah.
one other thing we noticed was the tracking quality could be quite noisy in environments where the lighting is less than ideal. So to combat this, we've introduced tracking stabilization, which helps to reduce the amount of noise we get
That's what
from
my
the
chat
webcam.
was saying. He's well lit.
We're seeing
so
positive
let's
results
see
in
what
low light
happens.
conditions, but we're also seeing a small quality boost in optimal lighting conditions. The result is a more expressive and stable face, which is great for using in-game or making videos in the
Are you gonna
verse.
demo it?
And we still have a little ways to go with VoIP, but the future is bright for this feature, and we can't wait to
Because
see
his face
what
is
wonderful
getting
things you use it
blasted
for
with light.
in
Like
the
you'd never
verse.
play in that condition.
So I see you're in the character creator. Let's change how you look.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's change up my appearance here a little bit and see what we can make. The super cool thing about the character customizer is that it continues to track my face even when editing. And this is great if you want to see what VoIP will look like on your character
that's neat.
before you commit
That's
to
kinda
your
cool.
appearance.
When they take him off the camera,
Let's
it
start
looks
off by
way
changing
more
my
real
hairstyle,
too.
shall we?
Which is
We have a bunch of cool hairstyles to pick from.
It's hard to say
And
if
I
that's
used to
good or
have
bad,
pretty
but-
long hair back in the day.
Yeah.
So let's try and find something longer than I currently have.
It's tracking his eyes really nicely.
Okay,
too.
that's wild.
Which is what you called
not
out like
quite
a
what
minute
I'm
ago. Like, look at the
looking
dead
for, but
eyes,
what
right?
else
You
do
don't
we
say
have?
that here.
Dreadlocks. Super cool. Not what I'm after, though. Let's see here.
Dreadlock.
There we go. Much better. The fun thing here is with the head tracking, it's much easier to rotate around.
I go with the head
and see
above
what
that.
I'm going to look like. Let's stick with that for now. That looks good to me. We can do the same for anything else in the customizer, but I'm going to go ahead and remove my beard here, because I want to show you that VoIP still works when changing the structure and characteristics of my actual face. We have a lot of heads in our customizer.
It would be cool if it
And I'm
could
just gonna
scan
cycle
you
through a
and
few of
make
them here to
you
show you that
based
whatever
on
we choose,
your head scan.
We're still tracking, and we're good to go. We can even start to manipulate individual aspects of the face, with no detriment to the mapping onto the head. VoIP won't break when you combine these heads together. So if you just want to tweak a small aspect of your character, or take on the likeness of one of the heads included, you can do so, and test out exactly how the tracking is going to look based on your face movements in the webcam. You can now see I'm someone totally different, and we're having no troubles tracking.
It's impressive.
And if I don't like what I've picked,
Yeah,
I
it's
can always
really,
just
really
randomize
good looking.
here. Which I think is a great way of not only showing the countless combinations of heads that we can make, but also that VoIP will continue to
Oh
work
my
with
God.
anything that we throw at it. I think I'm looking pretty good here, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah, good. I think it's pretty unique to Star Citizen. Thanks a lot for showing it.
Anytime. And I hope everybody has an awesome sick day.
Pretty impressive, man. It
later.
makes me want to use VoIP.
Yeah, I kind of want to use it now. I wouldn't hate using it. Where
pretty cool.
I'd say no every time.
All right, that's
Just
great,
turned off.
Sean. But the reliability of our voice transmission has been a bit spotty, with many players
a bit.
reporting quality loss or even full audio loss. What are we doing to improve the overall infrastructure behind VoIP and FOIP?
Well, first of all, we've heard you. We know. We've tried it. And it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be updating the voice service and a total overhaul of the voice server. This is actually important, and we need to do this anyways, because we have to update the voice infrastructure for the much larger shards that are coming. So this is going to improve reliability and the voice quality.
We need to be able to call
so
across
one of the
shards,
biggest things
right?
that we're
So-
going to be doing
Yeah.
for you guys is to make sure that you have feedback in the game for when this is working and when this is not working. When you're transmitting, when you're receiving, you really have to know. So whether that's picture-in-picture, whether that's an icon telling you you're transmitting, these are all going to be things that we're adding as we go forward with these features.
Cool. Good stuff.
Okay. I mean, this is prove it for me.
My
The amount of
dad-
times
Yeah.
I've tried to talk to somebody in game and it just
Should we get Gabe back on?
Yeah, let's
open
get
their
Gabe back
mobile
in
glass
here.
trying to
Hey,
figure it out.
There's room for 4?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on stage now.
It's a bit
Ben,
crowded, right?
Can we
crowded.
kick Sean?
Yeah, we can.
I think we should kick Sean. Bye, Sean.
Certainly do it.
Bye, Sean.
Bye, Sean. All right, now we've made some friends, we've joined parties, and we even kicked some people. That's super great. But what if you're new to the game?
Ben, behind you.
Oh! The guide system.
Okay.
So we've introduced the guide system on the web.
They've been
a
pushing
while
this
ago.
so hard.
And this allowed new players and experienced players to match up, basically for a new player to get training and learning the ropes. Wait, Are we bringing it in the game?
Nice.
Yeah, of course we are.
Okay, that's good.
Good. Is it in the game
I
in
hope
Tarkov as
people
well?
don't
So,
I don't know.
ultimately, we want to encourage
I hope they
you
don't
all to help
exploit
one
this
another.
and just kill
It's very
noobs or
important for a
something.
game as large and as complex as Star Citizen is. And
I would
while
say
we're
that's a
improving
bannable
how
offense.
we teach you the game, it's
Hmm.
irreplaceable
Whereas
to have
exploiting
another
that
player
open
by your
party
side showing
system
you
would
the
not
ropes.
be, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, we
Even
wanna
though these
keep the
two
guide
things are
types from the
exactly the
website, 'cause
same.
There's already a lot of good ones there.
Mhm.
And they already cover a very wide variety of gameplay. And as we add more game systems, more guide types are going to get added too. And base building's a great example of that, which is a little teaser there for tomorrow.
Initiate construction, complete
Oh, yeah.
20 buildings,
But now, how
construct
do you
a
become
large
guide?
construction
So now
hub,
there's going to be a
construct
list
3
of
bases
requirements
on
that you've
3
gotta
different
meet.
planets. Come on.
This list will require you
Okay.
doing content like contracts, beacons, or many other things as well.
Such a tease.
And ultimately, once you've checked that list, you can then opt in to become a guide. And really, we've done this because we wanted
And then there's
becoming a guide
rewards
to
there.
really mean something, both to yourself, to other players, so they can rely on your experience.
Oh no, they're doing
But
dailies.
why become a guide?
Oh no.
Out of the goodness of your own hearts?
No. I'm getting
You wanna get
PTSD.
Some of you love to help, and a lot of you already are. But while I don't have time to get into specifics today, there are going to be rewards available for those of you that do put the effort in.
Because we like to get paid.
You do like to get paid. But ultimately, we want you to want to help.
All right. So I've been doing a lot of guide stuff, and I've reached a guide level in a field that I like doing tons of content on. Or I'm a new player and I need training in a key area. How does this all tie together? Let me answer my own question. It ties
Beacons are
into
big.
beacons, trust, and rating systems. Or as we say internally, beacons, but actually good.
Yeah, beacons are horrible.
Yeah.
Service
So
rating
beacons
is cool
have been in the
too.
game for a while, but we are
I
juicing
wonder
them
if you
up.
could get that for party
Yeah,
ambush
so
stuff
let's
too, where somebody
look at
joins
how
you
we're
like,
juicing
this
them
guy's
up.
got a
So first off,
ambush.
tying
like,
into
rating.
the guide stuff, we're adding a new type of beacon. So guide beacons. It means that if you are a
Okay.
guide, you'll be able to respond to them. If you need a guide, you broadcast them. And if
That's
you need
pretty
a guide,
cool,
you can
actually.
be certain that whoever responds to them knows their stuff.
That's actually really
So
smart.
this is obviously good for new players needing to learn the game. But even seasoned players like yourselves, you're going to have a great use for this because there's always something new to learn in the verse. So you just post your question, you broadcast it out, the guides get alerted, they can accept it, contact you, and once you have the information you need, you take the beacon down, get out there, and use your newfound knowledge.
Yeah,
So,
and the guild is
Obviously,
paying you
there's many different types
to do
of
this.
guide beacons
Kinda
here,
cool.
but we're also adding more categories to service beacons.
Now, all this beacon stuff sounds fine, but let's be honest. I have a friend, not me, but every time they use a beacon, they get ganked. How are we going to do? What are
Here
we
we
going
go.
to do to make sure
They're
that
thinking
whoever
about
is
it. That's
answering my
good.
call for
Oh,
help?
yeah.
They usually
many
keep
people
thinking about
complain.
it.
Are you sure that's your friend and not you? Yeah, okay. So we've got a few ways of tackling this, and one of them is actually subsidizing the beacons. So guilds contribute rewards to the payouts on service beacons, and we'll get to guilds shortly. But that could be money, reputation, or potentially other rewards as well.
Because we like getting paid.
And ultimately, that keeps the cost down for the people that need help, but rewards the people that are helping. And this actually finally makes it viable to do beacons for whatever
That's pretty
profession
cool.
you like to do.
Yep.
Medics, refuelers, and repairers, just to name a few. But if you misbehave and you fail the beacon, there's no payout for you. So that's one incentive. The other is that we're adding a proficiency
look
rating.
at that.
Nice.
Responders can earn that rating by successfully
Towing.
completing service beacons. You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success, and only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a
You are
leaderboard
not good
and
at
marks you
medical
as one of the
gameplay.
best playing in your region. So when broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating. Then you'll get to pick who you want to help you out. Then
Yeah,
let's
that's
say you're
neat.
not very good, or you like to misbehave a lot. Failing a beacon will result in losing rating, and then repeat offenders will enter the red zone.
The bald zone.
This is great.
And
It's,
then only really
Uber.
desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system much more robust to the point of automatically determining success or failure. So we're putting a lot of focus on making the system difficult to exploit as well in the many different ways that it can be right now. So criminal types, like you, Benoit,
Very smart.
will have to get much more creative.
So yeah, that's all great from the Beacon broadcaster's perspective, right?
It's huge. They
Pretty cool
normally
stuff.
don't think about all this stuff.
Why
Like
they're not the only
exploits,
ones getting
they
ganked?
miss it.
The Beacon responders,
They're
also in a
clapping
bad
quieter
position.
for this.
So what are we doing for the Beacon responders? Well, we want to give you some idea of the risk you're putting yourself into by responding to the Beacon.
Okay.
So we're adding trust rating. So if we look at this person who's looking for some help to repair here, well, you can see their last 5 recent beacons that they've broadcasted. They have 2 neutral ones. Something's gone wrong, but it wasn't necessarily bad or illegal. Then they have a red one. That's bad. They have been up to something. But they have also been successful with 2 beacons. So, well, at least you can assess the situation before going into it. It ensures your safety when doing a good deed. And yeah, I think that's it for beacons. So
that's pretty darn cool,
One
actually.
more
Yeah.
big thing I guess we
What
need to talk
determines
about, right?
the
I'm really
rating? Just the
excited for.
person who did the.
oh yeah, look at that. That is exciting. I like this one.
Did someone mess with the slides?
I'm getting
In
hungry.
Sweden, we call this a double barrel.
Well, it's not time for lunch just yet. So, who would like to talk about player organization?
Here you go, Mike.
Don't fuck this up, please.
That's all right.
It sounds
Don't
like
ruin
we have
this for me.
few people in orgs in the house today. But Benoit, you talked about this a while ago, right?
It's been 84 years.
Start org.
So I was originally asked to outline the original ideas behind how organizations would work in the very early days of the project. A younger Ben, big ideas, same ideas, now action. You have no idea how happy I am that we're finally tackling this task and this design in the game to truly give you all the tools you need to make your empire in SC. There are more than 70,000 organizations registered on the RSI website.
Actually.
They're yelling their org names in the crowd.
69,999 of them of decent size, and then test. Ridiculous.
Test has like
But all of
50,000
those
members.
have custom identities, logos, charter. The amount of creative and high-quality content you guys have always produced has always amazed us and inspired us. Those orgs range from a small group of friends with just the name to large companies spanning a large amount of players with the intent to share wealth, missions, and campaigns together. Now we want to make those orgs matter in the game. Should you choose to join or create an organization, we want this social aspect to be part of your progression. But don't let me spoil it. Let's get a real designer to cover this stuff. JJ, you are a self-proclaimed big MMO player yourself, so why don't you give us the details?
Hey, JJ.
I didn't realize I went around self-proclaiming so much, but thank you. But as an MMO player, I understand that different terminology is used in a lot of different games, so I just wanted to very quickly go over how we're using it in Star Citizen. So orgs, as many of you know, the players coming together to achieve a goal, whatever you want your goals to be. We give you the framework, and you set it up and drive it forward. And we were going to shout a few of them out, but I was actually told we couldn't play favorites, so we actually made our own. So we've got the Fellowship of JJ
and the Baltzfald Buccaneers.
Those
What?
guys.
You guys made your own orgs?
Yeah, we kind of left you out. Sorry about that, James.
We also have NPC factions, and they're already in the game. And you can earn or lose reputation with them. Now contracts and doing nice things.
They're not in the
will
cargo
earn you rep.
missions, though.
And killing and stealing,
Weirdly.
all that horrible stuff you love, Ben. That will lose you rep. Ling and Redwind and the ones that you can see on there are just a few
Only the
examples,
guild
and
is
there's
in.
going to be a lot more to come going forward.
Which I think is next, yeah.
Now, there are also guilds, like the Interstellar Transport Guild. And these are essentially collections of several factions, and we're putting them in a position to be more prevalent.
What? You're saying there's something bigger than factions?
Oh, yeah. So they're going to be something you interact with a lot, and they essentially handle contracts for the factions. But you will earn rep with both still, but as the bigger entity, the guild will be much more important. And you'll find out a lot more about guilds tomorrow at the Stars My
Okay.
Destination presentation at the end of tomorrow.
I'm intrigued.
Again,
Okay,
a tease.
so 1.0 stuff.
But now we can dive into some of
Basically.
our new org systems.
Yes. Let's start with the basics. I want to find or I want to recruit for an org.
Yeah, so welcome to the new app for everything
In-game.
orgs.
Wow.
Recruiting
Finally.
in-game.
Jeez.
Yeah.
With the mask.
So orgs can be big and complex, and as we said, some of them have thousands of members. So when we designed the app, well, we made sure that we took this into account, but it's also something that we can expand on moving forward. So
I
let's
see
have a look
Mongrel
at it.
Squad.
Now,
Oh,
I'd
no,
like to
never
point
mind.
out that
It's all
the
fake.
Fellowship of JJ, like every designer-based org, is really focused on things like progression gameplay and mission and crafting and leveling up. But my Bolt's Fault Buccaneers, no, they're the real deal. Now, we don't do any of that stuff. Now, we're in it for profit, interdiction lines, shipboarding action. We get all that sweet cargo for free.
For free? That sounds pretty illegal, Ben.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's in those crates?
Slam!
Anyway, it sounds like you guys might be interested in joining some big orgs. Well, I
Can you
prefer
join
something
too? It
smaller.
says joined
so I think
on
it's
both.
fair to say
You can join multiple
that
orgs.
we
You can
might
main
play in
one,
different ways,
and then you
and
can.
we'll want to join different orgs. The
Can't remember the
recruitment
term.
tab
It's
is
like your
the
side
place to
org.
find them. So we're giving you
cool.
the
Yeah.
tools to promote your org to
And you
potential
can even
members
hide
in order to give
that
a
you're in
best
an org.
first impression to them.
Affiliate and org.
Just
That's the
noticed that, but you might
terminology
wanna have
for
a
the
word with
game.
Rich. It looks like
What?
he doesn't want you.
No way. I'll have to speak with him.
Anyway, yes. So we're adding filters for when you're basically trying to find
cool.
a home. And we want to cater to all types of players because we're a massive game, right? And orgs are combining tons of different gameplay
Or you
in
could
tons of different
do
ways.
org size too. You're like,
So
I
you
want a
can search
small
by name if there's an
org
infamous
as
org
opposed
you've
to like a
encountered out
mega
there in the
org.
verse or online. You can search by size. So if you're after a big and active org like me, or a small and more close-knit org like Gabriel.
I'm looking for one
Then
thing
you
that
can
they
also
haven't
search
said
by
yet.
the gameplay focuses you enjoy. So maybe you love trading in PvP.
Alliances.
Or maybe you like events like the Daymar Rally. Safe? Yeah. So I guess you'd end up searching for, say, social and racing, maybe?
What if I love committing crime and roleplay, asking for a friend?
What's that got to do with the presentation? Anyway, you can search for whatever you like, and if it's not there, why not just create it yourself?
So, we allowed you to join multiple orgs back in 2014. I can still do that, right?
Oh, yeah. So we're keeping it supported, and we're actually doing the Star Citizen thing, and we're going one bigger.
One bigger.
So we're giving you an additional one to join when we actually bring it into the game, too. And we wanted to keep it because we've all played games where it's far too limited. Like, one org per character just isn't enough for a game this size.
Okay.
Yeah, and here you get an idea of what the full screen will look like. It's going to be your one-stop shop for joining or finding players for your org.
Yeah, it looks like a Discord
So
server.
let's have a look at the core functions and features to look forward to in the rest of the app. This is the Summary tab. On here, you can select one of your orgs
Ooh,
that
there's a
you're in on the left-hand side,
Events,
and
yeah.
you'll see, well,
That's
a summary,
cool.
a lot of at-a-glance information. So we'll
I want
introduce some of these
inventories.
one at a time.
That's
So
hangers
first
and
off,
inventories.
announcements and org information. Simple stuff.
Yeah.
You use them how you want to. Also, we're adding an events log. So in here, you'll get a summary
Accolades.
of important events within the org and
Okay.
changes to org statuses or settings. In short, these things, well, it's a big verse, and it's easy to miss cool things that happen in your org. And these features will help you stay on top of the day-to-day life of being an org member.
Okay, we're also adding an events calendar. So by default,
That's it. I mean, it is cool.
Yeah.
It's nice.
So by default, it's going to be populated with our in-game events, so you never miss a thing. But more importantly, you'll obviously be able to add your own as well. So you'll never miss another meetup
Ooh.
to get together for group content.
If you could
It's
API
tough to get
this,
everyone on at the same
Mike,
time,
to your
right?
like
So use
Google
this for your
Calendar or
Convoy
whatever.
Tuesdays,
Yep.
Casual Fridays, holding hands in Horizon Saturdays, whatever you want.
Getting crushed by the Buccaneers on Monday.
That's Gabriel's favorite.
It is my favorite.
Remember that it is our intent that all the features we're looking at here are available
There's
on Spectrum
two
as well,
tabs at the
allowing you
top
to
that are
access
grayed
this
out.
info even if you're not in the game. This applies to parties.
They just
comms,
said you can do all
friends,
this
and all
in
other functions.
Spectrum as well.
Oh,
So that's
sick.
cool.
Okay.
There's your
Join multiple
API.
orgs, like the Buccaneers, the Corvette Club, or the Slam Truckers. But how will others see me in the verse if I have multiple choices? Surely I need to pick a banner.
So that's covered by something new called representing. And it's actually quite similar to the existing affiliation main status system on the website. So if you're in multiple orgs, you choose which one you want to represent, but you can only represent one at a time.
Oh,
Now,
somebody
there
had
are ongoing
crafted a
benefits from being in
P4AR.
orgs, which we'll get to in a minute.
Yeah.
But you choosing who you
I
represent
see.
asks which one you want to benefit from at any given time. But why? Well, we wanted to support players
Probably
who like
means
to play
inventory.
with different groups of friends. But we didn't want players who are just in one to be at a major disadvantage to those that are in the full 6. Because really, joining multiple orgs should be your choice and not feel like it's a necessity.
And there's no need for you to switch which org you're representing to see things like this Moby screen or org chat. But we want to put limitations on how often you can switch to avoid exploiting the systems. And we don't want to punish anyone who's, playing by the rules. And
You just need to
a
see
big part
what orgs
of
other people are in.
representing is visualizing it in world.
You know?
We want you to be able to fly your banner for your org. So we're
And their
adding another
history.
MMO staple to the game. Tags.
Cool. Yeah, we've needed that for a while.
Yeah.
So the org leader will be able to set a tag for the org.
People are clapping
and
for
this gets
tags.
appended
It's
to the
just
name
funny. It's
of-
like
while
such a
you're representing.
legacy.
So you can
item.
easily see
But that's how
who is
bad
in
the
which
game has
org
been
at a
for
glance.
so long. You
So
know?
we'll have it in chats,
Yeah.
Crazy.
in world, and if you're not interested in this stuff, well, you have the option to turn it off as well.
How novel! We'll be able to identify people around us.
That's crazy.
JJ, I'm curious. You mentioned guilds before, and I'm guessing they fit into this somehow.
Yes, so you may have spotted a few references on the UI to alignment earlier, but what is
Interesting.
it? So, it's your opportunity to form a relationship between org and in-game guild.
Whoa, okay.
Now, just as you in personal rep with the guilds, you can with your org now as well. So your org leaders pick which one you want to align with, and while representing, org members doing specific action, like contracts with them, will increase the org's alignment with the guild. But which guild should you
what
pick?
does that mean?
So all of our guilds are going to have a specific theme and associated gameplay. And you can basically pick the one that matches your theme or benefits your org the most. So a combat-focused org, like the Fellowship, might want to align with themselves with the Mercenary Guild.
So you
Or
just
one
get
enjoys
better
making cash
rewards,
through trading and hauling,
basically.
they'd probably want to align with
It's just
the
what are the
Stealth Transport
rewards,
Guild.
right? Like right now, the rewards just make
Yeah.
more money.
So how do these benefits
Payout,
work?
reputation
Well,
gain.
As your
Yeah.
alignment with a guild, it raises, as it
like,
raises,
what does rep mean?
You both unlock new benefits from that guild, as well as improve your previously unlocked benefits. So, for example, if I align my org with the Academy of Science Guild, we might get research speed improvements.
Yeah.
As my org performs contracts for this guild, alignment raises, and that speed benefit gets better.
And then you're telling
And
your
needless
members to
say,
go out and
other guilds
participate
will have
in
other
that stuff.
types of benefits. Finally, on guild alignment, you are not locked in forever. You can switch at any time. However, that will put your alignment back at 0. So it's a big choice.
Okay.
So every member gets full benefits.
Well,
Kind of sucks that you
not
lose your
necessarily.
alignment
We're
progress
also
if you
introducing
switch. but
loyalty.
whatever.
So it's similar to the org's alignment with a guild, but this represents your relationship to the org you're in. Anything you do that benefits the org while you are representing it will gain you loyalty with them. So for example, you could be doing missions for the org-aligned guild, or you could be depositing money and materials into org storage.
Okay.
Org storage.
There you go, Mike.
Another tease.
We'll hear about that tomorrow, they just said. So that's a
Okay.
1.0 thing. Okay. It's a 1.0 thing.
Ultimately, we wanted to
Where do they
encourage
say that?
long-term membership because we don't think
They
you
just
should
said
just
you'll
be
hear
able
about it
to
tomorrow.
join a well-established org and then just
So
get
unless it's
everything
in the
instantly for no effort.
base building demo, it
So to
would
put
be
it
in the
simply,
1.0,
having
right?
low loyalty limits what you gain from the org's alignment benefits, and having high loyalty gives you full access. We also wanted org leadership to be able to view members' current loyalty and use it as a tool to reward appropriately with things like ranks and permissions. And then loyalty resets to 0 when you leave an org, so there's some incentive for sticking around.
Wait, does that mean I lose my loyalty if I change my representation away?
No, so not representing puts your contributions or ongoing benefits on hold. So when you start representing again, you essentially just pick up where you left off.
It's kind of an
what if I
interesting
leave the org?
punishment system too, where if somebody's
not very loyal,
misbehaving,
so
you
it
get kicked out.
Yeah,
You lose
right.
all of
well, so
your
you know, in my
personal
org,
rep.
my Buccaneers, they're mostly scoundrels, and so they tend to join and leave, and you know, it's not very loyal in general. Larger orgs, they tend to be a pain to manage, though. With the flow of joiners and leavers, do we have any tools to help managers like me?
Well,
this is what I want to hear.
Let's have a look at the Members tab. So this is less complex than the previous tabs, but it's equally important. This is where you see the community of your org and your place in it. So in here, you'll be able to manage members, you can leave notes, and see the ranks of members. And as we did with the friends list and the party list, we're adding rich presence in here as well. This is the rank panel. It gives you a clear indication where you sit within the community. And you'll see permissions on here, but that's something that we'll delve more into at a later date. For now, I'll just say that the leader might be able to determine permissions for each rank, and well, it could be things like inviting new members or accessing org storage.
Stop teasing us with org storage. God.
Come on.
So, all right. So, orgs form and friendship and animosities build up. Maybe my Buccaneers and the Fellowship of JJ don't really see eye to eye most of the time. Would be great for this to translate in game, wouldn't it?
Here we go. Yes.
Finally.
That's huge. That's huge. I can't even describe how huge that is.
Beginning.
So yeah, it's a good job we got it covered, which is with our new alliances and rivalry system.
Sorry for yelling.
So
that was
you're
exciting.
going to have the ability to create alliances and go to war. And there are many reasons to make friends. You might want to have trading partners, or you might want to group up for protection if you're playing somewhere like Pyro. And at the same time, there are probably going to be many reasons why you won't get along. Maybe an org keeps attacking or stealing from you. Alliance is forming an agreement between two org leaders, and it has to be mutual. You can't force someone to be friends.
Unlike real life.
Okay.
Requests are sent from the screen
so
if
weird.
you have permission, and you could respond here as well. And as a bonus, allied orgs are going to have additional lines of communication, like Alliance chat, or being able to share Alliance events on the calendar, just to name a few.
Cool.
Yeah, this is huge.
So, rivalry.
Means you could
that
get your
isn't a
alliance
mutual
to like
agreement.
all attack
If someone
a place.
decides you're
That's
the
pretty
rival,
cool.
well, tough luck. However, you could reach a mutual agreement to make a truce, putting you back at neutral. And there's no real benefit to having rivals, so we want to make them easy to identify. That's why alliances and rivalries.
So why rival? What does that even do?
Directly into hostility indicators.
What did you say?
So
why
just
rival
like
somebody?
Now,
It's obvious why you ally.
So it marks
you'll be
them
able
as
to see
hostile
neutral
for your org
contacts in
members.
white,
So they
and
know.
party members show
Anywhere?
up in blue.
Yeah.
Whereas your org wingman will come in a dark green, and your allied orgs in a paler green.
Okay.
Your rivals will show up in red.
Or people
and
in your kill list.
the kill list, people on your kill list that we mentioned before, will also show up in red or orange. If you're not, well, they're not legal to attack. That's the go straight to jail card if you kill them here. So we'll be adding
depending on where you are,
accessibility
maybe
options for this stuff as well to make sure that everybody can benefit from these updates.
That's really cool.
Yeah. So
that's going to be huge.
The
People can
accessibility
finally
is like
fight.
colorblind people.
Yeah.
There you go.
So that's everything for orgs today, but it's just the tip of the social iceberg. And we didn't have time to show you everything, but there's lots more to show in the future. And we're super excited because we finally get to deliver it.
Yeah.
I don't
Now,
believe
what
you.
have we learned?
Yeah.
Yeah, win.
We're
Those are all
upgrading
still
Star Citizen
images.
social
When's that
tools to
coming?
MMO size.
Yep.
With a new social app in the MobiGlass, proper tools to manage parties with rich presence, ready check, and ship information. Richer chat with the niceties normally present in every game. A new party finder, a system that allows you to find players to play with. Revamp beacons and guide system powered by rating and proficiency. On orgs, we're bringing orgs in the game. We're obviously with a new orgs app, but also alignment. So you align your org with a guild and get benefits for your members, representations, which identifies you in the verse and gives you benefits, and loyalty to your orgs, and alliances and rivalry to identify friend from foe. And now, we're going to leave you with a short video to end on because we couldn't show everything we're working on. But what would it look like in the unlikely event where our two powerhouse orgs came together as one?
How
And my
fake
org,
is
right?
this?
Yeah, it's a little
Let's
teaser
see.
for tomorrow's crafting your home presentation and what you can build together as an org, and
A little
teasing something
teaser.
else coming in the future. Have a great CitizenCon, guys. See you there.
Okay,
Yeah.
what's the
All
teaser?
right, here we go. Your org on a shirt could be one. So clothing, tags.
You can put your face on a shirt.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, on your armor. On your
Ooh.
ships.
Yeah, on the ships. That looks
Yes, dude. How much do I have to pay? Because I got a feeling that's a paid thing.
Yes!
That's a paid thing. I got a real feeling about that one.
cool. No, they're not going to do that. That would be.
Sometimes it's just the
Insane.
simple things,
You want
isn't
to
it?
bet?
Like,
Yeah.
put that crap on
I'll
a
bet
shirt.
you they're not going to charge you for that.
All right.
That'd be
All
fun.
right, so we're at our midway point of day one, guys. We're going to take about a 45-minute to 60-minute break, depending on some technical stuff that we're going to figure out backstage.
All right.
This is your chance to go get some food, go to the bathroom, stretch your hammies, whatever you entertain yourself for the next 45 minutes. But come right
45
back.
minutes.
We're coming back
Yeah.
with the cosplay contest and then 2 presentations. I
Wait,
promise.
45 minutes, then the
It's only
cosplay
up
contest.
from here. Thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah.
We'll see you in about
Why
an hour.
not the cosplay
That's tough.
contest for 45 minutes?
Woo.
All right.
All
All right.
You want to play some tic-tac-toe?
Yeah. Well, I want to talk about what I just saw. Like, I
let's
play with
chat.
an org in the game, and that is mostly
This is huge
everything
for
that I
anyone.
wanted,
Yeah.
I would say.
This is huge for anyone that plays regularly, because if you play regularly, you
Yeah.
probably play with friends. You probably play with an org. The orgs are doing everything they can to organize events and make things fun for their community.
Yep.
Huge pain in the ass right now.
Yeah.
Like, unbelievable nightmare to organize people and get them all to one location and all that stuff. This, the location stuff in chat, the being able to see where your party members are, like what ship, where they're located, inviting people. I mean, it's funny because we're like so excited about something that so many other games have already, but
Yeah, but it doesn't
really
matter.
is what Star Citizen needs to feel like a game.
Because Star
it's like-
Citizen
yeah.
already, Star Citizen has a lot of things that other games don't. So if you
Yeah.
just did the things that other games do, the game instantly starts to look like one. I mean, again, the current theme, the first thing that I want to point out is for the entirety of CitizenCon so far, they are not doing what they did last year in the idea of there is a timeline for when you're going to see these things. Squadron's done, so, or feature complete or whatever. So our focus is on you, and this is all near future stuff. There is no indication on when any of this stuff is coming. The closest thing we got was you'll hear about that tomorrow. Now they're sort of teasing that it's it'll probably be the base building demo instead of the 1.0 conversation. So when that will be, it's impossible to say. So that's the first thing that sticks out. But the second thing is the other theme is, okay, but we're not answering the why. Why am I allying and why am I warring with somebody? That's the what are we fighting over? What are we doing?
They already said there's no benefit to declaring a hostile, but that it will mark them. So like say you log on and there's been some fight between your org and another org and your leader has marked them hostile, but you aren't caught up yet. And you get on in game and you see a ship and they're marked red and they have their org tag and it's red and you go, oh shit, I better watch out for these guys because they might be on kill orders to kill me. Or maybe I should just go ahead and kill this guy before he pulls a quick one on me. So I think that's primarily the benefit there, is just to mark them and be like, we're currently fighting these guys. Now we don't just have to get the word out. It'll be represented in UI. So there's that. The Alliance, they said that one of the benefits was sharing Alliance events on like calendar things. So if you're like doing a big mining op and you're like, well, only 10 members of our org are on that want to do this right now. Let's post it in the Alliance event and let's see if we can get some Alliance members out here too. Cool. Now we've got a 30-man mining op and this is way better. And now we can get a dedicated refinery ship and blah, 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 you know? So
the
I
other
totally
thing,
see all the benefits of that.
I'm seeing another one with you have to choose your org that you align with. So now, well, there's a benefit to being with the Interstellar Transport Guild, which is the one that they showed. But what if there's also another really useful benefit for being with the Bounty Hunters Guild? So I'm in the Interstellar Transport aligned org, but it would be mutually beneficial to partner with somebody who is aligned with another guild or whatever, right? Because their benefits can benefit me, my benefits can benefit them, and then it all starts to make sense. But what are those benefits? And just what's driving me to log in every day? That's what an MMO is for me. It's like a second. It's like a second job in the best way possible for me. You know.
So they did allude to that a bit, right?
Okay.
So they alluded that like if you're in a research guild, it would improve your research times.
Yes, they did say
whatever that means. But maybe there's a construction guild. And so if you're into base building, you get benefits to construction speed, you use less resources, whatever. So that would be the benefit there. Bounty Hunter Guild, you know, higher bounty payouts, whatever it is. So that's cool. I'm on board with that system. It sounds like a good system. Switching between them, it sounds like they have some idea there to like keep you from exploiting it, so you can't do it too frequently. So and it seems like too, if you want to switch what you're doing for the day, you're not going to be heavily penalized. It'll just be like, oh man, well, I'm not getting my 10 to 15% better rate, but I'm still having fun doing this other profession right now.
Yeah, for sure.
No, that all of that seemed great, and even though they're retreading familiar MMO territory, they're kind of doing everything that most other MMOs do at a pretty high level. Granted, we haven't seen the inventory stuff yet, and EVE is kind of the king of high level org management because they've been doing it for like 20 plus years and they have all the tools. But they also have games like EVE as the guide to follow, right? So they go, how should we do org management? Let's look at EVE that's doing it with thousands of players already and has added all the features you need over the last 20 plus years based on player feedback. So I imagine we're going to see a parity level with EVE in many regards, which will very much be needed for Star Citizen.
Yeah. I think the parity level with EVE that stuck out to me that was so big was the chat and the links in chat. That's why, like, you saw me messaging somebody because I had been pushing that for a really long time, because that was the first thing that I noticed in EVE that was just a really, really, really incredibly powerful system was like I'll just give the example of the alliance that I'm in and what they do. I think it happens in every alliance is they have a separate chat that's basically I forgot the name of it, but it's like scouting. So you just pull the name of the system into the chat, and you pull the name of the person who is that's not aligned with your alliance in the chat, and just say that this person is here. Beware. Like something as simple as that. Like I'm about to go to this area. Yeah, intel. That's the name of the chat channel. So like you always have intel up on your screen. So you're always looking at it, and as you're traveling, you see, okay, this is a dangerous path that I'm about to go on and stuff. It's just such a super powerful tool.
Yeah.
Or hey, I can't mine this rock. What mining laser do I need? Just instantly pulled into it. It's just so simple.
I'm
and then
excited
you
to
just
see those tools integrated with the map system, where if your org can mark that info now. Where
here's
it's like,
location.
hey, this is where I got attacked. This is where a good mining deposit is. This is whatever. That it's going to be super cool. So
now I'm
sure that's planned.
We were all trying to follow tons of things. Did they mention like clicking on a name in chat and being able to route to them? Because that's like another super huge thing about the Intel chat is, or just being in a chat with a group is you would just type Q, 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 and that's all you would have to type and hit enter. And that means like, get on me, like jump to me.
Yeah.
And then everybody clicks your name and jumps to you. That's not a Chris Roberts thing. So I am very surprised the links are there. What I am curious of what's going to happen is how quickly you're able to do things. Like what I mean is it's not a Chris Roberts thing, is interacting with windows that are not in world and diegetic and all this stuff, and like right clicking and then instantly routing to them may not really be his thing. And I worry that would be like a missed opportunity because like being able to protect your friends, the game is big, and being able to get to them is really hard to do that quickly, right?
Yeah.
So
anything that removes additional clicks, additional opening of maps, if your friend goes, I'm in trouble, and you can very quickly click on that friend and get a route to them automatically without needing to know where they are. And then at least when you're en route, then you can like maybe open the map and kind of plan your attack a little bit better or something, but you're already on the way at that point. So you're minimizing the time. In my opinion, they'll have to add that. Like, I think you just have to, right? You don't have it, it just gets too slow and cumbersome. I say that while the game has become very slow and cumbersome this year. So
with the cargo hauling.
But it's funny because we have these competing things where the chat and the org stuff is very much about making the game more efficient, easier to get into, easier to manage. And then we have cargo hauling, persistent hangars, cargo elevators that are all kind of making things a bit slower. But
if they tie
we'll know what
that
their
in,
final vision is tomorrow, right?
Exactly. Like if they tie that into where, I don't know. I don't know exactly where it's going to go, but just call it an org hangar, right? Then your cargo hauling problems start to go away a lot more, where the people there are people who like moving boxes. I happen to be one of them if there's a good reason to do it, right? If the boxes have stuff that other people need and it's feeding some part of this universe that we're playing in, that is good enough for me. That is honestly, like we brought up Eve a few times, that's the Eve experience, right? You make some seemingly useless thing, and somebody uses it in the game world. Like you did that, right? Like something little like that is a big deal to me. And like I see this in chat too, that they're like playing into org politics too, like allowing them to war each other and all that stuff. And that's very Eve as well, right? Just allowing these people to do things like that. I'm seeing messages. I already responded to Croncy. Like he's looking for a little corner. He's going to call in from the floor and let us know what it's like there. So that'll be pretty cool. If you are in contact with him, just tell him, give us a couple minutes. We're just chatting about this.
I see him in your gray room.
Yeah, so I'll just pull him down, and then we have to get to we're gonna get this other one out of the way as well. There's a one that I warned LevelCap about that happened last year that we got to watch. Somebody dressed as a clown for a couple of minutes because he lost a bet with us last year. So we're gonna get him in as well to start at this point. So yeah, I this panel was significantly better than the first one. Significantly.
Yeah, I agree. It was
On
more
every level.
impactful for
Game
gameplay,
focused.
which is what we're
Yeah.
excited about. The first one was things are going to look better, and we're already very used to things always looking better with the next updates, and it's
Yeah.
just kind of what we expect at this point. Even though it was impressive tech, we expect Star Citizen to keep pushing the envelope visually.
Yep.
And workflow-wise stuff is cool, but it's also for a 2-hour-long panel of learning about how they're going to optimize planet production, and you're sort of like, okay.
Yeah,
Like,
I was like,
it's
yeah,
cool.
my eyes were starting to get heavy. It was a lot of technical or maybe like just
Yeah.
not
And
my
this
speed.
one, the pacing was better, right?
Yeah.
Because they're like, here's this feature, here's this feature, here's this feature, here's this feature.
Yeah.
And we got to get excited, understand what it is, think about the implications for half a second, and then move on to the next feature, as opposed to here's procedural plant generation for 40 minutes. You know,
Yeah.
like, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Just a note for, because I've actually seen just quite a few of these messages in the last few minutes. Hey, Mike, are you going to be streaming this on YouTube? LevelCap is. So I'm streaming it here. It's simulcast over to LevelCap's channel on YouTube. So if you guys want it, watch this at a little bit better quality too. It's over there at 1440p. So you're getting
And
these
likewise,
4K
if
images.
you prefer Twitch, check out Mike on Twitch.
Exactly.
Oh.
It's all good. It just find your favorite place and enjoy this day. This day is for us, right? We don't get these days in Star Citizen very often, so let's have an
Once
enjoyable
a
one.
year, pretty much.
Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, I don't know. I just really enjoyed that. That was right up my alley. I just kind of started really thinking a lot about org stuff and making my Discord do the things that they just put in. I spent hours making my Discord do something that they just showed in game, but never talked about. They never talked about the accolade thing of like an org giving somebody an accolade for what?
Yeah, I wonder if that'll be like, because like in Eve, I believe, I can't remember, it's been a while since I played, and chat was pointing out that I don't know what I'm talking about, saying that Eve has all the org features already built out for it, where
Eve,
I'm sure that it's missing some
third
stuff
party.
where
It's
you
a
have to
lot of third party.
Yeah, you have to do a lot out of game.
Yep.
But I was thinking about, accolades could attribute to higher percentages. So like if you like run an op and then the org has tools to automatically disperse those fees to members, maybe your percentage goes up based on your ranking within the org, and the accolades attribute to you ranking up within your org. That could be pretty cool.
Yeah, I want to.
And that way you're not like,
Sorry, my bad. That was just a one moment that your cam was off, so I thought you were actually done, but you weren't.
No worries. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, like just the like I joined, like, who's active then too, and just it's if we're able to do things like that, I think it'll be really useful. But again, I am going to hammer this home all day, and if it bothers you, I do apologize. I still want to know why I'm playing Star Citizen. Like, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And then the moment we learn more about that, then this is so far the first two panels feel very similar to last year, where a lot of the stuff that we've seen, heard, will add to the experience when we have it. Right? The next couple panels, I'm hoping we hear more about the experience.
Yeah, it's like when people bring up bounty hunting 2.0, right?
Yeah.
Like they talked about that years ago now at this point, I think.
Yeah.
And we haven't really seen much more about it other than little hints here and there. So Yeah, we need the gameplay loop. Something I thought about when they were just showing off the basic party system was like, I kind of stopped bringing friends into the game who hadn't played Star Citizen before because the onboarding experience was just so kind of embarrassing and difficult that I kind of decided to like stop trying to ingest people into the game and go, you know what, if you're really interested, I'm happy to show you around, but I'm not gonna try and recruit you to come play with me. And a lot of that was just because it was so hard to get a new player in the game and get them to find me and link up with them. And all this, it would take an hour plus just to be in the same area as them because they're like fiddling around and couldn't figure out where to go and all this.
How about
This
trying
system
to
seems
find
like
an org? Like,
yeah, just trying to find an org or just trying to find people in space somewhere because you always have to meet up at a station. You know, what a pain in the butt. Like if I'm on a planet now and I'm like, hey, Mike, come meet me over on Microtech. I don't have to tell you anything else. If we're in the same org, you could potentially just find my name,
just click your name,
and go to my location. And I could be mining and not have to change anything about what I'm doing, and you can show up in 20 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, like, hold on, let's party. Oh, but I'm already in another party. Who's the leader? Like, you know, just taking all that stuff away will be so much better.
Massive quality of life. Massive.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think it's probably a good time to go to Croncy now, and he's waiting, and I don't want to keep him too long, so I'll pull him down.
Chat with Croncy.
I don't. Where is he? I see him in the gray room. Okay, and he is live with a cam on, so I'm gonna put us here for a moment. Hello. How you doing?
Good. Trying to get camera work.
Your internet's slightly off, like scuffed, but let me see. You're turning your camera on? All right, sweet. I'm pulling you over.
Can you see the camera?
Yes, we could see you. And
not the best quality.
Here we go. Hey, there he is.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. So how is it like actually being there? How was the first panel for you? Are you were you still awake after that?
So obviously last year we had the very beginning with the star ending, and not having something that hype right at the beginning meant that even though it was basically the same presentation, like the same sort of stuff that they were talking about, fires, like, you know, weather or stuff. It just felt. But loved it. Loved the weather stuff. It does feel like lightning is many years away.
Yeah.
The rain. I can believe stuff like rain. I can believe stuff like clouds. I enjoyed this one, but last time, the second time. Oh yeah, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah. How about how's the actual venue?
Insanely large. So this is, you can sort of see the corner just in the back there, the video class. So this is the Hall B. Super huge. The whole thing almost feels like one giant airplane hangar.
Yeah.
They've also, like, in terms of like decorations, branding, way outside of this year compared to last year. So, like, the whole Addison Lounge, the VIP area, you hopefully be able to see there, like, is an actual area. The bar up the back here has all of the branding of all the in-game drinks.
We gotta
and
ask,
stuff, which is awesome.
how much are the drinks? We were curious. We were asking earlier.
Like £4 a drink, which is
reasonable.
Yeah,
reasonable.
Don't listen. It's terrible.
What is this? So Discord knows that it's some crazy like noise. It's suppressing it completely. We hear nothing, so that's good. Like, I don't have to mute you or anything.
They're like starting a rave over there on the Hornet. It looks like.
I think you're hearing more noise from my dog than you're hearing from his. Or Or he might have muted it for us, actually, nicely.
Mm-hmm. They're dubstepping the Hornet right now. Someone in chat said that venue used to be a train station.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Interesting.
I thought it was the hangar. So what was that?
That happens, I feel like once every like 15 minutes or so. Basically, there's a bunch of like different like lighting effects and sound effects and stuff of the Hornet taking off. Or like they're checking the engine or whatever. It's very cool, but it is insanely loud.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's
Yeah.
funny. Oh, what else? The org area
Yeah,
and
so to
stuff?
talk more about stuff. Yeah. So the community booths, which once again, I don't know how much you can tell from the lighting here. So all of those containers have the like branding of the in-game organizations, and inside those containers are where the community booths actually are. So quite cool there. The devs are doing their like during CitizenCon prop making. They're doing a Vandal skull. There's like a little worm thing. I don't know what the other one was. People were talking about the card shield, but they're doing something else. But yeah, so they're doing some of that. Very cool. But it's just the atmosphere. The atmosphere is way better than last year.
Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. And then I don't know what are you looking forward to next after seeing what
Obviously
you saw?
Obviously the planet presentation that we're going to get. But the biggest thing is the amount of like sneak peeks that they've thrown in about tomorrow and about the crafting and whatnot. Is good, right? It's also good to be like things that I do want. So
yeah,
I'm getting excited for that. Which I unfortunately don't think I will be in the here to watch because we've got to start practicing for our Atmo event.
Yeah, so Croncy's hosting the Atmo Esports event that's after, if you guys weren't aware. What was your favorite thing?
The block list.
The block list, yeah.
Yeah.
Block list, yeah.
So that anytime someone slightly irks me, I can get rid of it. No, it was
I like the notes.
Yeah, notes is awesome. But like the identification for orbs, both in terms of color identifications as well as tactics. One thing that was sort of like clicking in my mind when they were doing the presentation, when they were like, you're still going to be able to bring multiple different orbs, I was like, all right, cool. And then they were like, your org will have a like alliance with a guild, you get bonuses. And I was like, all right, I can see how an alliance is going to start to work.
Yep.
So if you're part of, we'll say, Test Squadron, you could have Test Squadron mining guild, mining org.
Yep.
They go with the mining guild, Test Squadron, like whatever, all of them allied in each other.
Exactly.
So it's once again like literally how they said it on the presentation. This is all literal bare bones mechanics.
Yeah.
But it's something that we've been missing from the game for so long. All the depths that they need, and they hit every note. Right? There was no thing where I was like, why don't we have it?
They did their homework.
Exactly.
And it looks good. It's just a matter of now. The one thing that I said was they're not really giving any sort of timeline smartly, I think, but at the same time, how excited are we supposed to be for this? Right? It's a little iffy. So
it's weird, but it's also
you're good.
Like, of course, it's like that. But I get that. It's weird. It's like all of last year was like, hey, we've been building all of this tech for a few years, so we can give you like a little bit of a, like whatever got missed, but we can give you a little bit of a depth. But now not too much. So
yeah.
I think it's going to come down to obviously we'll be during the crafting panel tomorrow and 1.0, and we can get a bit better ideas exactly what crafting is going to start. But honestly, after that panel, that feels like a 1.0.
Yeah, it does. But all right, Croncy, let me let you go because it's really loud and noise suppression is making it hard to understand you. But thank you so much. Thank you for showing us early on what was going on, and thanks for sharing what's going on there. And enjoy the Atmo event, and hopefully we'll talk to you a little bit later or tomorrow or something as well if you have time. But dude, enjoy yourself, have fun. It's a day for us to enjoy ourselves. So be good, man. Thank you.
Oh yeah,
Thanks,
guys.
buddy.
Enjoy the stream.
Bye now.
All right, bye.
Yeah, it just got a little too hard to hear him because of all the
Yeah,
background noise.
unfortunately. Yeah, trying to suppress that in there without a microphone is almost impossible, I feel.
Yeah.
Timeline wise, you've brought that up a couple times. I'm sort of mentally assuming that they're shooting for a similar timeline for what they did last year, which is like, yeah, sometime over the next 12 months, we'd like to have these features in the game.
Yeah.
And I make that assumption based on like, why show us all this cool stuff now and then just drag it out intentionally for a lot longer than that?
Yeah.
So, not that they haven't done that in the past, but I would assume they're aiming at similar stuff unless they say it specifically in the panel. Like, you're not going to see this for a long time. That aiming for a 12-month timeline and maybe just not saying it since this time around they haven't delivered on a good percentage of what they promised before.
Yeah. Or the important percentages, I would say.
Yeah. Well,
Highlights.
The website that I have that tracks the percentage of deliverables that they promised would be delivered in 12 months, they have it as 29 out of 56 listed features. So around 50% delivered, which is, I mean, we did say that if they can deliver half of it, it would still be a pretty impressive year.
But it was
And
which half?
It's about what they did. Yeah.
It's which
And
half?
what half did they deliver? Now they got a Star Map 1.0, and just now MFDs, and they did get us persistent hangers, which was potentially lackluster, depending on what you're expecting.
Yeah.
So not pyro, not server meshing,
Yeah.
not some of the big ticket items that people were really pumped for, but it does make sense. Maybe they got in a memo this time around that was like, no dates, like,
I
no
think
dates on anything.
I definitely think they learned their lesson from last year, because last year was so good, but it just, the messaging is what caused it to be so bad. I feel like if we didn't have some of the messaging that we had at CitizenCon last year, but we had what we got this year, people would still be bummed, but they would be less bummed. I also want to point this out. I'm not going to be able to bring it up on the screen or anything that easily. They did the hotfix for live. There was a number of people that popped in the chat and were like, I can't play the game right now. What do I do? And I'm like, listen, stop, dude. We're not paying attention to the game right now, all right? We're talking about the future. But apparently they hotfixed it, so maybe it'll be a little bit better. So CitizenCon is ongoing, and people are still working, getting the game functional, which...
It's impressive that they got the team back there doing that.
They shouldn't.
And
have
I like
pushed the
that people are
patch
try to play
anyway.
Star Citizen while CitizenCon is going on. They're like, hey man, the game's bugging out.
I love this.
Like, well,
but they rushed this patch out, and they're suffering the consequences for it at the moment. But just making that note for you guys so you know. All right, we have some options here, and I'll leave it up to you, Level, a little bit. We got 15 minutes before the cosplay contest. I'm assuming we're not going to be super focused on that and analyzing it. So
we can have it up in the background maybe, but I'm going to get annoyed with them talking about it for an hour.
Of course. So we have at least one caller that can come in. We don't have the clown that said he would dress up as a clown if he lost a bet. He's in Brazil, and he said it was a little bit too early, and I don't see him in the rooms or anything like that. But we have somebody that should be ready from what I can tell. I just have to
bring a caller in, man.
Just double check. And for people from Level's channel that isn't familiar, this is like sort of the format that I do for my podcast, where, Level and I are very fortunate to have a platform where we could talk about the game, and devs and other people hear it, and a lot of people in the community don't. So I just kind of like to give my platform to people and
last year was really cool having so many devs tune in and sort of both answer questions and clarify things while we were watching. It was really neat.
I think unfortunately it'll be a little bit harder this year because it's in Manchester, where all of those devs were hanging out and watching streams of their content that are living in Manchester, and those are all like the key people. There's a lot less people in
now
the
they're
US.
all on site. Yeah.
So there's like the Austin studio, and there's some people. I saw a couple people, but they're popping in from their phones at the event. But all right, we're gonna bring in a caller. He's a good dude. Actually, I don't know who. Yeah. Okay, I got it. It's Mud. So Mud, you're muted right now. I hope we got all the permissions good. We double checked and triple checked and all that stuff. It may not have worked. He popped back up. Or is this Meatly? I'm in streamer mode, so I cannot see the name.
In the wrong person.
Yeah, who am I supposed to drag in? In the gray room?
Tester.
Okay. Never mind. It's Testatastic. Gotcha. All I see is the first letter in dots because this is the result of building a new computer. I don't have all the settings that I'm used to. Testa, can you hear us? There we go.
Yep, you guys are coming through.
All right, cool. I'm going to lower you a tiny bit. Don't worry about your volume. And we're good. So what'd you think of the first two panels? How you feeling?
Pretty good. I really liked the first two panels. I agree. The first one could have been trimmed down, but I think all the devs showed off some really cool work. That final video at the end, putting it all together.
Yeah, that worked.
Really that worked.
Yep.
Maybe they could have done it at the beginning, but I think also if they just trimmed down some of the plant slideshows, it would have been better.
Yeah, just for me, trimming down the game dev stuff, and then even more so as somebody who's a game dev himself, LevelCap is going, yeah, this is all basic stuff. Like this isn't like Star Citizen, CitizenCon. You're thinking like monumental, huge scale, crazy, and like yes, everything is done at a huge scale, but he's all like, yeah, this is basic stuff, you know. And like if he's unimpressed,
that's what got lost. I think is
the scale.
They say it at the start that it's at scale, and then they go deep into how all the systems work, and I'm like, that's kind of how most modern games do it with the modern game engines. So none of it felt super innovative. The sound thing was cool, but again, I've been doing sound work in Unreal for a bit, and they have tools to do that as well. It's impressive that they built a system for it, because you would still have to build a system for it in Unreal, but you have all the same tools across the engines. It's cool stuff. It's the scale. It's doing it with server meshing with 1,000 players on the side of a procedurally generated planet. That makes it super impressive. So they just went very deep into tech that felt kind of boilerplate until you think about it within the context.
Yeah. Testa, what was your favorite thing and least favorite? Yeah, why not?
Favorite thing, obviously a lot of the social features. One thing, I know they didn't really confirm it, but I want them to at least maybe reference or talk about it. I know LevelCap, you played a lot of plant side. Having layered comms, especially in larger org events, is going to be needed. I need a communication officer to talk to the smaller squads. A 50-person call gets insane.
Very good point.
Yeah.
You kind of have it.
Yeah, they didn't address it, did they? But I would hope that that's been thought about since they talked about test squadron and 50,000 players. You can't have them all on comms. That would be a disaster.
You kind of have it slightly in the current game. I don't know what the future plans is with this now, but you have your local chat, and then you have a party chat, but then you can also make a chat channel chat, but you have to bounce between them and join them, but you can hotkey it kind of. But yeah,
I can
they
tell
would
you
have
what
to
I
make that
don't
system
want
simpler.
is 50 VoIP keys, right? I don't want to have to deal with, I don't even really want to have to deal with more than two. Two would be the maximum amount of their local VoIP for people not in a party, and then party VoIP. I don't want any more than that. So hopefully they don't do the Star Citizen thing, which is give you a billion different bindings and be you do it the way you want to. It's no, you think about it so I don't have to.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's what so what was your least favorite then? Not that
I don't really have a least favorite. Maybe just they didn't go into depth of some of the rewards, but I think that's coming up in tomorrow.
Maybe. I feel given the whole high level 1.0 look, I do think that that's a lot of what like we're getting granular on some things, but I don't think they want to go super duper granular. And I think that they're trying to show potentially what they want to deliver in the near future, but without doing the mistakes that they made last year of giving a timeline of when they would do it, kind of thing.
Was it 2015 where they had that CitizenCon with all the panels of like farming coming in 314 or whatever?
That was 2016.
I think maybe that'll be something closer.
Yeah.
The infamous
we'll
year, I
just
think.
like their large scale roadmap.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's what we're gonna see, but not a bad one, hopefully, because like the idea of it is also to answer the question of what is Star Citizen. I don't think anyone at this moment can answer it. They gave that little hint that it's everything, and I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah. Well, also, I disagreed with what Benoit was saying when he was like, Star Citizen is this, Star Citizen is that. I'm like, no, that's what you want it to be. But what it actually is not that. Like, you haven't delivered those things yet. So
exactly.
It was a little hard to hear that panel, and making statements like that now about what they think the game is now, and then hearing about what they want it to be, it kind of takes some of the weight out of their statements to a degree. It's like, yeah, you're kind of fluffing up the current state. So what does that mean about what you're telling us it's gonna be? It means you're kind of fluffing that up too, right?
Yeah, run into the like mile wide, inch deep problem if you try and do everything at once.
Yeah, I think Richard Tyrer at some point on a SCL ISC something was saying, yeah, we had like, this is the one thing is you can always look at Star Citizen, and they always do this, is they'll be like, oh yeah, you could mine, you could salvage, you could do all these things, but there's no glue that ties those together like a lot of games do, where I could do all that stuff, but it doesn't tie into the economy in any way or anything like that. Yep. So now
I think we're seeing glue though.
Money
they're teasing about it in the panels.
Yeah,
crafting and base building. That's the glue. I think they're teasing.
Hey, wait, I got a note that a dev is ready to come in, but I don't see him in the gray room, so I don't know where I pull him in
there's
from.
Vanquish. Who's Vanquish? Do you know
Vanquish that? isn't the one that I have the note from. So I was gonna let you go, Testa, and say, hey, we got 5 minutes before this thing, but now I'm unsure. So mods, I can read mod chat. Just let me know what's going on that front, please, and I can bring him in. But for now, I don't know. I want the why. I want the why. I want the why. I want the why. But I'm getting a lot more reasons. Like taking a lot of pain away, which is good.
Yeah. Quality of life updates, foundation still a little bit lacking.
Okay. Yeah. And Zach is going to call in after Dress to Kill, which I believe he's going to be presenting. So now I understand what's going on.
Cool.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah. But we got a couple minutes left. Testa, I think we'll let you go, and we'll probably bring in Vanquish, and then we'll watch the cosplay contest and chat over it a little bit, I guess. I don't know.
Mike, do you mind if I go make a cup of coffee?
Go for it. I got the calls. I got the calls. You're good.
Sounds good.
All right, Testa, be good, man.
Thanks, Testa.
Have a great day, everyone.
Bye. All right, so I'll bring in Vanquish. Hello, Vanquish. Can you hear me? Testing, Vanquish. Hello. We may not be bringing in Vanquish. I hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. Sorry, guys.
You're good. Well, Level's not here for the moment. He's making a cup of coffee, so you're just with me. So if you were like really excited to talk to LevelCap, I'm sorry. But I'll start out with what I was saying to everybody. What's your favorite? What's your least favorite?
Well, it's hard to say because I feel like everybody else, where's the gameplay, right? I'm waiting to see.
Yeah.
I think the one bit of gameplay that they showed with the weather and all that was awesome. I think everybody liked that, but I just.
But it was also a demo.
is.
It felt very demo,
True.
right? Yeah. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay, it's meant to show what could be, not what is.
It was kind of like, I feel bad because like a year ago I was on your on Answer the Call with you and Kronti, and I was excited post 2023. I was like, oh, I can't wait to get even half of this to get in the game. And like you just said to LevelCap a couple minutes ago, which half?
Yeah.
I just don't. I just haven't had a good year in Star Citizen, and I've been like, what's next? Where are they gonna go? Where's server meshing? It's just frustrating because, even when they did the 1,000 and 2,000, player tests, it just feels like, where was this a year ago? And then they told us all of that was coming, and here we are. We're now testing, but it's like 8-9 months in arrears.
Yeah, for sure. I will not stop communicating how important having that link in a chat is. And if they really dive into that and make that as powerful as they can, that is going to be really awesome. And I really hope they do. Because it's just such a good opportunity. It really is.
Yeah, I think the MMO features are going to really help a lot of the orgs that I've seen around, just desperate to be able to party and group up, and they're the ones that are making the emergent gameplay that even exists right now. And
exactly,
I think, it's funny because when you hear somebody chatting in local in the game, you kind of laugh and you wonder yourself, is this something that could turn into a group session? And then you get into like a 5 frame per second server tick rate event, and you're like, why are we doing this to ourselves?
Yeah, exactly. And it's just, this is like a learning, a stepping stone, but they've gone up another step of recognizing what Star Citizen needs and communicating to their audience that they're aware of it. So like, I don't know, like if you read Spectrum or Reddit, if you guys are really hardcore followers of Star Citizen, you'll often see people communicate to, like, trying to communicate to the developer that, or to anybody that will listen, that I don't believe that they understand that this is important, because they don't talk about it all the time. There's a lot of ISCs that are show, but it's showing pretty things and locations and things like that. There's no onus on functionality and simplicity and things like that, right? So the idea of them saying, hey, even though this was a PowerPoint slide, it was a PowerPoint slide communicating that, yes, we do understand what you want, and we are hearing you, we are listening, and we are aware of what our game needs. Now, this is exactly what I said to Rich Tyler at the end of last year. Are you going to walk the walk? You can talk the talk, but are you going to walk the walk? And I don't think they walked the walk this past year. There was a lot of talking, and there's a lot more talking at this event. Now let's see if they can walk the walk still. And but they're saying more of the right things, and these are seemingly simpler things, right? Like making a chat window better, making a party system better. You know what I mean? Like the first panel was something much more complicated, but the second panel is something that you look at as a normie. Now, Level just came back, so I'll try to ask you this now that you're here.
Did we get a repeat countdown?
Yes, we did.
Nice. Second repeat.
Let's go. I posed this question to you. Obviously, the first panel is very complicated to develop, right? It was simplistic ideas or things that are already in other games, but complicated because of the scale of the game. What is something like a chat, like improving a chat system or improving a party system? Yes, the scale of Star Citizen is going to play into this role, but I feel like looking at the second panel, I also feel like it's a tangible thing that I can experience sometime soon. Like
you're asking me like the complexity of that?
Yeah, like the potential complexity of that. Like I know your experiences in like modeling and things like that, but You're making a game.
They're completely different types of tech, but I will say that UI design and UI interaction is a huge portion of development time. Like
Okay.
it is massive because while you look at it and you go, oh, that's just menus and text, right? The thing that you don't think about as much is that every single bit of text, every single link in there could have pages and pages of code and interactions with tons and tons of subsystems that might not be set up correctly to interact with it. And so UI design in turn becomes a huge portion of game design because it just cascades out like a tree into
Understood.
every single system. So you go, oh yeah, wouldn't it be cool if we had a chat system that let me quickly switch between these two groups? Okay, now we have to define groups. Okay, how do we define those groups? How do we ping their locations? How do we do all? So you look at the UI and you go, oh, that looks simple, but it's actually like 100 times more complex than you actually think. So despite these systems being relatively straightforward and things that we've seen before, they are just incredibly deep and require a huge amount of work. So visually, it's easy to see the work that goes into something like the Planet Tech UI. From my experience getting into it, it's like, oh my gosh, this is like 30 to 40% of the game design is like UI, figuring out how to get the UI to do all the things you want it to do and interact with your game systems.
Gotcha.
So,
well,
yeah, that was kind of a big learning thing for me. But
I take everything back. I was like, oh, well, I saw the mock-ups. They have all the ideas done. It's now just a matter of doing it. That should be the easy part.
Well, I don't know. We don't know how far they are on it, right? So maybe the mock-ups are screen grabs of it actually working, or maybe it's just what they want it to look like and they haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah. I mean, it's CIG, so it most likely is number 2, but hopefully it's number 1. But yeah, CIG is very good at concepts, especially concept ships, right? So
yeah. They're super good at selling an idea, right?
Exactly. So
I feel like the community, the more I read, Discord every day, especially Spectrum, it just feels like everybody has this idea that CIG is going to turn around certain features in a relatively short amount of time. And when I think about the last year, it really feels like, and I hear a lot of people saying this now, but it really feels like Squadron 42 was still taking up the brunt of the resources the last year.
Yeah.
And, is that going to still be the case?
Yeah, I'll give you an example of that. Ian, the guy who came in and showed all the location stuff with the first panel, he bounces between the two projects. Like some people are just on Star Citizen, but he's a guy who spends a percentage of his time, I don't know what percentage it is, but a percentage of his time on Squadron and a percentage of his time doing tech stuff. Like I forgot the actual name of his position, but he's the guy who like makes all the things work kind of thing. Like tech engineer or an engineer or something like that, I think is what it is. So yeah, he's a double agent, as I see in chat. And we don't know how many of those there are and how many are single agents still on Squadron and how many we have over. That was like the communication stuff from last year. He's a tech designer. There you go. And where they kind of like, I went back and watched a lot of the CitizenCon of last year before my computer died. And you were seeing a theme of the way they communicated was like, there's going to be so much more focus on Star Citizen. And I'm not sure if that's exactly what we got, or at least to the extent they made it sound.
It seems like they got the teams that they might not need in Squadron anymore, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they're done on UI, so they got the UI team, right? Where Squadron's good on UI, they need to build some more levels or something, so we didn't get the level team yet or the mission team yet or something, right?
Yeah. I mean, we got the level team.
Because there was a huge amount of
Evo,
UI progress this year, right? We got Star Map and a bunch of other stuff. So an MFD thing. So it's like maybe we got the UI team over, and that's why that progress made it a lot more. And maybe Squadron 42 was taking a little longer than they were thinking. So the teams they thought we were going to get in the persistent universe didn't fully migrate over on the timeline that they thought they were going to. So.
Yeah,
and I think to add to that challenge is everything that they show. The majority of it is this tech and up and coming tech And we're at a state where right now the game experience hasn't even caught up to where the existing tech is, even if it's tech 0, right? Even if it's a tier 0 status, we don't even have present gameplay that's even caught up with that tech. And that's kind of, I think that's what makes a lot of people feel hesitant to want to keep pledging and keep supporting right now. And they're waiting to see where Squadron's going to land, because they want to know, is tomorrow going to be different on that dev schedule?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about? And I think we got time for one more now that we're seeing the timer. And I actually know who's
Nope.
coming
I appreciate you guys. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's a little bit more, just like you, Mike, and hopefully they'll show us some actual gameplay.
Yeah, man. All right, bro. Enjoy this day and have a great time, bro. Be good.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Bye, Vanquish. All right, we're gonna bring in one of my friends. He runs an org, so we're gonna see what he has to say about that. This is Virgil. He runs Shadow Moses PvP org. People hate this man, so now there's all sorts of possibilities to hate him in new and special ways. So Virgil, can you hear us?
Hello. Yo.
And it's Australia.
Dude,
so
I'm
it's late.
on it.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
So
Dude,
he was so upset
times?
early. Now what are you thinking?
It's funny. I've been like sending you Doomia messages. All we got was grass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, man, this is like perfect, right? Like, how many times have you and me been on a call talking about orgs, right? Like, like how this was supposed to come and why is it not here? Then, like you dabbled in Eve and you saw it and you're like, man, I wish I could have that. So, yeah, man, no, absolutely loving this. Yeah, like such a good direction.
Without
Keep
bringing
going.
up org politics, like I'm good friends with him, but I'm also good friends with people that he's not good friends with. So
Yeah, I don't
now
like
if
that.
my
I don't like
org,
that.
now what do we do? Now if my org has to choose who they align with, who do we choose? Like the game's actually forcing you to make decisions like this now, which is kind of interesting and scary, and I don't like it, but I like it at the same time.
At least alignment decisions, right? You don't have to declare enemies, so you could be aligned with different orgs and be neutral
To
also,
others.
right? Where you're like, yeah, we can hang out from time to time, but we're not sharing all the event meetups and stuff.
But then be like dependent on each other, right?
Yeah,
like
potentially,
we
hopefully.
always talk about it on every podcast you've ever done. You know, it's like we want these orgs to have to depend on each other. Like, so
you got the
yeah,
mercenary
man.
org and then the farming org, and
the
they're
logistics,
symbiotic, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Like
No,
so many orgs have but they don't make separate orgs for them, and I feel like they're gonna feel obligated to now of these separate, like, are you gonna create an org now specifically for logistics? Like I have a character that is made for our gun running. It's called 30K Weapons, because that's how we did it. We needed an account that people could share, so we didn't need like only have one guy that could log in to collect the guns from the rest of the org. It was a mess. So yeah, I'm curious, like, is that something you guys are thinking about doing now? I mean, are you even thinking at this moment, or are you just taking it in?
Like I try, like as far as like logistics go, like I try to, but you know, like how hard is it to find someone that does like enjoys logistics right now, right? Because of the reason you always talk about, Mike, is like, and that's where this is all going to come down to is, sure, this is all great, but what you said, and you know what you and me have harped on every time we've ever connected, which is like we need purpose. It's got to be an economy, right? Like
we
if
need
you
to
do
hear
that, then
crafting.
all of this is the best. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, this is all great, but we need the why. You know? Yeah. You hit the nail on the head before I even got on here, which is exactly that. So
what do you think about the warring and the alliances and all that? How do you see this playing out in the future?
Like I think Eve 2.0, right? Like absolutely. Like I think this is probably a two-piece, meaning like they're showing us how this will interface and everything, and in you know, either later today or tomorrow they'll start talking about, you know, like infrastructure and stuff. Obviously.
How much do you think? And my chat's been saying this too. Is like, land claims and base building, how much do you think that's just going to be the central piece of org warfare, where we've got the mining outpost with all the good resources and they want it now, so now we're territory fighting? Do you think it's going to be territory driven? Because that is a big component of EVE as well.
Yeah, like it'll be biomes, right? It's like this is the high value biome. Like if you control this area, then you're passively mining that material, which is essentially how it works in EVE and stuff too, right?
Yep.
So
yeah,
I think it's gonna all come down to that. Yep.
It'll be really interesting, especially when they showed the like, all right, you're in this little pocket, and then you go out to a bigger pocket, and then out to a bigger one, and it's like, or how much are they how far are they going to let us go? How dense are they going to allow us to go? Are they going to create, I think they will definitely create boundaries where like, all right, you're too close to the distro center. Like, are we going to be able to place distro? Like, I don't think so, but maybe, like how far are they going to let us go? It's hard to say.
Yeah, they have to come up with those rules pretty soon. They might even mention some of them in this CitizenCon. Yeah.
Yep. Especially with the base building side is how granular can we get? How much are you going to let us go crazy?
I want asteroid bases, man. That's my dream.
I want to build a space station.
I guess I got one question before we wrap this up because this time is running out. But do you feel like this is a new direction? And if you do, where do you think it came from? Like, do you think this is Bunton at the meetings pushing EVE agenda? Do you think this is Rich?
Nah.
Do you think this was always the plan? Like, what do you think?
The only thing I can go by is what Zach said, is this is Rich.
Yeah, and if so, Rich is based as heck. Like,
Yeah.
I'm loving Rich so far.
Yeah, like we got the end of the old era or the old guard last year, which I'm not really buying because Rich was in charge at that time too, and things went wrong, and I feel like we're copping out a little bit maybe. But but at the same time, this is the first year that like I have the keys the entire time, and we'll see what happens. And yeah,
they did indicate, Benoit did indicate that they'd been working on all this stuff for a long time and that they're excited to finally be able to show it. So
for the org thing
I can
specifically,
imagine
Benoit
that they had a
marked this
plan
up.
to not upgrade all of this stuff because it's absolutely needed. We've just been waiting for it and being like, where's the new stuff, right? Where's the new UI and systems?
Exactly. Yeah. And apologies for talking over you there for a second, but the Benoit had this mocked up for years. Like, we've seen the ideas of what they wanted to do. They talked about Spectrum looking like Discord, acting like Discord for years, and then they kind of showed that they were going in that direction. I'm just curious, will the timer reset at this point? I mean, that's the most exciting thing at CitizenCon for me. Will we reset again?
Reset. Well, we really can't wait for that cosplay show, man. I know that's what we actually came for. We were debating just starting the stream at the cosplay show.
I was just about to go to sleep too. I was like, oh, I'll just get a couple hours in. We got the cosplay, and then they bust out orgs out of nowhere. I was like, oh,
now you can't. You're too excited.
This is it. So
I mean,
it's okay.
Virgil and I, before we let you go, I've been playing Throne and Liberty like crazy, and it's there's a lot of cool tools there and stuff, and the game's cool. And
there's so many similarities to this, right? It's like it has feud systems where you visualize people differently. Like that was the first thing that crossed my mind, is like so much similarities. But hey, I'll let you guys get back to it. Yeah.
All right, brother.
Good stuff.
All right. Thanks,
Catch
Virgil.
you later, Virg.
See you guys. Bye.
Bye now. All right. So now we got something going on.
Welcome back from lunch. Like I said, we added an extra 15 minutes to that to get us on schedule and stuff, because that 5:30 thing has to be like right at 5:30. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. We are back in Hall B, which is what we colloquially refer to as the UEE Barbary. This is our Bengal hangar here. Let's go ahead and take a look around. Do a spin around. People see me enough. No. Show the thing. There we go. Look at all those people. Say hi, everybody.
The guy in the tan
You're on
looks
YouTube.
familiar.
My understanding is that if
This
you're
guy's
on
like, I do
YouTube,
not want to be on camera.
automatically makes you a better person. All right.
Hey, he just
So we're going to take
insulted
another
me.
walk in case you guys missed the beginning of the show. We're going to explore the hangar area of the UEES Barbary. We're going to start over here. We made you wait before, but we're going to take a look at this big guy. Excuse me, everybody.
Again with the Hornet?
They spent how much money on it? They got to go nuts.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Oh, wait, what do you want? What's going on? What's going on? All right, that's cool. Let's go do this. All right, we are going to this thing. Now, this is the Hornet F7A made by our partners at Mango Stone. It is fantastic. Hey, let's do another tour of the hangar of the Hornet here, and I'll talk a little bit about
2 beers.
Show the people the magic. So Mango Stone is a company down in the south of England. They've been doing all kinds of stuff for us.
This is in case you missed it the first time.
When we revealed the Manchester office, everybody knows we moved into the new Manchester studio about two and a half years ago. Mango Stone helped decorate a whole big part of it. They've done a number of mannequins and armor sets for us and helmets, and including 3 major ship models. Nothing this size, but they helped decorate the office. And when it came time for CitizenCon,
there's an insanely weird,
CIG is.
Mark Hamill wax figure in their studio. It's so weird looking.
Do a Hornet.
What?
You can do a Hornet.
Oh my gosh.
We found out how
I'm
big
sure
it is.
Mark loves.
Do you know the Hornet
will love seeing that
in-game,
someday.
like the actual in-game measurements
thanks, guys.
are 75 feet by 75 feet as a perfect square? That thing is huge. This guy here is 50 feet by 50 feet and still the same size as an F-16. So yeah, the Hornet in game is very big. And Nate Dearsley, hold on, if you're watching, Nate, if you didn't make the Hornet so big, you wouldn't have had to make the Bengal so big.
The Squadron 42
All right,
art
let's keep
director.
looking. So this thing is pretty cool. Mango Stone is one of our trusted partners here. They've done all kinds of
Pretty
work for
funny,
us.
actually.
Yeah.
I asked them what we were going to do with the Hornet
here we
after
go.
CitizenCon, and we've got a lot of ideas. Nothing I can reveal today, but
It's
let's just
revealed in
say
a
that
press release.
CitizenCon this year will not be the last you
interesting.
see of this amazing 50 by 50 by, I forgot how tall
Oh,
it
there's
is.
a cool
It's probably more
light
than
over there too. That's
3
neat.
or 4 feet.
They got lights in it.
I like the lighting.
Oh,
effect.
yeah.
Look at this gun. Let's go look at the. Who knows what gun this is? I mean,
Mantis.
obviously it's Apocalypse Arms, but.
Oh, no, it's an Apocalypse Arms
What model
gun.
is it?
Revenant.
Remnant? This is a Remnant?
Revenant.
Oh, yeah. Now, one of the things Mango Stone is known for is making weapon props for major motion pictures. One of the movies that you might have seen their stuff from is The Force Awakens, where they made a lot of the Stormtrooper armor and all their weapons in kit for that movie.
I can see the 3D printed
Let's get
polygons.
one last shot, one last wide establishing shot of the Hornet. See how really cool this thing looks. And then we're going to do something, here's something I can do that other people can't do. I can stand in here. Look, Mom, I'm getting in trouble. And go through here. Maybe go
I don't
into
know
this
what's
thing.
better,
I'm making Tyler
this
Wicken
or
very
the
nervous right now.
cosplay contest.
I'm going to go under this thing.
Poor Jared. He's going to be on crutches
I may
tomorrow.
not be able to
man,
run, but I can still
after
get low. Here, where's my
we
camera?
get a
Can you still
sports
see me?
medicine guy out here to.
Where'd he go?
get
Oh,
his
he went
leg.
the long way.
Stretch
I thought I
him
was gonna
out.
outsmart you. All right, so we're going to check out the rest of Hall B. Follow me this way. These are the Star Citizens.
Oh.
Hi, Star Citizens.
Yep.
Where are you from? From Florida? Where in Florida?
Zephyr Hills, Tampa area.
Tampa?
Yeah.
You got
I
a
met this
season
guy.
pass to Disney?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think he had a bar system one time.
Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Where are you from?
Just outside of London.
Just outside of London. Thanks for making the drive, man.
What a bloke.
Hey! Oh my gosh, embarrassing. We wore the same thing. Where are you from?
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic. Wow, what brought you here?
Well, obviously.
It wasn't a trick question. I was just setting you up. It's all right. I haven't slept in about 3 days, so I'm like, what the heck? All right. Hey. No. I haven't slept in 3 days. Is this thing really here? You're seeing this too, right? All right. Ratty, what's your deal?
Yeah, that's actually hilarious.
You're like a technician? All right. Hornet technician, I'm guessing? A little bit? I'm thinking about doing something really dumb right now. No, I want to be able to come to work on Monday. Thanks for being here, Ratty.
Oh my
Rats are
God.
carriers of communicable diseases. That's all right.
The furries have invaded
What?
Star
Hey, Jared.
Citizen.
Oh,
You
they've
said
been
hey,
around
Jared.
for a while.
Oh, you said, hey, Jared, what's going on?
Yeah.
Give you this.
Want to give me something? Oh. So one of the great things about being here at CitizenCon is people hand me all manner of stuff. And then it goes in my pocket, and then it goes in the back. And by the end of the weekend, I have an entire bag full of stuff. And which is not so bad when you live here in the UK. When you have to travel back across the world and you have a bag full of weird metal trinkets, TSA really loves that. But thank you. This is a challenge coin. Challenge coins are a staple of the Star Citizen community. How many orgs here have their own challenge coins? That's not an org one. Yeah. It's 1, 2, 3.
The kid's
4,
like, that's not an org
5.
one,
So that's
though.
a pretty good round. This is a what coin?
U.S. Army Aviation.
U.S. Army Aviation. Okay, hold on. I am getting older. I got to say without this.
That's
so
cool. That's what
United
his dad
States
did, I
Army
think.
Aviation. Nice.
His dad was in
thank
the
you, sir.
Navy or
Thank you very much.
or Air Force.
You got your M1A jacket too. Yeah. I like yours.
Yeah, it's just a normal flight jacket.
Yeah, no, it's the inspiration for the ones we're selling right now. So yeah.
Nope.
Audio
Lost
cut out.
audio. Did he just
asked
give him
if he
some
wanted
sushi?
sushi. Here's
Well,
another
they
challenge.
lost their
coin.
audio.
You know what? It's probably not so bad. These org
funny
guys
'cause we
have
can
hockey
hear the-
jerseys.
Oh, there you go. Oh,
Nope. It wouldn't be a CitizenCon.
yep.
I can read his mouth.
I mean, Jared's very good at
Hello? Are we on?
making do.
Yeah, yours on.
It worked.
No, it's working.
Hello, hello, hello. Am I back? All right. We're back. Hall A, cheer for me.
They were quick with the next mic, though.
Yeah.
All right. You know, we made it through last year pretty good without any major issues.
That's true,
And
no
I saw
issues
those
last
Reddit,
year.
Those bingo cards show up on Reddit, and like the first square was technical issues, and I was like, no, we haven't had technical issues on one of these in a long time. Then this happens. Oh.
Oh no!
Again.
I like how you can hear everybody laughing,
but his
because there's
mic.
like a background mic somewhere picking up the audience, just cracking up.
And he has no idea at this point. This is perfect.
Tech.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to CitizenCon. Here we are in the Addison Lounge. And thank you, Jared, for handing over. I think we lost you for a second there, Jared, from your voice. Thank goodness, is all I have to say. So here we are in the Addison Lounge, where we'll find all sorts of uninteresting people and devs and whatever else.
So the
I wonder if there's
devs-
anyone around here we could
'cause
possibly
I think they
annoy.
make the devs hang out with the
Well, hello, Benoit.
the
How are you
payers.
doing today?
Fancy seeing
yeah.
you here. Awesome. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you, Benoit. You've had 2 amazing presentations already this morning. How are you feeling about the next ones?
Oh, I feel excited as hell for everything that's left at CitCon. I think everything is chef's kiss.
Beautiful. Are there any
Okay.
highlights from this morning? Any main takeaways from either of the 2 presentations you've given already?
Well, now that my stress level...
You're doing a good job, man.
Thank you.
You're doing great too.
He's the
Poor
man.
Jared
He is
hobbling
the man.
around, man.
So, highlights. Well, I mean, now that my stress level is down, I think both presentations were just stellar. I'm really happy with how it went, and I'm especially very proud of the teams that have shown content today, either being in the Social Universe panel or in the Star Engine Brave New Worlds panel. I think the teams have been working like crazy. They deserve a hand. Let's go, guys. Let's give it up for the teams from the first
Yeah,
2
didn't they have to work mandatory like weekends or something up until today?
Outstanding, and I've really
give
given
them
it
a
their all.
hand
It
for
shows.
forcing
so for
them to
me,
work.
I can't really call a highlight. You know, I can't play any favorites. But damn, that Zeus exit was wow.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely the visual highlight of the show so far.
Yeah. Big respect to everyone who worked on so hard on all the presentations today. So, as we mentioned, today's pretty stacked already. We've got a lot more to come. But how does this CitizenCon here in Manchester compare to years previous?
I couldn't believe we could do a bigger
CitizenCon last year, and this one's one bigger. And so it's absolutely fantastic.
It's
It's also great to have the biggest office right next to the venue. Last year was really like complicated logistic-wise, right? To get everybody on the same page, flying people over. Now everybody's on site. It's been fantastic.
You think they're ever going to do it anywhere else now, or
the
only
crews from
here?
the other studios in, but overall having everybody here has
I
been
don't know.
great.
I mean, I
Plus,
don't want to
look
wake
at
up
this. We
at
have
1 a.m. every year to
almost
cover
full-size
it. But,
Hornet in the place. This is
it
absolutely
seems like they've been
incredible. I
moving
couldn't believe we were actually
most
doing
of
it
the production
when I actually heard about it
over there.
so
Yeah.
and seeing it for real is just completely.
And if
like,
it saves them money to do it here,
mind-blowing.
I would prefer that
And
they
I just
do
want
it
to
here.
sit in it. Jared, can I sit in it?
Not that I think they're trying to save the money with that Hornet model.
Even I'm not allowed. Even I'm not allowed to sit in it.
Damn. So, does that mean next year's CitizenCon could feature a whole C in Quebec?
Oh my God! That's
Oh.
the number one question I get all
I
the
hope
time.
it's in
is,
Quebec.
When are we
I
gonna
would
get
go to that one.
CitizenCon in Montreal? I don't know, but I would love a Hall C, or a Zeus maybe. Maybe Zeus would be absolutely fantastic. You know, because
People
maybe
wanna
that's
see
a
the
quick
big
shout out
ships.
I'd
Make
like
the
to
big
give
ships.
is that the Zeus. I mean, tons of
team
people
made
are
the
working on
Zeus,
it at
that's why he's
CIG
calling it
throughout.
out.
But
First
this is really
Montreal
the first ship that is completely done from the Montreal team.
There you go.
And so I feel especially privileged to have
Jared, save
put
us.
it in a video
Save
and
us, Jared.
released it in this patch. It's an absolute fantastic ship. So I'm super happy about it.
I have a question. I'd like to ask Benoit.
Yeah.
When are we going to be able to watch CitizenCon and ISC and everything in game?
Yeah.
Is that a feature request, sir?
It is a feature request.
It's a feature request. Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to give you dates. We're definitely going to put that feature request
Eve
to the
has
test
an in-game
and
browser,
see
right?
if CR approves it.
Does it still have it?
We'll see.
Not that I'm aware of, but I
Put
just
it with
never
all the
seen it.
other feature requests.
I think at one point
the
they
bin.
had a browser and you could like bring up websites and stuff, but maybe
Beautiful.
they abandoned it.
Well, thank you so
or
much,
something a
Benoit.
while ago.
Wonderful to chat. We're
People
going
are
to
saying, yeah, it has
throw
one.
over to Dan.
I've never seen it though.
Thanks very much, guys. Catch us after the break.
See you guys around later.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you, Benoit Bassajajaja. Awesome, guys. Welcome back to the Interstitial Hall. The Interstitial, where we are back in the hall here at CitizenCon 2954. Little bit of housekeeping. We just have to give a quick shout out to our sponsor,
Cosplay.
Versa, who helped make CitizenCon possible this year. Thank you, Versa, for all you do to help make Star Citizen and CitizenCon possible. We also misnamed Scan Computers a Scan PC. Sometimes when you're running around with people talking in your ear and things you have to do, you mix up names. So thank you guys for being awesome sponsors and helping make CitizenCon possible. Now, I was told specifically to avoid talking about that because Jared just did that, so we're going to gloss over the
let's
Hornets.
not do
So
it for a
come,
third
follow
time.
me.
Yeah, we're good.
We have some awesome stuff here on the show floor at CitizenCon. We are so happy to have you guys back
Why
in
are we
Manchester,
killing time for
and we
the
hope you guys are
cosplay
having an
contest, though?
awesome
This is
show. Now, if you guys haven't been here yet, the
Yeah,
General Lounge
cosplayers
is
are
filled
already
with
dressed
people
up.
who are
Let's get
excited.
'em on stage.
Everyone say
Yeah.
hi.
We already saw one furry. Let's
That
get
was
the
a
rest
little
of them.
lackluster. We'll try again later. Now, guys, there's a ton of stuff, but first I want to throw it over to my good friend Galactica. We have the
All right, this is the
cosplay
cosplay
competition
contest.
brought to
Here we
you
go.
by Toby. So I'm going to throw it over to Galactica. I think we have some pretty cool costumes to show you guys. So Galactica,
Baghead
take
or
it away.
Riot? Do you remember the Baghead from a couple of years ago? There's a guy wearing a Baghead from
No,
Hurston.
I don't. I
It
don't
was
think I
epic.
watched the previous cosplays.
Neither did I. I just did the kind of goofing off. But we just saw a guy with a bag on his head, and he was starting to suffocate. It was so funny.
Oh my god.
It was fogging up his
Greetings,
stuff. It was
citizens. I hope
amazing.
you all had a wonderful lunch break. How many of you guys
I want to
had
see
some
the Star
torpedo
Wars guys come
burritos?
up. That's gonna be funny.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many of you had some Big Bennies?
Do they have Big
clearly we
Benny's
know what
noodles
the
here?
crowd
Yeah,
favorite
they have like a
is.
themed.
Well, welcome
themed restaurants.
to the 2954
ramen.
cosplay competition by Toby Gaming. For those of you who don't know me, I am Galactica, our senior social media manager, and I run all of our socials for all things Star Citizen and CIG. And joining me on stage, we have our lovely judges, starting with lead character tech artist Armando.
What do we do now?
And up next, we
Yeah, I don't
have
know.
principal tech artist Forrest.
I might trying to think.
And last, we have our creative director, Katz.
Yeah, this is going to be a slower part of the show.
Yeah.
As we ramp up to Dressed to Kill.
Our judges
Which
today
you
will
said
be
you were pretty
judging
excited about that
contestants
panel.
based on
Very. I'm going to lower them a little
stage
bit.
presence,
Yeah,
quality of
I've already kinda
craftsmanship, and authenticity.
brought him down a bit.
Yeah.
Not that
a little bit different.
Not that these devs aren't important, but
No.
the panel's just going to be a little more boring.
It's just not about SC. It's cool, but it's not about SC. I'm sure there'll be really like some of the cosplayers in this community are insane. But we got Dressed to Kill in 30 minutes apparently. And
okay. So that's a quick cosplay show then. That's good.
Yeah.
Keeping it quick.
Because we're doing audience.
Someone in my chat saying low expectations for any announcement. I doubt that. The final panel here labeled redacted, the 5:30 panel that
it's got
Jared has said he just said it has to kick off at 5:30. Don't want to miss it. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. I mean, yeah, sure. CIG's good at hyping stuff, but I don't think they're hyping this for nothing. I think it's going to be a
game like a release
42.
date.
Yeah.
Release date is the most hype thing you could do for a game. There, I'm seeing something in chat that's the only other thing that could be maybe more hype. But I think if they were going to do this, they would have had computers at the event, and that's I don't know what volume to be at, so just let me know, guys, if it's too high or whatever. I guess so. It just makes sense to go lower and go from there. But if they had actual computers, like a vertical slice demo of the game. I mean,
playing Squadron, people playing Squadron on the floor.
Yeah, like one level or something like that. But
that'd be pretty cool. That wouldn't be as hype for the viewers, I feel, if they showed that and then capped it with and you get to play the demo
just like last year,
tomorrow or next week or whatever, then that would be crazy.
How crazy was that last year? It was amazing. Like we were going to play Pyro. Like, holy crap, we're playing Pyro.
That was a pretty cool thing. Yeah, I wonder if they're going to try and learn and sort of do what worked really well last year, which is demo the thing and then let us play the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool. Demo Squadron 42 and be like, how cool is it that people are playing here and you guys get to play it too? That would be amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
That would be the only way to get out of a release date, in my opinion.
Yeah, is that you're able to like give it a try and get a vibe for like, hey, how's the game kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's it has to be a release date. I don't see any other.
Oh yeah, someone's saying Mark Hamill cameo would be hype. That would be hype. What if Mark took to the stage to announce Squadron 42's release date? That would be sick.
That would be pretty crazy. And I'm weird about stuff like that. Like,
it's a little fan servicey.
Yeah, but also it's super relevant, but somewhat relevant, right? Because Mark's like, he's famous worldwide, right? He's Luke Skywalker. But like when famous people in your niche thing are, I just never get excited by them weirdly or whatever, because I guess like just from dealing poker, it was like all the most famous poker players and everything. Like Chris Moneymaker begged me to work for him when I quit my job to do this. So like just meeting the most famous people, like it just doesn't matter kind of stuff to me. And I get less excited by stuff like that. I wish I would get more excited by, or like be a better fan of things or something. But for me, it would just be a release date. But then weirdly, if it was like a whole cast of people there, it would be more, it would mean it was like more locked in to me. Like, I guess Hamill being there makes it locked in.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, and sorry,
I mean,
weird flex,
I think
weird
it's different
comment, but yeah.
Yeah. Different for everyone. I'm a pretty big fanboy. Before I wanted to be like game dev and all this stuff, I wanted to be a filmmaker. So I'm like very much locked into like actors, directors, and stuff. But
yeah,
I try not to put them on a pedestal too much because you're like, okay, it's just an
they're
actor,
people.
it's somebody
They're
who's good at their
people.
job.
Yeah.
But I mean, growing up as a Star Wars fan, Mark Hamill is like the apex of that fandom,
Exactly.
right?
He's above that level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, as an adult, I don't get the same sort of hype over a new actor that I've become a fan of. But that's like childhood.
True, the childhood actor's
locked
different.
in, seared into my brain. Mark Hamill is the ultimate, you know. He's
Exactly.
Luke Skywalker. Yeah.
Exactly. Somebody said in my chat said him in full costume would be maybe
that would
he
wouldn't
sick.
come out in civilian clothes. Come on, he'd be old man. He wouldn't even be Mark Hamill. He'd be.
All right, this wins.
That would be cool.
We found the winner. There's no way this doesn't win. That's so insane. That's so funny. But yeah, I think like I'm getting hints at what it might be. I mean, we don't know how long the panel is. That's the big thing. Is if it was short, it's just like a quick little thing and a release date. But if it's long, what are they showing?
Yeah, is Chris gonna come out and monologue for 2 hours or something?
Oh, I hope not.
It seems to be like a requirement of every CitizenCon. Is Chris takes to the stage and blabbers for a bit. I do like it. I'm a sucker for it, but I also just like Chris.
Yeah. Like, do you remember, what was it, 2020, 2021, whenever it was like they did it remotely, and then they had just him and Rich Tyrer at the end, and like it was such a clean CitizenCon.
That one sucked.
Yeah, and then the two of them just started yapping, and we were like, what is going on here? Please don't do that.
I think the problem with that is that you took two guys that can kind of get boring and you put them together and they just fed off of each other's like boring conversation. And then you're just like, oh God, like we got some good info, but you really had to like sift through it to get the nuggets of info out of it.
And they had demos queued up and wouldn't go to them. It was so crazy. But, all right, I guess this is all the cosplay con people, but it's the Pico or Riot for me.
Where's the Star Wars guys, man? That would have been funny.
It's even funnier that they're not in the cosplay contest and they went to a Star Citizen convention in Star Wars cosplay and are just chilling, walking around.
It's pretty darn funny. Yeah, they're just like, "What's up? I'm Boba Fett."
Yo, just here to bounty hunt. Yeah, that makes me laugh more than anything. But I don't know. The first one was my favorite. The helmet is the one that I like to wear, actually, all the time. But somebody to go ban who's crazy.
Arma 4 or Star Citizen 4.0, which comes first? I'm like, oh, that's funny.
Well, how close is Arma 4? Because 4.0 is pretty close.
Also, 4.0 can be kind of whatever CIG wants it to be.
Exactly.
Like,
Arma has to be something. Yep.
Yeah.
Arma actually has to be something. Star Citizen can just do whatever they want.
Yeah. The next patch could be 4.0 because they said it's 4.0 and the underlying tech. Although I think there'll be a riot if Pyro is not in 4.0. So it's got to be there. But they're right on it. You've been playing
I would be totally fine with a 325 with just server meshing and Stanton if that's what they want to do. But just in case people don't know, the Evo tests were, because I actually saw a lot of questions in a video that I had made that people weren't sure. That was a server meshed environment, obviously, but it was 4 servers, 2 on each side of 250 players. So it was a small test. So a lot of servers were running. But I think they just were maybe a little nervous about the jump in between systems and how that would play into stuff. But towards the end, it was incredibly stable for me. It was a little rough for a while, but they must have done something on the back end to clean it up. So ended up stabilizing, and every test I've done, it feels close, but the longer it's stable, the more you realize how far away it is. Like it is, but like you said, 4.0 could be whatever they want. Like server lines are like Ultima Online in 1997. Like there's a visual jerk when you cross a server line. It was not seamless. You couldn't target people across it, stuff like that. So it's it'll be rough, but we'll probably get it soon, I would say. Just given how they've been doing things.
It seems like they're making progress. It's just like everyone wants the progress to be faster, and every time it's incremental, and you're like, it's really exciting to see the increments, but then you see how big each increment is and how much further it has to go, and you're like, oh crap, it could be a while before this actually works nicely. You know?
I mean, just from your experience, like, I feel like you have two choices here. You either take a long time and do a big patch, or you do a bunch of small ones and just ship them out the door and get features in, I don't know, like in a different way. Like, they tried to do the big 323 patch, and now they're slamming in these little dot patches and trying to add stuff that way. It's like, I don't know the pace.
Yeah, it's hard to know what the right
improve.
approach is, because it's still an alpha, but we're treating it like an early access because that's
Reasons.
sort of what it is.
Funding.
Yeah.
It's part of the funding model.
Yep. So it's all just kind of chaos, and the right way to do things kind of go out the window, right? They're like, well, we have to fund the game and develop the game, so it becomes this weird hybrid monster of the way that things should be done. But
yeah,
we'll get there, man. We'll get Pyro one day.
Yeah, we will. But
have you already talked about what you saw? I know you made a video, or did you make a video?
Yeah, but it's very short, so we could chat about it.
Yeah, well, I figure since this is going a little bit longer, people over on my channel might not know what you saw in your playtest last night.
Sure. So this was the 4.0 Evocati playtest, and they allowed us to stream it because it was the day before CitizenCon, which is weird. And I was very focused on a few things. At the contested zones, they communicated that there was going to be a reward that we really were going to like. So I was like, that's what I'm doing, that's what I'm doing, that's what I'm doing. So first place was the most obvious. They're at the stations, right? So I went to Checkmate Station. That's like the main one, I think. And that was where I was going. And I went there, and it didn't really have anything in it, and we were dealing with a lot of bugs. And I said, you know what? Let me try the other station, because people wanted to see Ruin Station, which was the big... if you ever looked at Pyro images in the past, Ruin Station was a staple of concept art. So it's just a big deal. So that's where I was like, I want to go there, and I want to see that. Yeah. And I go there, but I decide to go down how you would get to the contested zones, which is an elevator in the food court. Okay. And I go to a maintenance area or maintenance shaft or something. And I go there, and it ends up being very similar to a contested zone, but it opens up into this huge room with like walls and stairs, and you're looking down to a main like arena area. And they had called this out as the ghost arena in an ISC, but they just said, we're not saying anything about it. We want you to find it. And I just luckily randomly just came across this thing. And then it was a matter of, how does this work? Right? So it's just an empty room. No, you can hear Copians on one server. I couldn't see them on another. We can hear them, but they were tame. I don't think they were meant to be tame, but they just didn't move. Classic Star Citizen AI, right? But it's all a puzzle. There's 4 doors. One's the loot room door. One's, I can't remember the names, but there's 3 other doors named with like spray paint icons on them. And each room you have to open up through the puzzle system, which is like using a I don't want to spoil it too much. A puzzle system, okay? So you open the door using a puzzle, and then in that room, now you're finding a key, and then you could find a key for each room, but keep in mind, this is an entire PvE VP area, and there's tons of like height and cover, and you can easily be killed. And
so to try and kind of quickly summarize your experience there for people jumping in now is,
please,
you played Evocati last night.
Yep.
You went to Pyro. You went to Ruin Station.
Yeah, I was
and
yapping.
down. You were looking for the contested area on Ruin Station, and you found what seems like a puzzle-based arena-like environment where it's
Yeah.
PvPvE.
Extraction shootery as well. Like there's extraction areas.
So it sounds like a really interesting way to create a fun gameplay environment. We still don't know totally what all the rewards might be from this type of mode or
Correct.
how it's going to balance out because you were playing in Evocati and there weren't.
Just-
it wasn't like fully.
I opened a loot room
filled with players.
Yeah, I opened a loot room. It had 2 guns in it, and the door closed behind us and locked us in. I don't think that's intended. We literally would have had to backspace or log out to get out. So it was an Evocati build, and I think that they were purposely hiding the loot for sure. There's some cool guns that were like really low recoil, but that might have not been purposeful or whatever.
There was new guns in there? Different guns?
No. So
okay,
I got a hint that it was like same guns with special attachments on them that reduced recoil or other things. But it was very hard to tell what was going on.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I think the audience is guessing who's winning right now. I'm just looking forward to this ending. I go to the next battle. I can't wait to go to the next panel. I'm so excited.
Yeah. Anyway,
the
reason why I wanted you to talk about that a little bit is that we've been waiting on gameplay for so long.
Yes.
And while Pyro is going to bring some new gameplay in the form of missions and contested areas, this new area you found is like, it is a new form of gameplay.
Absolutely.
I'm intrigued by it and I want to see it. So it's good. Like, we haven't been getting new gameplay in Stanton for quite a while.
Yeah.
Unless you want to call that new mission that they added, the big event mission, which you're like, okay, it's sort of a repeat.
It's focused on us. Like they're putting hopefully the elements that we want to fight over in this area, and then the rest is us. Right?
Yeah.
And that's the type of gameplay I think I wanted from the game a lot more, is go more down that sandbox route. Let us tell the stories. Stop trying to do Xeno threats. Stop trying to do all these things and save Stanton and all these things. Like, I personally don't need that. I want to be a part of the story. I want to be telling the story. Like,
gotcha.
I
would like both,
ego way,
but I think their narrative stuff is just, I think what the kind of gameplay that you're looking forward to is super important and ultimately going to become the foundation for the longevity of the game.
Yeah.
But also the narrative stuff, as much as I'm excited for it, the tech just isn't ready for it.
Yeah.
You just keep running Xenothreat and watching it bug out. And so it's hard to enjoy it.
Look at Jumptown. We were the narrative there, right? We made Jumptown a thing. We made that event exist because we told that story organically. And if you just give the tools to players to tell those stories organically, you're just going to end up with really cool experiences and stuff like that. So, yeah, I don't know who ended up winning.
Yep.
It looks like Pico got a lot of stuff. Or no, just Toby or whatever. The Duster one. Okay, this one. That one is
okay. The
cool.
Yellow guy.
Yeah,
he gets a Toby.
Yeah,
the Toby eye tracker thing. I hope they I wonder if the Toby could do the FOIP system versus a webcam.
I don't know. It's a different type of tech because it's like the IR
it's
infrared
not tracking
stuff.
Everything.
Yeah, but it moves your head side to side.
It'd be nice to just not have to have everything.
Yeah, I don't want a Toby under my monitor and a webcam above it for FOIP.
Hey, there's the model. There's that
the Retribution,
the big ship. Ooh, did it have LED lights last time?
I don't know.
Cool.
I don't know. This one was in like the Bar Citizen in China, I think, and then did they ship it all the way over here? It's huge. Turn them up a little bit now.
will make it
Yeah.
so that the lives lost will be avenged. That's right. The UEE Retribution is here at CitizenCon 2954. I have the creators of this amazing model. We have Pigeon Spaceport here. You guys have done an amazing job creating an awesome thing. Is there anything you guys would like to quickly say before we get into questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you guys so much. I quickly ran down here, so I forgot to grab my note cards. Let me do this off my phone. Quick question. How many total pieces is the UE Retribution? Yeah.
About when the 3D printing finish for the Retribution is around 300 in total. 300 pieces.
300 pieces. That is a lot of pieces for, I mean, it's a big ship, so that definitely makes sense.
It's cool looking.
How many people worked on creating the UEE Retribution?
Where did you get that detailed file?
I don't know. Well, I think you get a lot of, if you data mine, you're able to get pretty detailed things, but they're, let me lower just a tiny bit. They're typically in pieces as well.
Yeah,
and you have to like
also,
put it together.
why would the Retribution be in the persistent universe, right?
So that makes sense.
Oh,
are they planning
is this
on
the
having
thing Jared
it in the
leaked
PU?
like years ago by accidentally showing like the Amazon link on the screen?
Into this massive physical model. What was that process like?
And that was part of the Squadron 42 because at the time they were all the same build. I think. Was this the Lando leak? I think it might have been. It was in like 2014 or something. So it might not even look like this anymore, which is funny.
Sure. A lot of the original concepts and models have changed significantly, but
yeah.
It is funny that he printed a whole model from leaked files or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, where did this
And they're
even
just
come from,
highlighting it.
man? How did... Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, well, he made it. Let's show it off. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is crazy. And is it from one
how
org
big
or
is
this
the
one
Bengals
kid?
supposed to be compared to that thing? The Bengals like not even half the length, right?
I don't know.
And the
I don't know.
Retribution's like some massive spinal mounted cannon, right? It's like some mega gun.
Yeah, I think it's like the. I don't know the lore on this one, but it's like the end game weapon.
What's your favorite detail
Yeah,
of the ship?
this is the one that's meant to fight the king ship, right?
Yeah, it's three Bengals apparently.
3 Bengals. All right,
That's crazy.
pretty big.
Yep.
I mean, who doesn't like stupidly large spaceships? You gotta have them, right?
True. So how are you holding up now? How you feeling?
Second cup of coffee is
it working?
good. It's helping. Yeah.
My wife and my mother-in-law left, and my stuff is coming shortly, and I'm starting to. I don't want to say I'm starting to fade, but they're helping me fade a little bit.
It's been at previous bar citizens that we've had.
Who is?
Them? It's like just waiting for the next thing. Is like
Yeah, you mean you don't want to know how many pieces?
I don't care how many
that
pieces
thing
are
is
in the
made of.
Retribution. I don't care. Surprise.
Yeah. Oh, 300 3D
Yeah.
printed pieces. Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
But
it's a very cool model.
But it has to be at 5:30.
Yeah.
Now that I'm thinking about that, why? Why would it have to be at 5:30? Because they can end early.
Mark Hamill.
Mark Hamill.
Yeah, because whoa, that's a cool model. Holy
That's
crap.
Theo.
Yeah. That's poor Alisar.
Whoa. So this kid did this too?
And getting rammed off of my pads by
Dang.
unruly and griefers.
It must have cost a fortune to ship that over.
Yeah.
My
About
God.
this build, if that's okay. What's this model
I hope
made
CIG
out
paid
of?
for that, for shipping it.
奥丽莎它
Made out of
主要的
plastic.
结
What do you
构
mean, what's it
是
made
由
out of?
3D 打印所制作，但是在其中
Dang, that's
有我们
really
加入
good.
一些
Oh
金
my
属梁
God.
用于增强稳定。
So mainly the pyrolysis is made by 3D
This is like a
printing
film
resin,
model. This is
and
like what
we
they would
also add
use
the
in an
main
alien
metal
movie or
structures,
something.
metal
Yeah.
structure to make
That's
it
incredible.
Wow, that's really cool. So, do you know roughly how much does it weigh?
My chat's like, oh my god, he did all of this and he has a girlfriend?
So it's roughly around 700 kilograms.
Wow.
I'm in agreement. That is very impressive.
Over here to this country. So, when you were building this, what would you say was the most
maybe
difficult
this is why he
part
has
of
a
putting
girlfriend.
this build
It's
together?
impressive.
在制作的过程
Hey,
中，哪个
man,
部分是最困难的？
The society is getting nerdier now.
True.
I know a bunch of nerds with super hot girlfriends. I'm like, how does this work? I'm like, they're nerds
在
too.
我们的比例下
All right.
它的厚度将只有4毫米厚。我们要确保它在如此薄的情况下还不产生变
The
形。
the lighting on this is incredible.
So
This
it's
is such a good
landing
model.
pad area. So on the surface of the landing pad, by the scale we are using to make for the Olisa, we have to make it not bending.
He could have done this at
with, like,
such a
this,
smaller scale, but he's like,
But he
nah,
didn't.
let's have it be
To-
like
to
20
make
feet
it
long.
still solid.
It's
这个
amazing.
平一平的下部也是个非常大的挑战，因为下部有非常多的结构交叉在一起，这对于我们建模的工作量来说
I guess
是
when
非
it's
常
more
大的工程
familiar, it's
So
like
also the bottom
how many
parts
times
of
have
the
you been
landing
here?
pad,
You know?
because there's so many structural intersections.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah,
appreciate
tons.
the detail
complex,
way
so
more.
It was really hard for us to modeling.
And I love the original
No, I
Port
can imagine.
Olisar. Like,
it is a
I was
really
kind of disappointed to see it
interesting kind
retired.
of
You know?
station, and I'm
Yeah.
sure everybody was just as sad as I was to see
I would
it
have rather
go.
had them see it
Do you
just
hope
modify
to
it
see
a little,
Port
add
Olisar
some
return
hangers
to
and
the
stuff,
verse
or figure
someday?
out a way to
所以你会期待
shoehorn
奥利莎
it
的
into the
回归吗？
modern design.
真的吗？比如说奥沙有可能回
Because the
归
new
的
one just kind of feels like
当然
another
了
station
肯
to
定的
some degree.
太
Yeah.
好啊！
Yeah.
So yes, really. So if the Olisa actually will come back, it will be so good and exciting to us.
Absolutely. Yeah. I hope so too. I hope so too.
That was cool.
Right. Thank you guys for talking about these.
All right,
That was the
Retribution,
amazing
less cool,
Pigeon
Port
Spaceport,
Olisar,
guys. Do
awesome.
check them out online. Their
Well, the
stuff is
Retribution
absolutely
seemed like it wasn't
amazing.
painted as
I'm gonna
much
now
because he
pass
probably
over
didn't
to my
have
buddy,
any
Dan,
texturing
who is hanging out
reference
with
for
the
it.
merch stand,
So
guys,
Port
to show off
Olisar, you
some of
can
the
just,
really cool stuff that we have here at CitizenCon.
you know, there's a billion
Over to you,
videos on
Dan.
it now,
Oh,
so you
hi.
can just reference it like crazy.
Awesome. Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. I know, I just come out of nowhere.
He just
come
keeps
follow
doing
me, guys.
this.
Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. We're so lucky to have them and their awesome bits here at
Oh,
CitizenCon
Anna and Demetrius in the
2954.
back.
Now,
It's another-
Oh, yeah, I
I
see him
think
back there.
it's time for you guys to see
It's Dooley.
a bit of where I get my fashion from. So come follow me, guys. Come follow me this way. We'll make our way through the crowd. Let's get in line for the
Those are all devs. They were like,
merch
please
booth.
don't talk to me.
Yeah, that's
I'm just
that's
here
a
for the
long
drinks.
line. I don't think I want to wait in that line. So luckily I have the CIG access pass. Come follow me. We get to skip the line. Just a little
let's
secret
watch
for
this
me
guy
and
eat
my
pizza.
many thousands of friends who are watching the stream. Come follow me this way.
Is that what UK pizza looks like, by the
Right
way?
this way,
I'm
right this
sorry.
way.
What was that?
Man, all
Yeah.
these people are very excited for merch.
Wait,
and
Zach
as
is
they
here in
should
chat.
be, 'cause we
Zach,
have
are
some
you on the
awesome
next panel
merch
or
here
no?
At CitizenCon 2954. If you guys are interested in getting some, you can go onto
He's saying, hurry up, let's go to the next panel.
/merch. And that should probably take you there. If not, you'll find it on the Pledge Store. But we have some awesome merch. Let's take a look. At the top, we have some brand new Pico the Penguin plushies. This Pico is Pico
All
with
right,
an
Dress
attitude.
to
This is a
Kill,
Pico Black Ice
3:30
plushie.
should be
This
starting
Pico
now, right?
has a new stepdad and feels a way about it.
Yeah.
We are very excited to bring
You would
Pico
think.
back.
I
We have a
think.
brand new Star Citizen cap.
Let us know
We
in
have some
chat if
awesome-
we're right
you
on
can,
our
see if we can get
timing.
those
If it's
stickers
not, we have to wait another
I don't know if
hour.
you are able to get that.
So
That
it
would
has
be
to
good.
be.
Set on
That
the,
would be
on the far
insane.
bit there. We have a
Yeah.
brand new.
I think Zach's
desk
literally
mat,
standing
which looks awesome.
backstage
Look
and
at
he's
that
like,
desk
hurry up,
mat.
let's get this thing going, and just typed it in chat and can't hear anything we're saying. So
We also have some awesome
Yeah.
physical merch.
Yeah. So it
See if
should
I
be
can
happening very
squeeze
soon.
past
They're just
in here.
stalling.
I am absolutely going to
Merch,
ruin these
merch,
people's
merch,
day. We have
merch.
some exclusive shirts for
Merchandise.
attendees.
Yeah, sell.
I'm just
The
pulling
Star
a China
Citizen
shop. We have some
flamethrower. The
cool
kids love this
giveaway
one.
packs. Everyone is working really hard on making sure people have that. Could I get a Zeus bomber jacket? Could I get a? They got me another Zeus bomber jacket. Thank you so much. I have one on, but take
we
a look
need
at
to
the
look
Zeus
at the
bomber jacket. So we have
inside
the
now.
interior
It's
lining.
yellow.
It's this awesome like yellow orange, like sort of a quilted pattern.
I mean,
looks,
it's a
and,
cool
by the way,
jacket
feels
that
awesome.
lets the
Now, these
world
do
know
run
that
a
you're the
little
biggest
small,
nerd
so
on
make
the
sure you're getting
planet.
size up.
You go
Let's
outside with
hold
it.
this up for the camera. Look at that. We also have. Oh,
I spend lots
the
of
cameraman
money
just
in
took
Star
that, and I will never get it
Citizen,
back.
is what this jacket says.
We also have some cool details.
If
We
I
obviously
ever
have,
bought
like,
merch,
this
it
RSI.
would
Hello there.
it has to be
We have
subtle.
some RSI like branding right here. We
Yeah.
have some patches
Gotta be
over
subtle.
here commemorating the Zeus
Because
Mark
at a
1.
distance, somebody might
And
be
we
like,
also
"Oh, is that
have
guy
out
like
of
a
the
pilot
wrapper,
or something?" And then they
peek
get
of
up
the
close and they're like,
Black
"Oh
Ice
no,
Edition.
just a huge nerd." Got it.
I've seen some
Gotcha.
things.
So what's that video game about? Well, it's not really
I swear I
out
can fix
yet.
them.
Like, are you
Yeah.
good at
We
it?
also
Well, like,
have
I
a
don't
bunch
really
of awesome
play
stuff. We have
it,
this
but
UEE flag.
Also,
to
imagine
make sure
trying to
we're
explain that in a cool
holding
way.
that
Like,
up
will
properly.
you fly spaceships? And
Look at that. We got a
like, you
UE
can
flag
land
for you
them
guys
and you
to
can go with
celebrate your
them.
patriotism.
I mean,
for
have
a
you ever
united
had to do
empire
that
of
in
Earth.
real life? I have.
This thing is
Oh,
very
yeah,
long. It's kind
for
of
sure.
Foundation Festival
it's
colors.
tough.
I kind of
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
that.
just
it's
show a
sound
visual.
cool and
Yeah,
explain
I'm going
why
to steal
Star
that.
Citizen,
That
why
is
you like
mine,
Star
and,
Citizen.
you're not
Yeah,
getting
I'm
it
like,
back.
it looks
What
cool.
else we got?
Look at the
I
clouds
know
on
we
that
have some more
planet.
merch.
Looks kind of real,
Someone give
right?
me more
Yep.
merch.
Okay, that's why I think the game is cool, and I just leave it
Oh,
there.
Here we go. Thank you. We have a new
Yeah,
keychain.
yeah.
Ooh, this is really nice.
All right, let's see this guy's credit card. He's like, can I not show my
we,
card
we
on
got
the
keychain.
camera?
We have a bunch of cool
Do you
stuff.
want my security code too?
However,
Here's
I think
the
that's all the
security
merch that we
code.
can
It's
show, 'cause we want you guys to be
589.
here at CitizenCon getting it. So I think that's just enough time we have here at
was
CitizenCon. I'm
about
going to
to
throw it
swipe.
back over. We're going to continue the show. We'll see you guys back here later. Take care.
Somebody just bought a Pioneer with that.
Merchandise. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Well, they didn't have any boxes in the store, Mike, so you'll have to put your card away. Hobbling Landa. Oh,
Yep.
God. Poor guy.
They're saying ice it. I'm wearing jeans. It doesn't work through it. You know, people tried to get me to take my pants off backstage, and I'm like, no, I didn't do it. It hurts. All right, guys. I think that's long enough of a break. Let's get back to some presentations. How about it?
All right. Finally.
Let's go.
All right. We have the first of two amazing presentations. This next one, Dressed to Kill, is, well, what can I tell you?
What did he say?
I don't know.
Who remembers CitizenCon 2016?
Oh, my God. What's he going to do?
CitizenCon 2016. I remember that.
Please welcome to the stage.
I was there.
Who is it?
The infamous CitizenCon.
Yeah.
I can't see it.
The one where they promised the world and delivered
Oh, no,
A
it's supposed
year
to say
delay.
his name on there right now. Show me his name.
Yeah.
Is it Zach?
Nick Beard!
Yeah.
Zach,
So Zach is in
and
this one.
Armando. Okay. That's why he wasn't responding to you.
Yeah, because he was literally waiting to go.
Thank you. How's it going?
So these are the FPS guys. These are the ones that show those cool
Hello.
pyro guns.
Okay.
So
This
my
guy
name's
did,
Nick
at least,
Pierce,
I
like
think.
Joe mentioned. It's my second CitizenCon, but it's my first time presenting. So
Volume
I'm
going
very
up, guys.
excited to be here. And just on
Noticed it
behalf
was
of
low.
myself and the team, thank you so much for coming to this presentation. Thank you. With that said, I'm here to talk to you about an initiative that was first introduced right here at CitizenCon in 2019, and that's adding distinct purpose and specializations to armor and clothing in our game. So let's get started.
Please be good.
So, Star Citizen is a game about almost everything where you can do almost anything, with so many different options of gameplay, whether that be mining, piloting, FPS combat, or even a captain of industry. Unlike other traditional MMOs, we don't impose rules or classes onto the player. In real life, people are not just one thing. I'm sure you can all relate. I've had many different jobs. I've not always been a game designer. In fact, it was only a week ago that I found out that Jared used to do tech support for prosthetic legs. It's true. You can ask him. That said, if you're like me, you like to excel at whatever you're doing. So that brings us on to the concept of specializations. This is about bringing more purpose, more considerations, and more decisions to armor and clothing you wear beyond just looking cool. So, what are they? Specializations are the
This is
focus of your
different.
current daily adventure. That could be a daring racing, a cargo hauler, or a first responder. Specializations are a series of attributes assigned to each piece of clothing and armor in the verse to allow you to make informed decisions on both how you want to look and how you want to perform. What are they not? Specializations are not assigned classes. There's no magic toggle where suddenly you're forced into a role like a cleric or a wizard or even a pizza delivery person. They also do not limit you. You can still do almost everything in any armored clothing you want. You just won't do it as well as you could have if you had
Even
specialized.
if you're freezing or
Why are
in
these
space?
necessary? Well, specializations enhance gameplay depth. They add a level of roleplay and immersion. Specializations
Almost
can provide
everything.
a sense of ownership of your
Yeah.
playstyle. At its core, SC is driven by choice, with specializations offering a deeper layer of player options. And that's the option to excel, to fool around, to min-max, or give yourself a unique challenge.
I do like duct-taped
Specialization
spacesuits.
allows
That
as developers to
radiation
make gameplay
duct tape
experiences that are
suits.
deeper and more
Yeah.
complex. So whether you're a salvager, a bounty hunter, or a medic, there will be specialized suits that will help outperform
All
your
about the
peers.
visor for me.
So at this point, you may be asking yourself, okay, well, how do I specialize? It starts by determining your playstyle. What do you want to do today?
What's your play
Are you
style
going to
level?
be a trader, a smuggler, an assassin?
Uh,
Is there a void in your organization that
chaotic
needs
neutral,
filling?
you know?
This is a decision you get
I
to
could
make
be a good
and
guy or a
remake
bad guy, it
every
just
single
feels like
time you log in.
whatever I'm in the
Or
mood
if you're
for
like
in that
me,
moment.
perhaps several
Nice.
times in a single play session. Once you know what you want to do, it's time to start hunting for the right gear. Specialized items are not intended to be found in any old store. You're going to have to do the legwork. You'll have to align with some of those guilds and factions that JJ and Benoit just talked about in the previous presentation.
Guild progression leads
You'll have to explore the galaxy,
custom gear.
find hidden stashes, and rare opportunities for better gear. Specialized items are meant for those who are willing to put in the work to exceed at your role. And once you've done all that, it's about selecting the right combination of armor and clothing. Yes, I said it. Mixing clothing and armor is built into the very fabric of this new system.
Okay.
Can I get a hell yeah? All right.
Cool.
As long as I can equip it quickly,
All right.
and you don't make
Yeah.
it a huge pain in the
I know you
butt.
guys have wanted this for a long time, so yeah, great. And to tell you even more about this new system that we do called Starware, please welcome to the stage lead character technical artist Armando Lira.
Starware.
Star Cloth. We already have Star Cloth.
All right, so this is the tech side. Then we get to the design side after.
Thank you so much, Nick. Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here presenting for the first time. How cool are specializations? We are sure you'll enjoy finding the best combinations for your playstyle. And for that, we had to create a system that gave you all the freedom that you deserve. It's something that I am sure you've all been waiting for so long. Starware. So if you're... Are you tired of choosing between
like that blue
clothing
suit,
or
it's cool.
armor?
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. So finally, you'll be able to mix and match. Starware is fashion that
Is that
meets
floaties
purpose.
on the right?
As specializations provide you with a multitude of stats to combine, you'll also be able to choose the visual
Looks
style
like
that
Kronzi
you want.
over on the right there.
Yeah,
But-
yeah.
Beware. With added options also comes the responsibility of choosing the right combination for the right situation. Let's look at some of the
I do want
possibilities
an
that
excuse
Starware
to
will be
use
able to provide you.
non-helmet gear. Like I want a purpose for it,
Yeah.
as opposed to just always preferring a helmet.
There's the baghead.
I do like that. That's fun.
As you all saw, the possibilities are huge. Like, have you ever wanted to put on a jacket on top of an undersuit? Yes. Yeah. How about an armor on top of a sleeveless shirt? Or even without no shirt at all? Like backpacks
Yeah,
on
armor
clothing?
without an undersuit.
Yeah.
Is actually
So
that's
Starware
actually a
allows
big deal.
more
I
customization
didn't even think of
than
that.
ever.
Yeah.
But be careful, certain gameplay implications will still be true. You won't be able to go into the vacuum of space without a space-worthy undersuit and helmet. And in certain planets, you'll need a breathable mask or helmet to survive.
See, again, it's
I hope
hard
you
to
guys
get
are
away
excited
from
about
needing
this
a
as much
helmet
as
or
we are,
preferring a helmet
and
in
we've
all
heard what you all
situations.
want, and we're making a system to bring it all to you.
Which takes VoIP away too. That whole panel.
If having your helmet on depleted your suit's oxygen, so there was a reason to have it off, then
That is
that
enough
would be
about
cool.
Star Wars for now. Let's go back with Nick and learn more about how Star Wars and specializations will improve your gameplay.
But then if you wanted head protection, you could wear a
Hold on,
helmet
bro.
that wasn't a space helmet. So like one that breathed local atmosphere. That'd be
Alright.
Yep.
Thank you, Armando. Some nice dancing as well, by the way. So as you can see, the Star Wars system is about adding function to fashion. We are still Star Citizen, one of the best looking video games out there, but we're always going to make sure that you look your best, but now with added purpose. So to recap, we're going to go through adding intent and purpose to all our clothing and armor sets.
Yeah, clothing
As
over armor
designers,
is cool.
we
I like
really
that a
want
lot.
the visuals to match the stats that our great character art team have made. So for example, if a pair of pants look particularly armored, chances are they'll have modest damage mitigation to match. Many armors will be
That looks like
specialized
a
for
salvage
distinct use
suit.
cases. Currently, we realize right now bigger is generally better when it comes to FPS armor, and we know that shouldn't always necessarily be the case.
I like that visor.
There will
That
be
looks
some
really
armors that
cool.
won't have EVA thrusters built
Yeah.
into the suit, so you lose EVA capability. Some armors won't even be space-worthy. Specializations means getting better at certain things at the cost of attributes and others. This is about compelling you, the player, to make tactical decisions for every situation you may find yourself in. So now let's look at some practical use cases for the Star Wars system. Whilst all our armors are becoming specialized, let's take a look at a select few, which I will add
Here we
are
go.
some of my favorites.
This is the good stuff.
We are going to
Hopefully.
assemble a team to tackle one of Star Citizen's most anticipated adversaries that you'll get to meet later on. Let's meet our first specialization.
Carrying boxes.
Feels like Bounty Hunter.
The leader?
The leader.
All right.
Was the
All right,
leather
so we have our
jacket
leader.
give him leading
Let's
stat
get into it.
bonuses?
What?
So the player's choice of clothing will be crucial in a way it hasn't been before. With magnetic plates built into many clothing items, players can now holster both primary and secondary weapons. However, in the near future, there will be locations in SC where armor and weapons are strictly prohibited. Clothing allows the player the opportunity to access these restricted areas without needing to change. And some clothing will even allow the player to conceal smaller weapons from security, should the need arise. Another new addition we're going to be introducing is flight penalties based on the mass and size of your armor and clothing.
Whoa.
You'll still be able to fly in medium and heavy armor, but you're restricting the precision of your control. If you're enclosed like our leader is here, or a flight suit or light armor, you'll be able to fly unrestricted. Now, if we look at an overview, we've
That
cherry-picked
tattoo.
6 generalized stats to give you like a high-level understanding of how various clothing and armors we specialized. This is by no means a comprehensive list of everything we have available to us. It's just a little, yeah. So here you can see the leader has low protection compared to a full suit of armor and no EVA capability, for obvious reasons, but has great movement, low emissions, allowing them to blend into bustling cities and stations. The leader really excels at freedom of movement here.
I don't get the
Let's
leader
meet our next
part.
members.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Here comes our no
Pilot?
gameplay dropship. The driver. Okay.
I'm so confused.
Okay. So here we have our pilot. If you remember, back in 3.23, we introduced our first specialized helmet visor, the combat visor. This introduced the dynamic crosshair and all the magazine information on your HUD. This is our pilot visor, which allows the wearer to link with their ship and cast MFDs directly into their visor. This provides the pilot with all the essential data like ship health and shields.
Seems like
so no longer
everyone's
will the pilot
gonna
need to
want the
break
pilot
concentration
helmet
during an intense situation to look
so
down
that
at their
you
MFDs.
can fly your ship properly.
Again,
Yeah, but
like the leader in this situation, there'll be no penalties to flight. Plus, with
have
added
this
G-force
natively
resistance,
across
the wearer will be
the
able to
game
get
right
the
now.
most from
Everyone
their
has
ship.
this.
Yeah.
And now you're taking that
So if we look at
functionality
the
away
pilot
and putting it on a
stats,
helmet.
they have
One
fantastic
helmet,
mobility.
or a few.
Like I mentioned, great G-force
Kinda
resistance
weird.
for when combat takes them to the limit of human endurance.
So your pilot helmet
and finally,
will be less
this
now,
suit comes
less
with the best
protection.
EVA capability
Yeah.
in its class for when remaining in your ship is no longer an option. Here's another variant in our flight suit class, the racing flight suit. This is what our driver will be wearing. This suit, unlike the pilot flight suit, has features which are more streamlined, which allows it to have truly
cool
unmatched
looking
G-force
suit.
resistance
Awesome.
for the hardest corners on the most challenging of racetracks.
I guess the
It also offers great oxygen capacity and thermal protection for those planets with hostile environments.
ground vehicle got me.
So as you can see, this
Confused.
flight suit excels at G-force resistance, but it loses its protection and has much weaker
You're
EVA
wearing this for
capability.
G-force resistance.
Let's meet our next team members.
The medic, maybe. The tank.
The what? Tractor?
Oh, they put this armor in. I've seen concepts of that for years.
The tank.
That's the tank. Okay.
It seemed reversed.
Yeah.
The tank looks like the tractor.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're
That's
all
a
in
little more
heavy.
my style right there.
Yeah, same.
It's a little more what I want to be wearing.
Here's our tank, who is wearing our heavy combat armor. Combat armor is similar to what you're used to, only we're specializing it even more for combat. So what does this mean? We want our wearers of heavy combat armor to feel like walking tanks. The armor should provide fantastic coverage to limit any weak points they may have, and actually have a greater damage mitigation than what players are currently
That's the
used
Volt
to.
LMG, guys. For
Due
people
to its
calling-
mass,
calling
the
it out.
armor will also feature the
Oh, the
strongest
Volt
resistance to force
LMG?
reactions.
Cool. Yep.
So that's flinch, stagger, and knockdowns. Which brings me on to a full suit feature. If the player
That
is
armor
wearing a
does look
full
sick.
set of heavy combat armor, they will not be able to be knocked down by small arms fire.
Interesting.
Thank God. They should remove
Thank you.
knockdowns altogether because they're the most troll thing ever. But it's anti-CC armor,
However,
yeah.
as you can see here, for all that protection, coverage, and stability, we have some major trade-offs. You're going to lose your mobility, stamina will run out much quicker, and your movement speed is severely reduced. The majority of combat armors will also lose built-in EVA thrusters, meaning you're going to have to add additional weight to be wearing an EVA pack.
Interesting.
Yeah, you got to wear a backpack.
Next up, we have our tracker in the heavy hunter armor. This is another
looks
suit in our
cool.
heavy armor class.
I want that.
However, this one
Me
is aimed
too.
at less at pure combat and more about hunting its prey. This is all the armor for you bounty hunters out there. The heavy hunter armor has the most powerful active scan for hunting their targets. Its scanner outshines all others in locating infrared and electromagnetic emissions. Perfect for locating those targets trying to lay low, whether that be human or creature alike. Whilst it's still classed as heavy armor, it does mix things up, so it'll have slightly faster movement and mobility, but it loses the protection. You'll also be able to store more devices like deployables and throwables. So as we compare the stats, whilst not as tough as our combat armor, it does
Seems
get
like
an
that's
increase in
gonna be the
mobility,
go-to for
and while its scanner is the best of the
some people.
best, the
Oh,
armor is
and you have
also
EVA
incredibly
mobility.
noisy and emits powerful emissions. So while you
Just
may
no
find your
stealth,
target with
which is
these,
weird.
there's a good chance that they'll know
Yeah,
you're
you
coming
would think
for them.
Tracker would want
Next
stuff,
up, let's
but
look at our
whatever.
last additions to the team.
All right, here's my stuff.
Miner.
Oh, maybe not. Hunter. Sniper.
Okay. Okay. That's Mike's on there.
Yeah.
That guy.
All right. I can tell who the fan favorite is there. Yeah. So we have our sniper, who is wearing our light stealth armor. Here's another example of a full suit feature. If the wearer has all pieces equipped, so that's helmet, core, arms, and legs, due to its mass and the suit's material, their missions will run so low that they will be undetectable on radar.
Can't wait till we get stealth.
With it being light armor, it
gameplay
also
of any
has a
type.
great level of mobility and traversal speeds, meaning should the wearer be spotted, they can quickly escape
somebody
or
say,
reposition
I want
with
to
ease.
earn this.
And remember,
Me too.
with it being light armor, no flight
Hope we're not
restrictions.
buying it. Hope we're earning it.
So with the best stealth and fantastic speed, it's a must for any players looking to assassinate, infiltrate, or in this case, be a sniper. However, the protection provided is minimal. You don't want to be engaging in a full-on firefight in this suit. And just to reiterate, folks, as well, like great specialized armors like this one and all the ones that you've seen today, you're going to have to put the work in to have these at your disposal.
Okay, that's what they're saying.
And finally, surrounded our group, we have that one friend.
Riz.
We've all played MMOs, right? We all know that one
Lifespan,
friend.
teamwork, strategy.
That friend's me. No. They ignore all the rules and the strategy. They can only play for 30 minutes a week. They might prefer a bit of glint on their sniper scopes. Who knows? Well, here at CIG, we also support that friend, so they're on the roster too. So, we have our group. What do you guys think? We fun? All right.
I want to see the
I'm disappointed.
the EVA combatant. I want those to be more prevalent missions where you have to EVA
So
into
let's
combat
see
or something.
what they face ahead and if they're up for the challenge.
I was expecting mining.
And to talk to you about that challenge, please welcome to the stage Senior System Designer Zach Priest.
No
You kind of already have
Thank
the
you.
mining suit,
On
but
the
they just
weapons.
didn't really talk about it, I guess.
Oh, luckily this thing's only got 2 buttons. So, hello, I'm Zach Priest. I do a variety of things at CIG, but thank you, the people at the front. I do a variety of things at
Should we mute him, guys?
I do a variety of things at CIG, but I'm mostly a designer who works with AI and guns. So most of you will be wondering, what could the next part of the presentation be about? Well, let's get stuck in. Star Citizen, at its heart, is about community. From our relationship with players to the big dynamic events that citizens work together to complete. We love group content and missions that allow players to work together to achieve a goal. But for our group specifically, you do have to wonder, well, now our crew is assembled, and in a universe as big as Star Citizen, who knows what trouble they could run into? So let's find out what they're going to face. Now, they're heading to the planet Monarchs, which is in the Pyro system. So without further ado, let's find out what they're up to.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, let's see some.
See it. See how they work together.
Yeah.
The driver for the getaway. I approve of not restricting you. So, like, if the pilot gets killed, you don't want to be like, well, I guess we can't fly away.
Yeah.
Somebody else can jump in and just not be as good.
Yeah, there it is. Sandworm.
Oh my god. What are you doing? You gonna hunt the sandworm?
Maybe. It looks like there's something on it. Do you see the nodules on the skin?
Yeah.
It looks like it's loot worth taking. Oh my god, this
actual
is actual
gameplay. Thing's really fast for its size.
Okay, I'm like so weirded out by this. This is.
Wait, what did it hit the Hornet with? Oh, it's shooting
special.
rocks.
Yeah. I love this. But I wonder how the community will engage with it. Now they're looking for it.
Yeah, so what do you get? It's a resource, right?
Yeah.
You can only get spice, right? You get spice from the sand.
I don't know, it looks metallic. There's little metallic nodules on its skin.
Seems like you don't want to bring a Jeep to a sandworm fight.
Yeah, I don't get the driver part, but to this squad. Yep, there's our buddy.
Yeah, chat's saying, when do we get glowing blue eyes?
A little spice. Yeah, we just A2 bomb this and win?
Yeah, that's the problem you make with the, I guess you have to have someone on the ground to draw it out, right?
Yeah.
And then what, just A2 nuke it?
A little UI teaser there too. The Gladius UI that you can see the shape of the ship.
Maybe the worm's not targetable with like missiles or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't see any targeting UI, but really...
That doesn't mean you can't drop a bomb on it.
True.
Just take out an F8. These pilots need to keep their distance, man. I mean, realistically, anyone's going to be way further away when they fight this, so they don't just immediately die. So it'll be interesting to see how this translates to actual gameplay.
Yeah. Is it dying?
Like if it's this lethal, you're just going to keep your distance.
It's dead. Now what do we take?
Looks like a giant piece of poo.
That's a weird death. And then you mine the rocks off of it. Yep. That's badass.
What?
Okay.
Okay, you can take its teeth. Nice.
The pearls make sense, and
I mean, this is what I've been wanting game hunting. Like, this is what I've been talking about.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of the things I want to do in the game. Cool. Gameplay.
yeah, he made a sandworm. The thing we thought they'd never do.
Oh,
Okay.
that was cathartic. Absolute cinema as far as I'm concerned. The teams at CIG have worked so incredibly hard to get to the point where what we just showed you was no tricks, no hacks, just gameplay of the Valakar.
This is a Minox on Pyro.
I love you too, Gronsu.
So 4.0? Like,
I want to give
what?
a huge thank you to all the people who put in a lot of work to get to the point where what we just showed you is gameplay. As you can imagine, all of that is work in progress. We have some good polishing to do on it, and we didn't want to
Okay,
hold
so
it
you
off. We
need
just wanted
ground
to give you an
vehicles to
honest
bait
view
it out.
of where we are. That was from a build
So you
last
do
week.
need to be
so
on the ground to get it to come out.
Yep.
Those poor ground vehicles.
Yep. You just die.
With that said, monster hunting is coming to Star Citizen. And the best part was starting off this epic series of fights with the infamous Valakar, who some of you may remember from 2016. This absolute monster of a creature is 300 meters long and sees your light fighters just as puny little ants. You're going to need to assemble your quickest and most nimble pilots to dodge the Valakar's ranged attacks, as well as your fastest drivers to bait out the Valakar from the surface, as it's the only way to bring this mighty creature out of the ground is by disturbing the surface with a ground vehicle. But how does the Valakar stack up to our crew? Well, unfortunately, the Valakar stats don't really fit on the screen due to being so powerful. But for some context, it's around 150 times harder to kill than an Aegis Avenger Titan. But to be fair, it's most likely to kill you. So how does it do that? Well, the deadly Valakar has a variety of ways of killing possible threats. So for a high-level overview of the fight,
it's an
it
MMO
regurgitates
now.
rock-hard sand that has been compressed inside the Valakar and uses it as a projectile to target foes. But if something's a
we
bit
just
too
need a
close
gameplay
for
loop
comfort in
for
the
its
sky,
resources.
it uses its ginormous body to swipe ships out of the way. Anything on the ground that it sees as a threat will have to contend with its bite or its deadly slam. So, little bit fun bit of information. As the Valakar becomes more injured, it will retreat back into the planet's surface, and you'll need to make sure that your ground vehicles stay alive or have backups to bait out the creature again, as well as keeping it interested.
Now you have a
So,
need for a party
the big question,
finder, huh?
in a game like ours, how are we going to communicate the health of this creature? Well, things being physicalized is at the heart of Star Citizen. And we know how much of a large fight the Apex Valakar is, and we need to communicate that in a diegetic way. So you'll see here the Valakar's health from 100% to 1%. You'll see its skin getting more battered
really
and bruised
subtle.
as the fight progresses, to give you an idea of where you are and how
I thought
close
the
you are.
injury was the gash.
So the nice thing about this, it communicates the Valakar's health without needing any UI or health bars, and just purely keeps you immersed in the experience. So, number one question, why do you want to kill the Valakar? Well, because it's fun, but I know you sweaty gamers, so it's got loot, also known as harvestables. The Valakar has two very valuable harvestables. Firstly are its pearls. You'll need to mine growths on a variety of locations of Valakar to reveal these pearls. And once you've destroyed the growth skin, you'll see disgusting squidgy innards. But next is its big apex teeth. These are within its mouth, and you'll need a very strong tractor beam to be able to yank these things out. And these harvestables will not all come out at the same quality. So you'll be able to learn more about that and how harvestables are going to be used tomorrow in crafting your home.
Okay.
So a fun thing here is you'll see the character is standing within the Valakar's mouth as well. So when it dies, it keeps its collision, meaning that you can climb on it, land ships on it, and it's essentially your playground.
Your trophy. Cool.
This really shows how big it is, but how big is it really? Well, fun bit of information.
Yeah, can you bring in Idris to this fight?
Model, Star Engine actually gave us an error saying, like,
People are just gonna
no
Idris
living
snipe this
thing
thing.
needs to be this big. You've accidentally added an extra 0 onto the size. But to give you an idea of the sheer ridiculous scale of this monster, you'll see here an Idris. Anyone who's done Xenothreat knows how big the Idris is. You feel like an ant when you're in the Idris, and this makes the Idris look small. There's also an Aegis Avenger Titan here as well, but if you look even closer, there's actually a Copion in this image. I'll give you a second to try and spot it.
Nope.
There it is. So well done to anyone who spotted it.
Oh, okay.
So it's big. So for some fun numbers, it's 250 Copions long, 47 Aegis Avenger Titans long, and for our American friends, that's about 3.5 football fields. But lucky for our Copion friends, the Valakar actually comes in different sizes. So you'll be familiar with the variants we've done before with our Quasi-Grazers and our Copions. They're in different biomes and they have different aesthetics. But moving on, we want to also introduce different creature sizes. So these sizes will have unique behaviors, animation, audio,
we need a
and
banana
harvestables
for size
associated
comparison.
to each size.
Agreed.
So for our first size, we have the Juvenile.
New gun there.
These juveniles will respond to stimulus, such as noisy footsteps and loud mining beams. This will cause them to burst out the ground and attack anyone who's disturbing them. And you'll find these in caves with valuable harvestables and minerals. So for our next size, adults. The adult Valakars know not to pick fights and tend to remain to themselves. However, if you exterminate too many juvenile Valakars, this will cause adults to show up, which are 3 times larger and a lot more angry. Creature sizes are great because they allow us to create varied experiences as well as show you how creatures grow and evolve in the environments they live in and grow up in. Beyond that, we have our Apex, which has the most valuable harvestables and the most deadly attacks. It's also the biggest living thing in the verse so far. So, in summary, monster hunting is coming. This is the first in a large series of Apex creatures that you need to gather your crew together to take down this mighty beast. You need a diverse lineup of ships, ground vehicles, loadouts, and skill sets to take out the Apex Valakar.
Can we ride it?
Everyone at COG is incredibly excited to get the Valakar into your hands, and we hope it shows that we're not only doubling down on creatures, we're also committed to bringing you gameplay experiences that only a game of our scale can provide. But that's all for the Valakar, for this Valakar. Let's take a look at some other fauna.
Okay.
Now,
all right.
the Valakar is very exciting, but I also want to share with you the bigger picture for creatures. So let's start with some Valakar variants. Variants so far have typically just had alterations to their loot and appearance. However, we want to go further with what variants can be. For example, what if the Valakar evolved and grew in a swamp environment instead of a desert planet? Or if a Valakar never made it to the surface and only lived in drowned caves? These are the kind of questions that make sci-fi one of the best mediums. And I can hear the questions already. What does an adult cave Valakar look like? What does an apex Quasi-Grazer look like?
Freaky.
Well, it's these questions that get everyone excited that works on creatures to give you a glimpse into the big picture. All of these variances and differences and new creatures make up what we call our fauna matrix. The fauna matrix is basically our creature encyclopedia. So these concepts should show you that we want to get more weird and wonderful with our creatures.
Here's your alien.
We started off with more traditional animal references like dogs.
Yeah,
and
I don't even
birds
know
and
what it is.
cows. But now we're in a position to create the things that we love about sci-fi, which is the weird and the unknown.
Yes.
So looking at where we're going, all of our creatures have been defined for the road to 1.0. We've ensured we've got a rich, diverse, distinct roster of creatures to make each of our planets feel special. As well, as concealing the unique elements of various planets, ensuring that they're populated with appropriate creatures. We've been designing creatures in mind so that planets' ecosystems influence their behaviors, designs, aesthetics, and harvestables. With that being said, I would like to give you a sneak peek at our fauna matrix. That's all from me. I'm very happy to be bringing the Valakar to all of our backers. It's really like nothing else you've played before. I'll leave you with this last video. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon, everybody.
I wonder if these are ideas or actual, look like all actual plans.
There's the crab over on the left.
Yeah. There's a rocky space whale to the right of the crab. I think I saw a dog, like pet type thing too.
We have some amazing creatures, but we also have some even more amazing ships. Let's give it up really quick again for that Dress to Kill panel. That was amazing. Really Everyone there did an awesome job. Now we are back here at Palaka's Workshop. We got cut off for time earlier, so I want to give these guys
I don't want to have to do everything.
As you can see, they are makers of awesome Star Citizen miniatures. I mean, just
all right, we're gonna lower these guys down a little bit.
Look at all the hornets.
How you feeling?
Merch.
Yeah, more selling stuff. How do you feel after that now? I'm slightly disappointed. I'll just say that to start.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yes,
just
just slightly.
I have my questions about the sandworm gameplay.
We can ask Zach. He's going to call in.
Okay. We'll
the
ask
guy
Zach.
who was on stage is going to call in.
I'm wondering, it's like, how easy is it going to be to cheese that? Because that's what players are going to figure out first thing, right?
Yep.
Easiest, most exploitive way to kill it. Can you have a couple guys on the ground, bring in a Idris and just railgun it? Because I mean, so many players have Idrises now, like, or whatever, like a cruise missile or something. So I'm curious to see how that could be exploited. I think I'm more excited about the small and adult ones because those will show up in caves. You'll be mining, and then you have to deal with these worms that are coming out. That feels like a really fun way to increase the value of cave minables and the risk at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Like you could do some really fun stuff with that.
For sure. Like people are pointing out that maybe if you kill it with an A2, it loses quality to the component or the material.
Yeah.
So
you could do other things where I don't know if this is a game feature, but where like large ships of certain sizes might create vibrations that scare it away, and then it runs away and doesn't come out of the surface, you know?
True,
so you have to come in with smaller vehicles or something.
Yep.
So there's things they could do to try and prevent cheesing. I'm just curious about that because again,
nobody was firing missiles.
Yep. So I'm wondering if there's a lock-on issue. You can dumbfire the cruise missiles, but then it's a skill thing. So as long as it's skill and risk versus reward, then great. Hopefully that gameplay is good because what they showed there looked a little bit janky with the rocks being shot out and stuff. It looked like
a
staged combat environment. So I'm like, what does the real combat situation actually look like?
Gotcha. Yeah. So Zach, I think, is available right now. So you want to bring him in?
Yeah.
Let's
bring
see.
Zach in.
Hello. Zach, can you hear us? There, Mike.
Yes. Hello.
Oh, hold on. Let me put you on the screen here real quick. All right. So
I can't see my own camera.
How do you feel after that?
Oh my God. That was amazing. Like, you're always sweating before you go up, but when you like go up, you just get in the routine and you're like, it's just like doing a rehearsal, but it caught you off guard because everyone went ballistic. It made me jump a little bit when people started screaming like, yeah, but
yes,
amazing.
So we got to ask one question. What happens if we bring in A2 and try and bomb it?
Haven't really got to that question yet, but it does have 500k health. I don't know how much an A2 does, but you can two-shot it with an Idris railgun at the minute, which I think is a fair thing if you have an Idris.
Yeah,
it is. It is very tanky.
All right.
Yeah, no, it's come really far along.
Yeah, I'm loving the idea of the harvestable materials and then saying something about powerful stuff that we'll hear more about, I'm sure. But
and one really important tidbit there as well. Yeah, it's an MMO. Look at that gameplay. Yeah. The harvestables having different qualities as well. Going to go over that tomorrow, but that's a really important tidbit.
Okay.
So, if you want a perfect Valakar pearl, those things like that. So, more information about that tomorrow. But yeah, super cool. Actual video game, pure gameplay there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm like, my heart is racing like 100 miles an hour at the minute.
Take a seat. How
I assume that some of the harvestables from the sandworm will be only usable in certain crafting recipes, right? Or like if you want to make something, you'll need that sandworm tooth or something.
I don't want to give details about craft in a way because it is tomorrow. It's not my work as well. So it's someone else's work. But crafting is really cool, and that's all I'll say for now.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah. Tomorrow is going to be amazing.
How much time did you guys spend on I don't know. How long have you been working on this?
So this itself, like, we finished the quasi-grazer. The quasi-grazer is all kind of done. And then we have people rotating in and out of things. But, like, getting that all together, like, we've been working on it for, like, 3-4 months kind of thing. But getting that all together and getting it playable was literally, like, the last 3 weeks. Because we shipped the Atlas, right? And we needed the guy who did the Atlas to work on the Valakar because he's tech on him. So he put in a lot of hours to be able to get it playable, and it fully works at the minute. You can load in, and just play against it at the minute, and it's really good that we're already at this stage before even being like, oh, it's it's here in an ISC or anything like that. It's already playable. So because we need to spend a lot of time balancing this because there's a bunch of weird systems that you don't even think about. Like technically, it fires an FPS gun. It fires an invisible bearing shotgun with like a bunch of different things on because we have accuracy parameters for FPS AI and stuff like that. So, but it's like finding out how to make a creature like that fun to play against, difficult and challenging when you're in different kind of ships. And obviously, the hardest question about this all is like, how do you add skill into the equation, right? Because what we're thinking of right now and how we're kind of playing it is, if you see the worm target you and because it has a big wind up animation, you basically need to hit your boosters and that's how you'll dodge any attacks. So it will be a challenge of skill, not a challenge of like, oh, I just got unlucky and blew up.
What happens to the poor guy who has to trigger it? We're thinking, man, that the guy who's got to trigger it on the ground is just going to get sacrificed and owned.
Well, so we're going to have an idle dust storm, which isn't there. So there'll be a dust storm when it's in the ground, so you've got an idea of where it is. Because it also moves on the ground. We didn't show that because we just didn't get it working in time, but it is working now. So that guy will be able to know exactly where it is and basically drive around it.
That's awesome.
So he won't be a sacrificial lamb. Yeah, but he will have to be very conscious of, like, you know, what's going on and where everything is.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Nice.
Will you be able to pull aggro off of it and stuff? So, like, say it's getting too close to your buddy on the ground, can like a pilot try and get in there and pull aggro and save him or something?
Yeah, can you generate threat?
So aggro as a concept at the minute, it uses the exact same thing that ships use. So we can read like total damage done, and there's a random element in there. So we're going to have it pretty freely switch about. So, but you'll get a decent warning that it's coming for you. The actual like mechanism and calculation for that isn't like set in stone yet, and I need to figure out a way to be like, okay, cool, this makes sense if you do this, because obviously, if, you know, one of our metrics is like, well, how much damage have you done to it? The guys on the ground are never going to get targeted and things like that. So that algorithm needs a bit of a work because it's purely meant for ship-on-ship combat at the minute, which doesn't sync well with people on the ground. So finding a way to like pull threat and doing that's probably a large bit of work that's left, I think. So it's just like, cool, we have it like, you know, prototyped and it's working, but those little like gameplay things that are really important are like the big task left.
Yeah. Nice, dude. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time, and I just want to say it was awesome, and we appreciate you for coming on. That's so kind.
It's all good. I know that everyone's going to be watching you guys' reactions in the office anyway, because we went through looking at some of the ones last year, and we were like, oh, you know, so-and-so said this, so-and-so did that. So, you know, we as devs love watching you guys react to this stuff too.
Awesome, dude. All right, Zach, we'll let you go, dude. Thank you for calling, and
great work. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, great job,
Thank
dude.
you, guys. See you in a bit.
Talk to you soon. That was cool. All right, good. We didn't miss anything from the panel. I couldn't see anything.
That was great to talk to him. Oh, yeah. Well, they're just talking about merch, I think, in the background or whatever.
They're selling merch.
That was cool to hear him answer those questions, because it sounds like they're thinking about all the things that I would wonder about for gameplay. Zach sounds like he's going like gameplay. How does everything translate into gameplay, and not, oh, wouldn't it be cool to have a giant sandworm? Let's not think about all the random edge case scenarios. So it sounds like they're thinking about that. Oh, here comes Lando.
Timing's good.
All right.
Timing. We got perfect timing
got full
today.
Mobility back. You know, when they tell you Chris Roberts isn't ready, go take a run. Don't take it literally. All right. Find also, quite frankly, if I may say so, find someone that looks at you the way that Scrap from Bar Citizen International looks at someone doing a CitizenCon interview. That was just so intense the whole time. All right. As they said, as Dan and Sam said, we have one more presentation left. It's a big one. Beyond Pyro. We're looking at what's next beyond our next star system, which just went to PTU, yeah? Viva Cati, all right. I've been in this world for so long. So please welcome to the stage one of my favorite people at CIG, and I don't say that lightly. A man whose last name took me 3 years to learn to pronounce correctly, and I'm still not entirely certain I did it. Please welcome to the stage Star Citizen's creative director, Mr. Ian Leyland.
He showed us the distro centers last time, I think. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Did I say it wrong? I did.
Yeah,
okay. I did. I still didn't get it.
One day. Thanks, Jared. Hello, everyone. Wonderful to see you all. Thank you for coming out. Did you guys see that worm? Really cool. All right. So right now, it's all hands on deck to make 4.0 the best experience for you. Richer locations, deeper gameplay, better experiences. All with completely new and wonderful music from Pedro, which will create an evocative and emotional backdrop. Rich and I have been working directly with Pedro for many months now. Beautiful music awaits. But today, I'm going to talk to you about what's beyond Pyro. So let's strap in and we'll take a look. My name's Ian. I'm the creative director for Star Citizen.
It's our first look beyond Pyro.
And let's start by looking up into the stars and saying hello to an old friend.
Oof.
That sounds
Work
like
in
Nick's.
progress, gray box. Nyx is just a giant gray box. It's a dangerous jump.
You're moving quick. This has changed tremendously.
Wow.
If that's Nick's,
oh, is this
has changed
Levski?
Tremendously.
Is this Levski?
It might be. Or this is Grimhex. But I don't think so. I think it's Levski.
Yeah.
That's Levski.
It's going to be Levski. Oh, come on.
No, that's Levski. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They cut away from the reveal. Come on,
Yep.
man.
Awesome. All right.
But
so
enough
this
of it
is
to
Nyx
know.
system. Nyx was discovered in 2582 by Carl Larry during the height of the newly formed United Empire of Earth's territorial expansion.
Lore
Its
time.
most defining feature, and the source of its name, is the sprawling black dust cloud that occupies most of the system. The dust cloud severely hampers visibility and can interfere with your ship's scanners. This system does, however, border with Vandal space. So, visitors are being advised there are Vandal raiding parties hitting
Yes.
locations throughout the system.
Here we go.
This is what I want.
Yes.
But despite this, a small community has formed in the system. And this is on an asteroid in the belt between Nyx 2 and Nyx 3. And this asteroid is called Delmar.
Yeah, and it's not just a ball.
Yeah, it used to be a ball, and now it's this crazy looking thing.
Amazing.
And here it is, hidden deep in the Glacium Ring. But actually, Delamar should be, and now is, an actual asteroid.
Yep.
And as it's an asteroid, the space is a zero G location, giving a unique identity for a landing zone.
Wait,
So that's
So
different.
let's take
That's
a closer
totally
look
new.
at the main POI on Delamar.
They're going to have the Aesop guy. They have to.
Yeah.
If they don't have him, they screwed up. Wow.
Nice. That looks incredible.
But it pays homage perfectly. What did I call out?
Chances.
Right? If they updated
X,
it.
XXXL.
Yeah. That's what I was looking for. Like, how much did they update it? Holy crap. Did they update it? Yeah, the hangars are in the ring.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Great job.
CIG has never lacked in the art department.
Nope.
They know what they're doing.
All right.
Wow.
We're going to get an interior. That'd be cool.
Morph is clapping.
Awesome. Awesome. So, for all that remember, it's awesome to be able to say, welcome back to Levski.
Incredible.
And for new players, let me tell you why it's a cool place. This used to be an old mining facility, which was mothballed and then abandoned. There is an internal network of abandoned tunnels and mine shafts, and these are now populated with refugees, fugitives, and criminals. This is
Still
also
there?
the home to the People's Alliance,
Cool.
who you'll be doing some work for. And as Levski was made some time back, it needed to be updated so that it can fit into current gameplay features and systems and mission loops. So let's take a look at the first update, and that is to the hangars
We're gonna hear
and
'em.
landing services.
We're going to hear them.
Oh, nice. It's the Polaris for anybody who's been wanting.
Yep. I'm sure we'll get to see more tomorrow.
What is that?
No!
Oh, the Kraken.
No!
Oh, the tease. The tease.
Release the Kraken!
No shot. No shot.
All right, cool. So
not
Levski is
done.
still
It can't
perched
be
over
done.
the borehole, but now has a suite of hangars that are arrayed around and inside the borehole. We're also increasing the quantity of hangars. This is to meet the ever-expanding players per server to remove hangar wait times.
They learned
And
that
this
lesson.
pass will be done for all landing zones in the game right now. And for players that don't want to store their ship, docking services will be added high up on the cliff walls. Now, other than hangars and docking services, there are other ways to enter the location, which are also getting new updates. Let's take a look.
I'm so curious about this zero-G thing.
Well, it's basically just like a station now. Oh, neat.
That still looks very similar.
Yeah, so they added exterior gravity zones, which is cool.
Okay. Yeah, so there's still gravity and you can walk around normally, but
Yeah,
you have
it's
the
like
option to do
Grimhex,
this.
right?
Exactly.
Here's our Argo crew.
The $40 tractor beam upgrade.
Yeah. You don't like pay to move boxes?
No, I didn't buy it.
Yeah, me either. There's the caterpillar. It's still in the game.
All right, awesome.
This guy in the
looks
red
great.
hoodie is not at all excited.
So
He's not
around the
happy.
main entrance,
He's
there's
not
still
happy.
gravity plating for on-foot access. And these will lead to open landing pads for quick drop-off and pickup. And we're also adding access to gameplay areas for a variety of local missions and
Wait,
gameplay
did they say
types.
the G word?
And as you saw in the video, there will be banks of exterior freight elevators. These can be used for quicker gameplay loops without requiring hangar services. Now, as this is a zero-G location, it also gives an opportunity for another type of specialist freight services. Let's take a look.
Talk to me.
Yeah, freight. Tell me about freight. Ooh, look at those cargo containers.
Yep. Where are they going? They're going in the hole.
Whoa. Fully all the way through. That looks amazing. Wow. There's your whole seas.
Yep. This is how to do it.
Dude, look at the size of that. That looks amazing.
Yep.
Oh, yes. This is what you've been wanting forever.
That's how to do it.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I've been waiting for.
Yep. How does it go in? No, I wanted to see it like closed.
Yeah.
All right. So first
Seeing
off,
our needs.
Now the borehole goes all the way through the asteroid,
addressing them.
which is
Yeah,
awesome to
that
fly
is
through.
cool.
And down at the base of the asteroid, there will be banks of exterior zero-G freight elevators. These will be
Zero-G
priority
freight.
access for Hull series ships. So for all the Hull series folks, we got you covered.
Well, they technically don't. Because we used to have
The same
automated.
functionality is also coming to space
Oh, right,
stations
right, right.
in both Stanton and Pyro.
Red Hoodie's still not impressed.
But wait, there's a little bit more. Let's take a look.
All right.
I wonder how that freight is going to integrate to the current stations.
Yeah.
If they're going to add it onto it or something.
This looks almost exactly the same, so pretty good.
Cool.
But
Yep,
opened
the
up
little
into this
Christmas
area.
lights.
Yeah. It still feels the same, but is updated. I love the feel of this place, so I was really hoping it would stay similar. All right, a functional cargo deck. It looks like it.
All right,
that looked
cool.
functional.
So, the external freight elevators will now have direct access to cargo decks to be able
Yeah.
to quickly sell or pick up for the next run.
Cool.
Nice.
Efficiency.
So that
Amazing.
includes some of the exterior updates coming to Levski. But the interior is also getting some updates to bring them in line with current gameplay requirements. These will be spaces like cargo services, as we just saw, for hauling and supplies. And refinement centers, so you don't need to travel far to refine your ore.
Sweet.
And we're updating the interior layout to provide better access to gameplay spaces. So to conclude, Nick's system will be the next system after Pyro.
Okay.
Okay.
Yay!
One guy.
Nobody clapped because everybody knew. You know, you notice that everyone was just quiet, like, yeah, duh.
Delamar is now a
Yeah.
physical asteroid with a zero-G play space.
Okay.
All right, not so much. And we're updating Levski to fit current gameplay mechanics
Now they're all clapped.
and gameplay loops. And most importantly, we're adding local areas for gameplay content.
Okay.
Local areas for gameplay content. Is it on Levski?
I think we're doing building
Now,
interiors.
Speaking of gameplay in landing zones, let's leave Levski for now. And let's jump to Rainy Arcop.
Yeah. Where? Rainy
which is
Arcop?
missing the most gameplay spaces right now.
A storm.
Yeah.
So we're continuing the building interior initiative. We're
hope
adding
so.
additional districts to landing zones, which are gameplay focused.
Did they start?
These gameplay areas will interweave with the landing zone, but ultimately will be independent. So for Area 18, let me introduce you to the Municipal Works. And this will be split into 2 locations. The actual Municipal Works, which will be an open world sandbox area for all players, and the lower Municipal Works, known locally as the Depths, which will comprise of several
Very original name.
levels. So, how do I get to the Municipal Works? The Municipal Works is accessible in multiple places in Area 18. Some will be available to everyone, and some you'll need to unlock with mission progression. As an example, here's a map of Area 18 Central. And as I said, there'll be various access points throughout the landing zone, and some will be easier to access than others. These access points will lead to transit systems, taking you deep into the underbelly.
Very similar to the contested zone
Eventually
experience
reaching
in Pyro.
the Municipal Works.
This is how it is.
And the Municipal Works will have spaces like maintenance, filtration, and the sewer network.
Nice. Finally
Which is
doing
what we're
something
seeing
on our
here.
corp. My God.
It's a very exotic place. So down here, it's an open world sandbox for you and other players, very similar to contested zones in Pyro stations.
I wouldn't call that sand. It's
an area to do
something else.
local missions, like exploration, repair, or even pest control. But the main purpose is provide access to the depths. And these will be instanced areas.
Ooh,
so,
interesting.
What is
Okay.
an instance area? Well,
Okay.
an instance area works in the same way as
We're
an
really in MMO
instanced
now.
hangar.
Yeah.
And as the name says, it's a separate space for you and your group. But why do we want to do this?
Pretty obvious.
This gives us the ability
you're
to
forced to.
create tailored missions that will provide a mixture of content like combat or exploration or puzzle gameplay, and fundamentally allows us to design challenging, meaningful content.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Super exciting. That's what I've been wanting for years. Is instance
if
mission
Divorcing was
locations.
instance.
All right.
Yep.
So let me illustrate. Going over here. How the depths will be split by levels.
Chat says, so dungeons?
Now, stay with me on this. We're going to rattle through it
Basically,
quick.
yeah.
So let's say you're in level B01.
It's the
You're
instance
running a
part that's a
mission.
big deal
You're having a
for
great
them.
time with
They
the
don't do that.
curated content I just mentioned.
Yeah.
But down here, you'll have to do a variety of content over a period of time and over multiple play sessions. At the end of the mission, you'll find an access point, which will bring you back to the landing zone. And you'll do this loop multiple times with different mission content. After achieving the required amount of progression, your access level will be upgraded. So this time, you head down the access point elevator.
Okay. Smart.
And now it
I like
takes
it.
you all the way down to level B02, and you continue on with your journey. Now this is your new area with different mission content, new rewards, and a new access point back to the LZ. The same as B01, you'll do this loop multiple times. And you guessed it, eventually you'll get access to level B03, and we continue deeper.
Cool.
With each
Progression.
level you unlock, you access new areas. For new mission loops, you'll access new, more challenging curated content and access better and better rewards. And this is what will form progression-based content.
Cool. Good. Gameplay. Hey. Gameplay, Mike.
Not gonna hear
so
any
what I
gameplay.
just described was a very condensed version of an actual play sessions. But this still describes the unique gameplay experience. Landing zone areas which will offer long-term gameplay progression. So that concludes this section on gameplay spaces for landing zone. We're excited to show you more.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
We're in space
So we're going to
again.
head away from ArtCorp for now.
Where are we going next?
Let's look again into the stars. And now we're going to talk about solar systems.
Yeah.
All right. Stanton system was the primary system in the game. It serves as a lawful system.
Who cares?
It's protected by the UEE and will continue to be evolved and updated as we balance it with other systems. Then we have Pyro system, which we've spoken about at length, and this will serve as the primary unlawful system.
What's Pyro?
And is the perfect contrast
Never heard of it.
to Stanton. Then, as we just saw, we have Nix system. It's not a totally unsafe system like Pyro, but it depends on where you go, as it borders
low,
Vandal space.
and
See that
no.
little bit of red? That's Vandal space right there. And the UEE does not protect this system. But we've got a little bit of space there, haven't we?
There's two more. Two more.
All right.
Odin
I
or
thought you were
something
saying
more
click system then. I'm like, well, I'm not sure about that one. All right. But we've got a bit of room at the bottom. So it would be a shame not to fill it in with something, right? So if we get a big cheer, we'll reveal the system.
Oh my
You
God,
ready?
he's stalling.
What do you think, Mike? Odin or something more crazy like Terra?
Terra. It's got to. We
Very
got to
cool.
see Terra.
Very
Because
cool.
they can say
All
whatever
right.
they want.
Here it
at
is.
this point.
Oh, wait.
Oh, don't you do that.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
Why?
So, let's take a sneak peek
Because there's a
at
video.
system number 4. Here
Okay.
it is. Well, it's awesome, right? All
No, don't do
No,
that.
in
Come
order
on.
to
They would
reveal
never
the full
troll.
system, let me take you on a little history lesson. And to do that, we're going to
He's the
load
war
up
guy.
our old friend, the Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia.
So, we're back in the height
Ooh,
of the
Xi'an. What?
human-Xi'an Cold War.
Oh,
Tensions
shit.
were at breaking point.
I see Terra on the map. Nope.
In 2542,
We're
Armistead
going to the Perry
Perry
line?
introduced a designation line for a group of 8 planetary systems that marked the borderlands between Xi'an and human-controlled space. The United Planets of Earth designated the systems as no-fly zones and utilizing them as
It's going to be
military
Toe Hill. It's
staging
connected to
grounds.
Nix.
But one system
Or maybe not.
on the Perry line offered a key
to
strategic
Pyro.
position for a potential invasion into the Xi'an Empire.
Is that Odin?
And that system
Castro.
was Castro.
Castro. Forgot what's on Castro.
Me neither. The lore guys are like, duh. But I don't know.
But luckily for us, war was averted, the Perry-Line Pact was signed, which was a peace treaty between the now UEE and the Xi'an Empire, so the Cold War ended. The systems of the Perry-Line were divided up between humans and Xi'an, and fast forward back to present day, humans and the Xi'an enjoy a more prosperous relations, and everyone's cool. So, the fourth system will be Castra.
Okay.
Do we get to see anything? Remind us of what's in it. I forgot.
It's military. That's all I know.
It's got that cool military base, right?
I think so.
History lesson's over, so let's jump in and find out a little bit more. First, we have Castor 1. Here it is. Castor 1 is a dead, coreless planet.
Beautiful.
Because it's too close to the sun to be terraformed for human habitation. So instead, the UEE Navy used Castor 1 for target practice.
I remember reading
giving
this,
it the nickname of Bullseye.
Nice.
All the weapon testing throughout the Mesa era has left Bullseye covered in craters. And as you can see, it's super toxic, meaning ground exploration will require high-end environment suits.
Cool.
I wonder where
and
we
as
got
you saw in the
those.
weather demo, raging storms will create difficulty of access, giving risk and rewards for adventurers seeking unique minables and
There you
other
go, Mike.
items.
Yeah.
Okay.
All I see is concept
Then we
pictures,
have
though, so
Castor 2.
I'm not freaking out about this.
The second planet from the sun is called Cascom. And this was the location of the military's staging
I like
area.
rings.
Yeah, rings are fun.
Since the system was opened up to non-military settlement, it has since become a center of trade and tourism, but is still considered an Earth-centric traditionalist system, which prizes citizenship above all else. Let's head down to the surface and check it out.
Oh, it's a picture.
Breaking through the clouds,
Are we actually
you'll
going?
find a landscape full of great lakes and lush crimson forests.
This guy's reading
and
us
as
a
you saw in the
bedtime
CTG
story.
presentation, you can see how we're going to make these worlds with the new
It
technology.
would be nice to see some actual footage.
High up on the mountain
Yeah.
range, here at the highest peak, we can just make out the landing zone called Sherman.
Ooh, that looks cool.
Oh, red sweatshirt likes it. Red sweatshirt likes it. He's
which
been
is
waiting.
fondly known by its residents as the island in the sky. Sherman is currently in pre-production, but I wanted to take the opportunity to show at least a sneak peek. Let's take a look.
Here's your footage. I'm excited for this base. They've been teasing concept for this for a long time.
I mean, I know it says pre-production, but looks like that procedural planet tech is pretty solid.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Above and below clouds. I like that. That's fun. Yeah, what does pre-production mean? It means they're just really concepting out
I
styles.
guess. Yeah, like, do we like the colors or something? I don't know.
Ooh, there's the base.
Wow. Very Star Wars.
Military base. I like it. It's kind of Ghost in the Shell vibes with the sound, the music a bit.
I think this is our fake sneak peek of the day. But it looks cool.
Yeah. I like the art a lot.
Yeah.
And the music, too. The music's
Yeah.
great.
Like, by fake, I mean, we won't see this for quite a few years, and it'll go through many, many, many iterations before we ever see it, probably.
Look at those hammerheads and Idris's docking. Like, it's nice to see some military might, you know?
Yeah.
Look at those cannons, too. What are those, like, size 20?
Yeah, like,
Insane.
Stanton isn't really a UE.
Right, it's
system.
not UE.
The
Tickets on sale now.
Yeah. Is there going to be some ship reveal here or something? They're going to do something.
Yeah, you might be onto something there.
They're building, it feels.
Looking for sneak
Maybe that's
peeks.
just music. There's the jab.
Yeah.
Oof, that's a nice shot.
Well, it's flyable, right?
Quick buzz in the tower. Those cliffs look amazing. If they can do that in engine, that will be breathtaking to fly around that.
Yeah. Even just to stand there. I mean, this view is...
Yep. There's the Polaris. Are they going to do a deeper Polaris shot or something? Pretty cool looking base.
Yeah.
I'm very curious
loving
about
the
what the
clouds up and
gameplay. Yeah, this cloud sandwich is very cool. All right.
Red really
that was fun.
That was cool.
Did Red Hoodie like it?
Red Hoodie loves it.
Awesome.
Yeah. Very important to
Let
know.
me take you through some of the areas of Sherman you just saw. The dominant landmark you see in the center is Spaceport Ulysses, named after the mountain Sherman is sitting on. This is where they staged the bombers that were on active rotation, waiting on any sign of any aggression. But now it's mostly a commercial spaceport.
Okay.
The Navy still has an air base here, but it's a great place to see some big ships of the UE.
Cool.
Commercial hangars are located inside the main trench. And even though this is a converted from a naval base, it still has an impressive military flavor. And speaking of military flavor, the original AOV-9s, anti-orbital cannons, are still
Whoa.
present around the defensive walls.
I knew those were big.
With most of them being decommissioned
Anti-orbital.
once it became a
Yeah.
civilian city.
Do they even have those in Stanton?
Over to the left of the spaceport is the Sparrows Industrial Park, home to the sprawling cargo yards and manufacturing plants. The Sparrows has evolved from its days as a military supply and munitions depot into a bustling and modern industrial park. To the right side of the spaceport is Fort Riggs, which originally used to house the
Like the
army when
lights
Sherman
going up?
was used as a staging point for a potential ground assault of the Xi'an Empire. Since the area was decommissioned, it has now been turned into a business park and is the governmental center of CASCOM.
Yeah, the barrels of those guns
With the
are
Governor's
longer
Council
than a
headquarters
Polaris.
located here. As this base was built during the Mesa era, as humans were expanding their borders, this introduces a new architectural style for humans. Between the First Travarian War on one front and the Xi'an Cold War on the other, a new style called Henoism arose. With an emphasis on prefabrication and fortification, the designs were robust, durable against warfare and harsh enemies and harsh environments. And from all the locations we just saw, high up on the upper wall, you can see the commercial district, and specifically the Ansel shopping complex. Situated high above the sprawling main
mall.
base below, the Ansel area originally served
a mall
as the
here.
command center to Sherman's military operations. Inside this building, you'll find key areas like the Edge of Oblivion Bar, which was converted from the old officers' lounge. You'll also find Eckhart Security Headquarters, and you'll find the Mercenary Guild
Someone said
headquarters.
heavily armored Starbucks.
The other areas in the commercial district include the OPA towers for habitation. That's the building on the left. And on the right, it's the Imperial Sherman Infirmary. There's also the Reeves Military Museum, where you can experience the history of humanity's military and the role that Castra has played in keeping the Empire safe. And finally, we have Overlook Point, which is the name of the vantage point and park situated in front of Central Command, which has the best view overlooking the landing zone. So that's a quick overview of some of the key areas of Sherman. I think it's devastatingly beautiful, with a rich history and unique mood and vibe.
Past pre-production. I don't know.
Maybe.
I mean,
again, we saw an entire planet of
Awesome.
our corp.
So before I go, I want to thank you all.
Not used.
You are all awesome. All your passion, all your dedication make our lives as devs so much easier. And thanks to the CIG staff, who's the awesome work we're seeing in front of you.
One of the devs said, "You're welcome." I wonder who that was.
So thanks again. You are all amazing, passionate, and enabling us to dream big. Enjoy the rest of your show.
All right.
Okay, so
I'll just do that.
So
All right.
4,
That was
not
awkward.
5.
Okay. We're just about at that time.
30 minutes
Before
to
we get there, I
redacted
do have
time.
a couple announcements. Now, this time last year, I did a couple announcements and it made a couple people upset. I used this opportunity to call out a couple of people who bothered me.
here you go, Mike.
Mostly, I just want to say the ground floor and the first floor can be the same floor.
Yeah.
Yep. Agreed.
No, we actually do have some actual honest-to-goodness announcements. Two of our partners, Scan Computer and VKB Joysticks, are doing giveaways for the people here exclusively. Now, there are numbers on the challenge coin that was in your swag bag. I'm getting this data as I'm here, so bear with me. So everybody should pull out your coins.
Scam computer?
Yeah. And I'm going to call out some numbers. And if your coin matches this number, you're going to find Dan. He's that guy over there with the bouncing thing. There you go.
Part of their
and he's going to give you your prize. So the first prize is for a set of VKB joysticks. The number we're looking for is 2272.
That's me. That's me.
2272. Anybody?
I've got my VKBs right here.
All right, well, pass it along. If you find 2272 VKB joysticks, a second set of VKB joysticks, 3404. 3404, you can head on over there and pick up your VKB joysticks. And the grand prize is a computer from Scan Computer, they're a vendor here, built into a Kovalex shipping box.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So I'm going to give you 2 more
Now
seconds
you're
to pull out your
interested.
challenge coins
It's cargo,
here.
Mike.
The winner of a Kovalex computer is challenge coin 413. 413? What?
None of them are here.
You get it? All right. Find Dan over there. If you don't claim your coins, hey, I'm just doing the thing. It just says the thing right there. I'm just reading the thing. All right, guys, it is approximately 5 o'clock. If you check your CitizenCon schedules that were handed to you inside your gift bags, at 5:30 is our special redacted portion of the show. That gives us approximately 30 minutes. So 30 minutes to stretch your legs, to get something to eat, to buy your last piece of swag, to check your challenge coins and go and collect your swag if you need to. And then at 5:30, I said it before, I'll say it again. Don't let any force on this earth stop you from being in these seats. We'll see you at 5:30, everybody.
Morph is not even going to go to the bathroom. He's parked. He's getting that front seat. He's not moving anywhere.
All right, last opportunity for predictions. So we've addressed Mark Hamill, cameo potentially.
Yeah.
Squadron 42 release date potentially. Squadron 42 playable demo potentially.
Yeah.
Any other predictions? Do you think they're just gonna it could. I think I'd be disappointed if they were like, Idris is in game and flyable. I mean, it would at least be something we could do, but
oh yeah, I
that
mean
could be
that
an
would
option.
yeah, I mean that is hey, a ship sale is always an option for CIG. We haven't really had one yet today. They don't like to go a day without it. So yeah, the them showing the Kraken was a little bit weird, where I'm not falling for it, but why did they do that? And then so like, are you going to another big cap ship as well? You know, UEE, maybe something along those lines. They decided that they
trying
wanted
to
another
make up
cap
for
ship.
the Banu merchantmen getting more or less scrapped in
Who
production?
knows? Like,
they're like, here's
all this
here's
stuff
the
costs
Kraken.
money, right? So it's much easier to draw a picture and make money and deal with it later than that. So I have no idea, but other predictions besides those things. I mean,
I'll be most disappointed if it's a new ship sale or even one of the cap ships coming to straight to flyable. Like, sure, I'll want to go check it out, but I would much like. I'm going to be disappointed without any sort of Squadron 42. I think it's got to be right.
Oh, somebody said a good one in chat. Console announcement.
Oh. I don't think that's going to excite this crowd, though, because nobody in the crowd is here for console.
No,
so,
agreed. But I think it's something that could happen that's like, what the hell?
You better tag that onto the Squadron 42 release date announcement and say, here's the release date for Squadron 42. Also, it's going to be on all platforms or whatever. You don't say it's coming to all platforms and then no release date and just peace out.
Yeah. No, agreed. Man, yeah, do you think we're going to get another just video like we did last year? This is such a weird one. We don't know how long it's going to be. We don't know. They're being so good about it. I don't know if people had like gotten leaks or something at some point, but they never got to me. And I'm going into this one super blind. I mean, I guess I went into everything blind today, which is good.
Yeah.
But I just think it's going to be a release date with a video, and then Mark Hamill's probably going to show up on stage.
In chat that's making me think of any better guess. Some people are like Kraken to like flyable or something, but you know, like that would be a cool secret that they kept at the same time for us being the gameplay guys. That's sort of okay. We get a giant ship that's going to look really cool and beautiful and that we can't really do anything with.
Yeah.
So that'll be bittersweet, basically.
Yeah.
Banu merchantmen to flyable. I don't think so. I don't think that one's progressed.
Yeah, me neither. I think if they like any of those big ships, if they were working on them, they tend to not hide that stuff too much. They tend to kind of shout it from the rooftops, like, hey, we're working on this thing. You want to see the rivet on this wall, and they'll use that for their content that week, right? Because they often struggle for what they're going to talk about. This year was quite a bit different until we were getting close to now.
What's the Soul Singer? Do you know what that is?
Okay. No, nobody truly knows what that is, but I'll clue you in, and anybody who doesn't.
Okay.
About a month ago, people noticed a filing in the UK from CIG called Soul Singer, and it's got similar descriptions to the game, the other games. And Tony Z isn't around. People are trying to tie it to him, like it's another video game or something like that, but nobody actually knows what it is. It's just a new trademark, so people don't know if it's a game,
that would
tech,
be
or what.
Pretty rough to announce a new game before Squadron is released.
It would be monumentally stupid.
That would be so dumb. Someone in chat did say Theaters of War release date, which would come out of left field for sure.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah.
I
feel like we know too many of the people that would be working on it, and either they're very tight-lipped or it's just not a major focus right now.
Exactly. Like, and the people who work on it are focusing on not Arena Commander. It's like keeping Arena Commander going for the most part, but adding things to Arena Commander is slowed down significantly because they're working on Maelstrom, they're working on the transit system rework, right? Like there's just bigger priorities at the moment to them than Theaters of War. Now, personally, I think
there's a
Star Marine
there's a
Arena
guess
Commander
for
important. So I don't know.
yeah. What about Squadron 42 film announcement with this TV show adaptation?
Oh my god! If that happens, dude, if they were
You know,
taking back
Chris,
her money
that's
and
where
making
Chris
a
comes
show with
from.
it, oh my
Yeah.
god! Listen, that's fine as long as it is completely and independently funded and
Now,
all
Chris
that
would be a
stuff
part of
outside
it.
of us. Yeah, Chris could be a
would
part of
direct
it. He could be a part of it.
What
The
if
less of
Chris
Chris's
was
fingers on the game,
directing the Star Citizen movie?
I'll cry again like he did to me, like he caused me to cry for Wing Commander. But I think the less of his fingers on the game, sometimes we're probably in a better place.
Yeah,
that's how I feel occasionally, because he does tend to, like, he has this history, I guess, that people say. Who knows what's true and what's not, like these days, but very particular, right? So yeah, I'm just trying to think of anything else prediction wise for this.
Yeah, people are throwing out ideas in the comments. Someone saying Pyro and Nyx by end of year. I don't think Nyx looked ready. They kind of indicated that it wasn't.
Yeah, no.
But yeah,
guys, Pyro is very empty.
Yeah, Pyro's barely
very
ready,
empty.
and they've been teasing it for 4 years.
Yeah. By the end of the year for Pyro is feeling like a stretch at the moment, like a stretch goal. But certainly possible, but still is going to require them to bust their ass, I think, to get there. Especially with server meshing tech. There's a lot of little edge cases that they're going to learn as they go on. If you've watched the server meshing tech previews, you've seen their instability. Mm-hmm. And again, I said it earlier in the show, the more stable it gets, the more you see, and the more you see that needs polish. So yeah.
And I'll reiterate for people in chat, because somebody's asking what our predictions are. I think I'm Squadron 42 release date main prediction.
Yep.
And possibly Mark Hamill cameo attached to that, and possibly gameplay demo attached to that. But
yeah,
I think release date Squadron 42 is like what I think is most likely.
Yeah. I mean, last year he was like, as soon as we know a date, we're going to tell you. And they probably knew sort of where they were targeting, maybe like midway through the year. And then they're like, all right, we'll just focus CitizenCon around this because it'll do well or whatever. So I'm going to go demo as the forefront and the focus of the show. And then they'll hit us with the date and be like, all right, see you tomorrow, everybody. Like try to go out on a big high. And then cameos, maybe. We'll see. But basically, I mean, we've had a number of different Squadron 42 exclusive devs just like randomly post on Twitter that I'm so excited to finally meet all of you and show you what we've been working on. So show you was written there. So yeah, I mean, it just comes down to like, is it what we saw last year? Or is it what we saw in 2017, I believe it was, which was that vertical slice, and or something else entirely? I mean, what else would there be, right? It's a vertical slice, or it's a cinematic demo experience. Like, I want to see
if they gave us a demo, man, that would just be, I would be so happy with that. Just something I can actually jump into, and it's like a full level or something that we can play.
Playing just client side,
Yeah, screw the servers, man. I don't want to log in. Don't make
avoid
me
the
log
servers. Just feel what an NPC is supposed to, like, all this hard work that they put on AI and NPCs, and feel how difficult it's supposed to feel. All that stuff would be really cool. I mean, I guess a demo would be the like hot take of the
People
prediction
are saying
side.
a shadow drop, release it during the show.
You're insane. Sorry.
I think
crazy.
that would upset the people who came to the show, because they'd be like, well, now I don't want to be here. I want to be home playing Star Citizen, Squadron 42. It's possible they do it's launching like after the show's over
Yeah.
on Sunday or something.
Yeah, like Tuesday.
I don't think that's too likely because I think they want to hype it with more ad revenue for a title this big. I think the marketing standard is to not do a shadow drop. I think it just makes too much financial sense to hype this up months before launch.
Yeah, for sure.
Like
So,
have people take their time off of work to play it, get the word out, get the release as big as possible.
dude, people do that for potential Evo Codi patches and stuff for Star Citizens. Like they take work off and stuff for it. So they're definitely gonna need to get it right, and time it well. But they've always said that they're not releasing it until it's perfect. So let's we know that's not possible, but I'm gonna go with hot take, like stretch a demo that comes out on like Tuesday or something. Just do what they did with Pyro, but with Squadron last year.
Okay.
And just a video. That's what I'll go with. A little video.
What about release date? Yes or no?
I think release date is absolutely 100% guarantee. I don't think we're going to avoid it. Whether it's super vague, I'm going to go with a more vague one. Do you think they're going to go more exact or more vague?
I want to say exact, but knowing, I would love exact, but no, realistically, I think you're right. Vague, it would be like holiday season or something like that. And that gives them some last minute flexibility. I mean, it would be smarter to go vague given their track record.
Yeah. And given their track record, even if they go vague, they'll be like, sorry, guys. It's going to be another 6 months. Like a lot of studios have done that recently, and it sucks, but they're usually making the right decision when they decide to do this, right? So they'll
what's interesting
is
the main game takes place in Odin, which means they've probably made most of the assets for Odin. It could be a fun tag-on announcement is like, oh, by the way, you're also getting Odin when this drops or something. You know?
Yeah,
that
like
could be fun.
It looked like there were more than 4 slot room for 4 in that slide, but maybe it was widescreen.
Well, and Nyx connects to Odin, right? So you get Nyx in the game. Now you can jump to Odin.
There you go.
So that'd be cool. Do you need a bio break? I was going to take one before
you go ahead and then I'll go.
Show. All right.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'll cover for a bit and then I'll go when you're done. So
sounds good.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm so excited I'm excited is a weird word. I'm just in anticipation for like what will this be? But how is everybody feeling? Unfortunately, I can't see Levels chat at the moment, but how's everybody feeling in terms of what would you rate the show so far? I would say it's like slightly underwhelming for me. Just a little bit. I was expecting a bit more. I was expecting definitely on the armor side, I was expecting a bit more, but then you got the sandworm kind of blowing my mind, like just wasn't expecting that at all. It looked like an unpolished MMO, which is I don't consider a bad thing. We know that it's not polished and it was just being worked on. But I'm somewhere in the middle, a little bit above a 5, maybe like a 6, low 7. And I like the suit stuff. It took me off guard at first when they said the leader with the clothing, and I was like, what the hell is this? I was expecting all combat visor talk because Zach had been talking about that for weeks and weeks and weeks. But yeah, can a worm T-pose? That's a good question. Can a worm T-pose? I'm not sure. But Levski, I said it exactly. Like, how much were they going to transform it or update it or whatever, and how much were they going to pay homage to the old Levski? And from an art perspective, guys, I think that was 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Yeah, like that was incredible. And then, the Castra, it was all like images and stuff for the most part. I don't know about that one, but yeah. So I'm feeling good, but I don't know. So Level, I was just given the overall presentation like a out of 10 number. And I'm like at it like a 6-ish, 6.57. Like it's good. It's not like blowing my mind though. And I don't know if it's just because I'm coming in with the bias of the whole year after last year or what, but I'm just feeling like somewhere in the middle. So I'll leave you with that, and then maybe you can share how you're feeling so far.
You said 6.5. Is that what you gave it?
Yeah, that's what I'll give it. 6.5.
All right. Yeah, and quickly, someone dropped a comment on my stream asking how many hours of gameplay we think Squadron 42 will have. I've heard rumors around 40, but it's been kind of all over the place, right? So that would be cool if there's 40 hours of like high quality single player gameplay. In terms of my rating of the presentation so far, it's going to be, I don't want to rate it until the final moment has occurred because that's probably the most important, but I think I'm right around there with SaltEMike, where the first presentation was kind of boring, very tech heavy, and not super impressive. It was impressive, but it just wasn't, I think, worth the amount of time they spent on it impressive. And the other announcements were really, really good announcements, but in terms of like the excitement behind those announcements, it wasn't quite as crazy. Like getting the org tools and the player stuff and the friend group, all really exciting, or all really, really important info, but none of it was like, oh my God, look at that. Like we all have known it's coming for a while, and it's really just a UI quality of life update. So yeah, I'm kind of in there with like 7 out of 10 in terms of like, it's hard for them to drop anything at this point other than Squadron that's going to like take the hype to some level that we haven't had before, you know? Because we're in the midst of testing server meshing right now. And last year that was the big hype point, was server meshing and showing it working, and now we're literally testing it. So I think that's the only reason why the hype isn't quite as intense as it was last year, is because we're sort of testing all those big hype features. So we'll see what it is. After the Squadron presentation, maybe I'll change that number up to a 10 out of 10. Who knows? Assuming the next thing we see is that Squadron presentation. They're setting up live computers. Okay. Interesting. So if you're on the show floor and they're setting up those PCs or a PC, does that mean we're going to get a live playthrough of Squadron 42?
For sure. That's definitely what that means.
Yeah.
They're setting up PCs on the stage.
Someone says they're setting up a live computer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's
I would
interesting.
hope they're not setting it up and that it's been set up, you know, like I would hope it's all plugged in and ready to go.
They're just wheeling it in. And making sure it's in the right place for the camera.
HDMI cables and stuff. That better not be happening at this stage.
So I'm being told to look at mod chat. What's going on here? We have a caller. Oh, they're asking to see if we want more callers. I don't know. With 10 minutes going into this, it's up to you, Level, but I'm fine with keeping it chill until we get there. Because I don't want to miss any part of it. You know what I mean? So since we're so tight,
I agree. Let's keep it flexible. And just kind of, I'm fielding some questions from chat right now just to see.
Cool.
Someone says they want a residential estate in space where players can park their small personals. Yeah, that would be cool.
I mean, they kind of showed that when they showed the building interiors for Hurston, right? For Lorville. There was like an apartment that you can land. I think it's even in the game. You can land at one of those apartments. You just don't have the interior on the inside.
Yeah. You did bring up, I think during the final presentation, you're just like, they've had ArcCorp in the game forever and they like haven't done anything with it. Adding that gameplay to ArcCorp from the final presentation, that's a huge win. I want to see them expand the planet because they're like at Area 18. I'm like, okay, but what about all the other areas? Yeah. Like take us around, make me travel around ArcCorp and fly down into the city. Give me some actual piloting gameplay on ArcCorp. You know,
how'd you feel about that gameplay on ArcCorp? It feels far away, but it also was very much the vibe of the contested zone. So it's like being thought about at the very least.
Conceptually, I'm on board with it. The whole like progressing to lower and lower levels. I like it. It kind of reminds me a little bit of if you've ever played GTFO, you're like you're a prisoner in this like horrible dystopian future, and you kind of get sent down this giant pit to like run missions, and the further you progress, the lower and lower you go, and the harder it gets. And it's a good format. It works well, and you just know you're getting into like crazier situations. So it kind of reminded me of that a little bit, and that could be really fun for progression. Yeah, it was just concept art. So if Caster is pre-production and we see all of that video from Caster, and this one they're just showing concept art, how far behind are they on actually making that a reality for us? It's hard to know, you know.
Yeah.
But
a lot of people in my chat are asking
build
you
out
how
all
you're...
the tools.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, go for it. Go for it.
No. It's irrelevant to what we're just talking about right now. I could touch on it after.
I was just going to say, if they've been building all the tools, like they say, for interior buildings and interior gameplay, where that's all been set up, they've had to do a lot of that research with the distribution centers already.
Yep.
Maybe it's not that far away if they can quickly concept out that stuff, and they've already done it a bunch now with other situations. It might be quicker. That would be my one kind of caveat to maybe that'll go quicker than we think.
If someone's asking this question, it just reminded me that they were part of the presentation. If you commit a crime in the instance area, how does a bounty hunter like get to you? Just the instance thing.
Yeah.
Like, I think most people would just, in general, would be like, oh yeah, like obviously, you know, all dungeons are instanced, and you bring your raid party in there and you do the raid, and you're not bothered by other people. But like, that's not a Star Citizen thing at all. Like, if you ever did Siege of Orison and there were people waiting for you with grenade launchers shooting at you from the, you know, while you're in the transit and stuff, you would know that there just isn't that in this game. So that was kind of a surprise. I mean, the bounty hunter question, who knows, man? I have no idea.
My guess on that is it's going to be like a dungeon in World of Warcraft, which is an instance. So you and only members of your party can go in, and therefore, if somebody in your party screws with you, then you know that's in your party, right? It's friendly fire or whatever. Just watch who you bring in, I guess.
I'm okay with it too. Yeah. Don't you want like the threat, the danger, the fear, or whatever that you might experience doing this type of content should be from the content that you're doing? You can experience that threat, fear, and danger again in another situation where, okay, I looted the sandworm, right? But that doesn't appear to be an instance thing. But yeah, like let's just use that as an example. I looted the sandworm. I don't think it's that big of a deal if the danger isn't at that location because you're already experiencing it. You can have both, of course, which could be good, could be bad. I mean, that's what we're getting with contested zones, right? But I'm always way more okay with the idea of the period while you're in transit to be that's when you experience the danger, especially in a game like Star Citizen where we're quantum traveling for a very, very long time. To have that in the back of your mind that something's like could possibly happen, and players given better tools, because currently the Mantis isn't a great tool for interdiction and stuff like that. That's where I would like to see the danger go in. So the fact that something is instanced and you don't have to worry about being bothered, I have no issue with it whatsoever, because you can deal with the danger when you're trying to extract that stuff to your base, right?
Yeah.
Or something like
I
that.
actually don't even mind if there are going to be areas where you're more or less free from player danger. So if you're in a safe ArcCorp zone and you go down to an instant mission just with your friend party and you only have to worry about NPCs, that's fine with me. I'm okay with Star Citizen having the full spectrum of experiences, and I think it should, you know.
And I hope people understand that it's like the game doesn't have to be that all the time. But if I want the game to be that in this moment, or more often for me, because that's the kind of content that I enjoy or choose to take part in, I can, right? But then if I want to take the most advantage of, again, using the sandworm, let's say, well, where are the items that I would craft the stuff from that sandworm go, right? The next step to that would be, well, wherever you're gathering that material, it's probably going to be more valuable far away from that material, right? So you're enticed to leave, and you're enticed to go into a dangerous place. You're enticed to take a risk.
Yep. And that's kind of how Eve works as well.
Absolutely.
You go and you mine the stuff in the 0-sec system, and then you transport it to high sec for manufacturing and stuff.
Yep.
So there's like this production line of like, it could be intercepted. So whoever controls those systems and is pirating those systems along the way, now you've got some gameplay, and you got to hire people to clear out those systems. So it's not just mining, it's mining and logistics and then manufacturing. And so it's fun having all of that together. And I think Star Citizen can absolutely play into that a bit. We're getting close on the time. Oh, I did say Caster before, the Castra system I meant.
Yep. And we didn't get Terra, but I don't think anybody guessed Castra really, maybe a few people, but I think the reason that I'm interested in a place like Terra is you would think a place like Terra would be pretty locked down, and that super high sec system that I think a lot of the community really needs, where they have their safe space where they can do their ship meetups and their in-game bar citizens or star citizens or whatever, and it's just hanging out. Because the
Castra might be pretty locked down though.
That's what I'm
heavy
thinking.
UEE, right?
Exactly.
So it might
Similar.
be high sec where you screw around there and the UEE is going to show up and blow you out of space real quick.
Yeah, Astropub guessed Castra 6 months ago. Yeah, I said the lore guys probably knew for sure, but we are, or at least I'll speak for myself, I have not engaged in it much, so to no surprise he guessed it right. But yeah, I think that's kind of what the point that I'm going with here is, if it's not Terra, it is a similar system in terms of what security level it could be, where it could play that role. So everything is very commercial.
High sec for sure, or whatever, and maybe that's coming from the lore of the Castra system,
probably,
which again would make sense based on the lore. It's a military system, or it predominantly started that way, so it should be right. It should be even more high sec than like a UEE colony system, right? Because it's like specifically for military throughput and border security.
It also
which we allegedly don't need anymore.
True.
But
for
some reason, there's a giant base still fully operational.
For now. But the other part of it is it seems like a very small system with not a lot going on in there. So I don't see it in the way that we see Pyro. Like, doesn't Pyro, and even lots of places on Stanton at the moment, feel like very ready for like frontier space in a way? Like, I'm ready to place my base down on these locations because they're just vast open areas where we just saw a landing zone for the most part. So Castra is a little difficult to tell how much
imagining
we're going to get to do there.
UEE based mission systems. So maybe the UEE is like, hey, our forces are kind of widespread right now. We need some backup from civilian fleet. Here's missions that revolve around UEE operations, and maybe those will be like a really fun set of missions and progression for players who want something that's more military focused or something. That could be fun.
I see a lot of missions leaving that system and missions that start in one star system and move to another, right? We don't have any of those just yet, but now's the time to start. So here we go.
Multi-system
Will we get a timer?
Cool.
Will we get a new timer?
Oh, a new timer for what, the third or fourth time in the stream? Oh.
No, I just, in my left ear, I swore I heard Chris, but apparently not.
You could have heard Chris. He's got a very distinct voice.
Yeah. For sure. You can't miss that voice anywhere, but nope. Oh yeah, he's talking.
All right, ladies and gents, are you guys ready for whatever this big redacted reveal is? This is the moment of the show, basically.
Yep.
Unless there's another secret moment tomorrow, but I think this is kind of when they want to do the big one.
Yeah, this is the big one. They're cheering. Chris was on stage earlier, is what I heard. So, as always, help me out with the volume. Make sure I got it good. Want everybody to be able to hear. They're
counting down. 4, 3, 2, 1.
On time. Oh, we have a black screen.
This is an
Here we go.
SSN news flash, delivering the news you need. A statement issued by the UEE Naval High Command Office has revealed that a Vandal incursion into the has been stopped. News flash. More coverage.
To no surprise. There he is.
Look at that guy.
Look at
He's
that.
just so excited.
Look at him.
He's just got that boyish excitement every time you see him.
All right. I hope you like what you've seen so far in day one.
The only time they let him talk. Once a year.
Thank you very much.
Here comes the date.
Anyway, so I hope you have liked what you've seen so far at day one of CitizenCon 2954. I think the future of Star Citizen is incredibly bright. We have a few more things to show and tell you about tomorrow. But let's talk about the Hornet in the room. Last year, we announced that Squadron 42 is feature complete. So what has the team been doing since? Given the scale and ambition of Squadron, our teams have been focused on polishing and optimizing to ensure the game meets the high standards that I have, the team has, and you guys have. This level of quality does take time, and we're committed to delivering an experience worthy of the journey. So I'm not sure if we've officially talked about gameplay time, but the story on a regular playthrough is anywhere to 30 to 40 hours in length.
They've said that before.
Oh, it says press any button to start, Mike.
So what does that look like? To show you, we thought it would be best to boot up the game and start at the beginning. Now, quite a few people want us to play a pre-recorded video where we played it safely offline, but that's not our style. So, we are going to play this live. I've played it through many times, flawlessly sorry. Occasionally, we've had a few, so if something happens, it happens. But fingers crossed. But what you're about to see is the prologue of Squadron 42's and you, the player's origin story. And you can think of it sort of like the opening of Gladiator, but even more epic. And I want to remind everyone that we are still polishing and optimizing. So what you're about to see in here is still work in progress and will continue to be improved. But I hope you agree it is shaping up to be something special.
Here we go.
So to take us on this live journey, I would like to bring Richard Tyra, Senior Game Director, to the stage to play the game.
Okay.
All right, Rich.
No pressure.
Yeah. Don't die.
It's in your hands.
Absolutely. Hello, CitizenCon. So,
this is the man.
My name's Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Squadron 42 in Star Citizen. And I think we've got a little bit to play, so who wants to start? Should we go? Okay.
I'm glad they showed that angle.
This is going to be playing it as a natural playthrough with, hopefully we don't run into any issues.
Oh, it's the menu.
But we'll go from there.
Yeah.
And this, what you're seeing here, is the Combat Pilot Training application form.
Arena Commander.
That we're going to submit for your application. But once we get into the game, I'll kind of be quiet and just let the game speak for itself.
Henry Cavill.
It's Henry Cavill, yeah.
Even learning what you're truly capable of. Those are just the perks. I'm Commander Ryan Wright. I fly Navy.
Is that the F8? Oh yeah, it is.
Alright, I'll try on the volume. It's a little messy.
Yeah.
There's like in-game audio playing again, and it's like muffled.
Yep. Man, that looked cool. Taking off from the Bengal.
Oh yeah.
Dang, they got that video in the menu like that. That's pretty clean. This is a very clean menu system. I'm impressed.
Alright, so this is a tutorial. It's telling you what you're gonna go through.
So should we go rookie? No, Legatus. Which one? Yeah, let's do it.
Man.
Lore.
Henry Cavill.
Emergency contact.
Husband.
So you will be able to fully customize your character further into the game. But in the prologue, this is how you select it.
I assumed you talked to all rookies that way.
I assumed you talked to all the rookies that way.
So 2 voices for now, or maybe the whole time.
Should we go?
Vega's another system that's heavy in this game, I think.
Is the Battle of Vega the prologue?
Copy that.
Maybe.
Archangel, this is Gary.
Come back, Gary.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On the way.
My chat's calling for bagpipes.
Bagpipes? Oh yeah, here we go. So this is in-game, this is not pre-rendered.
For last year.
Last year was a video, this year this is the game.
Understood. Stand by for further orders.
Is that tearing or an engine trail?
All flanks. Bishop wants to lose formation on that battle so we don't clump.
If it's tearing, it can be the video feed to the stream too.
Yeah, exactly. Sir?
I know I just wrote you. But a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other side of the jump got twigged and went dark. The word is it might be that clan that we've been battling with. Guess that last fight didn't scare them off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know. I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe.
This is smooth so far.
Yep.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
It is. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren to the bridge.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad they're showing this again.
Well, it's not pre-rendered. People don't seem to understand the difference between a video, pre-rendered video,
and somebody
and a game
actually
cutscene.
playing the game.
Yeah.
And before we move on, yes, this is a live demo, and no, it won't crash.
Yeah. The tearing's a product of the stream.
Well, we hope
I
so.
don't
Yeah.
believe that's actually in-game.
I'm sure they'll show his feed a few more times to just prove the live demo thing for people coming in later. A few more times.
Yeah.
Morotor, maybe?
Really? Then why are we sitting here? Vandal aren't stupid. If they know we know, they would have hit us by now.
Hey, they can take as much time as they want. As long as they wait, more of a chance before
I like their uniforms.
Well, they can hit whenever. Hey, there you are. Hey.
Wow, they react
Where's
pretty
your-
smoothly to
Can't
us.
come without it.
Yeah.
Come on.
Rookie mistake.
I gotta get to my turret.
Got to go up.
Yeah, this looks really cool. Also, I promise you guys this tearing is part of the stream setup and not the game.
been able to sleep since.
Yeah, I don't think they would be doing this if it looked like that on their PC. Yeah, look at the star map. We got our little route that we're going.
Mm-hmm. UI's clean. Wow, those info displays are cool.
This Polo Initiative horse shit. High Command's been freaking out about having to make cuts, so everybody's taking hits. Winslow and the Banshee told me they got denied on extra ammo for their main gun. Almost like the suits on F1 and attack.
Interesting. So the fleet's kind of running on fumes.
Mm-hmm. It's very Wing Commander 2, I think, and 1.
You heard about this show, Lost Squad?
Are they seriously doing another show about the fall cattle
Supposedly out.
New entry. So you got like a little journal entry for what you're hearing. So the more time you spend listening, the more you have to look back on.
He's old enough. Teach him. Teach him what I taught you. And do me a favor. Hug your mom.
Man, they are setting this scene.
Yeah. Oh God, please. Please be a
What?
smooth putting stuff on. Like, don't be a mega long animation.
Probably just for single player.
For single player,
Oh,
fine.
there we go.
Yep. For single player, totally fine.
Yeah. Nice. So this is your gunner helmet. That's
okay.
Sick. Hey. All set? Hey, you got any sleep last night? Yeah, me neither.
The depth of field looks really good too.
Yeah.
I know you don't want it in like a competitive game, but for cinematic stuff it looks really solid.
And we're forgetting that like this isn't a cut to anything. We're controlling the character, but experiencing a cutscene in a way.
Oh, bad news. I heard Goofy was assigned to your rig for his last shift, so brace yourself. Your controls are gonna be screwed.
Good excuse to calibrate your controls.
This is Captain McLaren. CitizenCon upgraded to orange. All reserve personnel get to your
Here we
stations.
go. Here we go.
Looks like this could be it.
Yep. They're here.
Hey, good luck. See you up there.
Wish him
You
luck.
got it. That guy's not gonna make it.
Nope.
You just fist bumped him.
Yep. He's saying goodbye to our friend. We pressed F to pay respects, not not to wish him luck.
God damn it, Goofy, get the hell out of there. So glad you could join us. I want you calibrated and ready to fire in 5 here.
Who doesn't want to man a gun on a javelin? So excited for this.
Whoa.
Oh, that looks cool. That looks cool. Whoa. Targeting visor?
I don't know how the hell Goofy uses this thing with those settings. I'm just gonna do a full reset so you can get
Where did it go?
Just follow the on-screen instructions for the calibration
Oh, yeah.
program.
Just faded away.
We'll start with tracking. Since we're out here hunting a Vandal plan, I'll load up
WASD. Move your mouse.
Cool. I like the decoupled turrets from the decoupled cannons.
Next up, we'll test your firing mechanics. The system projects simulated rounds, so don't worry about friendly fire.
It's giving you a Vandal pretend target. So top are for fighters, bottom is bigger ships, I assume.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cannons versus repeaters.
Looking good. Last thing we need to do is verify your targeting. I'll load up a larger Vandal ship for you to practice targeting specific parts of the enemy.
Precision mode. Vandal Void. That's the first of us seeing that.
Ooh. What kind of ship is it? Bomber.
Yeah.
It's a bomber. Okay.
The Void Bomber.
Okay, your targeting is tracking solid, so that should do
We've
it.
heard of it, but
Checking the other
haven't
guns,
seen it in a while,
they
I
seem
think.
to be up as well.
The visuals are look
Marcus, test results.
fantastic.
System says it's
Yep.
sticky.
I love the glass shaders.
They still have this glare on the guy's face on them
Good.
when you're trying to see him.
Eyes open, mouth shut.
Eyes open, mouth
Any idea
shut.
what's happening, sir? You're covering your sector and staying off comms. At least that's what should be happening.
My money's still on the drill.
What'd I just say?
Sorry, sir.
Not bad time, Chuck.
Admiral Bishop.
Ooh. Gary Oldman.
Attention, Second Fleet.
This is Admiral Bishop. For 6 months now, we have faced an elusive enemy determined to see the Empire burn and every human with it. There have been battles. There have been losses. Each and every one of you has proven yourself time and again, but today I must ask for more. Today, we fight one last battle.
Oh, he's definitely dead.
Advanced recon indicates
Kissing his
the
family?
entire Vandal fleet has just entered the system.
Oh.
This means a king ship is headed our way.
Live demo.
Live demo of a kingship.
Well, I'll survive today. But there will be no time for sorrow. We will have to grieve for them later. Because 2 billion souls in this system hang in the balance. There should be no illusions about what
That
we're
is
up
cool seeing them from the planet surface.
in the history of the UEE, a kingship has entered human space a handful of times.
Kingship.
Battle of Orion, Siege of Tiber, the fall of Caliban. But we are the Second Fleet. History will remember us differently.
All right,
We will
we're all
not
gonna
have
die.
to worry about it being kind, because today we will define ourselves through our actions. We will not lose the system. We will not fall back. We will win because we have to. We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line.
I'm pumped, dude.
I love these kind of games.
I am proud to stand
Yeah,
with you.
I'll fight for Gary Oldman.
Good luck.
But when he says good luck, you're just like, all right, we're dead.
Nice speech.
Nobody says good luck.
Any word from the recon team?
Break a leg.
Yep.
Let's get into position.
Mark Strong, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting.
Acceleration.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Some sort of maglev acceleration. Okay.
It's neat.
Maglev catapult. Okay. Okay.
Cool idea.
Ah, little hammerhead flying wing. Love it. Look at that beauty.
That's what we were seeing. It wasn't missed. We're seeing the thrusters.
A lot of ships. Oh.
Fleet, hold fire until my mark.
Cutscenes are great. Let's see how it plays.
That Vandal fleet looks beautiful,
Menacing.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so Kilrathy. They did, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They did great with that.
coming out of the smoke.
Like that right there is Kilrathi as
Yeah.
hell. This little ship.
Strip safeties from the Goliath. I have to hit him close. I want him live on launch.
That quad railgun, man.
That looks wild.
What are they waiting for?
There it is.
Oh, none of those were the kingship.
No.
This is. Yeah, that's literally a Reaper from Mass Effect. Like, just an extermination
it's so
machine.
cool. The score, fantastic. man.
I thought it would be bigger.
So did I.
Yep. Oh, hell yeah. This is more what I wanted to see.
Here we go.
Give me more of this.
Dude. Uh-oh.
Ship's locked, sir. Fleet's ready.
Stand by.
Look at how many ships are in there.
Look how beautiful that art is, man. Seeing the pilot in the cockpit. Oh, God, that looks good.
I like the purple. Oh my.
Dang.
Classic hammerhead, miss every shot.
Oh, here we go.
This is
cool.
us. We're in it now. That's a pretty smooth transition from the cutscene.
Got one! I got one!
Good kill. Come on,
Easy.
people, keep up the pressure. Other way. Yeah, I see it.
Is that a bigger ship? Oh, no,
Nah, I think it might be the same.
those are blades, right?
Yeah. Yep, manual bleed.
Now that's how you do it.
The debris is a nice touch.
Lock on.
Good job, all. Stay focused. Tracking enemy sides. Light him up.
Outside.
New end. The side.
Target down.
I feel like the side is a new asset, right?
Good kill.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing him look like this.
No, they updated it. Yeah.
No? People are saying? Okay. We
Well,
don't
they
have
showed
that in
concept
game.
forever ago. But yeah. No, that is a new asset.
Yeah.
Gauntlet, I've got bogeys I can't shake. I need a brush off. You got your pilot. All right, gunners. Protect our fighters. Tracking's on.
Oh.
That's a crash. No?
Oh,
No.
No! Oh my God, no! Tell me they can reboot it from that point.
It's alright. We're gonna keep going.
Because you can choose from there.
It's not about piloting the most cutting-edge.
No way are we going to watch this again.
Farthest reaches in the universe. Forging connections that will last your entire life.
Wait,
Fighting to protect your
please
home and
tell
loved
me
ones.
they don't have to do all of that again. Like, if you're gonna do a live code in a resume.
I'm Commander.
Yeah, it looks like
Go to
he's skipping.
Okay. Okay.
back in the game.
Yeah, he put in some code.
Okay. I was gonna lose it, dude.
And that's the scene from the original demo that we had seen a while back. Oh, they must be devastated.
All right. Doesn't look like we lost too much time here.
Nah, we got to kill some size, so we're good. We're right back to where we were.
Okay. Whew. Seems like they planned
knew.
for this.
They knew. Yeah. Each section they can log back into. Like, all right, we're on the sides.
Good. I appreciate them doing it live now.
Yes. If we had to redo the whole thing. Oh.
Okay.
I like these other weapons.
I've got bogeys I can't shake. I need a brush off. You got your pilot. All right, gunners. Protect our fighters. Tracking's on. Can't hold out much longer. Damn it, gunners, take out those duel. Thanks for the help, Copper.
All right, it's real quiet near us right now.
Will do.
There's a bug.
Yeah. Why isn't the fleet attacking?
Cutscene time.
August, shift your position back and drift 8 degrees off x-axis. That should bring that Moiler into your field of fire. Corvers, redirect to fill the gap and take those gunboats off integrity.
I like seeing the tactics. It's fun. Where it's not just like, we'll shoot them until they die.
Yeah.
Scimitar, your turn to play bait.
Nice. Are we on the scimitar?
I'm not sure.
Torpedoes? Yeah. Finally.
Beam lasers from the Vandals.
Uh-oh.
Banshee. Push forward. Let's see how strong that line is.
They took one small
Raiden,
ship
you're
out of
their
all of them
support.
out.
Yeah.
When you look at that after.
Railgun. Ooh, nice shot.
None of the ships have shields. I noticed that as well.
The Vandals don't?
Even the human, they're not showing that often. I think it's more subtle for the cinematics.
Multiple impacts, sir. Could have been capital ship fire.
Oh, it's too focused. It's more like heavy fighters. Do we have a line on them?
Turrets have been taken out, sir.
Gauntlet, come in. We need you to sweep up some fighters on us.
They lost all their turrets?
I think like the
On it, sir.
engineering-wise, like powered them.
Get us in close.
Aye, sir.
Okay.
You're up, turret gunners. We're guarding Bishop here. Make me proud.
Oh, our turn again.
I wonder if they're gonna have you switch into engineering gameplay to like fix something.
Want those dual ships fried and crispy, copy?
Yeah, their shields.
Copy that.
On it, sir.
Let them have it, gunners. It's us or them. Good kill.
Oh, friendly fire.
Yeah, did he shoot the cap ship
Those
there?
fighters knocked out Gary's shields. Enemy bombers are incoming. Take them out. Tracking target.
Whoa. Look at the size of that thing.
Damn, those guns
that
are
destruction looks
satisfying.
cool.
Yep. Maelstrom question mark? Maybe.
Nice. That looked clean.
Yeah.
There's those shields, Mike. They look really nice.
Yeah.
It is subtle. It's subtle. Now that the ship is moving, this is pretty cinematic.
Ram.
Let's focus up and keep them out.
Oh, he's taking out components.
That bomber is sick.
What's it doing though? It's kind of standing there for him.
It was
That's like-
firing, but yeah.
Yeah, that was like a shoot at my component skill check, maybe? I don't know.
Seeing some frame drop there.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, sir. Good job.
Somebody in my
I'm
chat just
liking
said so
seeing
much
the smoking
RMC. Yes, you could go salvage this fight after.
Yeah, look at that javelin on fire. That looks cool.
Yeah.
Ready up. More incoming. I'm picking up Glaives. Take them out.
Alright, now this is Glaives.
Yeah, this is the cinematic mission, not the elaborate gameplay mission.
I'm not gonna lie. I think this is most of what Wing Commander gameplay was like. So
yeah,
this was my expectation for this.
Oh yeah,
Eventually we'll
same.
obviously get into a pilot seat, but would
Oh,
assume.
it's beautiful. I mean, and as far as whoa.
Oh man.
Damn. The king ship?
You see that? Oh god.
Or was that a different? Was that the driller or something?
Yeah, I think driller. We don't have a lock on anything though.
Gotta take out that hunter's small
The
turret.
sub targeting is cool. I like that.
Got another turret.
Ship is beautiful, man. Can't get over how good the art is on these Vandal ships. It's really great.
It's wild. And as much as I would have wanted to see these in SC earlier, it feels worth the wait.
I love this battleship style, just like broadside combat. Just like, why not? Just go crazy.
Yeah.
Focus, people. We got heavy fighters incoming.
What are these?
Too many of them. Wisdom.
Heavy fighter.
Hunters.
Hunter.
Yeah, this is a new asset as well.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen hunters before. They look cool.
Keep up that fire.
Oh, apparently Hunter was the big ship that we're trying to
Okay.
destroy.
Corvettes coming around.
So we failed the destroy the escorts like side mission, but this is the main mission.
Interesting. Oh shit. There goes your teammate.
No, our friend.
Can anybody see? Shut up and fire.
The fist bump of death, Mike.
Yep.
Take out that main turret.
07 Marcus.
One of my guns is down. All that is, take out that turret. It's your only target right now. We won't survive another hit.
Turret down!
Tracking multiple inbound boarding spikes.
Vandal have some pretty OP weapons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa, boarding parties. Oh, is it going to transition to FPS?
I hope so.
Come on, babe. That would be sick. Oh, missed
we're
that
letting
one.
through.
I need help! I need help!
That is so cool. How they're just launching boarding ships.
Yep. Well, my turret's down. I guess I have to go to FPS.
Here we go. Here
Let
we
me pick
go.
up a gun.
Damn, that javelin's about to go critical.
More Vandals slip past. Made planetfall. Copy. Forward infectors onto the ground.
Vandal slip class made planetfall.
Appreciate it. We're really just doing some fire cleanup. We're taking multiple hits.
335, break engagement and support.
Sir, moving now. Charging main guns. Prepping for full spread.
Uh-oh.
Any effect on target?
Dang, that king ship.
Whatever that is.
It's going to attack the Bengal.
Firing again.
Dude, dual railguns.
Getting a weird power spike from the king ship.
Better shoot that gun.
Oh my god, it literally opens a mouth.
Damn!
August is down. Repeat. August is down.
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors. This thing is chewing us up, sir.
Break engagement with this destroyer. Align for a run on the King ship.
Weapons. I'm gonna need you to cook up a firing solution on that King ship. Hit him with everything we got.
So, all of our weapons even focused?
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Krause? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow themselves up.
Yes, sir. Wait, next time we take a hit, drop our shields an extra 30%.
Hear that, Shields?
Sir.
Navigation.
Sir.
Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
Aye, sir.
Make them think
Let's
like
get their
we're more hurt.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he's gonna try and shoot down the barrel, right?
Yeah.
Get him to line up for a shot.
These guys are basically soloing this thing here, by the way. Just two guys.
Yeah. Who needs a crew? Crew just like ask questions. Here we go. Whoa, what is that?
Oh, the rear gun. Or
New weapon?
Low gun.
Damn. Dude, one shot took out that hammerhead?
Second shield generator is down, sir. Starboard 4 exposed. Sir,
Hit them again!
waiting on you, Mr. Krause.
They're gonna kill us!
Tickles.
Yeah. That thing's just straight up denying railgun shots.
Getting power spikes. They're charging up the main gun. I guess you got their attention.
You called it.
What is that?
Ships?
Missiles?
Yeah.
Go!
Did he just whisper go?
Of course, the F-7A Mark IIs and the F-8s have been hanging out.
Squadron 42!
Let's go!
You got point.
Henry Cavill!
Copy that. Tally's on me.
Flight. Echo flight. Prep for boost.
Quantum boost.
Ooh, okay.
Oh no, the pay-to-win ships, they're here. What will we do?
Let's say hi.
Stand by for lock.
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
And Henry
Copy,
Cavill.
Doug. You and Cartwright can make a run at that shield jetting.
Copy. Penny, Broker, take Charlie and Delta and speed up those fighters. Needle, Mug, you're at main. If you run a double switchback.
Copy that. Charlie's maintain vector.
Those mines?
I'll clear your shot.
Got it. All echoes, stay on the ball.
Light them up.
Look out.
No!
During a cutscene too, that's rough.
You don't want that.
That's exactly what you didn't want. Gameplay okay.
Also.
Yeah, right in the middle of a big cinematic like that. I hope they have a resume function timed for every element of this sequence.
Must be. I don't know, I skipped past it. Do you want me to go to the error?
No, but what was the crash?
I just skipped past it because I just went straight
I
in.
just want to know, there's something wrong with this computer. It's
Yeah,
literally,
okay.
I literally played this last night full. Our QA played it, like 10 QA today played this beginning to end. Didn't have the crash. And this one is so annoying. Well,
Should we go to
we
finale?
need to
We
play the
mid-battle again?
replay the battle game. You got to play
Let's do
it.
it.
You know the
Gonna
story.
go again. We're gonna keep going.
We're gonna lose the
How
story.
far are we getting set back here?
I'm not doing that again.
He's pissed.
That is so freaking annoying.
New soundbite right there.
Oh man, I feel it for him too. Like they probably had like 20 people play with no issue, and now it's having issues.
It's a sponsored PC, by the way. I just realized that.
Oh, is it?
It's a sponsored PC.
More vandals slip fast. Made planetfall. Copy.
Well,
Forward inventors
they
on
might
the
be
ground.
losing a little money on that sponsorship. right
Yeah.
Got your pad, Argus.
Appreciate it. Could really just doing some fire cleanup. We're taking multiple hits.
335, break engagements and support.
Sir, briefing now. Charging main guns. Prepping for full spread.
If that computer's overclocked, which it might be, a lot of PC builders do that. That can lead to a lot of instability.
Yep. I just experienced it.
I would have hoped that CIG would have checked that and been like, don't overclock your system, but I don't know.
That's how I knew my CPU was fried. It only stayed stable at a major underclock and lower voltage.
Getting away with power spike from the King ship.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to pee since we already saw this.
Yeah, you got some time, I think.
Argus is down. Repeat. Argus is down.
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors. This thing is chewing us up, sir.
Break engagement with this destroyer. A line for a run on the King ship.
Weapons. I'm gonna need you to cook up a firing solution on that King ship.
You wonder if they
Hit 'em
tested
with
it
everything
with
we got.
streaming?
So, all of our weapons even focus?
My guess is that the
Have to do something.
the video feed is going through the
Mr.
streaming
Krause?
device,
The
so
Van
it
Duel
shouldn't
aren't
be
gonna blow
affecting the
themselves
PC
up.
at all. But
Yes, sir.
Wait, next time we take a hit, drop our shields an extra 30%.
which is actually why we see
Yeah,
the
that's
tearing,
shields.
because
Sir.
the streaming device
Navigation.
has that.
Sir? Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
Aye, sir.
Let's get their attention.
Yeah, switching PCs last minute for this, big mistake. Like, you have to test.
Whatever he
PC
played it on
videos.
is what they should have been on.
It could have been a last minute thing where they're like, hey, can we use our PC to stream it? And then like someone was like, sure, why not? Or we'll pay you X amount of dollars to use our PC to stream it.
Somebody's saying the percentage of cinematics the gameplay is insanely high, which makes me concerned where that 30 hours is going.
Yeah. I hope it's very much. I hope it's very front loaded on this intro mission. You know.
It will be.
Not that I'm not enjoying this cinematic. I do think it's really fun. Like, it is kind of like watching a movie.
Yeah. I would say go back and watch the trailer from last year. There's a lot more gameplay shown there.
Right.
Did I hear the name Henry?
I don't even think we can hear you. What?
Second shield generator is down, sir. Starboard 4 exposed. Sir.
My wife and me, guys. She heard Henry Cavill
Waiting on
and
you,
got
Mr.
excited.
Krause.
They're gonna kill us. Since 3 a.m. Henry Cavill.
Well, one of those railgun shots did penetrate. All right. Oh, cool. You notice the remote turrets on top of the Bengal now?
Getting power
I know
spikes.
I've had this before.
They're charging up the main
They've
gun.
got like tons of little CWIS
Guess we got
style
their attention.
remote turrets.
All right, here we go. This is about where we lost
Yeah, we're
it,
getting
right?
close.
Yeah, it was the missile scene.
I mean, it's a beautiful cutscene. It really, like, Chris is a movie director. I see Chris all over this, you know. It's just
All right,
like,
people. 5 seconds out till the parade.
it's cinematic.
Warm up, Cal. You got point.
I like the paint job
Copy
on
that.
Squadron 42.
Tally's on me.
It's really cool. I wonder if you get that paint job for like beating the game or something.
That'd be neat.
Flight. Echo flight. Prep for boost.
I like this too. This is really cool. I wonder if we'll see that tactic in the PU.
You can use it once every minute or something,
Yeah.
like a special.
Let's say hi.
Somebody thought we were sitting next to each other this whole time.
Shots to the ready. Stand by for lock.
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
Copy, Doug. You and Calright can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Rover, take Charlie and Delta and screen up those fighters. Beetle, Mug, you're with me. If you run a double switchback.
Copy that. Charlie's maintain vector. I'll clear your
Okay,
shot.
can we make it? Can we make it past? This is where it crashed.
This is
Line
the
'em up.
double switchback.
Look out.
Cal, I don't think your ship's got the firepower to take that emitter out.
You might be right.
Oh, this trick in the book.
Make their ship destroy their ship. Wow.
Shield softened up.
Master moded.
This is
Shields
Why is
up!
the Vandal flinging yo-yos?
Oh, can they take a direct hit? Damn.
No shot. The shields tanked it for a second.
That's sick.
Report!
Shields are holding. Barely. That shot took out our main thrusters.
No, not us, them.
The Kingship shields are down.
Yes! We don't celebrate until they're dead.
Yeah, they're down, far from dead. I mean, like, come on, guys.
Hit him!
Now we have retaliators.
Yeah, here we go. The tallies, they finally get to do something. The dude's about to get killed.
Yep. They're just gonna fight. So he failed.
The escape pod.
He's going into his own ship.
Is that the glaive or something?
I don't know what this is.
That's cool.
That looked like the hunter from the earlier fights.
Beefy.
Super heavy.
Dude, the
He's the only
Kingship
one
is
that
gonna
left.
ramp.
Yeah.
Sir, Kingship's headed right for us.
Can we evade?
Shot took out the main thruster, sir. I'm trying to get the auxiliaries online.
I'm getting a rapid increase in the Kingship's energy signature. Looks like they're trying to go critical.
Even if we dodge, we won't get clear of the blast range on auxiliary alone. Attention, fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. You are ordered to immediately withdraw. I repeat, withdraw. All non-essential personnel are dismissed to abandon ship. If you want to volunteer to stay, we could sure use your help. All right. Tell the gunners to concentrate all the power they've got. Maybe we can take out this Kingship before it hits us.
Yes, sir. Logistics. I want every ounce of juice pumped into those
I'm
guns.
abandoning.
If we don't need it to breathe or shoot, I don't
Mike's
want it.
out.
I'm not holding this line.
What happened to us? Where's our character?
We're just, enjoying the show. I think here we go.
Is this?
Yeah,
Okay.
This is us. This is us. Oh yeah, we like blacked out because we fell like 10 miles down to the ground and somehow survived.
There we are.
Seize control of major systems.
Oh, are there going to be some Vanduul on board? That would be cool.
There's a pod here, come on! Go, go, go!
All right, walking gameplay. Here we go.
Come on! Come on, come on!
You're not going to look out the window? He's afraid it's going to crash or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Press F to play game. I gotta say, I'm really not a fan of QT, QuickTime events, so hopefully it's not a major component.
Nice. Feeling good.
I think I can crouch over that.
Oh, they're on board. Here we go. Some gameplay.
I've been wanting to see Vanduul FPS for a really long time.
Don't bring a pistol to a Vandal fight. Damn. That was brutal, man.
Do we even have a gun?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Hey, hold the door! Dane holding it.
It's gonna get blown up.
Yeah. Just got hit by a ship. Should have waited.
Oh, that's dark.
Oh, yeah, that is really dark.
I need to find another way out of here.
Cool.
That's a long way.
All personnel evacuate ship.
I mean, the visuals are incredible. Is the ship listing in space? Like why would the floor be at an angle? That's what I'm confused about.
It's a movie.
All personnel evacuate ship.
The grav drive is malfunctioning. That's why it's listing, right?
Yes, of course.
That's the reason. Those are scanning. Okay.
Use his hand. Wait, he instantly had invalid credentials? Okay.
Well, he didn't have the access, I guess.
He didn't have the Moby Glass. He's just hacking now.
Giving us a little preview of probably some of that gameplay stuff that'll come up later.
Yeah. Alright, we're gonna look up to see a Vandal kill some people for sure.
This is very Aliens. Keep them below the floor vent. It's a nice setup to fighting a Vandal.
Oh, that's badass.
That was cool. That was cool. What are you gonna do?
I would have waited a little longer. There's a gun on the ground though.
The Vandal are just tearing through people. It's an SMG. I hope that does enough.
20 rounds. We got this.
One would hope like we're using weapons that can kill Vandals, right?
Yeah. Alt-X.
Uh-oh. Okay, we got more ammo.
Tanked it. Oh.
Press button to play game. Okay. All right. Can you pick up the Vandal Spear? That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I want that one.
Whoa.
Oh, this room looks cool.
Whoa.
Fire detected.
Sick.
That was sick.
Repeat. Room locking down.
Yeah. You have to put out the fire to get out? Yeah, nice, nice, nice. Nice. It seems like it's showing you basically all the mechanics just in an incredibly cinematic form.
Yep.
God, that looked cool.
Systems back online.
Save the ship. One fire extinguisher at a time.
Get the wrench next.
Yeah.
Repair the main reactor.
Oh, that's like one of the entrance.
Okay, flight deck. I don't know if we've seen the flight deck in this ship yet, have we? Nice. Well, you lost your spear now, sucker.
Badass.
Dang, okay, so Vandal are like insanely strong. Uh-oh. We are not in an airtight suit, are we?
Oh, no.
Helmet sealed.
Oh, it's automatic.
Okay.
I would say this
Oh,
is
zero
almost
G
too
gameplay?
much. Okay, maybe not yet, because they're trying to show you push and pull. That makes sense.
Can we
It's a
grab anything?
tutorial. Yeah.
You're gonna just land in like some shipwreck over here? Oh my god. Zero G. Press space bar to launch yourself to nearby surfaces. All right.
I see so many people calling out, like, that's literally this game. That's literally that game. Good.
Yeah, it's a game, guys.
Good. Guys, good.
What do you want them to... I don't want them to reinvent the video game.
Yeah. We just want them to make one that looks like this.
Yeah. Yeah, other games have guns in them also.
Yeah.
Do you want them to not have guns?
Whoa.
This is cool. I hope this is how it works in the persistent universe.
Yeah, I mean, this is our first look at this.
I was wondering how they were going to aim zero-G jumps for having suits that don't have any...
You like it?
Mobility.
I like it.
Yeah, I think it looks cool.
It's simple.
I think it looks really cool.
It's simple.
Yeah.
It's you want easy to understand.
I know he knows what he's doing, but how many times do you think you would have jumped to the wrong platform in this? Just being like,
yeah.
Should I go here?
Maybe it's giving us a hint.
Just leap into the main fleet, see what happens. I'd push off for the king ship, see if I can fight that commander. This is cool. So can you go through the electricity?
And if you didn't already realize, I don't have an EVA pack.
Yeah. And you have to press F when you get close. That's the grab. It's a simple, good system.
Yeah. Especially if that system is integrated to ships really nicely, that could be super cool. They have to reverse engineer all the ships to have handholds on them everywhere though.
Yeah.
It's okay. Quickly just redesign all the ships. Whoa. It just got cut in half. Dude.
It's
At
still
this
melted.
point, why even shoot the ship? The thing is dead in the water, man. Is that the O2 meter? Yeah, it is on the left. So, yeah, Chad just asked, how much oxygen does he have? I think 47%. That's
47.
Oh, Hammerhead. Can he get onto it?
He's trying, it looked like.
Oh, that'd be too crazy.
Yeah, but this is all lit up in blue. It seems way too obvious that we're supposed to go in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, how does he know all this? Obviously, like, he makes the game. How are we supposed to know to go here?
I think it's the lighting cues. That's kind of like blue light over there.
Yeah.
It's red everywhere else. You'd probably kind of figure it out after a little while.
Yeah. There's yellow marker? Oh, okay.
Yeah, the handholds have yellow markers on them. He is running out of oxygen though. He's at 29%. So you have to do
real
this
quick.
sequence in time, or I guess you die.
Warning, oxygen
Yep,
low.
there you go.
I can magically fill it right here.
Pressurizing.
He's pressurizing the room, I think.
Yeah, which will fill his oxygen.
Right, that makes sense.
Pressurized. Gravity online.
That was a cool sequence.
Yeah. She was going down with her
Thought I
ship.
was the only one left.
So did I.
Look, I need your help with something. Follow me. We're running low on power, so I have to reroute our energy from our shields to our thrusters to change direction. Take a seat. I need you to steer the ship.
Hey, we get to pilot a javelin.
Your first piloting lesson.
First ship we fly is a javelin.
Yeah, a nearly dead in the water javelin with no main thrusters.
Yeah,
still a
it's all
javelin.
good though.
Of course. With that. Ready? Go.
Nice, dude. Oh, look, he's going through that smoke. That looks really cool.
Oh,
Ooh.
cool.
Ooh.
I don't know. That just looks awesome.
Yeah. Looks incredible.
For large ships.
I love the sound of it creaking and stuff, the metal.
Setting course. This isn't a
What,
QT, is
man?
it? Or is this a jump? No, of some kind.
Good. Good.
Wait,
Hold back.
Autopilot?
we're
Shifting power back to shields.
Are we QT
I think it was
into
an
them?
autopilot. No, I think it was autopilot.
Engaging autopilot.
Cordless! I ordered you to fall back!
Can't do that. You're dead in the water and we can help.
The situation's under control. You order reverse!
You can't kill it. Not before it takes you out. We are boarded and burning. This is the only way.
Lock your course and get off that thing. Both of you clear?
Aye, aye.
She's not even in a spacesuit, man.
I will.
Oh, that's her dad, right?
Yeah. I think so.
Damn it.
More friends.
Boarding? Nice. So that's how they launch the... There's a ship that launches boarding pods. That's
Yeah.
cool. That looks
Driller.
cool. Ah.
We've seen this. That was the end of CitizenCon last year.
Yeah.
We're about to have company. I've got to try and divert as much energy as I can to the engines. So I'm gonna need you to hold them off. Go now.
Yes, sir.
Pay no attention.
Yeah, look away, look away. Grab some ammo. Yes, yes. Run away.
Hey, I'm gonna need you to hold them off with this little MP5 SMG over here. Good luck. Where's the heavy firepower, man?
Disabling safeties on the reactor to boost some extra juice. Here they come!
Oh my god, that is so scary.
Oh, where are they? Oh, I didn't even see them. They're dodging mechanics? Oh my god.
They go for a knockdown and then...
Dude,
damn, she did
he's at
everything.
25% health.
We're getting carried, bro. Hey, no, she only has a pistol.
Wow, those guys are fast. Dude, you see that? He tried to dodge on approach.
Yeah.
Look, they try and dodge while running at you. That's cool.
It's just like Star Marine. Everyone just wiggles.
Most games, like, the AI super telegraph their moves, but, like, this looks more fluid. Oh, he's firing his spear. Oh, he almost headshot of the captain.
Close.
He goes close.
On me, quick!
Don't worry, don't worry.
Full health.
What are people cheering? I missed it.
He healed. Because they were all yelling,
it?
telling him to heal. Well, they were yelling, telling him to heal. So he goes, "Don't worry, I'll do it."
I need you to manually override the door.
Little do they know he can't die.
Give me your rifle. I'll cover you.
Oh no.
What's the status on the door?
What happened? Oh, no.
Look away. What's the status on the door?
Jared, I think you can roll the next bit.
Oh, it bugged out.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have to, like, load it into the next thing.
Yeah.
Okay, only 3 crashes in so far, or 3.
Someone in my chat said,
it
"Is
was a
she Cortana?"
I do solemnly pledge, mind and body, I will defend the Empire with my life.
Your application to the Flight Academy has been reconsidered. Captain McLaren had submitted a letter of recommendation on your behalf before the battle.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm safe.
We may be a small crew, but the work we do matters.
Welcome to the Stanton. I'm Eugene Morrow.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic.
This will be your new home.
Yeah, like this is the actual game.
He's one of our best.
Sir?
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new wingman, sir. The name's...
You want me to learn your name? You live long enough for me to care.
Baron Actual, you're clear to launch.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
I don't think the game's coming out today, guys.
Whoa.
Dang, that station looks cool.
The lighting. I want that. What is that? What was that?
That's a miner, maybe?
Yeah, well, that's a
the
miner.
tick. The little tick miner. Yeah.
I don't know what the other ones were. Okay, new animal.
Oh, Xion. We know Xion are part of the story. Okay. I'm impressed. It's too bad it crashed so many times.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I am impressed.
Like, I wonder what we missed.
All right.
Rich just goes.
All right. Well, we did say we were doing it live, risking the demo gods, and they brought their wrath down on us. I think Rich has to be our unluckiest playtester because you're...
I didn't die, though.
You didn't die, that's true.
I didn't die.
You also got the bug where she doesn't give you the gun at the end.
This let me down, not me.
They're blaming the computer again.
So anyway, I hope you all enjoyed the first gameplay reveal. There's a lot more that goes on in Squadron 42 after that, but that sort of sets up where you came from, and from there you
2026?
go in to become a pilot and start
Did I
serving
miss
on
that?
a smaller ship, the Stanton, which I think we've shown a little bit before. But you know, there's a lot more in the game than we were just showing
On the
there.
emblem, apparently.
And it also, I think, has been a lot more stable for me when I was playing these last few weeks. But as I said at the start, we have 30 to 40 hours of gameplay, and we're confident we can bring the quality of the game up to the level we've just shown and more without crashes. And both the team and I are confident of giving you this game in 2026. Obviously, you can see it's not going to be tomorrow because I saw a few crashes there.
Oh boy!
And speaking of the team, a lot of them are here tonight, and I'd like to extend a huge thanks to all of them for their hard work, love and passion and talent in crafting Squadron 42. So a lot of what you saw is all their love and passion. So
yeah, within 2026 though. Did it say?
No.
And, thank you for supporting us and allowing us to build such a ambitious game. I mean, crashes aside, there's probably not another game that has a prologue that has that much action. I mean, mostly there aren't movies that have that much action in there. I mean, Gladiator has 3 minutes of battle and 8 minutes of prologue. This was like an hour of crazy stuff. But thank you for allowing us to build something so amazing, and I can't wait for you all to be able to play it in the moderate future. And with that, I'll bid you good night, and we'll see you tomorrow to talk about the future of the verse, and I think there's some amazing stuff that Rich and the team are going to show that are going to blow you away, and we're going to talk about how we're bringing Star Citizen home, as well as Squadron 42.
But the one thing that is good about the crashes, now we don't have to convince anybody that it definitely was live.
Yeah. But I am listening to Tyler and Jared next time, and we'll have a gameplay video.
Yep.
All right, thank you all, and good night.
They look defeated a little bit. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I can handle 2 more years of not having CIG focusing on SC, dude. This is gonna be hard.
Yeah, that release date is tough. I honestly I said I was gonna be disappointed if it was holiday 2025. And we could be getting it holiday 2026.
Yeah. That's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow, but how long would the game be in QA, Like QA doesn't take that as much force as it's probably taken right now.
Oof. Well, for example, polishing that mission I don't think would take very long. I think they probably have to completely finish some other missions would be my guess, where they're like 30 to 40 hours of gameplay. Also, we haven't built like level 5 and 6, or something like that.
Yeah.
That's a long time though, even for a team that big. But because they finished, so feature complete means UI complete. It means like all those systems for like UI, interacting, QuickTime events, enemy AI, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
All done. So the rest is up to the level designers and narrative team and art team and all that to complete probably the rest of the game design and then final polish, which would be bug fixing.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying on that, why I'm saying that is because I don't think that the persistent universe is going to still get the exact same treatment that it's been getting. I think the persistent universe is getting those teams back.
I hope so.
Because Squadron doesn't need the UI team anymore. They've got the UI team. They don't need probably the sound design team. They've done all the sound design, so
yeah.
I think they're getting those teams.
It's like cleaning up animation and bugs.
Done. Yeah. It was a very impressive demo, without question. Heavy on the cinematics. I love the cinematics.
Same.
I'm generally more of a fan of, like, one of my favorite games, and maybe I was talking to you about this the other day, is Half-Life 2, where they never cut the camera away from the character and they draw your attention with sound cues and stuff like that. At the same time, I see that Chris wants to tell a bigger story than just
about
your
more
character's story.
Yeah.
So he needs to do cutaways for Gary Oldman and
Gillian Anderson,
Henry Cavill, and all that. Yeah, you want to see the Squadron 42 sneak attack. So, I'm a sci-fi sucker. I enjoyed all that cinematics and I wasn't disappointed by the amount of it. It would have been nice if they had a little of a side afterwards to talk about the ratio of cinematics to gameplay throughout the rest of the game, because prologues traditionally are very cinematic heavy, and it would have been nice to have some clarification on, is the rest of the game going to be this cinematic heavy, or is it going to have, if that was like 30% gameplay and 70% cinematics, is the rest of the game going to be 90% gameplay and 10% cinematics? Like, what's the ratio?
Yeah. I'm assuming
because
they're just trying to get you through, like get you hooked and get you through to through all those. Like they walk you through all the things you're going to have to do. You're flying a ship, you're shooting ship weapons, you're firing an FPS weapon, you're doing 0G push and pull. They walked you through everything there, and they're trying to make it pretty all at the same time. Once you get in, then I think it'll be more, I don't know if skill checky is the word, but yeah. Apparently they updated this.
Yeah.
I don't see the date, though. People said that the date was on this page, but I'm not seeing it. If I click on it somewhere, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, he did say 2026.
Yeah.
But yeah. Visually.
Oh, I have to keep scrolling. There you go.
Unquestionably fantastic. Like, just the set pieces, the art, everything was incredible. The fact that you can transition from gunning in a turret to FPS combat to 0G combat to piloting a capital ship. Like, that's very impressive, and they're using all the tools that they've built out for Star Citizen to do that and showcase it. And I would imagine throughout the rest of the game, we're going to get a lot more of that, including, we know, fighter combat, right? Where you're flying a fast mobile ship. And
the Gladius is the Gladius is the show, apparently. Like, it is the ship, and we weren't in it. We saw being in it after, but we weren't in it at all in that, because we're just a pleb. And then the whole thing is we get, because we saved her, then we're in the we get invited to the academy.
Assuming we saved her.
Yeah. She gave us a
recommendation.
recommendation.
She doesn't have a spacesuit on, Mike, and the mission is to set the Javelin on a collision course with the King ship, it seemed like.
But but at some point in the cutscenes after that they showed, she gave us a recommendation to join or something. Like, they made some comment like that. So
did they?
I think it's a good assumption that we saved her. So
interesting.
I mean, we're alive.
Yeah.
If we're alive, she's alive, probably.
Not necessarily, but yeah. I mean, I like Gillian Anderson, so I'd love to see her character continue on throughout the game. But there's so many actors in this first episode. Narratively, man, what did you think? Like, I feel like it's setting up the universe in a way that is getting me really pumped for learning more. I thought the Vandal were really nicely
well done.
handled.
Yeah.
It's gamey and kind of in line with like what to expect. If you've played Wing Commander, it very much reminds me of like the Kilrathi and kind of just the there's a little bit of campiness to it, but I was also expecting that, and I kind of like that in a video game too.
Yeah.
If they go to hardcore with it, they limit themselves, I think, gameplay wise, so you got to have these kind of big mean looking alien creatures that run at you with a glowing spear, which is kind of sci-fi campy, but great for gameplay, I think. So
I clicked the enlist buttons. Enlist brings you down, I believe, and you get put on a mailing list, but there is no price yet. So the squadron has been taken out of the store, and we don't know what the price is going to be anymore. So I was curious, like, if I click any of these buttons, what would happen? Just a mailing list. So that's something to point out as well. I think that's actually like kind of a positive thing. No super early pre-orders. They're handling this like normally. I don't know. Just pointing it out, I don't think it really means much. Like, why would you pre-order, like put pre-orders up for a game in 2024 when you're going to sell it in 2026? But just pointing it out because CIG would do something like that. So I just figured that it was like maybe they would have changed the price or something because we were all expecting that. It used to be 45. I think everybody is assuming definitely north of 70 by the time this
North
releases.
of 70.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But 2 years from now, who knows what games are going for? We're seeing some kind of crappy Star Wars game, $130 for early access, stuff like that. So who knows? Who knows at this point? But I'm feeling pretty good. I saw Burks Rated. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the show. But I don't know why my phone is ringing. What the hell? Okay. So I'm how do you feel after this whole day? I'm exhausted, but I also
tired. Yeah.
Sweaty. It's warm in
Tired
here.
because we woke up in the middle of the night to do this. And it's now almost noon. I set my alarm for 1 a.m. and you were streaming before that, I think, or something crazy.
I started at midnight for you.
Physically tired, yes. I thought the panels were good in the sense of like there was more information, and I think what I was talking about before while you took a little break, was that when I was trying to rate it, you said like 6.5 out of 10. I brought up the point that last year's hype was hard to beat because it was about server meshing, and now we're testing server meshing, so they can't possibly show us something more about server meshing that's going to be more exciting other than dynamic. But even then, dynamic server meshing is going to be less hype than the first showcase of server meshing in general. So it's almost impossible to beat that level of hype. So within what's left to actually show us about upcoming features, I think they did a good job. The sandworm was exciting. It would have been nice to see some gameplay examples of, say, the Area 18. Like if they had shown us a cool gameplay example of a mission being run, and the actual like, here, find a key, open the door, defeat the guys. Oh, you're getting ambushed. They're going to attack you in waves. Okay, extract with the core or whatever. Like, I think that would have gone a long way to showing upcoming gameplay as opposed to doing a cinematic of the Castra system and because like what's another system really mean to us if we don't have really fun, core, meaningful gameplay? So it would have been nice if they had focused more on the gameplay side rather than here's our idea for upcoming gameplay. Like that's what I would have focused on. But in terms of dev workflow, sometimes you got to do other things before you can show that off. And so if it just wasn't ready to show, then it wasn't ready to show. So I'm talking about it from a show standpoint rather than here's what should logically be built before other things,
Yeah, I think you make a really good point about the ArcCorp one is you can't tell me that this is all about gameplay and things like that. And for most of the stuff that you showed are PowerPoint slides. Right? Like Zach, the guy who called in, like, I just really appreciate his thing because he showed, say it looked jank, right? It doesn't look super polished. It looks like, a bad kind of New World boss at the moment. But the idea of showing it for what it is in the moment that it is, and it was the gameplay, that's what I want to see, right? Like, I want to see what you're in, like, the whole thing about this CitizenCon is their intention, I think, and he's showing their intention a lot better than a PowerPoint would in that situation, or his team. He's not doing that by himself, obviously, right? So that is one of the highlights for me. Whereas
talking to him after that presentation
was awesome.
was fantastic because he showed that he was clearly thinking about and had already thought about and dealt with a lot of the gameplay questions that we have and are concerned about, exploits and balance and the gameplay fun factor. Because traditionally when you try and add a giant monster to an FPS game, the gameplay is terrible because they just don't know what to do with it. So it
Yeah.
seems like they're thinking about that. So that was really that gave me a lot of confidence in them trying to make that fun. That was probably one of the highlights in terms of like gameplay, like a scene gameplay, it resulting in harvesting a giant monster. You can use those harvestables for selling, or potentially tomorrow they'll talk to us about crafting maybe with that. So that was encouraging. And it's unfortunate that the rest of the gameplay was kind of like, here's what we're going to do, and not showing any of it. So, especially with things like the distribution centers having such a grand scope of gameplay ideas behind them.
Yeah.
And you would have thought that maybe they would be working on some mission ideas within the distribution centers and that framework, because that same framework should be carried over into everything. That should be the same format for Arc Corp, I would imagine, once you start going down subterranean and whatever. It's going to be find the key, fight the bad guy, grab the loot, extract with the loot, whatever it is. So yeah, it would have just been nice to see a little bit more persistent universe gameplay stuff, because I think that's what everybody's waiting for right now. Is
Exactly.
we've gotten tech for so long, more gameplay, but we did get the sandworm, and we don't know entirely what we're seeing tomorrow. Also,
Yeah. I think the reason it feels underwhelming is for good reasons. I think underwhelming is where I feel, but underwhelming isn't a bad thing in this situation. Like you said, it's never going to meet the hype of Squadron 42 is feature complete. Therefore, all the talk of, Squadron 42 being the focus for years, now Star Citizen can be the focus. We're super hyped about that. They showed us server meshing. Oh my God, it worked. Like, it's happening. Like, we had that moment. It's happening. And, it didn't super happen this year, but at the same time, for me, this is more of the it's happening moment of, all right, we're putting new biomes in, we're working on gameplay, we're showing you the armors, how this armor does, has this capability and that armor has that capability. I want to see it in game sooner than later. I don't want to see little dots on a PowerPoint of why an armor is better than the other. I would love to see it on a tooltip in the game and just in there working as soon as possible. We obviously saw the sandworm and things like that. I think these are the moments, like, going forward, from this point forward, this is where Star Citizen fans are going to, it's make or break for everybody, right? Is this something I can see myself playing? Is this something I can see myself doing? That sandworm thing was so MMO, it was ridiculous, right? Just the attacks and all of it. It was just coded in MMO, and that's not for everybody, and that is not for a lot of the people that originally backed the game. So I am so curious what people have to say about what they saw today.
There's a reason why also MMOs feel more scripted and slower reactions from enemies, and usually have very kind of lock-on style combat and set damage amounts, is because you're just trying to make that fluid amongst 20 people fighting a monster is just not going to work. The net code and all that stuff gets really complicated, and you're either going to get a really janky system trying to be fluid, or a less janky system trying to be a little bit more blocky and scripted out. That's just going to be the reality of things until we can invent a new kind of internet or something that can transfer data quicker around the world. But
I still think tomorrow's the PU day. I think tomorrow is the day that defines the PU and what a lot of people are going to be doing, playing, the reasons behind, like, all the stuff I've been, kind of whining about for years. Probably
the final panel tomorrow is probably going to be the most interesting, but also the most grain of salt panel as well, where it's going to be talking about what they want to do with the game, but not what is going to be in the immediate future necessarily. But then again, we don't know. I will say that had that panel ended with Chris announcing Squadron 42
soon
in next year, even holiday season, but earlier than next year, like, I think my hype would be very different. My coming off of it would be very different. But hearing 2026 is like, dang, last year they said
That's
Squadron
far.
42 was feature complete.
And like
So,
mentioned a release date. We'll tell you as soon as we know. And it's like,
yeah.
so it
And
sounds
that kind
soon.
of built us up to like, okay, we're like a year out, maybe, like maybe we're not that far out. And then to spend another year waiting and then to be hit with a potentially 2 more years, because that's what 2026 could mean. It could mean 2 more years. That is a little bit of a wind out of the sails moment, and I can't pretend to not be disappointed by that.
It's hard to come out of that and being excited or hyped or like just, feeling high, because 2026 is just that's a really far, like, think about what happened in the last 2 years for you. Just in your life. That's a long time. Anything can happen. So
Yep.
And it's also the meme. It's always 2 years away. Now it's like,
as soon as people said, as soon as that date posted, that was just the comment feed, like, only 2 more years, guys. Which is
this time it's real, guys, right? Yeah. So yeah, that's definitely a thing.
I think my audience is a little less. I don't know what your audience comments were during the gameplay demo. My audience is not fully on board the Star Citizen train, so this is more of a like view with probably a bit more skepticism.
Yeah.
A lot of people were throwing some negativity around the gameplay demo, saying, hey, we waited 12 years for Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, waited all this time to watch a movie. The game, somebody just commented, says the game looks like it's pretty much on rails. I can't defend that without knowing what the rest of it is.
Tutorials are usually on rails.
Yeah.
So it's kind of weird.
Tutorials are usually on rails. I will say I do not like quick time events, which means open the med box by spamming the F button. Oh, the Vandal knocked you down. He's about to hit you. Spam this button to dodge the attack. I loathe that I loathe it. It's like why I stopped playing Call of Duty games. It's why I just avoid. It's why I don't like most first-person single players, because they've all gone down that quick time event.
Yeah.
I'll be willing to accept small bunches of that, but if it becomes a overly used mechanic in Squadron 42, I'm going to be disappointed. Because nothing feels more on rails and sucks the skill out of a game experience than tap the button to play game. I'm like,
the Vandal were
tap
sick,
the button
though.
to play the game movie, basically. That's not gameplay in my opinion.
Agreed. It's what are those story games, like the Walking Dead game? What studio made those? Forgot the name of them.
Oh,
it's like
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
They failed and then they came back.
People like those.
Telltale
it's like a
games.
multiple choice Telltale.
Yeah.
And people like those.
I love
and
those
I can
games
understand
for what they are.
if that's, it's what it is. It's what it's marketed as. It's sort of your multiple choice visual adventure.
Yep.
And that's fine. But that's not what Squadron 42 is marketing itself as. So,
yeah.
I think they've still yet to prove themselves on gameplay. There was some cool stuff in there with the Vandal. I like the way they were animated in that firefight at the end on the bridge. They were doing some dodge abilities. It kind of reminded me of the Covenant in Halo, but faster and more fluid. And when Halo first launched, people were praising its AI for just being smarter and more intuitive. So maybe that's going to look good, but again, we only got a very small glimpse of that in 1 or 2 combat situations, so it's very hard to tell what it's going to be. But we basically got the cinematic version of the demo and not the gameplay heavy version of the demo.
Yeah. I mean, my audience had very similar comments, like a few of them. A lot of my audience just will spam emotes like, oh, the Vandal are here and this I'm scared emote or it's cinema and like things like that. But there's a lot of people that were making very similar comments of it's all a movie. We're not even playing. And yeah, I was seeing a lot of that stuff too. I don't know. That's just something I was expecting because I've played his games before and it's a lot of this kind of stuff, but it's not this heavy with the cutscenes and things like that. I think it was very much showing the prologue type thing. I don't like you said. I don't. We can't answer for the rest of the game, but if this is what you have to go on, it might push some people away from being like super hyped about it for sure. I could see that. That's why I think Chris was like, "Damn, I should have listened to them and just done a video because." People would have been all about it. The crashes didn't help their situation, and yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, and since it was mostly a video anyway,
yep,
if
it's
we're
kind of
being
like
honest, just show us a video at that point.
Like 10 minutes of gameplay, probably.
The one thing so people didn't soon understand this at the start, though, is they're like, the first video we saw of that sequence it looked pre-rendered out, where showing the sequence in game, you're not watching a video clip of the sequence. And it's kind of hard to understand, I guess, unless you understand how games are developed sometimes, is like trying to do a crap load of your game as a pre-rendered video will balloon it in massive file size and become a pretty big issue for most performance things. So the games are not pre-rendered. It's actually rendered as you're playing the sequence, which is why it actually crashed during those scripted sequences, because it is in the game engine. So that was the only difference, or that was kind of a difference that I think people didn't quite understand while we were watching that. Is like, yeah, it's in the game engine, but it's a scripted sequence within the game engine, which is kind of hard to understand sometimes.
It's funny them blaming the computer. It wasn't us, guys. It wasn't us. I swear. But
yeah, well, I mean, it's Chris. He wants to do it. I mean, and that's the tradition of Star Citizen. Is he's like, we're gonna do it live, and then it explodes horribly, and we get memes.
Yep, plenty of them.
Like this is bullshit meme, which
exactly
is from the earlier days of Star Citizen.
For sure. Well, all right. I mean, we're coming towards the end. I think we have some options here. Croncy's able to call back in. You said he's in a quiet place, so we might be able to actually hear what he has to say. And I don't know how I don't have much else to say. I think I'm just ready for tomorrow kind of thing. So we could probably take a call from Croncy and then call it, or we can go a little longer. It's entirely up to you at this point.
Sounds good to me. Yeah. I've been live for 10 hours now. You've been live for longer than
11
that,
and a half. Yeah. So and it's just really warm in here. Like I haven't fixed air conditioner, but it doesn't feel like it at the moment. I think it's that light right
some of
there.
Those tornadoes back and cool you off, man.
Yeah, for sure. So I'll let him know that we'll bring him in. And
yeah. I got someone who just sent a comment that says they were shedding tears, getting really excited for every moment, knowing full well that all of this is happening in-game assets versus like pre-rendered stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that they're still proud to support this project since its inception. I mean, that gameplay demo, despite it being on Rails, I personally believe the amount of gameplay we're going to get after that is going to be a much higher percentage.
Yep.
And the story crafting on its own has me very excited to play the full game. Like,
good point.
I am very excited to play Squadron 42 after seeing that. Just disappointed on how long I have to wait to play it,
Yep. Yeah, like the storytelling, I was worried, like, if it's not good, I'm going to be bummed out. And I think that fight scene was just the way they transitioned from person to person to person. The father and daughter, we think, I don't really know the story, but it seems they're somewhat related or some relationship between them. And I think it just worked. So, yeah, I'm pretty hyped for it in that regard. Is like, all right, I don't think the story is going to be horrible. So that's good. So now I can enjoy it.
Yeah.
So, All right, let's bring Crunchy in and see what he's been feeling here. Actually, I need to be here. Hey, Krantz. Hey, I'm getting you
Hello,
on.
sir.
Hey.
Hopefully, audio is much better this time. Do you guys see me?
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you. And yeah, it's a bit better. So
lovely.
How you feeling?
Okay. Overall, great.
Yeah.
Overall, it was a really fun day. Obviously, since we last talked, we saw Levski. It was awesome. Was super excited about that. We saw the Dress to Kill. Hell yeah. We saw Zach doing the sandwich and stuff. So all the Star Citizen presentations afterwards got me really hyped. The Squadron presentation, I mean, honestly, I'm still positive about it, but I have opinions.
What do you think?
And so did the crowd, it seemed, a little bit.
Oh,
so
really?
First off,
so the crowd was restless?
Well, they weren't restless, but I'll explain. So the whole presentation, the crowd was cheering and very excited.
Sure.
Especially when Rich Tara finally used his med pen after being at 20% health for the whole battle. But when the 2026 came up, it was weirdly neutral. No one,
I didn't
notice. A few people were cheering. No one was groaning. It was just
yeah.
We both missed the 2026 when it came up. We didn't see it.
We didn't even see it.
So maybe that's what other people. Maybe most people missed it.
Honestly, fair. It did take me a hot second to realize it said 2026. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same.
Yeah,
but
we both completely missed it. But yeah, I mean,
I will say not.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say not unexpected for 2026, but obviously I would have preferred a window, fall, winter, whatever it is.
Yeah, because we don't know. Yeah, is it 2 years? Is it a year and a half? It's a big difference.
Yeah, exactly. We're basically the end of 2024, so it's exactly what are we looking at? Which honestly, the answer is they don't know exactly what we're looking at. So
yeah, or otherwise they would say it.
But yeah, I have actual opinions about the Squadron thing.
Please.
So I love the concepts. In terms of cinematics, insanely cool.
Yeah.
Right. Super dope to watch. Especially that big moment where he calls in the Squadron. It's holy crap, they're here, and they're gonna blow everything up. And so it's super cool, but it was too much in my opinion. If you're getting into the game and this is the first thing you open, they do get you into your body pretty quickly. You do your turrets, you do your interaction. Then you do a turret mini game that goes on for about 20 minutes, and then you have a 20-minute cinematic.
Yeah, it is a lot.
Feels like that would be really awkward. It feels like it needs to be split up a bit more, and then I think it would be a bit more enjoyable. But I'm nitpicking, honestly, because I feel like it'll probably be fine in the long run.
Yeah.
But that was kind of it. I loved once they got into the FPS stuff. It did feel like it was hey, we're continuing to just introduce you to the mechanics. That's exactly what you want to do and that sort of stuff. So overall, enjoyed it. Just those
2026
things made it feel a little bit.
One
thing I thought it would be 2026.
Yeah, I was hoping for 2025, but the zero G push and pull, even the little subtle UI, just really simple. That was awesome. We haven't talked to you since they showed Nyx. What'd you think about that? Did you back before or after it was gone? I can't remember.
Just before. I played Nyx. I played Delamar for 3 months.
Yeah.
And in that time, I had been there maybe once or twice. So I didn't really properly get to experience it, but I have fading memories of it.
Yeah.
But it looks dope. Looks sick. I love. I like that they used that opportunity to talk about the external freight elevators, which we did know were coming. We just didn't really know much about them. So they were pretty sick. It looks awesome. The borehole going all the way through is once again in typical CRG fashion, a cinematic masterpiece.
Yeah.
So
it not being
looks great.
A planetoid and it being an actual asteroid was the thing for me that just was wow.
Super cool.
Okay, that is awesome. Great job. Love it.
I didn't know that was supposed to be a thing. I imagine
Me
that's
neither.
just been in the law forever. But,
yeah,
yeah.
we just assumed they couldn't do it basically, or it would be too hard. So just stick to a little planetoid and we're good. But nope, they did it, and they did a great job with it. Anything else stick out to you besides the Squadron 42 stuff?
I managed to get a couple of opinions from people about the landing zone, basically dungeons.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a big fan of those. I think that's the best way to do that type of content in like heavy armistice zones areas, like, you know, in this case, like Hardcore. But yeah, as expected, I think I literally turned over to Sandy who was sitting next to her. I was like, someone's going to be already making a spectrum thread about how this is bad.
Yeah.
Some people that I've talked to were like, I get it, but I don't want it to be instanced. But I think it just has to happen. And I think the content will speak. Well, I hope the content will speak for itself.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll have to deliver on it now that it's instanced. You'll have to have great performance and good AI and all that stuff. But how do you do this without instancing? I have no idea. We've already been through Siege of Orison. They've proven that concept to be incredibly difficult to deliver on and be enjoyable. Right? The concept of Siege of Orison is enjoyable, but only if I bring my party and we go through that raid. And that was the test. And the test essentially, I don't want to say failed, because it didn't, but it did. In a lot of ways, it did. And I'm totally cool with it. I'm totally cool with it.
Yeah.
As long as it's not,
and then in addition
we get enough sandbox, then we're fine.
Yeah. The fact as well that they were already talking about tying it into like progression rewards and stuff. Awesome. Right. But there's more stuff that we're missing that we definitely need.
Yeah.
Seems like a good way to do it. I think the Spanish crew are getting
rowdy.
But yeah. Overall, really good day. I think it was better than day one last year. We'll see if day two can beat day two last year, which I don't think it will, but it's going to be good nonetheless.
I think it'll define. It's going to define a lot of the game for sure.
Yeah.
But all right.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep you too long, Kroncy, because it's either go to sleep or have some fun time for you. So I don't want to take too much away from you. I just appreciate you calling in and letting us know the vibes there and everything. So tomorrow's a big day for you.
Yeah, it's dinner and sleep time.
It's a big day. It is. It's what we're going to be playing
obviously,
all
I won't
day.
call in. You're going to have to message me all of the stuff that happens, because I'm probably going to miss a lot of the panels. So.
Yeah, I'll be DMing you during it. I'll let you know. Like, they showed this, or they showed this. Oh my God, yeah. So I'll let you know. But all right, Kronz, appreciate you, dude. Get some rest, get some food in you.
Thanks for the info, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, guys. Have a good one.
Bye now, brother. Bye.
All right. Later.
Awesome. Burks was
interesting
saying,
to hear that the sounds from the show floor a bit too, of like people being like, "Oh, 2026, okay."
Yeah, that's kind of funny that it was like they either missed it like us, or they were like, "Oh, shit."
Yeah.
Because
he brought up a good point about the ratio of cinematics to gameplay being the first thing that you go through. Is like, if that's not what you're ready for, that could be pretty off-putting when you're just like, because even like a Call of Duty game or like other games like that are geared towards mass appeal, they'll hit you with those cinematics and cutscenes, but they're like capped at like 10 minutes, usually shorter, you know? The amount that they had in that was dangerous to the point of like, either you love space battles so much that you're excited to be sitting through this, or if you were really expecting just like to play a video game, you're going to be annoyed right now.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, a dangerous amount. And it's hard to know, because like, I haven't really played it a lot, but like Death Stranding is like super cinematic heavy. Oh yeah, you were telling me about it.
Yeah.
So like,
insane.
I mean, there's other games that go heavy, right? So, it's hard to know if they're going too far with it, or if this will be fine for the audience that's interested.
Yeah. I mean, for me, if they're setting the bar there, and that's the type of game they want to make, they're letting you know right away if this is the game for you or if it's not, right? Not every game's for everybody, so we'll see. But It's just sad that you're just finding it out now, 10 years later, that this might not be the game that you were looking for. So we'll have to see.
I mean, that is the story of Star Citizen. Hey, they're going to tell us tomorrow what Star Citizen is, Mike. So
true.
The wait is over. We'll finally find out what kind of game it's going to be.
It's a PvE Minecraft game. It's going to be really exciting. It's going to be really exciting. I got a couple more people that want to call in. I'm exhausted. I'm tired, but they're friends, and I feel like getting them in here for a few minutes. Are you cool with that?
Is Burks in the gray
Burks
room?
is there. The 5 stars, another YouTuber that makes videos and stuff.
Yeah, let's
so
hear
I want to get those two in and see what
them,
they have to say. So I'll throw Burks in, and then we'll finish up with the 5 star. So I hope you can hear me, 5 star. Hello. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. What's up?
All right, cool. How you doing? How you feeling after all this?
Guys, hey, listen. I have top secret information.
What is it?
On a panel that's happening tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to tell you guys. Okay, I want to level the playing field.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys heard about the new org stuff? You can do it in the Moby-Glass. They're going to do the guide, everything from the Moby-Glass.
Yeah.
You know, people are talking about XYZ. They're working on top secret a way that you can buy JPEGs on the pledge store from inside the cockpit of your JPEG. You don't even have to leave the game. You just click, boom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I hear you can enter your bank routing number directly into the Moby-Glass, and then it just saves it there. And then just on a whim, if you want that ship, you can have it delivered to you immediately.
You virtually swipe your credit card. Is what happens inside your cockpit.
As funny as that is, it is interesting to point out that outside of them furiously trying to sell merch at the event, they didn't really do anything that they normally do. Like, no
tomorrow
ships.
is the day for big ship sales, right?
So we'll see, but
I think tomorrow's that
day.
panel. Which one is it? The Captains of Industry. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
But they could do it both days.
Yeah, they could.
And they didn't. So
it's interesting too, because I personally think there was some cool stuff today, but aside from Squadron, it was very not last year.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like last year was more hype.
Oh yeah.
What do you think they could have done to hype it more? Because I brought up the point that
gameplay to a lot of the systems they demoed.
Yeah,
that's what added practical. Like, okay, cool. There's these million outposts that are around the planet now.
What
do I do there? Is it the same thing that I do at the current outpost? I walk in, I look around, I pick up a fruit, I leave. Like, is that what I'm going to do everywhere?
Yeah.
I immediately got Starfield vibes, where I was like, okay, you've come up with a system to mass propagate a bunch of stuff all over the place, but that doesn't say fun gameplay to me, you know?
Yeah. So it's just like attached gameplay. Now, it was like a couple of times when they were demoing stuff, I felt like they were really close to like connecting something or showing something that felt like it was going to be really good. But then they would be just very vague, or they wouldn't show like off like how that specific system was connected to gameplay, like the armors and stuff, how they're going to be like the specific armors. Well, how's that going to work if like, I don't know, like it seems a little bit tedious that you're going to have like specific armors that literally can't do certain tasks. So
Yeah,
like,
but you
how's
can
that
mix
going to
and
work?
match. That's the idea behind them, is mixing and matching to get something that works. Like, I think they pointed out that if you put all of the sniper armor on, then you will not be detected by anybody. But you could put
It's like a set thing. I thought it was like more you had to like wear it all together. Okay.
Like, you get a bonus if you wear the set, but you get the characteristics of the legs if you're wearing the legs, but then you might be wearing heavy arms and get a piece of that. But you can get a bonus for wearing the full set, is what it made it sound like to me.
Okay. I didn't really interpret it that way when I heard it the first time, but that sounds right.
Yeah. But
I think you can mix and match, and they're just saying if you wear the full set, these would be your stats. But if you had like the stealth setup, but then like a heavy armor, you might not get full stealth. You might get sort of stealth, but good chest resistance or something. I don't know.
Aim for the legs, basically, and on that guy.
I guess like I just would like for example, what if I want to be someone who's like kind of a sniper but also wants to be a pilot? Like, is there somewhere in the middle I can like can I mix and match that way? That's what I'm more curious about is, can you kind of like customize it for your personal gameplay, or are you locked into these roles CIG's assigning? That's what I'm more wondering.
I mean, they straight up said you're not
They did
locked
make a
in.
point of saying that you're not. So they said even if you're in the heavy armor, you can fly a ship, but you're not going to be quite as agile. You're not going to have as good.
You see what I mean, though? At what point does it make you feel locked in because you have to have that certain suit? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, are you at a massive? How big of a disadvantage are you at? Like,
yeah,
yes,
we don't really know, right? Because it's a bunch of stat bubbles. So
yeah,
we just,
exactly.
Yeah.
It wasn't even actual numbers, right? And I think we would need to know that a little bit more. But that'll happen as they go in.
The worm had 8 stat bubbles, so we know it's very strong.
Very strong. Yes.
I don't know if you guys caught that. Those stats.
Very long. Yeah. Lots of Riz. It had the Riz stat bubble, I think, as well, like that one guy. But it was it is almost sad that the sandworm was the most good thing, because there was a lot of opportunity to have done what Burks is saying. Is take this talk and show more of your intention via actually at least prototyping it.
It's not that I even, by the way, think that the armor thing is a good or a bad thing. I just said I don't have enough information yet about like how it works. That's it.
We don't know.
I just want to see more. That's it. A lot of it was really good stuff that I saw today, but almost all of it, I'm like, I need more info.
Yeah.
You know,
it feels like they could have demoed the entire presentation to like a small census group of fans and then listen to their questions and be like, oh yeah, maybe we should include the obvious questions that you're going to have that we left out of the presentation, you know, because we did talk to Zach after the sandworm demo, and he answered a lot of like our biggest questions about it right away. And that actually put me at ease, thinking like, oh, this could actually be super exploitable and janky. And he immediately like had answers for all our stuff and showed that they were already thinking about all that. So I went, okay, that's good. That's good. But the rest of the CitizenCon audience doesn't know that. So
exactly,
it's an issue.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, I don't know. So I kind of gave it a rating of like 6.5 out of 10. What would you give it a rating, Burks? The whole first day?
Probably somewhere around there, but not for like lack of. I didn't think it was impressive. Let me put it this way. This is what I said to Chad. If it was 2019, today would have blown me away.
Sure.
But I need to see content. I need to see gameplay. I need to see reasons why these things exist. And if it's not attached to things I can do in the game, currently I don't care, because that's the thing we need the most in game is content, like things to do.
Yeah.
Or maybe I shouldn't say I don't care, but it doesn't get me excited. That's what I should say. Because some of this stuff we do need, you know, like the org, tools and stuff. We need that. I'm glad we got that. That's cool.
Yeah. What'd you think about the org stuff?
On its own might be
general?
the most impactful change shown off here today. Is just
for sure
the ability to group with friends easily. You know,
absolutely. And the alliances and all that stuff. I keep asking for the sandbox tools to make the game. That is definitely a tool for the sandbox. It's just we need some other tools to make the castle work, right?
Yeah. The one thing that I think is like the big, not elephant in the room, but I mean, you guys already talked about
in the room. You mean?
Yeah. The hornet in the room. You guys already talked about Squadron. The gameplay. Yeah. I think as a movie, it looks amazing. Like as a cinematic, it looks really good. Like a really epic episode of like The Expanse.
It looked better last year, gameplay wise.
Really? Really?
Gameplay wise,
That's
I felt like it
interesting
looked
to see
better.
that.
Yeah, because you saw the rope puzzle, you saw the jump puzzles, you saw
Oh,
combat, you
yeah.
saw scanning. Like you saw way more of what we were doing and way less of the cinematics. So I think that they showed you a lot of that last year. They wanted to show you the other side of it this year. Maybe that was their idea behind it, but they never like came forward and really explained it. But if you really go back and watch the demo from last year, you see a lot of the things that we are doing, right? Remember I grabbed this canister and fill it up and put it in here. Like there was a lot of that puzzly stuff in it.
Right.
Yeah. So
And we saw a little bit of that with the EVA thing. That was cool. And I would say most of it was pretty good. It was like, out of what, like an hour 15 and
with the
50
crashes.
minutes was like maybe 50 minutes of it with the crashes and stuff was cutscenes.
Yeah,
so
it
like
was very heavy, and we have been discussing this, and Croncy shares your opinion. It was dangerously too much cutscene, and if you're not prepared for that, or like absolutely in love with the idea of watching a bunch of spaceships shoot at each other, you might
You're
start
totally
to
right.
get bored. Yeah,
you're totally right,
Like,
and that's not even what I
yeah.
was gonna say. But finish your point if you want to.
No, I was just gonna say, like, it's kind of banking on the fact that you're already in love with the idea of watching Gary Oldman command a fleet and shoot at the Vandal just as a cinematic. Because if you buy Squadron 42, hearing 30 to 40 hours of gameplay, and then a huge chunk of that turns into cinematics, you might be let down. Or
Totally.
even front loading with that much cinematics is, in my opinion, a bit dangerous. There was a section where when your character gets knocked out of the turret because the Vandal are boarding, I thought that was going to cut immediately to the FPS sequence, and I thought that would have been a really nice flow, right?
Yeah.
It would have taken you out of that probably slightly too long turret sequence and then cut you into the FPS gameplay, but instead it cuts you into like a 20-minute long cinematic. And I was like, shit, we're going back to cinematics right away after a bunch of like turret gameplay. Yeah.
So I want you to think about this. It was mostly good, right? It had some choppiness, some bugginess at the end, which doesn't seem that bad. And then Chris is obviously upset, which no harm to him. I'm like, obviously, it sucks. But then they say, oh, we'll get a gameplay next time. Why are you guys nervous and trying to get a gameplay record for 15 minutes of gameplay after 12 years? Do you know what I mean? 45 minutes of it was a cutscene, guys.
Yeah, like that's
that's what I'm concerned about.
It's like
that's
what so much of it. You might as well
trying
just done it.
to discern the gameplay from the very limited amounts. I do think that the like 0G stuff looked really good.
Yep.
It was set up as a tutorial, so you weren't like solving a puzzle. It was more just like go here, go here, go there. I thought the Vandal animations and their dodging during combat looked pretty darn solid and like kind of a cool evolution, but we get so little of it that it's not enough to deduce what it looks like for 30 to 40 hours of gameplay.
For real, yeah.
Yeah.
Yikes. We'll see. I almost like that it went down this way because it doesn't do what I did last year. Where it's just I don't really have any expectations going forward for Star Citizen out of this. I just go in and whatever comes in front of me, it's like, oh yeah, we saw that at CitizenCon. I have a lot less oh my God, this year's going to be amazing feelings so far. And that's probably a very good way of doing their messaging. And it gives them a little bit more room, a little bit more time, a little bit more ability to polish, and a lot less pressure to try and deliver like they did this year and feel like they have to show Evo early and all this weird stuff like they've been doing lately. So I don't know. But Burks, I got to get to one more guy, and it's already 3, and I'm about to pass out. So as much as I could, I could talk to you for 6 hours, and let me let you go, and let me get to 5-star, and maybe we'll talk again tomorrow after the whole thing and see how you feel, since it's all crafting stuff, but I don't know how interested you are in that. So I would love to hear.
Super interested.
Okay, I was gonna say I would love to hear a PvPers perspective on tomorrow versus somebody like me who's obviously going to love it no matter what they show, you know?
Heck yeah. All right.
All right. All right, bro.
All right,
See you
thanks,
guys later.
Love you, man. Bye.
Bye.
All right, let's get. Oh, I just literally launched Level out of the call. There you go. My bad. Let me bring the 5-star in, and I'll let 5. Don't hate me, but if we could keep it pretty short, that'd be great.
Oh yeah.
I am.
Hey, listen, man. I've been up since 4, so I get it.
I'm fading. I'm fading hard.
I feel you, man. Yeah. Overall, I just wanted to say the day I was a little lukewarm on it. I'd give it a 6 as well. I was feeling a little better before the Squadron thing, actually, but the release date kind of like, I was really expecting 2025. But yeah, overall, it looked awesome. Looked really good. The main thing for me was I walked away from this very confident in the direction. I think the biggest concern for me was I saw that Chris Roberts movie recently, the one where Shaggy pushes something off the edge of a flight deck in space. It was not good. So I was very the Wing Commander movie. I was very concerned with the direction or if it was going to feel cheesy, but there's a lot of like really good character moments and like little ways that they like, bring it down to character moments and sentimental things. Like they removed your loving son from the beginning, so you have more wiggle room to put like your wife or your brother,
or Chris
like
Roberts.
Yeah, Chris Roberts. So I thought that was really cool. I was very immersed, is what I'm trying to say, and that makes me feel a lot better about Squadron.
Yeah. I thought the writing was really good, and that can be something that immediately kills any sort of high production anything, is if the writing sucks. You're like, well, crap, I don't like any of these characters. They're all doing and saying stupid things, and I'm out. But I liked all the characters in this that I saw. Even if it was video game predictable, we knew the guy was going to die as soon as you fist bump him. We're like, all right, he's dying in this battle.
Yep, 100%. They want us to feel like we love him, and then so he dies, of course.
Yeah. So overall, I'm pretty positive on Squadron. The release date is unfortunate, but hey, at least we're moving a little forward.
Yeah, for sure.
As for the day as a whole, I think that the Sandworm was definitely the standout. I was really happy to see the Harvestables. Like that made my day.
Yeah.
And other than that, I think I mean, that's what tomorrow's all about, And I always felt tomorrow was going to be the better day anyway.
Yeah, me too.
So, yeah, I think big sleeper for me though is the guide system, man. There's so much emergent gameplay that's going to come out of that. A guide system where you're helping new players in game and earning rep and rewards for it. I think is such a good step forward.
Yeah, for me it was almost the looking for group or the like once you see the Sandworm, then the looking for group content or the looking for group like app section starts to make way more sense and much cooler, I think, when it comes to that. So, yeah.
Yeah, that was really cool. And I'm really happy they're putting so much emphasis on ground vehicles in that Sandworm section, and also the storm. They said, a storm will come through, you can't fly. I thought, man, that would be really cool for your base. If a storm goes by, you can't fly for like an hour or so. You might have to take a vehicle to get out or something. So really nice to see ground vehicle attention.
Yeah.
It's the first time that there's a requirement to use it, really. That I can think about.
Yep. Honestly. And I mean, there's a requirement to use a vehicle, but the range that a vehicle goes and the scale of Star Citizen don't mix. So
you got to drop it off in the dropship. That's why they had the dropship, Mike. Exactly. Now there's a reason to have dropships in the game.
Yep. And now that you know that there's content 100K from you, it's just a 2-hour drive away. It's okay.
Yeah,
no problem.
So I was thinking maybe
jungle.
like a I was thinking like a ballista style thing that could like tow a little bed, so you could like maybe drive a ship away from the storm. Something like that popped into my head. I thought it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, who knows? But it was an interesting day where we can look at and think about what may be still, and hopefully tomorrow we find out what actually is. And it's like they're putting the ball on the tee, and then tomorrow, do they hit a foul ball? Do they bunt, or do they hit a home run? We'll see, right?
We'll
We'll
see.
see. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get some rest and wake up 12 hours from now. So.
Yep. Same. Same, brother. All right. We'll catch you later. Be good,
All right,
5-star.
guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Thanks for coming by.
Bye now. All right, so that was 5-star. If you guys aren't familiar with Burks or the 5-star, Burks streams on Twitch, posts a lot of YouTube videos as well. 5-star, same thing. If you guys are familiar, if you guys haven't seen have the Shadow Patch Notes video, that's the 5-star. If you guys have seen those on YouTube at all. But I don't know. I'm feeling like we're coming to the end level, and we'll get some rest and come back tomorrow. You feeling good about that? So
I'm not feeling good about having to wake up even earlier for tomorrow.
Yeah, same.
The show starts at 10 a.m. What is that? British
BST?
time?
Mm-hmm.
BST? Yeah. So that's gonna be like midnight for me, I want to say. I don't know. It's gonna suck.
I'm starting at 11 p.m. your time, I think, tomorrow.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
Dang, dude.
And then
okay.
And then my ice hockey captain, I told him I'm out, and he goes, "We don't have enough guys. You have to play." And I was like, "Oh, okay, but I'm not going to be effective. So sure, I'll be there, but I'm just going to be a traffic cone, and people just pass
Is
by
that
me."
going to be on Sunday that you have to play?
Yeah.
Okay, so tomorrow you're going to play tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, tomorrow at like.
You're not playing tomorrow, dude.
At like 8 p.m. Yeah, so I'm going to take a nap and then go play. So that'll be fun. But yeah, so that's where we're at. I just want to thank everybody for being here. It was really fun. I totally enjoyed watching your guys' comments and everything. And of course, Level, thank you for coming this year. I shot him a message a while
back. Thanks for
back.
setting all of this stuff up, Mike. It looks
easy.
Great
Well,
and handling it all.
Yeah, it's easy. We got thank you to Rigamix for doing this the art for us. He's done it the last 2 years, and it's really, really nice. And I gave Level every opportunity to get out of this. I kept saying, "Are you sure you want to wake up?"
I thought you didn't want to do it with me anymore. I was like, tell me, Mike.
That's how I felt. I thought you were gonna look at the time and be like, "I'm no shot." I'm always down for
I mean,
this.
I'm not going to deny I wasn't happy about the time, but you know, getting hyped and waiting for that countdown for the Squadron 42 reveal, I got the same jitters that I did, last year. It was
nice.
It was very exciting again. So
nice.
I hope they can bookend the show with some more really exciting stuff tomorrow with that.
Same.
I
hope
Stars
they start
My
tomorrow.
Destination.
I hope they start strong tomorrow, because they just started so slow that it was tough. It was tough today.
Thanks, Jared. Thanks, Jared, for that.
Yeah. But the in-between panel stuff, they were having some jokes. They were doing there was a little comedy this year, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I think the host did a very good job of trying to make the non-presentations at least entertaining to watch. Even though we turned them off for the merch stuff and the booth tours.
Yeah. I think they understand with that. But thank you to everyone who called in. Thank you to Zach again. You mentioned how awesome that was, and it is unfortunate when that kind of stuff happens and not everybody can hear it. But yeah, what are you gonna do? He wanted to call in. What am I gonna tell him? No, like come on. That's a cool thing to be able to ask somebody that. So I really appreciate that. And yeah, I guess this is where we say goodbye to everybody, and we thank you guys for all your support today. Obviously, we didn't get to thank you during the show, so for people that subbed here or gave bits or whatever, their Twitch does like a 1,000 different ways to monetize now. Thank you very much. I'm sure, Level, if you want to do the same and thank your audience, I'll leave that to you. I'm not going to do it for you.
Sure. Yeah. Just echoing what Mike says. A lot of people gave donations today. There's huge amount of viewers. I think we got a lot of good info out there with Zach's interview too, which was great. I'm sure that'll get out there and make it to the right people. I hope you guys enjoyed our commentary over some of what we were watching there. Tried to strike a good balance between not talking too much and adding opinions in when it mattered.
For sure.
So hope you guys enjoyed. We'll be at it again tomorrow.
Yep.
Looking alive and bright and not exhausted at all.
Doubt. X for doubt on that one. Hold on. Let me quick time event my X button. Because
Yeah.
we're gonna be rough tomorrow. But if they come out strong, I'll be full with energy. So
Yep, exactly. That's how it goes. You know, I thought I was going to be asleep by the end of the show, but that's when my energy kicked in for the squadron stuff.
I was
so.
asleep at the beginning.
You were asleep. Yeah, actually, the beginning, I was like, "Holy crap, this is going to be a rough show."
yeah. But all right, guys, thank you so much. I guess hit the follow button here, subscribe to Level's channel as well, and then we'll see you guys tomorrow. And I look forward to it because that's for me. Tomorrow's my stuff. So thank you again for watching.
All right.
This is us signing out, I guess. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
All right.